In a land of fire, within the Hidden Leaf Village, the year is now the 55th year of Konoha. On the outskirts of Konoha lies the residence of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kazama sits on his bed, somewhat dazed. Has it come to this year once again? Indeed, Uchiha Kazama has been reborn into this world of Hokage. T present. He is 16 years old. Born into the Uchiha clan, he has first-hand experience of the prejudice and exclusion that pervades his existence. Especially after the chaos of the Nine Tails, not only were the higher-ups oppressive, but even the common folk despised the Uchihas. The Uchiha, who wielded great power, found themselves completely marginalized, and following the Nine Tails incident, they were driven to the fringes of Konoha. This was no mere oppression, it was akin to defecating on the heads of the Uchiha. Yet Uchiha Fugaku, a fool, oscillates between indecisiveness and uncertainty, floundering between the clan's radicals and conservatives. Now, due to Uchiha Itachi's appointment as the captain of the Umbu, a clan meeting has been convened. The aim is to persuade everyone to trust Itachi, to placate the radicals, and further garner support from the conservatives. The mere thought of Uchiha Itachi, that treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, makes Kazama wish he could eliminate that wretched scion on the spot. Alas, his strength is insufficient. Though he is not weak, having awakened the Three-Demo Sharingan, he feels utterly powerless against Uchiha Itachi, who possesses the Mangekyou Sharingan. I've heard that Uchiha Itachi has become the captain of Yumbu now. We have one of our own in the dark forces. Indeed, perhaps this is the best opportunity for the Uchiha to change our circumstances. Exactly. Let us hurry. The clan leaders' meeting may well pertain to this matter. The hurried voices of Uchiha clan members outside reach Kazama's awareness. Hearing such ludicrous remarks, Kazama scoffs coldly. These individuals, aiding Itachi in fulfilling his objectives, continue to indulge in such fantasies. Truly, the Uchiha are either as foolish as swine or madmen. Damn it, must I still evade the night of extermination? Shall I simply await the arrival of that day here? Curse it, the foolish Uchiha Fugaku. The worthless higher-ups of Konoha, these wretched beings, are the true scourge. No, even if I must perish, I cannot die in such a humiliating manner. The thought of having traversed into this world without a system is bad enough. But to have been reborn as an Uchiha is unbearable. As it stands, he feels as though he has crossed over solely to assist Uchiha Itachi in achieving his goals. An overwhelming tide of resentment surges within him, causing the Three-Demo Sharingan in his eyes to awaken instinctively. Simultaneously, it begins to spin. The original Tomo starts to transform, exuding an aura of terrifying ocular power. The Tomo morph into 6 small triangles, encircling the central pupil, forming a shattered hexagram. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. The madness system has been activated. As long as the host engages in actions deemed insane, rewards will be granted. Ding! Sensing the host's mad intentions, ocular power limitations have been lifted and the disadvantages of a Sharingan have been negated. With the emergence of the Mangekyou Sharingan, a chilling electronic voice resonates. The event unfolds suddenly. The countenance of Uchiha Kazama was still adorned with the remnants of intense resentment, which gradually morphed into madness. His mouth involuntarily parted, revealing an audaciously triumphant grin. This insidious system arrived just in time. Moreover, the rewards it offers are nothing short of a provocation to incite chaos. A madcap system, is it? Rest assured, I shall demonstrate what true madness entails. Whether it be Uchiha Fugaku or that wretched Sarutobi Hiruzen, they should brace themselves. Since Konoha seeks to extinguish my existence, and since Uchiha Fugaku is pathetically feeble, and since Uchiha Itachi has chosen to become a treacherous wolf, then let them truly experience the essence of madness that defines the Uchiha clan. A torrent of frenzied thoughts converged in Uchiha Kazama's mind. Beep! Detected host frenzied thoughts. Chakra 800. Beep! Detected host frenzied thoughts. Reward. Temporal blade. Beep! Detected host frenzied thoughts. Reward. One-time unlimited Jinjutsu rebound. As the torrent of insanity surged, the system's notifications echoed incessantly in Uchiha Kazama's mind. After a moment, he managed to regain a semblance of calm, though his body still trembled. System, display my panel. Uchiha Kazama raised his hand, summoning his interface. Host, Uchiha Kazama. Ninjutsu, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release. Explosive Flame Destruction. Taijutsu, Uchiha Style. Taijutsu, Basic Konoha Taijutsu. Jinjutsu, Abyssal Pit, Thorns of Terror, Spirit Capture Technique. Bloodline Limit. Manjiki Sharingan, Unlimited. Left Eye, all-encompassing. Upon activation, can ensnare those with lower chakra into a Jinjutsu space, granting absolute control. Right Eye, Wrath of the Celestial Origin, can enhance physical abilities. Based on chakra consumption. Spiritual Artifact. Temporal Blade allows for strikes that transcend time and space. Manageable by the host, can be equipped by Susanoo. Gazing at the panel before him, it was evidently crafted for the purpose of instigating turmoil, especially the capabilities of the Manjiki Sharingan. Truly, the Manjiki is a mirror reflecting one's innermost soul. This ability aligns perfectly with the chaotic endeavors I am about to undertake. The thought of Uchiha Fugaku once again feeding his clan nonsense propelled Uchiha Kazama to hastily exit the room. Ah, Lord Kazama has arrived? The meeting has already commenced. Lord Kazama should enter swiftly. Indeed, Lord Kazama, it has been quite some time since you participated in a meeting. The two guards at the entrance greeted Uchiha Kazama with utmost courtesy. Despite his mere 16 years, Uchiha Kazama had already tasted the battlefield before reaching 10. Having survived and returned to the village, he embarked upon a frenzied path of training and missions in his pursuit to avert the fate of perishing on the night of the clan's annihilation. Kazama had exerted considerable effort. Alas, he now languishes without purpose. It was only in the past 6 months that he began to slacken his efforts. Prior to this, he had already ascended to the rank of captain of the 1st Division of the Konoha Guard. In terms of strength and status, he warranted such respect from the two guards. Kazama chose not to engage in lengthy conversation, instead proceeding directly into the conference hall. Inside the conference hall, do you trust Uchiha Itachi? At first, we were led to believe in Uchiha Shursui, but what of him now? Now we are expected to trust Uchiha Itachi? Patriarch, do take a moment to observe has there been any change in the attitude of the Konoha higher-ups towards us thus far? Have the restrictions on our resources or the suppression of our actions been alleviated in any way? Uchiha Ryunen's face was a canvas of fury. Did Uchiha Fugaku remain oblivious to such circumstances? Itachi has now ascended to the position of captain in the Umbu. I believe he will soon be able to ease relations with the Konoha elite. Ryunen, your proposal is utterly reckless. I cannot endorse it. Uchiha Ro interjected. As a conservative, he was disinclined to instigate another conflict. He was quite content with a stable existence. Ro is correct. We have faith that Itachi can achieve this. He is indeed exceptional. Uchiha Fu concurred. Chapter 2. The extreme madman makes his entrance. Time for the clan leader to step down. The conservative faction of the Uchiha clan, content with the status quo, has unwittingly afforded Uchiha Fugaku an opportunity. Now, Itachi has been entrusted with significant responsibilities to undertake some confidential missions. This gesture from the higher-ups is a clear indication of their goodwill towards us. There is no need to mention the coup. Seizing upon the words of the conservatives, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up, a hint of pride evident in his tone when he mentioned Uchiha Itachi. His firstborn possesses exceptional strength, character, and talent. He firmly believes that Uchiha Itachi is the one destined to lead their clan into the future. However, the current Uchiha is ill-prepared to confront Konoha, lacking even the capacity for mutual destruction. After all, Konoha is not solely comprised of Sarutobi Hiruzen. There are also the Umbu, the Root Organization, and other ninja clans. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, the expressions of many turned sour. The oppressive measures from Konoha's upper echelons have escalated to a point where they no longer bother to conceal their intentions. Yet Uchiha Fugaku still harbors delusions that his son can rescue the clan. Moreover, there is one crucial point that Uchiha Fugaku has not disclosed. Uchiha Itachi has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. With both he and Uchiha Itachi present, the Uchiha clan should encounter no significant issues. For now, they merely need to wait. One must admit that Uchiha Fugaku is undoubtedly the most Navii clan leader in the history of the Uchiha. How truly Navii? This wretched meeting has been nothing but a reiteration of previous statements. proving to be utterly futile. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed through the room. Who is that? Upon hearing the voice, the Uchiha clan members present activated their Sharingan, fixating their gazes on the direction from which the sound emanated. Indeed, this is the state of mind that we Uchiha should embody. However, instead of directing your Sharingan towards me, it should be aimed at those fools who dare to prance before us, instilling fear in them. The voice of Uchiha Kazama gradually resonated as he stepped into the meeting hall. Uchiha Kazama? Did you not refuse to participate in this meeting when we extended an invitation to you? What brings you here now? A conservative elder glared at Uchiha Kazama. As a member of the radical faction, Kazama had not hesitated to challenge this elder during meetings. Had it not been for his commendable talents and achievements, he would have faced repercussions long ago. Is it an affair of significance? Uchiha Fugaku, since you are unwilling to thoughtfully consider the interests of the clan, then step down. Allow me to lead the Uchiha towards a glorious resurgence. Kazama lifted his head, his eyes filled with madness and disdain. What? In that moment, not only Uchiha Fugaku and the conservatives were taken aback. Even the radicals found themselves momentarily stunned, their minds racing with a singular thought. Has Uchiha Kazama lost his mind? The voice in Kazama Uchiha's mind resonated with a maddening intensity as it declared, detection indicates that the populace perceives the host as exceedingly insane, granting an increase of 1,000 in ocular power. Another proclamation followed. The host's degree of madness has reached unprecedented levels, awarding a fixed quantity of chakra. This fixed chakra would automatically back up the host's current chakra reserves and replenish them when the levels fell below 10%. With a full recovery occurring within a span of 24 hours after depletion. With the silence enveloping the crowd, Kazama's visage contorted with heightened madness. Since you all are quiet now, allow me to share my thoughts. The higher-ups of Konoha desire our destruction. The common folk harbor disdain for the Uchiha clan. And the other families have perpetually reveled in our misfortunes. Retreat? How absurd. As the architects of this village, we are expected to cower and endure? If they allege that the Ninetales incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha, then let us seize control of the beast and unleash chaos. Let those who have sullied our name truly experience the wrath of the Uchiha. The Senju clan has vanished. It is time for the Uchiha to reclaim authority over Konoha. We shall reclaim what rightfully belongs to us, and what error lies in that. Kazama Uchiha's voice thundered like a bell in the ears of the assembly, his sinister smile sending chills down the spines of the conservatives. Meanwhile, many within the radical faction trembled with anticipation at his words. They had long yearned for such action. Furthermore, could the outcome be any worse than the current plight? Living in a manner akin to hunted wild dogs was far worse than death itself. Control the Ninetales? What makes you think you possess the ability to do so? Are your ludicrous notions unsupported, driving you to madness? Uchiha Lo, who had previously reprimanded Kazama, now voiced his indignation anew. Setting aside the consequences of instigating a coup against the village, such reckless warfare would lead our clan to dire straits. Even if we were to emerge victorious, would the other clans in the village accept us? This man was utterly deranged, heedless of the repercussions. He could not be allowed to continue swaying the emotions of the crowd. Uchiha Lo, you old fool, are you merely afraid of death? As for controlling the Ninetales, since it was my proposal, I shall undertake it myself. Surely that qualifies me. Kazama Uchiha retorted with a cold smirk, revealing his teeth. In an instant, his eyes radiated a terrifying power, and a pair of Manjiki Sharingan manifested before the assembly. The sheer potency of his ocular power, coupled with the distinctive traits of the Manjiki Sharingan, compelled the radicals to rise in fervor. Even with the Manjiki, victory is not guaranteed. You must bear the consequences of failure. Hold on. Kazama interrupted, his patience waning as he cupped his ear. Do not portray us as fearful as yourself, Lo. As for my family, I have 3 sons, 5 grandsons, and a granddaughter. Outside, there exists a lover and a 12-year-old son. Is it not merely for the semblance of a tranquil life that one refrains from embracing risks? If you fear death, do not invoke the noble cause of the family. When the Hokage previously issued commands for us to engage in battle with the Mist Village, did we witness Elder Luo's vehement opposition? It seems we may sacrifice ourselves for the village, yet hesitate to fight for our family. I assert my stance here. I shall claim the position of clan leader. A coup, I shall instigate without hesitation. Those who dare obstruct me, dear friends, Surely you do not wish for an adversary wielding the power of the Meijiki Sharingan to keep watch over you and your loved ones, do you? Uchiha Kazama's fervent declarations echoed in the ears of the clan members. Though his voice was not loud, it rendered the crowd momentarily breathless. For no one doubted that the current state of Uchiha Kazama was anything but a jest directed towards them. Chapter 3. Uchiha Fugaku's Compromise. Kazama, you have crossed the line. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku realized that if he remained silent, events would spiral beyond his control. Rising to his feet, Uchiha Fugaku fixed his three-tomo Sharingan intently on Uchiha Kazama. Crossed the line. With his kaleidoscope Sharingan awakened, his own son had also unlocked the same power. Yet the Uchiha clan found itself in such a dire predicament. What a disgrace! In Kazama's mind, the system's notifications were ringing incessantly. Simultaneously, his ocular strength surged rapidly. Having just activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kazama was confident that his ocular prowess could rival that of Uchiha Fugaku, perhaps even overpower him. And he was a madman, after all. What was there to fear? Kazama, what exactly do you intend to do? Enough talk, Uchiha Fugaku. You have two choices: relinquish your position as clan leader, or step forward and face me. Show me how the Uchiha Fugaku, who cowers before the Hokage in Konoha, strikes with conviction in front of his kin. Of course, should the battle commence and I emerge victorious, I will personally eliminate Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Sasuke, and I shall not spare Uchiha Itachi, that treacherous backstabber. Upon finishing his declaration, Kazama unleashed his formidable ocular strength, subduing the restless conservatives. The kaleidoscope Sharingan technique, all-encompassing reality. Even with their three-tomo Sharingan, they were utterly powerless against Kazama's kaleidoscope. A group of Uchiha elders raised their kunai, aimed squarely at Uchiha Fugaku. Meanwhile, Kazama extended his hand, grasping a longsword. Kazama, calm yourself. Do you truly believe that by slaughtering them, you can force my hand in compromise? Uchiha Fugaku felt a shock of realization. Even he could not instantly dominate these elders, for they possessed the strength of Jainin, nearly 20 of them. Yet, despite their three-tomo Sharingan, they were unable to resist. This ocular technique was terrifying. Uchiha Fugaku, you would do well to take this seriously. Just a friendly reminder, they can still hear your voice and possess their own consciousness. Their bodies are merely under my control. A playful smile crept across Kazama's lips. In that instant, Uchiha Fugaku felt a chill run down his spine. His earlier words had amounted to abandoning these individuals. Thus, regardless of what you say today, I will not allow you to carry out such reckless actions. Since you wish to engage, then let it be so. Uchiha Fugaku, for once, stood resolute. Hee. Haha. You lot are truly amusing. After unlocking his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui concealed his intentions, seeking to control Uchiha Fugaku to achieve a state of peace with the village. To put it plainly, the intention is to turn you into a mere pawn of Konoha. Upon witnessing the demise of Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi activated his Meijiki Sharingan, not to seek vengeance, but rather to inherit that so-called will of fire. Serving the higher-ups of Konoha, even having received orders for the annihilation of his clan. And you, Uchiha Fugaku, are even more absurd. Thinking to confront me with your Meijiki Sharingan against one who genuinely considers the welfare of the clan. Useless, a congregation of the inept. Kazama's maniacal laughter and declarations left those present in utter astonishment. The missing Shursui had also awakened his Meijiki Sharingan, planning to confront Uchiha Fugaku, and now he lies dead? Uchiha Itachi possesses a Meijiki Sharingan as well, and he contemplates clan extermination? While the particulars remain uncertain, Kazama's reasoned discourse compelled them to believe him without hesitation. The radical faction shifted their focus entirely onto Uchiha Fugaku. What nonsense are you spouting? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in disbelief. It seemed Kazama had uncovered truths unbeknownst to him. Yet, what transpired in the interim? Even at this juncture, you still harbor doubts? Indeed, a dim-witted fool like you ought to remain in your ignorance. My esteemed Uchiha brethren shall not perish at the hands of your treacherous son. Act now. Uchiha Kazama refrained from further words. The radicals were already largely persuaded. The next step was to deal with Uchiha Fugaku. The conservative elders surged towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Kazama, you have truly lost your mind. You, Captain Liunian, Take your team and immediately eliminate Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Sasuke. Furthermore, bring forth the families and children of those conservatives. Anyone who threatens our plans must be eradicated. The Uchiha must expel this tainted blood. Otherwise, renewal shall never come. Uchiha Kazama cast a glance at Uchiha Leonin. Understood. Uchiha Leonin's eyes trembled. This day marked the most exhilarating moment in over 2 decades. He could no longer endure this wretched existence. Roy, Natsum, Mori, follow me. Uchiha Leonin was ready to act at once. Uchiha Fugaku, however, found himself utterly powerless. He could not subdue Uchiha Kazama and the assembled elders before Leonin and the others made their move. Kazama, the position of clan leader is yours. Do not harm my family? Uchiha Fugaku shouted in defiance. No compromise. What now? Awaiting the come with me to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and those shameless, incompetent elders. Or let your own family perish. Make your choice. Kazama extended his hand, momentarily halting Uchiha Ryunin's movements, then fixed a mocking gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku. A single pair of Mangeki Sharingan would prove insufficient. After all, that ungrateful wretch Uchiha Itachi wasn't away on some mission, he remained within the village. Once hostilities commence, he would inevitably come rushing. Such a treacherous cur deserves a carefully selected opponent. And this fool Fugaku, did he truly believe he could simply wash his hands of responsibility? Preposterous. Were it not for this porcine-brained imbecile, how could the Uchiha clan have fallen to such dire straits? Ding. Detecting host's reckless behavior. Reward. Instantaneous teleportation scroll 1. Chapter 4. Slaying the Dark Faction, Encountering the Ninetales. Faced with the relentless pressure from Uchiha Kazama, Uchiha Fugaku fell into a profound silence. He knew that this deranged individual would not merely be speaking empty threats. However, to lay hands on Sarutobi Hizashi was tantamount to leading his entire clan towards annihilation. Although the situation concerning Itachi remained unclear, one thing became glaringly evident to him: if he did not acquiesce to Kazama's demands, the latter would most certainly follow through on his threat to eliminate Mikoto and Sasuke. I consent. Uchiha Fugaku replied angrily, nodding in agreement. Ryunin, Natsum, Roy, immediately gather all clan members who possess the 3-Tomo Sharingan. You have half an hour to subdue the families of these elders and secure them with explosive tags. After 30 minutes, we shall advance towards the Hokage building, where I will signal with a tailed beast bomb. Upon seeing the signal, strike decisively against the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Nara clan, and the Mito clan. As for any other clans involved, engage them without hesitation. I shall prepare the most essential tool, the Ninetales. With that, Kazama turned abruptly and departed. Uchiha Ryunin, recognizing the urgency, swiftly led the radicals away to prepare. Madness coursed through their veins. Observing the significant reduction in numbers, several conservatives also opted to leave. Uchiha Fugaku wore a grim expression. Now was not the time to reason with Uchiha Kazama. He had to contact his son, Uchiha Itachi, as swiftly as possible, hoping to thwart Kazama's impending misdeeds before it was too late. Suddenly struck by a thought, Uchiha Fugaku sprang to his feet and dashed towards his home. Upon returning, he collapsed onto the ground. Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Sasuke were no longer there. Kazama, you scoundrel. Though Fugaku had suspected Kazama might act against his family, he had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly. At this moment, he found himself with no path of retreat. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazama arrived in the slums, an area in Konoha that resembled a desolate ruin. These were the earliest structures, now thoroughly dilapidated. Here lay his current objective, the son of the 4th Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. Before Kazama could proceed further, 3 members of the Umbu appeared before him. Uchiha clan members. This area is not for patrolling. Halt immediately. One Umbu issued a stern warning. Indeed, as a Jinchuriki, Konoha could not allow him to develop unchecked. Since Naruto began living independently, he had been under constant surveillance. The hardships he endured were well known to Sarutobi Hizashi. Of course, such circumstances were precisely what Kazama relished. Without experiencing rejection and disdain, how could Naruto ever appreciate the kindness of his Hokage grandfather, who had once given him expired milk? My sincerest apologies. I did not come here to inspect today. Rather, I have come to meet the Nine Tails. Uchiha Kazama chuckled heartily, spreading his arms to articulate his purpose for visiting. The Nine Tails? And Uchiha, you would do well to be aware of what you are saying. The Jinchuriki does not permit you to. Before the Umbu could finish, Kazama had already taken action. As an elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan, his taijutsu was commendable, at least sufficient to deal with these foolish Umbu. In but a fleeting moment, the kunai in Kazama's hand had embedded itself into the skull of his adversary. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan, exerting his formidable ocular prowess to seize control of the remaining two Umbu. The two, compelled by his might, raised their kunai and plunged them directly into each other's hearts. The entire skirmish transpired in less than 3 seconds. Once the Manjiki Sharingan was unleashed, the disparity between him and these mere fish was unmistakable. As his ocular power surged, Uchiha Kazama's perception heightened significantly. From the staircase of a distant derelict building, he declared, "You need not think of escaping. On this late night, you shall have the opportunity for a restful slumber." At that moment, a short blade pierced through the chest of the Umbu, silencing him. 6 Umbu, you say? It appears that Sarutobi Hiruzen, quite shamelessly, holds Naruto in high regard. Kazama meticulously wiped the blade clean on the fallen Umbu's attire before sheathing it behind his back. Then he proceeded toward the familiar building. Arriving at Naruto's door, Kazama entered. Although the room was modest and somewhat dilapidated, its contents were relatively tidy. This was merely the independent dwelling of a 7-year-old child. A casual glance revealed instant noodles and milk, carelessly set aside, and unsurprisingly, they were expired. It truly is a miracle that Naruto managed to thrive on such meager provisions. Perhaps it is linked to his Uzumaki lineage. How could an ordinary child endure such hardships? Traversing through the living room, Uchiha Kazama entered Naruto's room. At that moment, Naruto lay asleep in bed, with traces of tears still glistening at the corners of his eyes. These were sentiments he would never reveal to outsiders. Uzumaki Naruto, you have endured much suffering, have you not? In truth, there is no need for you to bear such burdens alone. Allow me, your uncle, to assist you today. As Kazama spoke, his immense ocular power enveloped Naruto, and soon his consciousness transcended the physical realm. A torrent of chaotic, malevolent, and tainted chakra surged within his perception. The scene before him transformed, resembling a descent into a sewer. Enormous divine trees and a prison emerged within his view. Ah, it has been quite some time, Kurama. Uchiha Kazama beamed at the nine tails that materialized before him, revealing a genuine smile. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the air. Those eyes of yours. Are you from the Uchiha clan? What are your intentions? The nine tails glared at Kazama, his eyes ablaze with fury. Each encounter with those eyes made him lose a part of himself. The last time, he had lost half of his essence. He harbored no goodwill towards the Uchiha. Nine tails, do not be so reckless. I have matters to attend to. Please, refrain from causing a scene. Kazama Uchiha declared, and in an instant, his Sharingan unleashed its power. As a manifestation of chakra, the Nine Tails was swiftly ensnared by the terrifying Genjutsu. The naive creature was incapable of breaking free from the grasp of the Sharingan on its own, unless aid were to arrive. Look, assistance has indeed arrived. Kazama Uchiha smiled as he turned to face the radiant figure approaching from a distance. It was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Chapter 5, Conquering Minato Namikaze and Controlling the Nine Tails. As the light and shadows dissipated, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, with his golden hair and azure eyes, appeared before Uchiha Kazama. Are you Uchiha Kazama? Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow, gazing at Kazama with a hint of confusion. To my surprise, the fourth Hokage still remembers me. However, your presence here is unlikely to be merely for conversation, is it? If you intend to thwart my plans, you need not entertain such thoughts. As a mere soul entity, or even just a fragment of a soul, you are no match for me, Kazama declared as he extended his hand, placing it directly upon the sealing talisman that confined the Nine Tails. Release. With the infusion of chakra, blue flames ignited upon the talisman, causing it to vanish instantaneously. The formidable seal was shattered at that moment. The crimson chakra of the Nine Tails began to surge outward. Kazama, why do you insist on doing this? Furthermore, what is your intention in controlling the Nine Tails? Minato Namikaze inquired urgently. As he questioned Uchiha Kazama, he clasped his hands together. summoning a colossal divine tree that descended from the heavens, ensnaring the head of the Nine Tails and temporarily sealing it once more to the ground. What purpose do you have in controlling the Nine Tails? Naturally, it is to bring about the destruction of Konoha. The Nine Tails incident that led to your demise, fourth Hokage, was unjustly imposed upon us Uchiha by the higher-ups of Konoha. Since we cannot escape it, let us make it a reality. Now that the village lacks a leader like you who embodies the will of fire, I wish to demonstrate to them what the Nine Tails incident truly entails. And I shall also compel the third Hokage to showcase his own will of fire. Fourth Hokage, do you think that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen would sacrifice himself for the village? Uchiha Kazama chuckled, for a smile is indeed the finest tool to bridge the gap between individuals. It was evident that Minato Namikaze was moved. Today, I will not allow you to depart with the Nine Tails. Moreover, you cannot take it away. I have no intention of taking the Nine Tails. Uchiha Kazama interrupted Minato's words. By the way, your appearance just now indicates that you are indeed able to see, correct? Or rather, you must have become aware of the events surrounding Naruto upon your arrival, haven't you? Kazama observed Minato with keen interest. The initially irate Minato fell silent upon hearing Kazama's words. He had indeed just learned of Naruto's circumstances over the years. The villagers' disdain for Naruto, the isolation he faced from children, the bullying he endured, and even the extent of their animosity that prevented him from purchasing anything with money. All of these matters left Minato unnerved, sensing something was amiss. Yet now, he had no time to ponder these issues. Uchiha Kazama had clearly lost his sanity. If the Nine Tails incident were to be reignited, the entire village would crumble. Kazama, while I am unaware of what actions the higher-ups of Konoha have taken to bring you to this conclusion, however, have you ever considered that this Leaf Village was established by your Uchiha and Senju clans? Are you truly intent on its destruction? Minato Namikaze felt a surge of urgency. His seal could not hold much longer. If he could not persuade or brainwash Uchiha Kazama with the will of fire, he would be powerless to prevent it. Just as Kazama stated, he was but a lingering spirit now. Since it was my Uchiha and Senju who founded the Leaf, and now that the Senju are no more, shouldn't the Uchiha assume control? Sarutobi Hiruzen is unworthy of that position. And fourth Hokage, I am aware that you possess means to thwart me, but I advise against taking such action. Otherwise, I shall personally eliminate Naruto. Rest assured, I have the capability to do so. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Kazama unleashed a terrifying gaze once more. The divine tree that had been pressing down on the Nine Tails shattered in an instant. The Nine Tails swiftly bounded to Kazama's feet. Of course, I still harbor some sympathy for Naruto. As long as the fourth Hokage listens intently, I shall ensure Naruto grows up normally. At the very least, he will no longer consume expired food. After making his declaration, Uchiha Kazama tossed a scroll to Minato Namikaze, then vanished from the scene. The Nine Tails followed suit into oblivion. Upon witnessing the contents of the scroll, Minato's face turned to one of shock and terror. This Uchiha Kazama. Ding. Minato Namikaze feels that the host is excessively deranged. Reward. Physique 10. Flying Thunder God Technique. Just as Kazama exited the consciousness space, the system's prompt echoed. Minato Namikaze. You should be grateful for the wise decision you made. After this matter concludes, I shall take care of your child. With that, Kazama turned and exited the room. In the next moment, a massive surge of red chakra erupted from within. It was at this moment that Naruto transformed into the Four Tails mode. Nine Tails, you are so weak. Only Four Tails? Kazama mocked, and then his Manjiki Sharingan began to whirl furiously. 5 Tails, 6 Tails, 8 Tails. It was only upon reaching 8 Tails that he halted. At this point, Naruto was entirely unconscious, controlled alongside the tailed beast by Kazama. He was unlike that foolish Obito, who extracted the Nine Tails from its Jinchuriki. Such a Nine Tails would not only be vulnerable to blows, but would also provoke a furious retaliation from Minato and Kushina. Now, all conditions were set. The gears of the Uchiha's founding era would turn tonight. Buzz. As Uchiha Kazama landed atop the Nine Tails, its 8 tails converged before it, coalescing into a tailed beast ball at the beast's mouth. Suddenly, 3 figures descended upon the scene. The clan leader is ready. All Uchiha clan members who had awakened their Sharingan entered into a state of battle readiness. At the forefront, naturally, is Uchiha Yonyen, the epitome of radicalism. Yonyen. The three of you remain here to assist me. Our objective. The Hokage building. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Kazama had already gathered the tailed beast bomb. With a thunderous roar, the tailed beast bomb was launched, and the distant Hokage building was instantly met with a tremendous tremor. Concurrently, numerous ninjas began to converge rapidly towards Kazama's location. This chaotic and immense chakra of the Nine Tails could be sensed not only by perceptive ninjas but even by the average shinobi, who could swiftly lock onto its source. Among them, the Umbu were the fastest. Uchiha, what are you planning? Hurry and report to Lord Hokage. The Uchihas have seized control of the Nine Tails and are preparing to betray us. Take action and stop him. Do not allow him to approach the civilian gathering area. In an instant, over 20 Umbu launched their assault on Uchiha Kazama. Various ninjutsu and ninja tools began to rain down upon him. Chapter 6, Tailed Beast Bomb Barrage leaves Hiruzen Sarutobi stunned. As a squad of Umbu operatives lunged forward, tendrils of chakra-formed tails lashed out in an instant, sweeping them all away like autumn leaves before a gale. Standing atop the Nine Tails head, Uchiha Kazan wore a radiant smile that belied the carnage unfolding beneath him. There's no time to waste on you, he murmured, his voice dripping with serene malice. Renin, wooden clone. Show no mercy, annihilate every Umbu who dares raise a hand against us. A sudden realization flickered across his face. Ah, how careless of me. I nearly forgot something important. His gaze shifted toward the ancestral compounds of Konoha's elite clans. With a resonant hum, the Nine Tails gathered an ocean of chakra, condensing it into 4 swirling orbs of annihilation, tailed beast bombs. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the orbs streaked across the village, descending upon the strongholds of Konoha's 4 most powerful families. The clansmen, already unsettled by the tremors of the Nine Tails awakening, had barely stepped outside to investigate when the cataclysmic detonations engulfed them. 80% of their kin were erased in an instant, reduced to ashes amidst the chakra-fueled inferno. Only the fortunate few, those too weak or too slow to react, survived the devastation. The shockwaves rippled outward, and the villagers near Uchiha Kazan trembled as the Nine Tails' malevolent aura washed over them. Memories of that horrific night 7 years ago resurfaced, clawing at their minds like vengeful specters. The Nine Tails. Why has it returned? That demon fox. The Hokage should have exiled him long ago. He never should have been allowed to stay. Exile? No. He should have been executed. Such evil has no place in this world. Panic spread like wildfire. Konoha's shinobi scrambled to evacuate civilians, herding them into underground shelters. Move faster. Secure the civilians, then rally to the Hokage's side. This is beyond our control now. The Uchiha are behind this. The military police are involved. Engage any Uchiha in sight. Umbu operatives barked orders in the streets, fanning the flames of hatred toward the Uchiha clan. Long-simmering resentment erupted into outright hostility, stoked by their venomous rhetoric. Once the evacuation was delegated to lower-ranked shinobi, the Umbu converged on the Hokage Tower. Nothing mattered more now than Hiruzen Sarutobi's survival. At the heart of Konoha, the Hokage Tower still stood, for now. However, the surrounding structures have been utterly obliterated by the recent tailed beast bomb explosion. After all, following the last tumult caused by the Nine Tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen had harbored concerns regarding this issue. Thus, within the Hokage building, personnel from both the barrier and sealing teams were always present. The recent tailed beast bomb was successfully intercepted by a barrier conjured collaboratively by 12 ninjas from the barrier team. The Hokage has already ascertained, witnessed firsthand, that it was the work of the Uchiha clan. The Jinchuriki is now under the control of the Uchiha, instigating this upheaval with the Nine Tails. The civilians have been evacuated by the ninjas. An Umbu agent materialized within the Hokage's office and spoke swiftly. Uchiha? They. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by a significant number of Uchiha ninjas, is advancing towards the Hokage building and is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could voice any inquiries, another Umbu agent appeared, bearing news of a more favorable nature. Uchiha Fugaku has also taken action? This shouldn't be the case. Where's Danzo? And what of Itachi? Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a state of perplexity. Danzo had recently proposed and drafted a plan for the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Given Itachi's involvement, Hiruzen had resolved to allow them to proceed. Yet, unexpectedly, before the execution of the night of the extermination could commence, the Uchiha had erupted into rebellion. Is there a shadow of Danzo lurking within this turmoil? Danzo-sama and Captain Itachi departed from the root organization this afternoon, and they are not currently in the village. An Umbu member quickly interjected. This afternoon, Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, your clan, along with the Tsunade, Mito, and Shimura clans, have all suffered attacks from tailed beast bombs. The location of the root organization has also been struck by 3 separate tailed beast bombs. It is now transformed into a wasteland. The Umbu members exhibited signs of panic. Initially, they had contemplated seizing this opportunity to collaborate with the Hokage in the complete annihilation of the Uchiha. However, the present circumstances had escalated beyond their control. Their attempts to vilify the Uchiha and incite public disdain had proven futile. Should they perish in battle, the upper echelon of Konoha would vanish, and the outcome would ultimately rest in the hands of the Uchiha. In light of these events, the Umbu could only report the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Hiruzen's heart raced with alarm. He sprang to his feet, shedding his Hokage robes and donning his battle attire. He immediately summoned all capable ninjas to assist him in eradicating this band of Uchiha lunatics. Furthermore, he commanded that individuals be dispatched to locate Danzo and Itachi. Their involvement in this confrontation was imperative. Inform Danzo that if he does not arrive, he should prepare for the 5th Hokage position to be claimed by the Uchiha. After Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered these words, he summoned his Monkey King with a decisive spirit and dashed towards the Hokage building with the stealth of an Umbu. Upon reaching the exterior of the Hokage edifice, he ascended to a high platform and beheld Uchiha Fugaku, who had already come into view, accompanied by the members of his clan. The sight of Uchiha Fugaku and the conservative faction behind him sent a shockwave through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. He had strategically placed his own people within the Uchiha clan, and a few of the Uchiha members had also been swayed by him. Therefore, he was acutely aware of the divisions within the Uchiha who belonged to the radicals and who to the conservatives. Yet now, Chapter 7, Fugaku versus the 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood atop the high platform, gazing at the faces of the conservative faction before him, utterly bewildered. Even Uchiha Fugaku shouldn't have appeared here with his men. Those who should have been present were the radical members of the Uchiha clan. And if Fugaku was here, then who was the one controlling the Nine Tails? Had the Uchiha produced yet another wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan? The thought sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine. If Fugaku dared to lead his men here, it could only mean one thing: the one controlling the Nine Tails was even stronger than Fugaku himself. Uchiha Fugaku, has your clan truly decided to rebel? A sliver of hope still lingered in Hiruzen's mind. Perhaps he could persuade Fugaku. If successful, the pressure he faced would at least be halved. Moreover, with Fugaku and Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan countering the Uchiha controlling the Nine Tails, dealing with the rest of the clan would become far more manageable. Fire release, exploding flame bullet. Fugaku responded with a searing fire technique. He knew full well that Uchiha Kazama's perception was undoubtedly fixed upon him. The slightest irregularity in his actions, and Kazama might immediately target Makoto and Sasuke. Itachi's whereabouts remained unknown, and his stance unclear. Yet Fugaku had already resolved to trust Kazama's words, at the very least, to protect his wife and youngest son. Standing here now, he realized just how abnormal Itachi's previous behavior had been. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Hiruzen swiftly countered with a powerful water jutsu. At this point, he could no longer afford to deal with the Nine Tails rampage. Sending the NBU operatives would only be a death sentence. Since the Uchiha had already initiated their coup, they would inevitably converge upon his location. Thus, Hiruzen saw no urgency in confronting the one controlling the Nine Tails. The Uchiha were no fools. They would never inflict excessive destruction upon the village. Adapting to the situation, this was Hiruzen's current strategy. Under these circumstances, the most pressing matter was subduing Uchiha Fugaku. Once Fugaku was dealt with, the ensuing pressure would lessen significantly. After all, even Hiruzen himself could not withstand the combined might of 2 Manjiki Sharingan wielders and the Nine Tails. Boom. Midway through Hiruzen's contemplation, Fugaku's fire dragon incinerated his water dragon. its ferocious momentum undiminished as it surged toward him. Impossible. Caught off guard by the overwhelming assault, Hiruzen hastily formed hand seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. With the completion of the hand seals, a towering earthen wall emerged, effectively blocking Uchiha Fugaku's fire technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, swiftly elongated the staff, vaulting over the barrier and standing atop the high wall. As he surveyed the unfolding scene, Hiruzen's countenance darkened further. What on earth was Danzo plotting? Why had he promised to resolve the Uchiha issue only for them to instigate a coup? They had even breached the Hokage building. Remarkably, Danzo had yet to show himself. And not a single member of the Root organization was in sight. This man. With this thought, Hiruzen began to harbor doubts about Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku. If you cease your actions now, I will heed your counsel. Tell me, what is it that you truly desire? Hiruzen inhaled deeply. If his suspicions were accurate, then Danzo was indeed lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. Therefore, he could not simply confront them head-on. If the higher-ups deemed the Uchiha should vanish, then they too refused to fade away into silence. Had they not considered such a conclusion on the day they made their decision? Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan manifested instantaneously. Fire style, great fireball technique. As massive flames erupted in succession, their size amplified several-fold mid-air. This was the power of Fugaku's left eye. The strength of a deity, capable of magnifying his jutsu exponentially, with the extent of amplification correlating to his ocular prowess. Hiruzen had initially intended to persuade him. But with Fugaku's intentions laid bare, it became evident that someone had leaked Danzo's plans to the Uchiha clan. Despite their usual restraint, they could not contain themselves under such dire circumstances. Damn it! Hiruzen exclaimed as he swiftly evaded the fireballs, charging toward Uchiha Fugaku. Engaging in long-range combat with Fugaku, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, was akin to courting death. He needed to eliminate the Uchiha present without delay, ensuring that the Uchiha capable of controlling the Nine Tails did not join the fray. Simultaneously, the Umbu ninjas launched attacks against the surrounding Uchiha ninjas. Though they often held an air of superiority in front of the Uchiha, when faced with genuine combat, they severely underestimated the potency of the Sharingan. Those who had accompanied Fugaku were predominantly elite Jonin, with several even being elite Jonin. Accustomed to their arrogance, the Umbu were caught off guard by such fierce counterattacks. In just a few exchanges, they had already suffered the loss of a dozen members. It was crucial to note that these were Umbu operatives. Each casualty represented a significant loss to Hiruzen. Bang! At that moment, the Rui Jingu Bang in Hiruzen's hand clashed with the long blade held by Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, you are the head of the Konoha Guard Division. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions at this moment? Sarutobi Hiruzen continues to conspire against you, the Uchiha. I am aware. The instant Lord Hokage refrained from giving a direct response, I had already grasped the essence of my purpose. If the intent is to eradicate our Uchiha clan, then, Lord Hokage, why not take matters into your own hands? Upon uttering these words, Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan began to whirl. Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily faltered, his strength waning. Instantly, countless iron bars materialized around him, piercing and restraining his body. Meanwhile, the long blade in Uchiha Fugaku's grasp descended towards him. Release. Suddenly, the King of Rods in his hand emanated a surge of chakra, liberating Sarutobi Hiruzen from the illusion. Chapter 8. The Man Above the Nine Tails emerges. Upon regaining consciousness, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly distanced himself from Uchiha Fugaku. Had the Monkey King been a moment later in extricating him from the illusion, Uchiha Fugaku's longsword could very well have claimed his life. Uchiha Fugaku was unwilling to grant Sarutobi Hiruzen a moment's respite. If he could eliminate him now, perhaps Itachi could be salvaged. In such a scenario, the tragedy of clan extermination might not unfold, and the Uchiha clan, particularly one that held familial bonds in such high esteem, would not be driven to annihilate Itachi. The latent energy that could erupt in such circumstances would be immense. Furthermore, the longer this battle dragged on, the greater the damage inflicted upon the entire village. Even if they succeeded in slaying Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha would likely find themselves without a place in the village. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan surged with power, enveloping him in a skeletal form. His arms extended, muscles materializing, as the second form of Susanoo was swiftly completed. With a grasp of its hand, a blue longsword composed of pure energy began to coalesce, aimed directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku had concealed this ability so profoundly. The Monkey King, as Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. The adamantine staff instantly elongated, whisking him away from the spot. Just as he had barely withstood the tailed beast bomb's barrier, the newly formed mental construct was shattered. Witnessing the barrier crumble, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Such an assault was beyond his endurance. Even with the adamantine staff transformed by the Monkey King, he could not confront Susanoo head-on. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no Danzo, foolishly attempting to pierce Susanoo with shurikens. After all, even with the enhancement of chakra nature transformation, reaching Susanoo was no trivial task. Furthermore, the second form of Susanoo would not remain stationary, awaiting his supply. In the next moment, Susanoo's colossal form surged forward, poised to launch a rapid assault to obliterate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Supergiant Meatball Battle Car. At that instant, a fiery orange sphere materialized, colliding with the massive Susanoo. Behind it, a dark shadow entwined, reminiscent of someone manipulating a yo-yo. The overwhelming force forced Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo back several paces. Was that the Akimichi clan's multi-expansion jutsu? That shadow. The shadow strangulation technique. Before Uchiha Fugaku could utter another word, numerous shadows ensnared the entirety of Susanoo. The Akimichi clan's Akimichi Choza and Nara clan's Nara Shikaki were present, alongside you. Yumenka Haruchi. Uchiha Fugaku pivoted, his Manjiki Sharingan spinning in an instant. The formidable ocular prowess of Uchiha Fugaku rebounded the heart-to-heart technique of Yamashita Hachi. Yamashita emitted a muffled groan, nearly stumbling to the ground. Minister Fugaku. Although the situation remains unclear, it is unequivocally incorrect for the Uchiha to take action against the Hokage within the village. Stand down, before any greater harm is inflicted. Nara Shikaku, at this moment, also felt a throbbing headache. Their proximity to the scene was not insignificant. Initially, there was room for discourse, but now, with the Hokage building reduced to rubble, their absence would be indefensible. Yet, confronting Uchiha Fugaku was hardly desirable. Engaging such a formidable adversary could easily lead to demise. It appears you truly are oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With that, Uchiha Fugaku ceased further commentary. In the next instant, his pupils dilated rapidly, and the scope of Susanoo expanded to envelop other ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, a wing sprouted from Susanoo's back, not intended for flight, but rather to converge and shield all Uchiha ninjas. Witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen was struck with alarm. He immediately began hand signs. Barrier core, quickly. After Hiruzen's hand signs, the surrounding barrier ninjas followed suit. Over 30 elite Jainin from the barrier core, alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, swiftly constructed a colossal barrier. Just as the barrier was forming, a tailed beast bomb plummeted from above. Its terrifying might leveled the surrounding structures to the ground. As the energy from the tailed beast bomb dissipated, a colossal figure emerged from the dust and mist. As the breeze swept through, the haze cleared. The tumultuous form of the Nine Tails came into view. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally discerned the individual atop the Nine Tails, Uchiha Kazama. It was indeed this individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a recollection of Uchiha Kazama, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Possessing immense talent and an industrious spirit, he approached training, missions, and interpersonal relations with fervor. Whenever Uchiha Kazama was part of a mission, there was no cause for concern regarding failure. They understood that with Uchiha Kazama present, the mission was as good as accomplished. In the most chaotic of regions, Uchiha Kazama single-handedly annihilated hundreds of rogue ninjas, while bearing the weight of 3 severely injured teammates. During an operation in the Land of Clouds, Uchiha Kazama forged a path alone to escort the mission target to safety. When pursued by Danzo, Uchiha Kazama, despite being unaware of the adversary's affiliation with Konoha, dispatched 13 elite Jainin from the route with a single stroke. Such feats might seem somewhat insane if attributed to others. However, in the case of Uchiha Fuka, such madness seemed as commonplace as a daily routine. Now, this insanity was directed towards the village. Saratobi Hiruzen had indeed made attempts to engage with Uchiha Fuka. Yet, every time he approached, Uchiha Fuka effortlessly deflected him with casual banter. Now, upon witnessing Uchiha Fuka's presence here, Saratobi Hiruzen felt an unsettling sense that events were meant to unfold this way. Uchiha Fuka, was this coup instigated by you? If you have any demands, speak them now, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Saratobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, striving to adjust his emotions to a state of utmost tranquility, and slowly addressed the Uchiha Fuka before him. Uchiha Fugaka had either been rendered powerless or threatened. Now, the spokesperson of the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly the Uchiha Fuka standing in front of him. Thoughts whirled rapidly in Saratobi Hiruzen's mind. He could not allow this conflict to persist. Otherwise, that old schemer Danzo. Chapter 9. Revelation. 10 seconds to repel the Shinobi clan. Upon hearing the words of Saratobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kazama's smile deepened. Lord Hokage, is it only now that you wish to discuss matters with us, the Uchiha? Were you unaware of the persecution inflicted upon my clan by the leader of the root organization, Shimura Danzo? Are you oblivious to the apprehension and oppression the higher-ups in Konoha hold against the Uchiha? Did you not already resolve to execute the operation known as the Night of Uchiha Annihilation? Uchiha Kazama regarded Saratobi Hiruzen with a hint of amusement. The Hokage seemed to believe that the Uchiha were still in the dark, naively assuming that other clans were oblivious to their plight. After all, the relationship between the Uchiha and the other clans had long been fraught with tension, a remnant of historical grievances. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha had been involved in numerous conflicts with these clans. The bloodshed and animosity had not dissipated with the establishment of Konoha. Thus, a mere explanation could result in the Uchiha's disappearance from the village. However, Uchiha Kazama laid bare all these truths, causing the carefully constructed smile of Saratobi Hiruzen to vanish. At this moment, Akimichi Choza had reverted to his original form after having endured the aftermath of the tailed beast bomb. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yamanaka Kahii glanced at Nara Shikaku, who appeared equally shocked and helpless. Having spent time with Uchiha Kazama, Shikaku sensed that Kazama's words bore an unsettling truth. In such circumstances, he found himself at a loss for what decision to make. Uchiha Kazama, none of this has transpired yet. You are now the head of the Uchiha clan, and you must refrain from acting recklessly as before. You must consider the welfare of your clan. Should you solidify the reputation of rebellion, the Uchiha will hold no position within the village. Saratobi Hiruzen did not deny this. To do so now might provoke the volatile nature of the man before him. After all, the recent tailed beast bomb had been unleashed with Uchiha present. Standing atop the nine tails, Uchiha Kazama exuded an aura of invincibility, making it evident to Saratobi Hiruzen that any forthcoming negotiations must be approached with utmost sincerity. There could be no provocation of Uchiha Kazama in any form. Saratobi, are you suggesting that even in the face of the threat of our annihilation, we should engage in cordial discussions? How absurd. Even when your own clan faces extinction, you maintain such a calm demeanor in our negotiations. Truly, a dog of power who cares for nothing. Uchiha Kazama declared, before forming hand seals. The tail of the nine tails swung mercilessly towards Saratobi Hiruzen. At this moment, the previously unconscious Akimichi Dingzo once again utilized his ability to enlarge, shielding himself from the immense tails of the nine tails. The one taking action was no longer Akimichi Dingzo, but rather Yamanaka Kaichi. Simultaneously, shadows surged forth, ensnaring Uchiha Kazama. The one initiating this was Nara Shikaku. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to strike. If Konoha were to lose its Hokage amidst a coup, other ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to act immediately. At that point, Konoha could very well face annihilation. Yamanaka Kaichi, Nara Shikaku, and the ninjas of the Oil Woman clan and Inazuka clan who were poised to intervene, brace yourselves. I shall speak my words and give you 10 seconds. If you choose to remain loyal to that old dog Saratobi Hiruzen, I will not hesitate to unleash the tailed beast bomb upon your clan's territory and regard you as my foes. Do not doubt my words, for you are well aware of the truth. Upon finishing his declaration, Uchiha Kazama raised his hand. 10, 9. The countdown commenced. Nara Shikaku was momentarily taken aback, as were the other clan leaders. Even some ordinary ninjas preparing to fight now bore expressions of fear. Uchiha Kazama was indeed a man of his word. They had already recognized this during their missions. Now, with such a reckless display, they could hardly question the veracity of Uchiha Kazama's words. This revelation also illuminated why, following the tailed beast's rampage, only certain areas of the village were affected. Rather than indiscriminate destruction, because it was all under Uchiha Kazama's control. However, should they dare to challenge his limits, the next targets of the tailed beast bomb would be their clans and kin. Hokage-sama, many civilians in various villages are under threat. The Inuzuka clan can assist in their rescue and help them find refuge. We shall proceed with our mission. Inuzuka Zaku shouted without hesitation, leaping onto his ninja dog and dashing into the distance. Hokage-sama, there are some areas where our Inuzuka clan's dogs cannot reach. We, the Oil Woman clan, will also assist civilians in seeking refuge. After Oil Woman Shirwei finished speaking, she too was enveloped by insects, vanishing with her clansmen in a flurry of countless bugs. With the two ninja clans having swiftly departed, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Kaichi found themselves in a precarious situation. Damn it. How did the Inuzuka clan and Oil Woman clan manage to flee so quickly? Hokage-sama, Akimichi Dingza is on the brink of death. We must transport him to the medical department. Moreover, my chakra is nearly depleted, Nara Shikaku said, dispelling the shadow strangle technique. He then exchanged a glance with Yamanaka Kaichi, who immediately withdrew his mind control technique. Akimichi Dingza reverted to his original state, and the two hastily carried him away. If they did not escape now, their clan's territory would soon be subjected to the tailed beast bomb. The situation has escalated to an uncontrollable state. Uchiha Kazama's frenzied disposition assures that he will follow through on his threats. Nara Shikaku dares not gamble. In a mere 10 seconds. No. In less than 10 seconds. There were once numerous ninjas surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet now he is left with only a handful of Umbu. As for the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, their absence here is due to their inability to arrive. Uchiha Ryunin and his compatriots have already brought Uchiha ninjas to this location. Their arrival signifies that the prominent clans of Konoha's upper echelons have been entirely eradicated. The expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face has darkened to the point of almost dripping with despair. Despite his lengthy tenure as Hokage, he never anticipated that when calamity struck, not a single clan would stand by his side. Chapter 10. The Foolish Weasel and Fugaku's Decision at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen was consumed by a rage that had reached its zenith, tinged with a profound sense of sorrow. For a long time, he had nurtured the dream of becoming the strongest Hokage, not merely by virtue of his tenure or his grasp of power, but with the aspiration to ascend as the first Hokage. He endeavored to revise the educational curriculum, embedding his own ideals of heroism within it, and sought to unite the various clans, aiming to eliminate the fractured governance that plagued Konoha. However, the recent departures of several shinobi clans shattered his long-held illusions. Even the Hyuga clan, renowned as the foremost family of Konoha, had not made an appearance since the onset of the crisis. With their Byakugan, could they truly be oblivious to the unfolding events? Clearly, they were not. The reason for their absence had become blatantly evident. Ha! Sarutobi, perish. Uchiha Kazama cackled, reveling in the moment. It was almost poetic that Sarutobi Hiruzen would experience such betrayal in his twilight, a fitting conclusion to his sordid life. With that, Uchiha Kazama lunged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, declaring, "Tonight, you must die? Danzo, I have fulfilled your wish. Shall you not intervene? Are you prepared to face the Uchiha alone?" Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, swinging his adamantine staff to parry Kazama's assault. Yet, upon contact with Kazama's short blade, he was sent hurtling backward, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack. Astonishment coursed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's veins. Had Uchiha Kazama truly grown this formidable? Coupled with those Sharingan, his heart quaked with dread. In this dire situation, he realized he was no match for Uchiha Kazama. If Danzo chose to remain a mere spectator, his endurance would not last much longer. Suddenly, in the next heartbeat, a fleeting shadow emerged, wielding a short blade that deflected Uchiha Kazama's onslaught. The appearance of a pair of Manjiki Sharingan captivated the attention of all present. The Uchiha clansmen inhaled sharply, their gazes converging upon Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. This was the very individual Fugaku had proclaimed would assume command of the Umbu, destined to serve the clan with honor, his pride and joy. Previously, when Kazama insinuated that Itachi might have betrayed the family, though they had refrained from questioning, disbelief lingered. Now, their faith was shattered. Uchiha Itachi had intervened, thwarting Kazama's assault and shielding Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given the gravity of the situation, Itachi's keen intellect surely illuminated the truth of it all, did it not? Even now, with the clan standing in opposition to Konoha's higher echelons, he still positioned himself before their leader, Uchiha Kazama. This alone spoke volumes about his stance. Kazama, so you've chosen this path after all. Is this the upbringing you've received? Before Uchiha Itachi could finish, Uchiha Fugaku lunged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Itachi flying. Watching Fugaku's desperate urgency, Kazama's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Fugaku still clings to a sliver of hope. What he didn't realize was that Itachi, the traitor, had long since severed his ties to the clan. Of course, Kazama made no move to intervene. If Fugaku wished to act, let him. Father, are you truly going to follow this madman? He is leading the clan down a path of no return. If this continues, the Uchiha may vanish entirely. Is this what you want? Itachi's face twisted with fury and anguish. He had believed his father understood him, had even fought tirelessly to prevent the clan's annihilation. He had secured a deal, eradicate the Uchiha's radical faction, and the rest, those loyal to the village, would be spared. He was prepared to carry out the massacre himself. Why couldn't his father wait? Did he lack any sense of greater justice? Do you know of the extermination plan? Fugaku ignored the question, his gaze heavy with grim resolve. A flicker of delusion still lingered within him. I do. But the elders have promised me, eliminate the radicals, and the loyalists survive. You'll live, father. Our family will live. Once the warmongers are purged, we'll have a chance to rebuild. Itachi's words spilled out in a frenzied torrent, his voice bordering on hysteria. He couldn't fathom his father's refusal to see reason. The clan's reckless defiance was suicide, yet here they stood, charging toward oblivion. In his obsession, Itachi failed to recognize the absurdity of his own plea. So, you've already agreed to slaughter your own kin. Fugaku's voice was ice. Itachi, you've disappointed me. You trust outsiders over your blood. If this is your ninja way, then let it end here. His Manjiki Sharingan whirled to life once more. The crimson skeleton of Susanoo erupted around him, its skeletal fist hurtling toward Itachi. Fugaku's hope had shattered. The words spoken by Uchiha Kazama are indeed true. Were it not for his reckless actions this evening, they might remain oblivious to their own demise. At that moment, the opportunity for regret would have been entirely non-existent. Wind release, vacuum sphere. At this juncture, Danzo also made his move. The Dream Eater behind him lunged directly at the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Danzo unleashed a wind release directed at Uchiha Kazama. After Uchiha Fugaku engaged Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Kazama was poised to strike at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, Danzo's assault interrupted Kazama's offensive. As a gust of wind surged forth, Uchiha Kazama raised his hand, summoning a sphere of black energy. With a muffled thud, Danzo's wind release was seized by Uchiha Kazama. With a casual flick, the unstable wind chakra dissipated into the ether. Chapter 11. The Dreaded Uchiha. Witnessing Danzo's intervention. Along with the swift emergence of Root operatives, the battlefield erupted into chaos as Root shinobi clashed with the Uchiha clan. While Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled in momentary relief, his resentment toward Danzo surged to its zenith. Had Danzo acted sooner, his Umbu would not have suffered such devastating losses. Moreover, the insubordination of Root operatives, beyond his direct command, gnawed at him. Once this crisis subsided, Hiruzen vowed to purge Root entirely, and the Uchiha that could no longer be permitted to exist. This accursed clan bred geniuses at an alarming rate. Even during Hiruzen's tenure, they had produced far too many. Those he deemed genius were, without exception, Kaga-level threats. His former comrade, Uchiha Kagami. The previous clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. The former Umbu captain, Uchiha Shursui. The current Umbu captain, Uchiha Itachi. And now, standing before him, the present Uchiha patriarch, Uchiha Kazama, who dared threaten his very life. The Uchiha must be exterminated. His gaze flickered toward Itachi, locked in combat with Fugaku. A flicker of murderous intent darkened Hiruzen's eyes. Yes, even you, Itachi, cannot be spared. Any lineage tainted by madness must be eradicated. And this clan, steeped in hatred toward him, such a bloodline had no place in this world. Of course, he could not reveal such thoughts now. They festered in the shadows of his mind as he strode toward Danzo. You wretched old fool, Hiruzen hissed, positioning himself beside Danzo. Were you waiting for my death before showing yourself? I had other matters to attend to, Danzo replied smoothly, his tone infuriatingly composed. But I brought Itachi, did I not? Now, let us subdue Kazama together. Should this escalate further, Konoha will suffer the consequences. A masterful deflection. Danzo sidestepped accountability, striking at Hiruzen's desperation. To press the issue now would risk Danzo's retreat, leaving Hiruzen to face the storm alone. Hiruzen scoffed. First, old hound Danzo. Kazama's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Danzo's smirk vanished, his expression darkening. You are no clever dog, Kazama taunted, his laughter laced with venom. Had you waited for me to slaughter Hiruzen, your ambitions would have been effortlessly realized. Yet here you stand, aiding this wretched old fool against me. Do you truly believe he will spare you once this is over? Without his blessing, do you imagine ascending to the Hokage's seat will be so simple? A sneer twisted Kazama's lips. Pathetic. Even swine possess more wit than you. It must be said that these individuals truly possess a lack of intellect. I cannot fathom how the Uchiha clan, under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, could be suppressed to such an extent by these foolish swine. As Uchiha Kazama's voice echoed, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo darkened ominously. The audacity to so blatantly sow discord between them left them momentarily speechless, much to their discomfort. Susanoo. Kazama would not allow them the luxury of idle contemplation. He swiftly raised his fingers, summoning his Susanoo. The resplendent orange-red figure manifested, bypassing the initial phase to achieve its complete form in the third stage. A colossal fist descended upon the two of them, shielded by Susanoo. Their attacks could be nearly disregarded. In the entire shinobi world, only a select few ninjas and jutsu possessed the capability to shatter a complete Susanoo. Clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo lacked such prowess. At that moment, the Shikigami, in confronting the Nine Tails, initially charged forth with a fierce demeanor, exuding a palpable confidence. However, merely after two exchanges, it transformed into white mist, vanishing from sight. Following its disappearance, the Nine Tails surged toward Uchiha Kazama's position. The immense chakra rapidly melded with Susanoo. In the next instant, the terrifying manifestation of the beast loomed before all. How could this be? The Nine Tails combined with Susanoo, which once compelled even the first Hokage to exert utmost effort, had returned. Damn it, how could Uchiha Kazama wield such formidable power? Just how deeply does the Uchiha clan conceal its strength? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were rendered speechless. The sheer magnitude of chakra was enough to instill fear even in them. No, it was outright terror. The combined chakra of the two paled in comparison to even a fraction of the overwhelming aura before them. Moreover, if Uchiha Kazama could sustain such chakra, what might he unleash? Just as the two were lost in thought, the tailed beast ball began to gather. The sound of piercing air jolted them awake. Quickly, block it. Damn it. How is this guy capable of perfect control over the tailed beasts? Indeed, I should have insisted on eliminating the entire Uchiha clan long ago. At this moment, Danzo was exceedingly displeased, yet he hastily formed hand seals. Is it not absurd to discuss such matters now? Barrier squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a state of panic, followed suit with the hand seals. The members of the barrier squad were utterly bewildered. They had never anticipated standing at the forefront of battle one day. Just then, Uchiha Limu appeared beside one of the barrier squad ninjas, swiftly decapitating him with a short blade. The remaining members of the barrier squad were also ambushed by Uchiha's ninjas. Hey, do you not think that we, the other Uchiha ninjas, are merely spectators in this drama? Uchiha Limu wiped the blood from his short blade, his crimson Sharingan gleaming with madness. In the depths of the night, those pairs of scarlet eyes resembled the gaze of death itself. Mu-i, Tian-i, Tian-ding. Danzo commanded softly. Instantly, The three appeared at their designated positions. After the five formed hand seals, a barrier emerged, enveloping them. At that moment, a colossal Susanoo, clutching a tailed beast ball, descended upon them with tremendous force. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion and the immense cloud of dust instantly engulfed the area. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, engaged in battle, were momentarily halted by the commotion. Chapter 12. The disappointment of Fugaku and the reaction of the Uchiha clan. A tempestuous surge of chakra, centered around Uchiha Kazama, wreaked havoc in all directions. The already ravaged Hokage building was utterly obliterated by this onslaught. Uchiha Fugaku stood agape, unable to articulate a single word. The other Uchiha ninjas observed the scene with fervor, feeling the chakra within them boil with intensity. They launched a fierce attack against the surrounding Umbu and Root members once more. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, aware that such an assault would be insurmountable even for him. Realizing this, Itachi understood that unless he eliminated Uchiha Kazama, the coup d'etat would persist. Moreover, Kazama, in his madness, would not be restrained by anything. With this thought, Itachi surged forward toward Uchiha Kazama through the swirling dust. As he entered the cloud of debris, his complete Susanoo materialized, and the Totsuka no Tsurugi in his hand lunged directly at Uchiha Kazama. "Hi, cousin. Rendan." At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku also made his move. Before Itachi's Totsuka no Tsurugi, a flame materialized out of thin air. Subsequently, a force that seemed to devour everything emerged from the fire, warping the surrounding space and swallowing Itachi's attack whole. In the next instant, the fiery vortex descended upon Itachi's Susanoo. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed Itachi's Susanoo. In the aftermath, the armor of the Susanoo shattered. Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku bled from their eyes. Itachi, perplexed, gazed toward Fugaku. Why would this father, who had always regarded him with pride, choose this moment to obstruct him recklessly? The technique just utilized was a genjutsu of the Manjiki Sharingan, consuming a vast amount of ocular power akin to his Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Fugaku had long concealed his Manjiki Sharingan, not merely to mitigate the higher-ups' wariness of the Uchiha, but also because, during battles against the Mist Village, he had annihilated numerous elite J-nin with the Manjiki techniques, leading to significant ocular strain. Concealing it was also a means of preserving his eyesight. Yet now, he expended his ocular power to its fullest extent on Itachi. This scene was difficult for Itachi to fathom. Itachi, if you still acknowledge yourself as a member of the Uchiha clan, seal your chakra immediately and await the judgment of the family. If you persist, then either I will kill you, or you must slay your father before you adhere to your so-called will of fire. Upon concluding, Fugaku's Susanoo morphed rapidly, transforming into its complete form, wielding a bow blade as it charged toward Itachi. The actions that Uchiha Kazama was about to undertake were imperative for him to fulfill. The Uchiha clan finds itself at a point of no return. Even the conservatives are aware that if their actions fail tonight, death awaits them. Is Uchiha Itachi truly so foolish as to harbor any expectations? Father, you have strayed onto a misguided path. If you are willing to join me in subduing that madman Uchiha Kanjin, we still have a chance. Do you not see how many of our kin have already perished due to this coup? Do you genuinely wish for our clan to be regarded as pariahs by the village? Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of anger. Had his Tenseigan struck Uchiha Kanjin, he was confident he could seal him away, allowing for a potential resolution to the crisis. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not respond to Itachi, instead engaging him in combat, having lost all hope. Meanwhile, various ninja clans were closely observing the unfolding events. Kakuzu, do we truly not need to intervene? If Uchiha Kanjin fails, the Hokage will surely seek retribution against us, Yamashiro Haichi expressed unease. The sudden turn of events was overwhelming. In a single night, the seemingly tranquil Konoha transformed into a dire situation. Even he, the clan leader, felt alarmed, let alone the ordinary ninjas. Indeed, many ninja, driven by the will of fire, charged into battle, but most were swiftly eliminated by the Uchiha. The entire Uchiha clan was not just Uchiha Kanjin spiraling into madness. The clan members themselves had succumbed to frenzy, spiraling out of control. If their clan did not act soon, and the Uchiha were to fail, the outcome would be dire. Do not worry. Regardless of who emerges victorious, we shall not suffer greatly, Narakakusa spoke slowly. Should the Uchiha win, they would require the ninja clans to solidify their position in Konoha. Conversely, if the Hokage's forces prevail, Sarutobi Hiruzen would need them even more. Given the significant losses the Umbu had suffered and the absence of prominent clan members, he conveyed this to Yamashiro Haichi, yet Haichi remained apprehensive. Well then, let us eat something. Since we have disengaged from battle, there is no need to fret, Akimichi-sage remarked, appearing the most composed among them. In truth, he had long harbored discontent towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as the Yamanaka and Inazuka clans had unhesitatingly distanced themselves, so too had they grown dissatisfied with Hiruzen, who had concealed himself while the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, perished during the last Nine Tails incident. They had long since lost the inclination to assist. Within the Hyuga clan, the patriarch pondered, shall we remain passive? What if the Uchiha emerge victorious? Will they not seek to suppress us? A concerned elder of the clan voiced his apprehension. To assist them, I say we refrain. We must instead preserve our strength. Regardless of the outcome, both factions will inevitably seek our allegiance. Hyuga Hayashi maintained an air of composure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having believed he had marginalized the Hyuga clan, must have been taken aback by this unforeseen predicament. Were it not for the pressure exerted upon the Uchiha clan, such a scenario would not have arisen. This was, indeed, a case of reaping what one sows. He was not foolish enough to sacrifice his kin to aid Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 13. Let the Three Generations Face Death. The silence of the shinobi clan has allowed some ordinary ninjas to discern the current situation. Every life is precious. The Uchiha clan has descended into madness. Anyone who joins the fray is immediately targeted and ruthlessly eliminated. Sarutobi Hiruzen once believed that the ninjas, imbued with the will of fire, would undoubtedly come to his aid. However, he overestimated their resolve. Most individuals, driven by the instinct for self-preservation, were reluctant to engage, especially in such high-stakes internal conflicts. Whether they acted or merely spectated, the ultimate beneficiaries would not be them. As the dust began to settle, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo found themselves in a disheveled state amidst the ruins. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazama had dispelled his Susanoo, standing atop the head of the Nine Tails, his face a mask of madness as he gazed at the figures before him. Uchiha clan, cease all actions. Since our Hokage wishes to converse, I shall grant him this opportunity, considering he has withstood one of my tailed beast bombs. With that, Uchiha Kazama commanded the Uchiha clan to assemble. Upon his command, the remaining Uchiha swiftly gathered around him. Initially, there were 125 members of the Uchiha clan. Now, only 82 remained capable of fighting. The rest were either gravely injured or had perished. Even Uchiha Fugaka chose not to continue his skirmish with Uchiha Itachi, breaking away from battle to join Uchiha Kazama. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan stood resolutely behind him, their eyes ablaze with fervent admiration for Kazama. The remaining members of the Root organization and Umbu breathed a sigh of relief, retreating swiftly to stand behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Engaging in combat with the Uchiha had proven to be the most excruciating experience of their lives. There was scarcely a trace of technique involved. At times, they lacked even the time to perform hand seals for their jutsu. They were essentially forced into a battle of physical prowess. Yet, the Uchiha were renowned for their Sharingan. Fire release, lightning release. However, they seemed to have forgotten that with the dynamic vision afforded by the Sharingan, a clan of such caliber in martial arts could hardly be deemed weak. Coupled with the perception granted by the Sharingan in such close combat, they were no match for the Uchiha. Those whom they had previously underestimated were now delivering a harsh lesson through their sheer strength. However, the cost of this lesson was steep. A battlefield littered with corpses served as a grim reminder of their folly. As they gazed at Uchiha Itachi, who stood beside Shimura Danzo, their eyes were filled with hatred. Among those who had just fallen were friends and comrades. Even with Uchiha Itachi aligned with them, the animosity was palpable. Uchiha Kazama, speak. What is it that you truly desire? As long as you articulate your demands and refrain from inflicting further devastation upon the village. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, solemnly declared his unwavering commitment to fulfill your every request. With a resolute demeanor, he stood forth as if to imply that, regardless of the ensuing circumstances, he, as the Hokage, would sacrifice anything for the sake of the village. In that moment, the onlooking civilian ninjas, filled with resolve, stepped forward to stand behind Hiruzen. It must be said that he possessed an innate understanding of human emotions. In the brief span of time, over 100 ninjas had gathered in his support. While their individual prowess may not have been formidable, they represented the majority of the populace. After all, the essence of a village primarily lies within its common people. The powerful ninjas are but a minority. It is undeniable that such beings are often susceptible to manipulation. However, I too wish to avert chaos within the village. Now, I call upon the third Hokage to sacrifice himself for the village and for the will of fire. Should you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, take your own life, I shall cease all harm towards Konoha. I will honor the fallen ninjas from this conflict by ensuring their passage to the Memorial Park. Following that, I shall kneel in the Memorial Park for a month, then take my own life as an act of contrition. Respectable third Hokage, what is your answer now? Uchiha Kazuma gazed at Hiruzen with a mocking expression. At this moment, even Danzo was eagerly awaiting Hiruzen's response. Kazuma's words had set the stage, and regardless of how events unfolded, he stood to gain the most. Danzo was already prepared. Should Hiruzen choose to embrace death, he would seize control of the situation immediately. At that moment, he could ascend as the true fifth Hokage, no longer lurking in the shadows. All eyes turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The recent events, marked by bloodshed, had left everyone yearning for peace. Yet now, the prospect of exchanging the life of the third Hokage for tranquility left them in a state of uncertainty, awaiting his response. Hiruzen, momentarily stunned, had initially believed that Kazuma intended to engage in earnest dialogue. Instead, he found himself thrust onto the executioner's platform. To preserve his image, he would have to commit suicide, thus sealing his fate. Conversely, if he wished to survive, the noble ideals of the will of fire he had previously espoused would be rendered a mere jest. Gazing at Kazuma's sardonic expression, Hiruzen realized that even in death, Kazuma would not face the consequences. Uchiha Kazuma, do you perceive me as a fool? If you do not uphold your end of the bargain, speak plainly if you fear death. Today, should you perish, I shall ensure that the pride of the Uchiha is preserved. Do not presume that everyone shares your obsession with power as the sole purpose of existence. The fact that I stand here today with the Uchiha by my side proves that I am willing to sacrifice everything for them. Now, third Hokage, prepare to meet your end. Uchiha Kazama abruptly cut off Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. The latter, who had been searching for excuses, froze in stunned silence. Instinctively, Hiruzen turned to Shimura Danzo, hoping for intervention. Yet, Danzo merely watched with detached amusement, deliberately averting his gaze when their eyes might have met. No longer was Hiruzen merely being tested by fire. Now, a blade was pressed against his throat. There was no escape. Whatever came next, his fate was sealed. Death. Chapter 14. Sarutobi Hiruzen is driven to desperation. Due to the unfolding events, numerous ninjas began to take notice of the situation. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed take his own life, followed by Uchiha Kazama in a similar act of repentance, it would undoubtedly mark the most significant incident since the founding of Konohagakure. Danzo, do you believe I should place my trust in the Uchiha? Shimura Danzo was reluctant to involve himself in this matter, as it ultimately served his interests. Whether Uchiha Kazama perished or Sarutobi Hiruzen met the same fate, his position would remain unscathed, perhaps even free from any threats. By then, with control over Uchiha Itachi, he could dominate the entire Uchiha clan. I respect the decision of the Hokage. I am imbued with the will of fire, and all my actions are for the sake of the village. If at this moment Uchiha Kazama seeks to exchange my life for the stability of the village, then I, Shimura Danzo, will not hesitate to offer my life forthwith. Danzo's voice rose suddenly, ensuring that all present could hear him. Let us not dwell on what lies ahead. Danzo had already prepared himself for the role of Hokage. He knew he must shed all shadows of his past and step into the light. Ready to become the leader of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen originally sought Danzo's assistance, yet now, Danzo had metaphorically stabbed him in the back multiple times, seemingly intent on bringing about his demise. In this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a profound sense of isolation, for even the Umbu had gathered here, watching him. The Sarutobi clan had been decimated, and now the only surviving member was likely Asuma Sarutobi, who was away on a mission. Previously, Hiruzen had believed he maintained control over Konoha, and thus had no need to worry about external threats. As long as he remained, the Sarutobi clan would endure. But now, if he were to perish, what would become of Asuma? Even if he were to return, would Danzo ensure his well-being? Perhaps, at most, within a year. Asuma would be marginalized, leading to the complete dissolution of the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Kazama, I am aware of your intentions now. You wish for me to take my own life so that you can continue your assault on these innocent ninjas. If that is the case, then I shall vanish from Konoha alongside you, in my capacity as Hokage. Upon finishing his declaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen began forming hand seals. As familiar signs appeared, a playful smile crept across Uchiha Kazama's lips. This man, it seemed, was reluctant to meet his end so easily. The technique he was invoking was none other than the infamous forbidden jutsu Shiki FG. Wait, a sudden alarm surged within Danzo. Because he understood that if Sarutobi Hiruzen were to employ the dead demon consuming seal at that moment, Uchiha Fugaku would undoubtedly perish. He too might be swept away alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he had not assisted the third Hokage earlier. He was far too familiar with Sarutobi Hiruzen, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was with him. Danzo, did you not proclaim that you would sacrifice everything for the village? If so, join me in unleashing the dead demon consuming seal. I will seal Uchiha Fugaku, and you shall seal Uchiha Itachi. Should you fail to comply, I will take you down with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly interjected. The previously bewildered crowd now grasped the gravity of the third Hokage's intentions. Shimura Danzo was left utterly dumbfounded. This was not how the narrative was meant to unfold. If they both perished, what purpose would it serve to drag the Uchiha into the abyss? Was Sarutobi Hiruzen truly a fool? Ha ha ha. You two old dogs are utterly hilarious. Even at this juncture, you are still embroiled in your scheming? Are you not perplexed as to why our Uchiha clan has suddenly erupted in rebellion? Is our pursuit of power the sole motive? If we Uchiha were merely a power-hungry family, why were we forced to relocate 6 years ago? Remember, during the Third Shinobi World War, our Uchiha clan single-handedly repelled the entirety of the Mist Village. Surely, we deserve some authority. If we sought power, why have we only taken on the most arduous and thankless roles in the village's security department without ever contending for any of the village's resources? Uchiha Fugaku began to voice his thoughts aloud. Since you wish to obscure the darkness, how could you hope to die cleanly? Uchiha Fugaku would never grant them that opportunity. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo attempted to conceal, the more Uchiha Fugaku would endeavor to expose. The shinobi who had previously stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, their expressions toward the two leaders growing increasingly peculiar. For when Uchiha Fugaku spoke, the two exhibited only anger and fear, failing to refute his claims. Thus, what Uchiha Fugaku asserted could very well be the truth. If they had been driven to such despair, could they still maintain a semblance of composure? Would they not be driven to madness? The answer remained uncertain, for they might lack the luxury of insanity. Power alone dictated the course of all matters. Now that the Uchiha clan possessed the right to madness, simply put, they had acquired the right to resist. If this were the reality, then what did their insistence here signify? Silence. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain himself. If he were to perish here today, in the annals of the future, his legacy within Konoha shall be that of a power-hungry individual, one who oppressed fellow shinobi from his own village, a petty man. Even his dealings with Danzo will be unearthed, ensuring that even in death, he will be reviled by all the ninjas of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen absolutely cannot accept such a fate. Today, he must not perish, for he must safeguard his reputation. While Sarutobi Hiruzen remains unaware of what Uchiha Kazama knows, it is imperative that he halts the man's words at this moment. In the next heartbeat, Uchiha Ryunin, Uchiha Linmu, Uchiha Natsum, and Uchiha Royas simultaneously intervened, preventing Sarutobi Hiruzen from striking at Uchiha Kazama. Is he feeling guilty now? Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen being thwarted, Uchiha Kazama's smile broadened even further. Chapter 15. The fall of Sarutobi Hiruzen trapped and cornered, the aged face of Sarutobi Hiruzen flushed with an unnatural crimson hue. His fury was palpable, a tempest barely contained within his frail form. Uchiha Kazan, no matter what you say today, even if it costs me my life, I will drag you down with me. Konoha cannot tolerate the existence of a mad demon like you. With those final words, Hiruzen discarded his adamantine staff. Enma, reverting to his true form, stood silently beside him, his eyes heavy with sorrow. Hiruzen, you. Enma's voice faltered, choked by grief. After decades of partnership, the weight of this moment was unbearable. This is my decision. Enma, now, your duty is to aid me, ensure I remain untouched by Genjutsu. Without hesitation, Hiruzen began weaving hand seals, sensing imminent danger. Uchiha Kazan and his allies surged forward to intervene. Yet before they could act, ANBU operatives materialized, blades drawn, forming an impenetrable barrier. Protect the Hokage. The battle, momentarily stilled, erupted anew at Hiruzen's command. Behold, Kazan's voice cut through the chaos, dripping with scorn. This is your so-called Hokage, the paragon of the will of fire. The man who claims to sacrifice all for the village now reignites the flames of conflict. Open your eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen is nothing but a feeble, conniving wretch. A lifetime spent scheming, manipulating, and purging those who threatened his reign. Only by purging Konoha's corrupt elders can this village truly thrive. With a flourish, Kazan unsheathed his tanto, his gaze alight with murderous frenzy. In an instant, he vanished, dead demon-consuming seal. Hiruzen's chakra surged violently as a spectral figure emerged from his body. Looming behind him, the Shinigami itself. Yet as the technique unfolded, the world around him twisted unnaturally. An illusion? His thoughts raced. But Enma should have shielded me. Before he could ponder further, his vision darkened, and then clarity. A headless torso stood before him. Behind it, Kazan stood poised, his blade glistening. What happened? The thought died unfinished. His severed head struck the ground with a hollow thud. Even the Shinigami, freshly summoned, paused in bewilderment. Its purpose, to claim a soul, had been rendered obsolete before the ritual's completion. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was beheaded in an instant. It seemed as though he had no chance to react. The Shinigami cast one final glance at Uchiha Kazama before dissipating into nothingness. With the caster gone, it had no vessel to sustain its existence. Shoo! Uchiha Kazama flicked the blood from his short blade. I told you, today he dies. His Manjiki Sharingan locked onto Shimura dance. The surrounding Anbyu, stunned by Hiruzen's death, let their kunai and swords clatter to the ground. The organization Sarutobi had built crumbled in that very moment. Dan wasted no time. He retreated swiftly, putting distance between himself and Kazama. He hadn't even seen the strike that ended Hiruzen's life. That sheer, terrifying lethality shattered any courage he had to stand against the Uchiha. You killed the Hokage? Uchiha Kazama. This act is silence. Before Uchiha Itachi could finish, Uchiha Fugaku lunged forward. No words were exchanged. His Susanoo manifested instantly, striking Itachi mid-sentence. Fugaku, empowered by his Susanoo, was formidable. Listen well, Kazama declared, his voice cutting through the tension. Lay down your weapons. Return to your homes. Sleep. I will not pursue you. A pause. But those who stay, whether to defend this village or to cling to the legacy of that old dog, the third, will die. Every last one of you. A smirk curled his lips. After all, this is for the village's stability. Grand words were easy to speak, but until the blade touched their flesh, they would never truly understand pain. Some of the civilian shinobi hesitated. Hiruzen's final, defiant stance had stirred something in them, a fleeting urge to follow. Yet, he had chosen self-sacrifice for the village's sake. No. In the end, he had attacked Kazama. And now he was dead. The motive had shifted. These were not fools. Chunin, Jonin, they had been fed lies for years. Now, the core of that indoctrination lay exposed as a farce. And Kazama? He had slaughtered indiscriminately. Doubt crept in. Was the will of fire truly meant only for the common shinobi, never the elite? The fourth's death, have you all forgotten? A voice, anonymous, rang out. The civilian shinobi vanished in an instant, leaving only a handful of ANBU standing frozen. One question lingered in the air. Can we leave the ANBU now? Suddenly, an enigmatic figure adorned with a goat mask spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. After uttering these words, he removed his mask. Luo Chuan. You actually joined the Umbu after graduating? Uchiha Lu Nian exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the individual. Luo Chuan, a civilian prodigy ninja of his cohort, had always managed to outshine him even during their combat training sessions. Just moments ago, in the fierce battle against the Umbu, they had fought with their lives on the line, and yet he had emerged unscathed. This spoke volumes of the strength possessed by this Umbu ninja. Indeed, I joined the Umbu immediately after graduation. However, the nature of my tasks has diverged significantly from my initial expectations. We are not merely guardians of the village. Rather, we are entangled in the murky affairs lurking in the shadows. I never anticipated that I would ultimately depart from the Umbu in such a manner. Luo Chuan expressed with a tone tinged with disappointment, yet it also hinted at a sense of liberation. Chapter 16. The Liberation of the Dark Side. The Futility of Izanagi. As Luo Chuan's words fell, the remaining members of the Dark Division removed their masks. These ninjas were quite youthful, mostly in their 20s, and were once the prodigious commoners at the Ninja Academy. It appeared that those ninjas who had mysteriously vanished during their last mission had all joined the Dark Division. Unlike the likes of Hatake Kakashi, whose affiliation with the Dark Division was well known due to his lineage from the prominent Hatake clan, the identities of most others who joined the Dark Division were shrouded in secrecy. They were guardians of the Hokage, tasked with executing special missions, thus their identities remained concealed. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy, they were meant to bask in the sunlight, yet they had plunged directly into darkness. One by one, these once optimistic youths transformed into wanderers of the shadows. At the moment their masks shattered, each face reflected a brilliance akin to the glow of midnight, illuminating their own lives at last. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazama paid little heed to the unfolding events, as there were Uchiha members present to handle the situation. At this moment, Uchiha Kazama advanced step by step towards Shimura Danzo. I promise you, Uchiha, once I ascend to the position of Hokage, your clan will be recognized as the foremost family in Konoha. I shall restore to you all the glory that rightfully belongs to you. Moreover, unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, I shall not stifle your growth. Your clan's territory shall be preserved. You will become the guardians of Konoha. Before Shimura Danzo could finish his words, Uchiha Kazama had already appeared before him in an instant. His short blade plunged into Danzo's chest, piercing through the heart. Danzo's eyes widened in shock. The members of the Root organization surrounding them rushed forward frantically. After all, Danzo held dominion over their cursed seals, and with his demise, they were uncertain whether it would affect them, especially considering some were fiercely loyal to him. With a swift motion, members of the Root organization lunged forward, but in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to lifeless bodies. Is this truly the extent of your Root organization's might? Pathetic, utterly feeble. Uchiha Kazama brandished his short blade, raising his left hand to form a hand seal. Lightning release, Godspeed, as the technique was unleashed. A layer of white-blue L at this moment, only Danzo remained before them. Not dead yet? Danzo, do not waste time. Today you shall meet your demise. Uchiha Kazama declared, directing the short blade in his hand towards Danzo Shimura, who should have already perished. Yet, Danzo lifted his head, calmly gazing at Uchiha Kazama. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, unsealing the restraints while gradually peeling away the bandages. Soon, a white arm emerged, adorned with a terrifying array of eyes. Numerous Sharingan appeared upon Danzo's arm, stunning the onlookers. The Uchiha clan, in particular, could hardly contain their fury upon witnessing this multitude of eyes. Anger, indeed. The Sharingan. I possess it as well. Furthermore, anger is merely a manifestation of weakness. Since you insist on disregarding my counsel, then embrace your fate. Wind release, Shuriken. With that, Danzo unleashed a barrage of wind-infused shurikens, swirling towards Uchiha Kazama with formidable chakra. The potency of his wind-based ninjutsu, coupled with the perceptive prowess of the Sharingan, rendered Danzo a formidable foe. Dozens of wind shurikens descended at an alarming speed, the sound of slicing air ringing painfully in the ears. At that moment, the ground where Uchiha Kazama stood was deeply scarred. Suddenly, with a smile still gracing his face, Danzo found his body cleaved open. Blood gushed forth once more, and a look of horror flickered in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had been utterly unresponsive. Now, Danzo could not fathom how Uchiha Kazama's assault had struck him. His presence had seemingly vanished, only to reappear beside the spot he had just occupied, his wounds inexplicably healed. Yet, two eyes upon his arm had now closed. Izanagi, do you realize? In truth, Izanagi is a forbidden technique that we Uchiha have long since abandoned, not due to its overwhelming power, but rather its utter futility. It merely alters the course of death without providing any substantial advantage. In a contest of comparable strength, it might be deemed a divine skill. However, your power pales in comparison to mine. Therefore, you are merely deepening your understanding of death. This self-imposed punishment seems rather fitting for you, Danzo. Uchiha Kazama regarded the figure before him with a bemused expression. He still possessed 9 Sharingan. Thus, his opponent had 9 chances to encounter death. Quite delightful indeed. Uchiha Kazama, you are a madman. Now, you have stirred Konoha into such disarray. Do you truly believe that there remains a place for the Uchiha within its borders? In due time, you shall find yourselves ostracized by the entirety of Konoha. Furthermore, it is inconceivable that the daimyo would ever recognize someone like you as Hokage. When that moment arrives, the village's funding shall be severed, and even your esteemed Uchiha clan will be unable to sustain the operations of a village. Shimura Danzo is alarmed. He must devise a strategy to placate Uchiha Kazama. For Shimura Danzo is acutely aware that if he cannot convince Uchiha Kazama, he will be mercilessly slain by this unhinged individual time and again. He has just effortlessly dispatched Sarutobi Hiruzen, and in a short span, exhausted 2 of his ocular abilities in the process of resurrection. Such terrifying prowess has unequivocally demonstrated one truth. Uchiha Kazama possesses the capability to eliminate him repeatedly with ease. Chapter 17. The Tenacious Danzo, Challenging Uchiha Itachi. As he gazed at Shimura Danzo before him, Kazama's smile broadened. Moments ago, Danzo had expressed disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet here he was, negotiating terms with Uchiha Kazama. Old dog Danzo, do you truly believe that what you just uttered can restrain me? I regret to inform you that nothing today can prevent your demise. With that declaration, Uchiha Kazama launched yet another assault on Shimura Danzo. At that moment, Danzo was paralyzed by fear, his very soul trembling. He had never encountered such a ferocious onslaught as Kazama's. It felt as though Kazama's blade was poised at his throat, piercing directly into his heart. Even with the power of Izanagi, he could not fend off Kazama's relentless attacks. In an instant, he feared he would lose an eye to Uchiha Kazama. Had it not been for the fact that his Sharingan was entirely enveloped by would-release cells, Danzo would have been convinced that Kazama could swiftly extract the eye from his arm. Would-release, Hedgehog? Suddenly sensing an imminent threat, Danzo's arm erupted with the energy of would-release, propelling a multitude of wooden spikes outward in a desperate defense. Yet, even amidst this 360-degree barrier, Danzo's head was severed in that very moment. The once stationary Danzo transformed into a mere shadow, reappearing at a nearby location. Once again confronted with death, Danzo's complexion turned ashen. Just moments prior, Uchiha Kazama hadn't even been within his vicinity. He had sensed not a trace of chakra. Yet, Kazama had still managed to claim his life. Before Kazama could strike again, Danzo's mind raced to comprehend the situation. A surge of black flames suddenly enveloped Kazama's form. Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku. It seems you can no longer contain him. Therefore, I shall provide him with an alternative adversary. Kazama cast his gaze to the side, where Uchiha Itachi was engaged in battle with Uchiha Fugaku. This individual had managed to intercept Fugaku's attack, while simultaneously launching an offensive against Kazama, initiating with a devastating Amaterasu. This fiery assault was effortlessly countered by Susanoo, only to be swiftly sealed away by Uchiha Kazama. In that instant, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan began to whirl. It was then that 2 figures emerged behind Kazama, one wielding a short blade, Uchiha Makoto, and the other brandishing a kunai, Uchiha Sasuke. Mother, Sasuke. Upon witnessing their arrival, Uchiha Itachi's eyes trembled violently. Oh, it appears you are aware that within the Uchiha clan, you have a mother and a younger brother. Yet, you still entertain the notion of aiding the higher-ups of Konoha in their endeavor to eradicate the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi, you truly are a loyal hound of Konoha. Well then, let us see how this unfolds. Let me witness the depth of your will of fire. Uchiha Kazan declared, turning his gaze toward Danzo. Behind him, Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Sasuke, armed with Tanto and Kunai, charged at Uchiha Itachi, faced with his mother and younger brother rushing toward him. Itachi no longer possessed the same composure he had shown during his battle with Uchiha Fugaku. Under their relentless assault, he hesitated, his movements restrained. He knew both Sasuke and Makoto were under Kazan's control. If he struck back, they would surely perish. That was an outcome he could never accept. Yet, Itachi's torment meant nothing to Kazan. His focus remained fixed on Shimura Danzo. His first priority was to eliminate him. Even as he manipulated Makoto and Sasuke into action, Kazan had already launched another attack against Danzo. Now, the elder lay battered against the ruins of a shattered wall. Though still alive, the toll on his psyche was severe. Most men would have crumbled after dying so many times, but Danzo's resilience was extraordinary. Danzo, Kazan spoke with a chilling smile. If you confess every vile deed you've committed, I may spare your life. But those eyes, they belong to the Uchiha. His mocking gaze pierced Danzo like a blade. Danzo erupted into laughter, wild and deranged. Ha! Uchiha Kazan, you seek to use me to solidify your position. You're a madman. Konoha must never fall into your hands. His voice rose, addressing the hidden clans lurking in the shadows. Do you truly believe the Uchiha can govern this village? After tonight, they will turn on you. The future of Konoha will be ruled by the Uchiha. Is that what you desire? As he finished, the 5 remaining Sharingan embedded in his arm unleashed Izanami, the forbidden Jinjutsu. Pop, pop, pop. In an instant, every Sharingan on Danzo's arm exploded. Staggering back, he stared in horror. What is that? A monstrous, spectral presence seemed to envelop Kazan. The Izanami, a technique that should have been absolute, was effortlessly reflected back by the sheer force of his ocular power. Danzo even had time to set the conditions before the backlash struck. Every Sharingan, save for Shusui's eye, shattered. Not only had he lost the chance to use his Anaji, but his mind suffered yet another devastating blow. The fact that Danzo remained standing at all was a testament to his formidable will. Shimura Danzo, Kazan murmured, his voice dripping with disdain. You dare to cast Genjutsu upon me? Huh. At this point, I can't tell, is it me who has gone mad tonight, or you? Upon concluding his words, Uchiha Kazama materialized directly before Shimura Danzo. He extended his hand and removed Shusui's eyes, casting them into the depths of the system space. With a casual flick, he discarded the short blade in his grasp, impaling Danzo's right arm into the ground. At this juncture, the remaining members of Root had been nearly eradicated by the Uchiha ninjas. In a mere span of several hours, the high-ranking officials of Konoha had succumbed to defeat. Shimura Danzo, allow me to impart a piece of good news. You shall not descend into solitude. Flowing years, Uchiha Kazama called out, and immediately, 3 Uchiha ninjas materialized behind him, bringing along 2 individuals. Chapter 18, The Annihilation of Konoha's Upper Echelons. Koharu. In. Shimura Danzo's expression turned to one of sheer terror upon seeing the 2 individuals before him. Uchiha Kazama, have you truly lost your mind? Danzo struggled to lift his gaze towards Uchiha Kazama. Ding. Danzo feels that the host has gone mad. Reward. Ocular Power 1000. Physique 200. The system's notification echoed in his ears. It was evident that Danzo was indeed taken aback by the presence of these 2. The individuals brought before him were none other than the ones who had been asleep in their home during the night, and upon sensing the aura of the 9 tails, they had been swiftly apprehended by Uchiha ninjas, Tanaka Koharu and Mito Gaiden. Danzo, do you truly believe there are still those who have not arrived? What do you think the higher-ups have been doing all this time? Are those ninjas blind? It is merely because we Uchiha are standing in front that they have not been persecuted. It has led you to the delusion that they would stand behind you. Do you not yet comprehend that no ninja has taken action? And what of that foolish Uchiha Itachi over there? Can you not grasp this situation? It's laughable. We Uchiha may be mad, but we are not foolish. Therefore, you may as well perish. Upon Kazama's declaration, the onlooking ordinary ninjas and those of the clans instantly grasped the underlying truth. Just how incompetent must the upper echelons of Konoha be, that the entirety of the village, possessing any semblance of intellect, does not support them? In truth, the prior illusion of support was not due to the ninjas' allegiance, but rather their desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the proverbial knife had yet to fall upon them. However, this did not imply any level of trust in Konoha's upper echelons. The present outcome had already proven everything. Uchiha Kazama, should you choose to eradicate us all today, then what follows? Before Tanaka Koharu could finish her sentence, she was abruptly silenced. This individual had been the first to seize upon the Uchiha clan's territory when they were forcibly relocated, developing various enterprises in the process. During their duties within the daily security department, the Tanaka clan's ninjas frequently provoked and ridiculed those of the Uchiha security department. Now, before she could utter another word, she was swiftly slain by Uchiha Kazama. She lacked the Sharingan, and thus had no chance of resurrection. She simply perished. Uchiha Kazama, spare me. I am part of Konoha's upper echelons. If you allow me to live, I can facilitate contact with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, ensuring that the village's funding will not falter. Additionally, there are numerous enterprises currently in coordination with our esteemed upper echelons. Should we all perish, there would be no one to oversee these dealings. The significant upheaval among the upper ranks would also compromise our village's credibility, resulting in an inability to accept missions. Keep me, for I am of use. My strength and influence pose no threat to your Uchiha clan, Mito Min-in declared with palpable excitement. Moments ago, Tsubaki Koharu had issued a veiled threat, but before she could finish her words, Uchiha Kazama had slain her. Mito Min-in did not believe that Uchiha Kazama would hesitate to eliminate him. In that moment, he hastened to proclaim his worth, desperate to survive. As one ages, the fear of death intensifies, leading individuals to expend every effort to prolong their existence, even if just for a few more years. Shimura Danzo, do you see? This is the wisdom of those who recognize the tides of circumstance. You have failed to comprehend your own standing, clinging to aspirations that do not belong to you. For such trivial gains, you have treated the entire hidden leaf as your personal domain. And what has been the outcome? A descent into a petty struggle for power, ensnaring everyone in your sordid ambitions. Do you truly believe that the village has forsaken me out of fear of this madman? Uchiha Kazama spoke with a calm demeanor. With that, he raised his blade once more. As it descended, Mito Min-on's head tumbled to the ground. At that moment, Shimura Danzo felt the full weight of Uchiha Kazama's madness. This man was utterly unconcerned with any circumstance. His goals would not waver for the sake of trivial gains. Even after Mito Min-in had lowered his head and agreed to serve Uchiha Kazama, he was still slain. What of him? Did Shimura Danzo have any chance left? The answer was unequivocally no. Uchiha Kazama, you are indeed formidable, possessing the means to destroy me. However, I am no fool like Sarutobi Hiruzen. I shall not grant you the opportunity to regret your actions. Come, let us descend and meet the Hokage of your. They will enlighten you, this wicked Uchiha, on what truth really is. Upon finishing his words, Danzo's right hand on the ground erupted with wild energy, ensnaring all living beings within a radius of hundreds of meters. The white Senju cells writhed like the tentacles of a monstrous creature. As those ensnared struggled to break free, they discovered the seals upon the Senju cells. Not only were their chakra and body sealed, but their life force and chakra were being siphoned away. In mere moments, many succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the tendrils surrounding Uchiha Kazama grew most formidable, for he had provided the greatest amount of chakra. The Senju cells, having absorbed his chakra, surged in size, enveloping his body entirely, save for his head. Ha ha ha. I know this method cannot kill you. So how about this? Danzo concluded, laughing maniacally. Then, he severed his own right arm and instantly appeared before Uchiha Kazama. With a swift motion, he tore open his garment, revealing the 4-symbol seal beneath. Splurt. As the seal manifested, blood began gushing from Shimura Danzo's body. Haraha. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Kazama, even if you HM. Just as the frenzied Dan sought to drag Kazama into oblivion with him, his chakra abruptly ceased. The 4-symbol seal on his body dissipated, and even the scattered Hashirama cells on the ground withered away. The absorbed chakra now sprouted into a towering tree from the stump of his severed arm. Meanwhile, Danza's body lay cleaved in two, a kunai embedded deep in his heart. Chapter 19. The Second Slaying of Uchiha Itachi. With the demise of Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kazama closed his Mangeki Sharingan. Although endowed with the body of Indra, which allowed him to disregard the after-effects typically associated with the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Kazama still experienced ocular fatigue due to the excessive use of its powers. After all, moments ago, when he had slain Shimura Danzo, he had unleashed the time-slicing blade multiple times. Similarly, when he released the Four Symbols seal, he had transcended time and space to vanquish Danzo. Such a space-time ocular technique, while immensely taxing, was capable of delivering instantaneous demise to the opponent once the release conditions were met. Uchiha Fugaku, it seems you must muster a bit more strength. The entire clan is watching your decision, he declared. Of course, if you find it difficult to take action, I shall unleash more ferocity from Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Makoto's assaults, if this is what you truly wish to witness. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Kazama reopened his Mangeki Sharingan, simultaneously amplifying the ocular prowess of Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Sasuke. Chief, I will handle this. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Yet blood suddenly streamed from his eyes. A fierce ocular power surged forth, for he understood that at this juncture, Uchiha Itachi remained in a state of attack. There was no turning back now. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Kazama found it somewhat amusing. In his memories, Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Fugaku had accepted death with calmness when facing the blade of Uchiha Itachi. Itachi had likely informed them that by eliminating them, the entire Uchiha clan could be preserved. However, now it echoed the fiery will expressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Their words had merely been empty rhetoric. When faced with the moment of sacrifice for the village, their choice was only to resist. How truly absurd. After the eruption of everything, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo transformed into its complete form, sprouting a pair of wings and wielding a longsword. He charged directly at Uchiha Itachi. Confronted with his father's full-force assault, Itachi had reached a resolution. Father, I implore you to join me in slaying the demons of the Uchiha. Therefore, moving forward, I am sorry. With that, Uchiha Itachi swiftly drew the Totsuka blade, aiming it at Uchiha Fugaku. He knew he must first eliminate his father to create an opportunity to confront Uchiha Kazama. Otherwise, Fugaku would remain an insurmountable mountain before him. Just as the Totsuka blade was about to connect with Fugaku's Susanoo, a gaping wound suddenly appeared in Itachi's chest. Behind Uchiha Itachi stood Uchiha Kazama. You, who could be so ruthless even toward your own father? What absurd will of fire are you clinging to now? Is it because your so-called genius cannot bear any blemish? Or are you truly so foolish that even after being deceived for so long, you still refuse to accept the truth? Or perhaps, you've genuinely fallen victim to Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Kazama's voice echoed behind Itachi. At the same moment, Itachi's Susanoo crumbled. Turning with visible difficulty, Itachi coughed violently, a surge of blood spilled from his lips. Nearby, Uchiha Fugaku watched, his heart heavy with sorrow. This was the son he had trusted, the one he had always taken pride in. Though Fugaku did not fully grasp the power of the Totsuka blade, he understood one thing. That strike had carried the intent to kill. The overwhelming sense of mortal peril left no doubt. Itachi truly meant to kill me. But why? Fugaku murmured, his Mangeki fading as his Susanoo dissipated. He slumped to the ground, battered and weary. I am your father. I raised my hand to protect Makoto and Sasuke. But you, what reason did you have? Itachi heard his father's words. Slowly, he turned, his gaze filled with sorrow. No explanation came, none could. The path he had chosen was one of no return. Perhaps this was his destined end. Father, there is little left I can do. Protect the Uchiha clan from now on. The rest is in your hands. With that, Itachi turned fully toward Kazama. His Mangeki spun rapidly. Tsukuyami. A surge of ocular power erupted, dragging Kazama into the illusionary realm. You must die here. Otherwise, both the village and the clan will perish under your madness. As Itachi raised his tanto, poised to strike Kazama's heart, the illusion shattered. The world twisted, reformed. Now, it was Kazama who held the blade. And Itachi, bound to a cross, could only watch as the moon above morphed into the pattern of Kazama's Mangeki. Your ocular power is too weak to ensnare me in a genjutsu. As an Uchiha, You should know, illusions are dictated by the strength of one's eyes. Even Shirsue's Koto Tsukumi would fail against a disparity like ours. And your Manjiki's ability is no exception. Uchiha Itachi. Soon, the village will belong to the Uchiha, and you shall not be remembered with hatred, nor shall anyone ever know what you have done. You will simply fade into oblivion. By the way, your younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, I shall take him as my disciple. I will tell him that you were nothing but a traitorous wretch who betrayed your clan, that you sought to slaughter your own mother, brother, and father. So, rest in peace. With those words, Uchiha Kazama plunged his dagger repeatedly into Uchiha Itachi's body. The unbearable torment of the mind, compounded by Kazama's venomous words, shattered what little remained of Itachi's crumbling spirit. His once piercing eyes now dulled into emptiness. Gazing upon the broken form of Uchiha Itachi, Kazama reached out and mercilessly plucked those lifeless eyes from their sockets. With a contemptuous kick, he sent them tumbling to lie beside Danzo's corpse. Chapter 20. The cleansing is complete. As Uchiha Fugaku swiftly dispatched Uchiha Itachi, a multitude of Uchiha clansmen gathered around. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku lifted the genjutsu affecting Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Sasuke. Mother, Uchiha Sasuke, having just been freed from the illusion, appeared somewhat dazed. However, upon noticing his brother, Uchiha Itachi, lying lifeless not far away, his eyes widened in horror. Brother! Instinctively, Uchiha Sasuke attempted to rush forward, only to be halted by a firm grasp. Father? Turning around, he met the perplexed gaze of Uchiha Fugaku, who held him back. That is my brother. The brother you favored most, and the one I cherish dearly. Itachi is already dead, Uchiha Fugaku spoke gently. Uchiha Makoto stumbled but quickly regained her composure. Although she was unclear about the surrounding circumstances, she could perceive certain truths. The village had endured a battle. Moreover, she recognized the figure beside Uchiha Itachi, Shimura Danzo, one of Konoha's higher-ups. A mere glance around the battlefield revealed the fallen forms of Tikake Rin, Mito Kaze, and Sarutobi Hizashi. All the elite of Konoha had perished here. The Uchiha clan appeared as if they had just emerged from combat. It was evident that the Uchiha clan had taken action and emerged victorious. Regardless of the events that transpired, she could not falter now. Impossible. How could my brother be dead? He is so powerful. Father, you have said that I could never compare to him. Such a formidable brother could not have fallen here. Father, you must be deceiving me. My brother is also deceiving me, isn't he? You all. Smack. Before Uchiha Sasuke could finish, a slap interrupted his words. Uchiha Itachi conspired with the higher-ups of Konoha to execute a plan for our clan's extermination, which we uncovered beforehand. Out of guilt, I stepped down from the position of clan leader, allowing Uchiha Kazama to assume the role. Just moments ago, Itachi was still aiding Konoha's elite against us. Ultimately, he perished in this battle. Sasuke, you are now your father's only son. I hope you comprehend that if our clan ceases to exist, what relevance will our village hold for us? Thus, Uchiha Fugaku's words trailed off. Suddenly, a tomo appeared in Sasuke's eyes. With the awakening of his Sharingan, compounded by the prior control exerted by Uchiha Kazama, his already fatigued mind succumbed to the strain, leading him to faint. Uchiha Makoto swiftly embraced Sasuke. Let us return and rest. I shall handle matters here. Although Uchiha Fugaku felt weary, however, he understood that he must remain here. Otherwise, regardless of what transpires next, he might never again stand among the ranks of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku harbored no regrets. The death of Uchiha Itachi had imparted a crucial lesson. If one who wields power is excessively feeble, then that power transforms into a potentially fatal flaw. Just like the previous Uchiha, they possessed strength, yet their indecisiveness and internal strife led to their gradual coercion and entrapment by others. Therefore, he must remain. He needed to observe how Uchiha Kazama would respond after this bout of madness. Should he choose the correct path, Fugaku would not impede him. In fact, he aspired to lend his modest strength to assist Uchiha Kazama, serving as a means of atonement for his past mistakes. The battlefield was being cleared. All members of the Uchiha clan, whether they had activated their Sharingan or were ordinary clan members, began to aid in the restoration of the surrounding structures. The Hokage building was swiftly being rebuilt. Furthermore, to those present, I kindly request that you inform the leaders of the various ninja clans, as well as any capable members within your own clans, to assemble here. Lilian, please notify the Hyuga clan. Upon finishing his remarks, Uchiha Kazama seated himself upon a shattered boulder. The surrounding ninjas hesitated, for after all, the Uchiha clan had instigated a coup. The level of devastation inflicted upon the village was severe. Most importantly, this was the clan capable of controlling the Nine Tails, coupled with their recent frenzied actions. Many felt an innate aversion towards the Uchiha. A lack of strength often breeds disdain and hatred towards those who possess power. Such sentiments are universal, contingent upon how those in power choose to act. As for Uchiha Kazama's decisions, all Jonin and above should gather here shortly. It would be prudent to heed my instructions. With that, Uchiha Kazama closed his eyes, feigning slumber. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of some ninjas shifted to displeasure. They were aware that during Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure, they had been regarded as the pillars of Konoha. Yet now, Uchiha Kazama barely afforded them a glance. You, and Sanshan. It would be wise for you not to provoke any conflict unless you wish to find yourselves on the ground, awaiting cleanup. A common ninja declared before vanishing from sight, intent on notifying others of the clans. The three named individuals suddenly trembled. What had they just been contemplating? That was the madman who had annihilated the upper echelons of Konoha in a matter of moments. They actually harbor the intention to engage him in battle. No, it is more akin to a desire for self-destruction. Soon, both the present and absent ninjas came to a profound realization. Konoha has undergone a transformation. Time flowed languidly. A sliver of dawn cast a golden hue upon the post-battle office of the Hokage. Uchiha Kazama, adorned with a hint of radiance, slowly lifted his eyelids. A brief glance revealed that some clans had lagged behind. Ryunin, Natsum, Linmu, Roy. Please summon the remaining members of the ninja clans. Minister Fugaku. Would you kindly verify if all ninjas not on missions have assembled? An hour later, any ninja not present will be treated as a rogue. After making these arrangements with an air of indifference, Uchiha Kazama once again closed his eyes. Chapter 21. The Adorable Ninetales and Hyuga's Defiance. At this moment, Uchiha Kazama was still examining his system panel. Throughout the night, the rewards had not ceased to accumulate. Gazing at the impressive figure of his ocular power, a lengthy string of numbers, it was no wonder. Even the Jinjutsu of the Manjiki Sharingan would be directly rebounded. His physical constitution and chakra had far surpassed the level of a Kage. Uchiha Kazama had no doubt that if he were to activate the 8 gates, he could easily obliterate a member of the Tsutsuki clan. Isn't this splendid? Why must I adhere to the storyline and act as a lackey for Konoha? When one possesses power, the consideration should shift towards how to become the master. After voicing his thoughts, Uchiha Kazama closed the panel. As for the abilities acquired, he would gradually experience them in the battles to come. Observing the youth beside him, Uchiha Kazama once again entered into his own body. Fourth Hokage. Uchiha Kazama greeted the waiting Minato Namikaze with great enthusiasm. Uchiha Kazama, you promised me. Naruto is not dead. The Ninetales should not go berserk. Without waiting for Minato to express his anger, Uchiha Kazama slowly began to speak. Although Naruto had suffered considerable injuries, with the Uzumaki clan's robust constitution and the chakra of the Ninetales, recovery would be a matter of moments. He gestured towards the docile Ninetales, resembling a small puppy. In this situation, he had not violated the previous agreement with Minato. I have seen it all. I hope you can uphold our pact. Of course. Should you fail to do so, I will find a way to eliminate you. Minato looked at Uchiha Kazama with utmost seriousness. All right. We both know that such threats hold no weight with me. At this juncture, you must choose to trust me. Uchiha Kazama waved his hand dismissively, then approached the Ninetales. With a resounding thud, he kicked the Ninetales, who lay feigning death on the ground. Indeed, the Ninetales had no desire to engage with either of them. Minato had forcibly split him in two, sealing one half within the body of an infant. The other half, a being endowed with the Manjiki Sharingan, was simply not to be trifled with. Originally, the Ninetales planned to wait until they were gone before reopening his eyes. Little did he know, Uchiha Kazama had already delivered a kick to him. Left with no choice, the Ninetales reluctantly stood up. gazing at Uchi even if the Ninetales were to feel utterly humiliated and enraged. At this moment, it dared not flaunt its arrogance before Uchiha Kazama. That overwhelming ocular power, the Ninetales knew all too clearly, left it with no capacity for resistance. See? I told you the Ninetales would behave. So, you needn't worry. Under my guidance, Naruto will grow stronger at an accelerated pace. When the time is right, hand over the Ninetales within you. With those words, Uchiha Kazama vanished. Namikaze Minato gazed at the now obedient Ninetales, his mind swirling with contemplation. If the beast could accompany Naruto's growth in such a manner, perhaps this was the most fitting arrangement. A faint smile touched Minato's lips before he, too, disappeared. Left alone, the Ninetales finally slumped to the ground. Relishing a rare moment of peace now that the two figures it dared not defy were gone. Uchiha clan compound. Clan head, Uchiha Rinin just arrived. He said, if we fail to assemble at the Hokage's office within half an hour, we will be branded as traitors to the village. A branch family shinobi of the Uchiha clan hurried into the main hall, his expression strained with helplessness. As a member of the branch family, he ordinarily held no standing to address the main family directly. Only the urgency of this situation granted him entry, an opportunity otherwise unthinkable. What? Clan head. The Uchiha have grown far too insolent. Even the third Hokage never dared treat the Uchiha with such disrespect. Indeed, we cannot simply yield. I refuse to believe the Uchiha have truly lost their minds. Would they truly attack us? If the Uchiha dare take such action, every clan in the village will rise against them. Instead of seeking our favor, the Uchiha adopt this tone? We must refuse. Unlike the Uchiha clan, where Fugaku still swayed between factions, the Uchiha's structure left Hiashi with little autonomy. Decisions here were dictated by the Council of Elders, proud, unyielding figures who had long governed from their lofty perch. Even his own brother's fate had been beyond his control. It was precisely this powerlessness that drove Hiashi to demand excellence from Hinata. He yearned for her to grow strong enough to shatter the rigid divide between main and branch families. If you choose to remain, then remain. The Uchiha annihilated 4 noble clans of Konoha's leadership. Should you elect to defy them now, I will not oppose your decision. Without another word, Hiashi rose and strode from the chamber. For a moment, the elders could only stare in stunned silence. How could Hyuga Hiashi? Soon, everyone realized. Hyuga Hiashi had not merely departed alone. He had taken his most trusted clansmen from the Hyuga clan and abandoned their ancestral grounds. Though the elders blustered with outward severity, witnessing Hiashi's departure, they rose one by one in indignation, leading their branch family shinobi toward the Hokage's tower. Within the span of an hour, nearly every able-bodied individual had gathered. Due to the Ninetales' emergence, only shinobi remained outside. Civilians and children had already been evacuated to underground shelters. The Uchiha, meanwhile, stood resolutely behind Uchiha Kazama. The scars of battle lingered, though the corpses had been cleared away. A chilling aura of solemnity hung in the air, mingling with the metallic tang of blood, an assault on the senses of every shinobi present. Chapter 22. Who agrees, who disagrees? Patriarch. The list of Chunin in Konoha has nearly been completed. Among them, 102 are currently on missions, and there are 8 ninjas who have yet to arrive. And they are not among the casualties from the recent battle. Uchiha Lunyin held the roster, standing behind Uchiha Kazama, speaking loudly. Very well. Arrange for someone to bring those 8 here. Ignoring the village's directives, they are most likely spies from other villages. Once they arrive, execute them immediately, Uchiha Kazama replied calmly. Understood. Uchiha Lunyin, accompanied by a squad of Uchiha ninjas, vanished from the scene. The words of Uchiha Kazama left the assembled ninjas momentarily stunned. To him, the act of executing a few ninjas seemed as trivial as sipping water. Moreover, he had predetermined their guilt without any interrogation. Such a frenzied and bloody approach sent chills down their spines. If they had hesitated even slightly before arriving, perhaps. Indeed, they harbored no doubts regarding the sincerity of Uchiha Kazama's words. After all, he was the ruthless individual who had annihilated Konoha's 4 major clans in a single night. Contemplating the gravity of the situation, the remaining individuals rose and made their way outside. Despite their vocal bravado, there were those who had already taken that fateful step. and they had no desire to linger. Half an hour later, at the location of the former Hokage building, all the ninjas still residing in the village had gathered. Even those who had previously refused were now brought in against their will, their chakra sealed, kneeling on the ground. The members of the Hyuga clan, arriving afterward, were entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. These ninjas had declined to participate in Konoha's collective meeting and were now deemed traitors to the village, warranting execution. Uchiha Kazama declared, rising from his seat. Without hesitation, he brought his blade down. In an instant, 8 heads rolled, their lives extinguished before they could even comprehend their fate. Now, I have an announcement to make. The upper echelons of Konoha have impeded the village's development for their selfish gains and sought to persecute the important Uchiha clan. Upon discovering their machinations, we have rebelled and eliminated this filth. Konoha now lacks a leader. I, Uchiha Kazama, hereby nominate myself as the 5th Hokage. Who supports me, and who opposes? With blood still dripping from his long blade, he proclaimed his intention to become Hokage. The assembly fell into stunned silence upon hearing Uchiha Kazama's words. This man was truly a madman. The village had just endured such turmoil, and instead of contemplating how to resolve the situation and ensure the Uchiha survival within the village, he immediately sought the position of Hokage. For a moment, the atmosphere was thick with silence. No one uttered a word. It seemed that everyone tacitly accepted Uchiha Kazama as the 5th Hokage. As Uchiha Kazama prepared to continue speaking, a soft voice interrupted him. Hinata? Kazama squinted, directing his gaze towards the Hyuga clan's position. At that moment, a middle-aged man shot him a disdainful glance, exuding an air of confidence. For he wagered that Kazama would not dare to act against him. With so many present, even Kazama's recklessness could not overshadow the necessity of their support if he aspired to ascend to the position of Hokage. Should he dare to lay a hand on the Hinata, the elder Hinata Hayashi would not remain passive. Oh, elder Hinata Hayashi. Does the statement from this unnamed individual represent the sentiments of your clan? Kazama disregarded the middle-aged ninja, fixing his attention on Hayashi, who wore an expression of palpable dissatisfaction. Was this man a fool? In a gathering where silence reigned, he chose to stand out like a sore thumb. Each member of our Hinata clan speaks for themselves, not the clan as a whole. At least, I have no objections to your becoming Hokage, Hayashi declared. This was an opportunity. Hayashi realized that he might not even need to wait for Hinata to grow stronger to resolve the clan's division and its relationship with the main house. Upon hearing Hayashi's words, Hinata Zaimu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated being betrayed by his own clan leader. Is that so? Very well. Then I can make my choice, Kazama remarked, vanishing from sight in an instant. Suddenly, he seized Hinata Zaimu by the head, slamming it brutally against the ground. With his face gripped firmly, Zaimu was rendered unable to speak, his limbs thrashing helplessly. Kazama, you puffed. Before Hayashi could utter another word, Kazama unleashed his immense physical strength. At that moment, his power surpassed that of any being in the entire ninja world. Zaimu's had exploded, showering the vicinity in crimson. Well, now that the dissenters have been dealt with, are there any others opposed? Kazama rose to his feet, surveying the crowd with a warm smile, even as midday approached. Yet, the sight of Kazama's smile sent shivers down the spines of those present, as if they were being scrutinized by a creature from the depths of an abyss. Previously hesitant ninjas, swayed by Zaimu's words, lowered their heads, fearful of Kazama's gaze and the fate that might befall them. It appeared that no one else dared to oppose. I oppose. Once again, a member of the Hyuga clan stood up. He was the father of Hyuga Zaimu. Witnessing the brutal slaying of his son, unable to contain the fury that surged within him, he charged toward Uchiha Kazama. As his hand struck down, it passed straight through Kazama's form. Was this the god technique of instantaneous movement? However, Hyugamon found himself bewildered, for his Byakugan clearly revealed the true body of Uchiha Kazama. He could even perceive the immense chakra coursing through Kazama's veins. Yet, it seemed the Hyuga clan harbored considerable prejudice against me. Thus, Lord Fifth, I must emphasize that any opinions held by members of the Hyuga clan solely represent their personal views. I, Hyuga Hayashi, hereby endorse Uchiha Kazama as the 5th Hokage. Before Kazama could respond, Hyuga Hayashi swiftly proclaimed. Chapter 23, Targeting Hinata. Upon hearing Hinata Hizashi's words, the remaining members of the Hinata clan, despite the discontent simmering within, could only bow their heads in submission. They dared not voice any of their inner thoughts. The brutal actions of Uchiha Kazama, who sought to annihilate other clans at the slightest provocation, had been laid bare before them. What of the numerous ninja clans gathered here? What of the multitude of ninjas present? Just moments ago, Hinata Zokomoto had perished. Now, Hinata Minjong found himself grasped by the throat by Uchiha Kazama, utterly devoid of any means to resist. Other clans and ninjas merely kept their heads bowed, not a single soul daring to speak or act. The Uchiha, possessing overwhelming strength, were beyond restraint. In such dire circumstances, to obstruct the Uchiha was tantamount to courting death. Is this it? I place my faith in the Hinata clan leader. Lightning release. Uchiha Kazama clenched his fist, and a surge of electricity enveloped Hinata Minjong. As Kazama tightened his grip, Minjong gasped his last breath without uttering a sound of agony. The bloody methods employed by Uchiha Kazama extinguished any flicker of resistance among the onlookers, who, though anxious, chose inaction. At least, by remaining passive, they could delay their demise. We, the Nara clan, nominate Uchiha Kazama as the 5th Hokage. We, the Yamanaka clan. We, the Akimichi clan. We, the Inazuka clan, nominate Uchiha Kazama as the 5th Hokage. In that moment, the various ninja clans, along with the gathered ninjas, made the most prudent choice available. Some hesitant ninjas, though silent, refrained from opposing the decision. Thank you for your trust. Due to the absence of the higher-ups in Konoha, we shall bypass the succession matter. Now, I shall commence with new personnel appointments. Nara Shikaku is appointed as the Hokage's assistant, aiding the Hokage in managing the daily affairs of Konoha, Uchiha Kazama declared slowly. Upon hearing Kazama's words, Nara Shikaku was momentarily taken aback before swiftly stepping forward. Thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama. After expressing his gratitude, he took a position to the side. The role of Hokage's assistant indeed holds considerable power. The individual who previously occupied this position was the shadowy Danzo. Albeit without formal appointment, Shikaku had harbored many speculations, the most likely being that the Uchiha would consolidate power within their own hands. Yet, the very first appointment upon taking command was to elevate him to the role of Hokage's assistant. Upon receiving this news, Nara Shikaku even felt as if he had misheard. Next, Yamanaka Inoichi is appointed as the Minister of Intelligence, overseeing the interrogation unit. The leader of the interrogation unit remains Ibiki Marino. Uchiha Kazama continued, expressing his gratitude for the trust placed in him. In the mountains, Hachi and Ibiki stepped forward, followed by Inazuka Tsume, the captain of the Konoha Guard, and Yamanaka Shikaku, the vice-captain. The Konoha Medical Department was reorganized, with a provisional head and deputy head, ICI. As various departments were assigned, only one significant position remained, the Konoha Security Department. The head of the Konoha Security Department, Hyuga Hizashi. The reorganization of the Security Department was to be led by the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi stood frozen in place. Did he mishear? No. He distinctly heard his name and that of his clan. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hokage, Hizashi said earnestly as he stepped forward. The position of Security Department head was indeed crucial. However, due to the previous issues with the Uchiha, compounded by internal factors and high-level machinations, the reputation of the Security Department had suffered within the village. There was mutual depletion. No need to rush your gratitude. Hizashi, I have something to discuss. You must abolish that so-called caged bird system within your clan. Only then can the full strength of the Hyuga family be displayed. Rather than the current situation where the inept can hold positions of power simply due to their status, while the talented are restricted by the caged bird. Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly. His words detonated like a bomb in Hizashi's heart. The caged bird. The distinction between the main family and the branch family. Now, Uchiha Kazama would dare to bring this up. I oppose this. Even though we have supported you in becoming the 5th Hokage, such matters are internal issues of the Hyuga clan, and the Hokage has no right to intervene. At this moment, an elder of the main family of the Hyuga clan stood up, visibly enraged. Uchiha Kazama had not only brutally eliminated their clan members, but now sought to interfere in their fundamental decisions. This is a decision made to protect the purity of our bloodline limit. Some elders began to shout, forgetting that just moments ago, 2 of their own had been slain. Enough! What protection of the bloodline limit? Such excuses are audacious. Is it not merely to maintain your so-called main family's interests while oppressing the branch family? Why not strengthen yourselves and eliminate those who covet the Byakugan? Is it only your clan that possesses a bloodline limit? Have we Uchiha ever resorted to a caged bird to protect our bloodline limit? When Danzo seized our Sharingan, I killed him. If others wish to create trouble, they should be eliminated to best protect our bloodline limit, rather than oppressing our own kin. Indeed, I must clarify that I am merely informing, not soliciting your opinions. The calm voice of Uchiha Kazama resonated softly. The surrounding commoners and ninja clans alike gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Kazama and the Hyuga clan. It appeared that the Hyuga clan had become the target. As anticipated, Uchiha's intentions were far from innocuous. The Hyuga clan, renowned as the foremost family of Konoha, seemed to be facing imminent peril at the hands of Uchiha. Realizing this, many instinctively distanced themselves from the vicinity of the Hyuga clan, swiftly isolating them. Presently, the members of the Hyuga clan stood divided. Some from the branch family exhibited confusion, while others from the main family wore expressions of profound anger. "We shall adhere to the orders of Lord Hokage," Hyuga Hizashi swiftly proclaimed. This was not solely for the sake of his own strategy, but also to safeguard his kin. Chapter 24. Hiashi Hyuga's decision. Hiashi Hyuga understood. If the clan members continued to defy Fma Uchiha, they might lose even the opportunity to accept his arrangements. At that moment, Fma's gaze settled upon Hiashi. "Chief Hiashi, you are an intelligent man. I will not interfere further in the internal affairs of your clan. Just as your elders have stated, this is your own matter. However, when it affects the overall strength of the village, it becomes my duty to intervene." Fma spoke calmly. Some of the previously agitated Hyuga elders fell silent. With Hiashi having spoken, any further objections would only humiliate themselves. As for how to proceed, they would discuss it upon returning to their clan grounds. Now, I shall address one final matter. For the next 3 years, all shinobi of Konoha will retain 100 of the earnings from their completed missions. Additionally, upon mission completion, a dedicated exchange counter will be established at the Mission Assignment Division. Mission points can be exchanged for money, weapons, jutsu, anything within the village's possession. Oh, and there's even a Hokage experience card. If your points suffice, you may exchange them for anything you desire. Fma's voice grew impassioned. The civilian shinobi, who had initially believed this meeting held no relevance to them, now burned with fervor. "Missions? Let us go. Accept missions now. Hurry, the Mission Assignment Division must be open." In an instant, the shinobi vanished from the assembly. Unlike clan shinobi, who had alternative sources of income, ordinary shinobi relied on village missions for over 80% of their earnings. Thus, Fma's declaration of 0 mission deductions for 2 years meant an immediate increase in their income. The Mission Assignment Division had already been notified the previous night by Fma's clansmen. Despite the upheaval among Konoha's leadership, the department remained unaffected. Once the civilian shinobi had dispersed, the clan shinobi turned their attention back to Fma. "Chief Fugaku, you will now assume command of the Anbu. Additionally, you are to transfer all responsibilities of the military police force to Chief Hiashi. Uchiha Rinan, you will oversee the relocation of our clansmen back to our ancestral lands and the reconstruction of the Hokage Tower. The rest of you shall resume your duties remotely until further notice." With that, Fma vanished from the assembly. As Uchiha Kazama departed, the crowd remained in a state of shock, unable to recover from the overwhelming revelation. "Hachi, Dingzhua, I must attend to the affairs of the village now. You should adapt swiftly. I have a feeling that Konoha will undergo even greater changes soon." Nara Shikaku inhaled deeply before turning to leave. The other shinobi also began to disperse. Under the perplexed, angry, and bewildered gazes of his clan members, Hyuga Hizashi led them back to their clan's territory. In the Hyuga clan meeting room, one elder, suppressing his anger, spoke slowly. "Clan leader, why did you acquiesce to Uchiha Kazama's demands? Once this cage bird is released, our clan's bloodline limit will be left unprotected." Another elder chimed in, "Indeed. If you, as our leader, cannot ensure the welfare of our family, perhaps you should relinquish your position." They had grown accustomed to relying on the branch family for support and were used to enjoying the benefits and obedience that came with it. The sudden prospect of dismantling the caged bird and relinquishing their esteemed status within the main family was something many could not accept. The atmosphere became increasingly chaotic. As the elders uniformly urged Hyuga Hizashi to refuse the release of the caged bird, or else step down from his role as clan leader. Very well. You all share this sentiment, do you not? Hyom, please take note. Record the names of those opposed to the release of the caged bird. I will honor your opinions and resign from my position as clan leader. As for my branch family, I shall release them from the caged bird as well. You may proceed as you see fit. Having spoken, Hyuga Hizashi rose and departed the gathering. Upon returning to his home, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Father? Hinata timidly peered from the side, gazing at Hyuga Hizashi. Come here, Hinata. A smile graced Hizashi's face at the sight of her. Hinata, taken aback by her father's smile, quickly approached him. At that moment, she had already donned her training attire. For her brother Niji was about to arrive for their combat training session. Father, you. Hinata hesitated, a hint of fear in her voice. For as long as she could remember, her father had never seemed to smile. This gentle smile felt surreal to her, even raising concerns about whether something was amiss with him. Do not worry, Hinata. From now on, you may cultivate your skills at your own pace and in your own way. I will not pressure you any longer. Moreover, Niji will be residing with us from now on. As Hizashi spoke, his smile never wavered. At that moment, an unusual sound emanated from the entrance. Both turned to see Niji standing there, clearly having overheard their conversation. Niji, come here. Let us have dinner together later. Before Hayashi Hyuga could finish speaking, a little one crawled over on the floor. It was none other than Hanabi Hyuga. Behind her followed Hayashi's wife. Having learned of the family's recent events, she fully supported Hayashi's decision. I'll prepare the meal. Niji, take Hinata to train. Once you're done, freshen up before coming to eat. I've already prepared a change of clothes for you. With that, Hinata's mother picked up Hanabi and left. Niji and I-san. Hinata reached out, taking Niji's hand before he even realized what was happening. What just happened? Every time he visited, he would train with Lady Hinata and then leave. But this time, Chapter 25, Family and Financial Matters After Dinner. Hyuga Hizashi did not conceal anything from Hyuga Niji. Niji was a child of remarkable talent, having witnessed the death of his father at a tender age, which propelled his emotional maturity at an accelerated pace. He consistently presented himself with a demeanor of composure, possibly as a means of self-preservation, adopting a seemingly frigid exterior towards the outside world. However, in terms of training and strength, he had already demonstrated prodigious abilities, surpassing even his father, Hyuga Hayashi, and his uncle, Hyuga Hizashi, by a considerable margin. Were it not for the constraints of the caged bird seal, Niji would undoubtedly become a far more formidable force in a short span of time. To lift the caged bird seal? Why clan head? Niji exclaimed, rising abruptly, his Byakugan eyes quivering slightly. At this moment, Niji had yet to attain the rank of genin, a cloth strip obscuring the caged bird seal on his forehead. In a sudden surge of resolve, he tore off the cloth, revealing the grotesque seal before the gathered individuals. Upon witnessing the caged bird seal for the first time, Hinata instinctively covered her mouth. She had always believed that Niji viewed her, a perceived weakling, with disdain. However, the revelations from Hyuga Hizashi's words imparted a wealth of information. From the past, I could not intervene. Thus, my only recourse is to aid your growth. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you will be able to dismantle this family's archaic tradition. Yet now, the fifth Hokage has decreed that we shall lift the caged bird seal. I have consented to this. The elders within the clan may disagree, but I shall remain unfazed. For now, let us eat, Niji. Hizashi stated calmly, resuming his meal. Niji stood rooted in place, momentarily stunned. The body that had trembled with ire now stilled. He gazed at Hizashi, who was eating placidly, and then at Hinata beside him. A tumult of emotions began to swirl within Niji. On one hand, it seemed as if his steadfast resolve over the years had been rendered a mere farce. On the other hand, the prospect of lifting the caged bird seal was undoubtedly appealing. Niji found himself at a loss, unsure of how to confront Hizashi. The determination he had once held with unwavering clarity now felt disoriented. Niji, Hayashi is not just your father. He is my younger brother, Hisashi spoke softly. Although his tone bore no significant emotional fluctuation, those two unassuming sentences stirred a tempest within Niji's heart. Uncle, I understand, Niji replied, choosing not to rewrap the cloth but instead casting it aside as he returned to the dining table. In that moment, Hinata Hisashi resolutely solidified his inner resolve with a single utterance of uncle. The profound sorrow he once felt was an experience he wished to forego, as well as one he hoped his descendants would never encounter. After the meal, he promptly liberated Niji from his metaphorical cage. Upon his release, Niji discovered that his Byakugan exhibited some peculiar changes. His perception and vision had become markedly clearer. Go ahead and practice with Hinata. You need not return tonight. I shall prepare a room for you. Henceforth, you shall reside here. After all, we are family. With those words, Hinata Hisashi rose and gradually departed from the scene. Although he could no longer dictate the family's decisions, his concern remained steadfast, for he was still a member of the clan. 3 days elapsed. The Hokage building was rapidly constructed under the frenetic pace of the ninja's tasks. At that moment, the Hokage cloak for Uchiha Kazama had also arrived. Upon donning it, he indeed appeared dashing, albeit somewhat hindered in combat. Currently, Konoha is facing financial difficulties, he remarked. The previous destruction of buildings coupled with the issuance of mission rewards had depleted the already insufficient funds to sustain the village's normal development. Swift action was required to secure additional funding. Furthermore, due to the overwhelming number of missions being accepted, there was now a scarcity of tasks available. Consequently, the number of ninjas in the village had dwindled. Nara Shikaku laid bare the issues confronting Konoha. Insufficient funds? Is not the village's expenditure the responsibility of the daimyo? Uchiha Kazama regarded Nara Shikaku with a peculiar expression. The matter of money did not weigh heavily on his mind, as the daimyo relied on the village's combat strength for protection. If a nation's ninja village were to lose its defensive capabilities, these so-called daimyo would soon find themselves at the mercy of rival villages. Thus, daimyo typically ensured that the village's development faced minimal obstacles, as the loss of a village would directly jeopardize their own safety and complicate their ability to confront external threats. Word had reached from the daimyo's side, indicating that, due to unresolved internal issues within Konoha, economic support would be temporarily withheld. Funding would only be provided once the village's problems were adequately addressed. This predicament was indeed a consequence of the high-ranking official's demise. Nara Shikaku wore a look of resignation, yet beneath that lay a deeper concern. He feared that Uchiha Kazama might suddenly lose control and take drastic measures, should funding not be allocated within a week. The safety of both the daimyo and the Fire Country's officials would no longer be the responsibility of Konoha. The daimyo, if not for the necessity of managing the nation and dispensing funds, would serve no purpose at all. Without financial support, let them vanish. Uchiha Kazama remarked, feeling somewhat troubled. The documents before him were simply insurmountable. Must he, as Hokage, even oversee the daily lives of the village's widows? Ding, Nara Shikaku believes you're insane, Sharingan 500. Mysterious pass not activated. As the system notification chimed, Uchiha Kazama was taken aback. What kind of power does this daimyo possess? The ability to control the ninja villages? Back in the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan had vanquished all surrounding families. In simpler terms, in this land of fire, every named clan or village had felt the threat of existence beneath the gaze of Uchiha Sharingan. Even the Senju clan was not exempt from this. Chapter 26. Jiraiya informs Tsunade of the Konoha coup. Observing the rewards materialize, Uchiha Kazama let out a sigh. Such matters are somewhat beyond his control. After all, many things have become ingrained in the collective consciousness, rendering even the most straightforward situations unthinkable. Kakashi, proceed with the arrangements accordingly, Kazama spoke in a calm manner. Upon hearing Kazama's words, Nara Shikaku sighed, nodding before exiting the Hokage's office. In the land of rivers, a lively atmosphere prevailed. 1, 2, 3, 6 points. The dealer, with a broad smile, addressed the golden-haired beauty, Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you currently owe us 8 million ryo. Shall we continue? Continue? I refuse to believe it, Tsunade retorted, her displeasure evident. As a self-proclaimed goddess of gambling, She found it intolerable to endure such a losing streak. Lady Tsunade, outside Shizen, do not disturb me. I refuse to believe it. This time it must be small. Bet on big. Tsunade interrupted, her irritation palpable. She had become so fervent that one might mistake her for activating the Sharingan. I too will bet on big. 1,000,000 Rio. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Tsunade's ears. Jiraiya? Tsunade turned to see Jiraiya appear behind her, a frown forming on her face. Roll. 466. It's 6 points, big. The dealer unveiled the dice. A Lady Tsunade, we owe you an additional 2,000,000 Rio. And here is your 1,000,000 Rio. The dealer, momentarily taken aback, presented the chips to the two. The legendary goddess of gambling, Tsunade, was always accompanied by a silver-haired man, Jiraiya. His presence signified that Tsunade was destined to win, causing the dealer to harbor some concern. If Tsunade won, he might lose his job or even face dire consequences from his employer. You're here for a reason, aren't you? Let us go. We need to exchange money. See, I told you it would be small. Tsunade exclaimed joyfully as she gathered her winnings, leaving the establishment with a beaming smile. Winning indeed felt splendid, especially since had Jiraiya arrived while she was losing, he would have likely faced her wrath. Soon, the two arrived at a dining establishment. After sitting down and ordering, Tsunade produced a jug of sake. Speak. Are you here to persuade me to return to the village? She asked, taking a delicate sip from the jug. No, that is not it. I've come to discuss some issues that have arisen in the village. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade with a sense of helplessness. Over the years, his endeavors had oscillated between pursuing Orochimaru and imploring Tsunade to return to the village. The events of the past had long since faded. Yet Jiraiya still harbored hope that Tsunade would let go and forge ahead toward her own future, rather than remain ensnared in the web of memories. Alas, each attempt at persuasion met with failure. I have no interest in the village or its affairs, Tsunade retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. If you choose to stay, let us enjoy a meal and share some drinks. Should you dare to speak of the village, be prepared to be sent flying. During their meals, she found Jiraiya's discussions of the village particularly irksome. That place, once a source of her happiness, had transformed beyond recognition. Those closest to her had departed, and the tranquil village had devolved into a mere instrument of power in the hands of others. It was a place she had no desire to return to. Reflecting on these thoughts, Tsunade raised the flask to her lips once more. This was precisely why she wished to avoid Jiraiya. His presence inevitably conjured memories of sorrow. The old man has passed away. Jiraiya finally exhaled, relaying the events that had unfolded in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's hand trembled around the flask. In contrast, Shizen, clutching her cherished pig, quietly exited the room, sensing that the ensuing conversation and Tsunade's reaction were not suited for her presence. A long silence enveloped the room. Is it because of Shimura Danzo? Tsunade's voice turned icy. The relationship between Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi had always been tenuous. In Tsunade's eyes, Danzo was the only one capable of eliminating Hiruzen. That man was steeped in darkness. Should he assume control of Konoha, the village could very well transform into a haven for assassins, ensnaring all clans in its web. No, Danzo is dead, Jiraiya replied, shaking his head slowly. What? Tsunade exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Such news had exceeded her expectations. Both the Hokage and the leader of the root organization were deceased. It was the Uchiha clan that intervened. Reports indicate that Konoha's higher-ups were preparing to execute a genocide plan against the Uchiha, which they discovered. You are acquainted with that genius within the Uchiha Kaze. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan and seized control of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, instigating a coup against the village. In a single night, the entire Konoha elite was slaughtered. Now, Uchiha Kaze has ascended as the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya divulged the information he had gathered. As Tsunade absorbed this shocking revelation, she was rendered speechless. Had the Uchiha clan truly been pushed to such an extent? In the tumultuous circumstances surrounding the Uchiha's control over Konoha, this was an unforeseen situation for Tsunade. What are your intentions now? Will you return to confront the Uchiha? Did you summon me back to the village for this very reason? Tsunade sighed deeply, her voice steady yet heavy. At that moment, the casual demeanor she previously exhibited had vanished. replaced by a piercing gaze fixed intently upon Jiraiya. I am currently unaware of much intelligence within the village. I do not know what changes have transpired since the Uchiha ascended to power. Therefore, would you accompany me back to the village to investigate? If the Uchiha are managing affairs properly, it could potentially. Jiraiya refrained from completing his thought, instead directing his attention towards Tsunade. These matters were imperative for him to address. Having passed through the land of Earth, he had sought Tsunade's insight during his visit. If Tsunade were to return with him, then. Chapter 27. Asuma returns to the village, battle imminent. Tsunade fell silent once more. Indeed, sending Jiraiya back alone would be perilous. Yet Tsunade, Jiraiya, she began slowly, her gaze searching. If I asked you to disregard the village's affairs, could you do it? No, Jiraiya replied without hesitation. He poured himself a cup of sake. Whether you accompany me or not, I will return. Silence settled between them again. Soon, their meal arrived. After dinner, Jiraiya observed Tsunade's cold expression but said nothing further. Settling the bill, he departed. The village's situation demanded his swift return. As for Tsunade, he had informed her of the circumstances. Her choice was hers alone. He would not, and could not, force her. After all, her fist packed quite a punch. Once Jiraiya left, Shizune entered the private room. Lady Tsunade, shall we remain here? Having spent years by Tsunade's side, Shizune understood her thoughts well. No need to return. If Jiraiya truly cannot handle it, he will seek me out again. Tsunade ruffled her hair and stood, exiting the room. 2 days later, within the village's barrier perimeter, figures darted through the dense forest. Lord Asuma, one ninja ventured, his voice laced with unease. Returning now, won't the Uchiha slaughter us on sight? With only a dozen of us. Shouldn't we seek the daimyo's aid instead? Given your past service to him, surely he would grant a sanctuary. The man at the forefront was none other than Sarutobi Asuma, son of the third Hokage. On the night of the coup, he had been away on a mission. By the time news reached him, 3 days had passed. His delayed return was deliberate. Asuma knew confronting the Uchiha alone was futile. Thus, he had spent days gathering other scattered shinobi, persuading a few squads to join him before leading them back. Yet, the specter of the Uchihas might loom large. These were the same Uchiha who had annihilated Konoha's entire leadership. The reason for their return now was simple. If the Uchiha consolidated power, any later attempt would be meaningless. Just then, rustling surrounded them. Within moments, a dozen figures emerged, encircling the group. Inazukagama? Aburame-Shige? Before him stood a group of shinobi. The two at the forefront instantly recognized by Asuma. After all, as ninjas from prominent clans, Asuma had encountered them before. Their presence indicated that the current defensive forces of Konoha had undergone a rotation, now replaced by these two highly perceptive shinobi from their respective clans. Yamanaka-Shige. It seems your mission differs from ours. What brings you here with your men now? Shige spoke sternly. Their duty was to safeguard the village. And the sight of Sarutobi Asuma, son of the third Hokage, returning with over a dozen shinobi set off alarm bells. His sharp instincts warned him that this was no ordinary homecoming after a completed mission. Yamanaka-Shige, have you become an accomplice of the Uchiha? They staged a coup, purging Konoha's entire leadership. And now, even you betray the village, siding with these traitors to seize control? Asuma's voice seethed with fury. These were once shinobi who had followed him. Back when rumors swirled that he might become the fifth Hokage, peers from the major clans had eagerly sought his favor, if not outright obedience, then at least camaraderie. Yet now, they stood before him, questioning him. The proud Asuma could not stomach such insolence. The affairs of the village's leadership are beyond our jurisdiction. Currently, the fifth Hokage is Lord Uchiha Kazama. Therefore, I must insist you accompany me to meet him. Resistance will brand you as rogue ninja, and we will respond with force. Shige's tone remained indifferent. Asuma's haughty demeanor and unwarranted arrogance had always grated on him. In the past, out of deference to the third Hokage and clan politics, he had endured it. But now there was no reason to indulge him further. So, you two have turned against the village. In that case, planning to make a move? A mocking voice cut through Asuma's rising fury. Uchiha Rinon. Asuma's heart lurched at the sight of the shinobi before him. Why had the Uchiha arrived so swiftly? And not just Rinon, Uchiha Roy stood beside him. Both had been his contemporaries, rivals he had never bested. throughout their academy days. The Uchiha alone had refused to bow to the prestige of the Hokage's son, often targeting him deliberately. It was no wonder Asuma harbored such resentment toward their clan. Now, with the two Uchiha and their entourage present, Asuma's rage surged anew. Yamanaka Shige, if you realign your loyalties now, I will overlook your previous transgressions. Furthermore, I have successfully established contact with the esteemed daimyo. The daimyo has assured me that as long as I restore order to the village, he will continue to extend his support to us in Konoha. The current state of Konoha. Fire release. Song of the Flame Dragon. Before Asuma Saratobi could finish his words, Uchiha Rein had already unleashed a fire technique directed at him. Simultaneously, the Uchiha ninjas surrounding them drew their short blades, launching an assault against the group of over 10. Yamanaka Shikaku hesitated only momentarily before joining the fray against Asuma and his companions. Asuma, who had initially intended to engage in verbal sparring, felt his eyes nearly burst with frustration. He swiftly leaped backward, executing fire release, ash pile burning. A massive cloud of dust erupted from his mouth. Boom. The sound of the explosion and the ensuing dust engulfed the scene. Asuma understood that to rally other ninjas to unite against the Uchiha, he must secure victory in this battle. Drawing two chakra blades, he charged forward. Chapter 28. Kakashi and Gai stumble into battle. Amidst the thick, swirling dust, the advantages conferred by the Uchiha Sharingan were obscured. Asuma plunged into the haze, setting his sights on the distant Uchiha Roy, and charged forward, wielding a chakra-infused short blade imbued with wind release. The weapon sliced through the surrounding dust as if it were divine, producing a sharp clang as Uchiha Roy's own blade met it in a swift parry. The force of the collision sent Roy staggering backward. Without hesitation, Asuma executed a swift spin, leaping into the air. The wind-released chakra blade erupted in a burst of energy, propelling him forward like a streak of light, aimed directly at Uchiha Roy. Lightning release, Great Thunder Hammer. Uchiha Roy inhaled deeply, channeling arcs of lightning chakra into his short blade, transforming it into a formidable hammer. Wind release, is it? Let us see if your cutting power can withstand my thunderous blow. His resolve hardened, his Sharingan eyes glinting like a predator awaiting its prey. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he launched himself at the airborne Asuma with ferocious intent. The impact resonated with a dull thud, dispersing the surrounding dust completely. The two forces momentarily clashed in midair. Uchiha Roy suddenly broke into a grin, for the dust had cleared to reveal the aftermath of their brief skirmish. The ninja that Asuma had brought with him now lay lifeless in pools of blood. They were utterly annihilated. On the Uchiha side, however, aside from two lightly injured who would recover swiftly with medical attention, the others appeared unscathed and relaxed. Asuma Saratobi, do you truly believe that Konoha still has a place for you and your clan? It was as if the higher-ups of Konoha had conspired to erase the Uchiha from the village, and now it seemed there was no territory left for the Saratobi. Upon finishing his words, the chakra enveloping Uchiha Roy's hammer shifted dramatically, resembling serpentine bolts of lightning that surged toward Asuma. Recognizing the formidable chakra within the lightning, Asuma exerted force through his blade, leveraging the recoil to evade the deadly attack. Prepare to meet your end. The voice of Uchiha Ryuin echoed from behind Asuma. At that moment, Ryuin, shrouded in lightning, moved with astonishing speed, his kunai aimed directly at Asuma's heart. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Just then, a green figure materialized, delivering a powerful kick that forced Uchiha Ryuin back. Following this, a white-haired man positioned himself protectively in front of Asuma. What is happening here? Why are the village's own shinobi fighting amongst themselves here? The silver-haired ninja spoke up. Kakashi Hitaki. Might Guy? Uchiha Roy sheathed his short sword, eyeing the two before him. The pair had been away on a covert mission, temporarily cut off from the outside world. Upon their return to the village, they stumbled upon this chaotic scene. Though unclear about the circumstances, they knew it was wrong for fellow shinobi to turn against each other, so they intervened without hesitation. Reunion? What's going on? Might Guy and Uchiha Ryunin had been classmates. They had even sparred together, and for a simple soul like Guy, anyone who trained with him was a friend. Even the proud Uchiha, after experiencing Guy's formidable taijutsu, held him in high regard. Thus, they naturally became close. Might Guy? Kakashi Hitaki. The Uchiha have rebelled. They attacked the higher-ups and seized the position of Hokage. My comrades and I returned to demand answers, only to be ambushed here. Our allies were slaughtered by our own village's shinobi. Can't you see this blatant betrayal? Asuma Sarutobi roared, his voice thick with grief and fury. He knew if he failed to sway Kakashi and Guy, his fate here would be sealed. Only by escalating the situation, drawing the attention of more powerful shinobi, could he rally forces against the Uchiha. Oh, you two are back? And Jiraiya, since you've returned, why not step out and witness this? After all, this involves your sensei's son. I imagine you'd want to know the full story behind this coup, wouldn't you? At that moment, a voice laced with excitement echoed from the direction of Konoha's gates. Even Jiraiya, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged slowly. The sight of Jiraiya twisted Asuma's stomach with bitterness. He had nearly been killed moments ago. Yet Jiraiya hadn't lifted a finger. Now, at Uchiha Kazama's mere call, he appeared, clearly with no intention of intervening, only gathering information. In that instant, Asuma's resentment toward Jiraiya flared. Jiraiya stepped forward without a word, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Kazama, the man who had toppled Konoha's leadership, subdued the entire village with his clan's might, and claimed the title of Hokage. The fact that Kazama had detected his presence spoke volumes. After all, Jiraiya's reconnaissance skills were among the finest. Stealth was second nature to him. Lord Jiraiya. Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake respectfully greeted Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, his gaze still fixed upon Uchiha Kazama. He did not refrain from assisting Asuma Sarutobi out of indifference. Rather, his purpose for returning this time was to comprehend the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha coup. To act impulsively would likely thwart any investigation. Given the nature of the Uchiha, it was improbable that they would engage in a constructive dialogue with him. He had once been on the brink of becoming Hokage. But his growing rapport with Uchiha Kazama led to his disqualification when Sarutobi Hiruzen removed him from the list of candidates. Nevertheless, Jiraiya was not particularly fixated on the title of Hokage. From what he had learned from Uchiha Fugaku about the radical faction within the Uchiha clan, it was evident that they were not inclined towards rational discourse, especially not under the leadership of the fervent Uchiha Kazama, whose actions were nothing short of lunacy. Thus, Jiraiya opted against intervention. Chapter 29. The Death of Asuma. Soon, Uchiha Kazama arrived at the scene. A sense of unease gripped Jiraiya as he observed Kazama's demeanor. The aura of slaughter emanating from Uchiha Kazama made Jiraiya grateful that he had refrained from intervening moments ago. Otherwise, Kazama would undoubtedly have launched an attack without hesitation. Moreover, Kazama, capable of obliterating the entire Konoha leadership, had already surpassed Jiraiya in strength. Jiraiya, you seek knowledge regarding the village, do you not? Then, please wait a moment. I have matters to attend to, Uchiha Kazama stated, shifting his focus to Asuma Sarutobi. Under Kazama's intense gaze, Asuma felt a sudden paralysis enveloping him. The palpable aura of menace felt like an invisible shackle, binding him entirely. Asuma Sarutobi, are you planning to disrupt the current stability of Konoha with your comrades? Kakashi Hatake, what was your purpose in acting just now? Kazama pressed on with his questions. Asuma was momentarily taken aback, for such thoughts had indeed crossed his mind. Yet, how could he voice such sentiments? His only leverage upon returning was the coup instigated by Kazama and his allies. If he responded to Kazama's inquiries, he would forfeit the moral high ground. I am uncertain of the circumstances, but mutual slaughter among comrades is unequivocally incorrect, Kakashi interjected, articulating his perspective. While he did not fervently uphold the will of fire, he possessed his own principles of ninjutsu. Under normal circumstances, he would never harm a fellow villager. Kakashi, your eyes belong to our Uchiha clan, do they not? They were bestowed upon you by Obito, Kazama spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Kakashi fell silent. Although the Uchiha had harbored some resentment towards him after he acquired the Sharingan, they had refrained from taking action, recognizing that Obito, the fool of their clan, was Kakashi's comrade. This had been given to him willingly by Obito. Kakashi understood that his continued possession of the Sharingan was due to the oppressive circumstances imposed on the Uchiha by Konoha's higher-ups. Otherwise, the Uchiha would have reclaimed it long ago. Now, with Kazama suddenly broaching this topic, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Ah, Kakashi, There is something you ought to know. The legendary Leaf Village ninja, renowned throughout the shinobi world as the Konoha White Fang, was none other than your father, Tsukumo Hatake. Have you never questioned the circumstances surrounding his death? Kazama's voice resonated, stirring even Jiraiya, who had not heard the title Konoha White Fang in many years. The genius who had been lost to history often evokes a sense of nostalgia. Yet, the name Konoha White Fang was seldom mentioned, even in his demise. The death of Konoha's White Fang was steeped in humiliation. Such a prodigy met with such an ignoble end. Kakashi inhaled deeply several times, yet remained silent. This incident stemmed from the higher echelons of Konoha. At one point, the reputation of Konoha's White Fang had reached its zenith. Many proclaimed that the fourth Hokage was none other than Tsukumo Hatake. However, the Konoha elite desired not an uncontrollable Hokage. Thus, rumors began to circulate. The very one who condemned Tsukumo Hatake for prioritizing his comrades over missions as worthless and trash was none other than the ninja he saved, Asuma Saratobi. With the encouragement of Konoha's upper ranks, the ignorant masses commenced their verbal assaults on Tsukumo Hatake. Ultimately, this led the brilliant Tsukumo Hatake to take his own life. Such were the machinations of Konoha's elite, willing to sacrifice anyone for their power. These events are not mere fabrications of my imagination. Jiraiya must know some of this. Right, Uchiha Kazama remarked, casting a glance toward Jiraiya, who was frowning not far away. Kakashi's gaze followed suit. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, refraining from retorting. Such matters had previously prompted Tsunade to confront Hiruzen Saratobi. Moreover, Asuma Saratobi had even been reprimanded by Tsunade. Yet, Tsukumo Hatake was already deceased. No matter how furious he and Tsunade might be, there was naught they could do now. Although uncertain as to how Uchiha Kazama possessed such knowledge, it appeared that he was not particularly deranged. At least he was a being capable of reason. Suddenly, while everyone was lost in thought regarding Tsukumo Hatake's fate, Uchiha Kazama made his move. A spray of blood erupted as the short blade in Uchiha Kazama's hand plunged into Asuma Saratobi's heart. You, Uchiha Kazama, you. Asuma Saratobi gasped, blood pouring forth. The others instinctively prepared to act but were immediately frozen in place by Uchiha Kazama's Crimson Sharingan. Asuma Saratobi sought to disrupt the current stability of the village, thus he had to be eliminated. Kakashi Hatake, I shall reclaim your eyes. But I will prepare something else for you. Might Guy, you are to undertake the mission delivery immediately and then rest well. Jiraiya, Kakashi, accompany me to the Hokage's office. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Kazama vanished from the spot. Uchiha Ryuin and others swiftly began to clean the battlefield. The unfolding events left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Kakashi, should I not continue to linger here? Might Guy inquired, somewhat bewildered. His mind, already not particularly sharp, became overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information and events, leaving him utterly uncertain of what to do next. Akai, you may proceed to fulfill your task. Lord Jiraiya, shall we move forward? Kakashi Hatake inquired, casting a glance at Jiraiya. Let us go. There are no other options available. Jiraiya inhaled deeply and gradually made his way toward the village. Kakashi glanced at the already departed Asuma Saratobi, who had been carried away, and then turned to follow in Jiraiya's footsteps. The area was swiftly cleared, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Asuma Saratobi's plans to incite the village against the Uchiha clan had yet to commence, but had already reached an untimely conclusion. Within the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kazama sat at the Hokage's desk, diligently attending to the documents before him. At this moment, Jiraiya and Kakashi Hatake stood in the room, awaiting Uchiha Kazama to speak. Chapter 30. Seizing Kakashi's Sharingan. After Uchiha Kazama completed the paperwork, half an hour had already passed. Before Kazama could catch his breath, Nara Shikaku entered the room, bringing with him a pile of documents that required Kazama's signature. Nara Shikaku, must you be so outrageous? What is this? The Matsushita family needs to renovate their restroom, and this requires my approval. Enough. Jiraiya and Kakashi have returned. We have some pressing matters to attend to. It is likely to consume a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I entrust these trivialities to you. Upon finishing his sentence, Uchiha Kazama took Jiraiya and Kakashi and headed toward the conference room. The minutiae of these mundane affairs left Kazama utterly exasperated. What extent of absurdity had Sarutobi Hiruzen reached? To elevate such trivialities to the level necessitating the signature of a village leader? In any case, Kazama had no desire to handle these matters further. He needed to find an opportunity to delegate them. In the conference room, Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged glances, noting the change in Kazama's expression, both feeling a sense of helplessness. This Hokage seemed to embody a rather unorthodox approach to work. Bang! At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open. Why hi Kurenai? Uchiha Kazama was taken aback at the sight of the approaching ninja. What was this woman doing here at such a time? Hokage-sama, you killed Asuma? Why hi Kurenai's expression was grave as she coldly demanded an explanation. Yes, I did. You. Never mind. See for yourself. With that, Uchiha Kazama unleashed a Jinjutsu, drawing Wai-Hai Kurenai into an illusory realm. Asuma Sarutobi, Wai-Hai Kurenai? She will eventually be mine. I am no mere sycophant. Asuma Sarutobi, I merely create the illusion that I love her. Once she becomes mine, I will have the final say. Asuma Sarutobi and her father, Wai-Hai sake. My father said we need his strength. That old fool went on a mission and perished. I even had to console that foolish woman because of it. Soon enough, I shall have her. Each word fell upon Wai-Hai Kurenai's ears like daggers. Witnessing Asuma turn their personal matters into gossip among other ninjas ignited her fury. Moreover, her father had died protecting the Hokage, only to be insulted by Asuma, although she could not fathom why these thoughts invaded her mind. She recognized that such utterances were indeed within Asuma's character. When the Genjutsu dissipated, Wai-Hai Kurenai gazed conflictedly at the strikingly handsome Uchiha Kazama before her. This man, rivaled only in allure by the readers, wielded an overwhelming charm that was undeniably formidable against women. Moreover, Uchiha Kazama has indeed revealed the truth to her. Wai-Hai Kurenai, if you have no pressing matters, please take a seat and make some notes. Eventually, you will serve as the secretary to the Hokage. There are certain affairs that I require assistance with. Observing Wai-Hai Kurenai frozen in place, Uchiha Kazama spoke slowly. Me, a secretary. Wai-Hai Kurenai paused, then accepted the notebook from Uchiha Kazama, positioning herself behind him. All right, Jiraiya, you may wish to hold your inquiries for the moment. First, I must address Kakashi's situation. Although the Sharingan has bestowed Kakashi with considerable power, it has also hindered his growth. It is essential to recall that he experienced rapid advancement prior to acquiring the Sharingan. However, in recent years, his rate of development has evidently faltered. This is attributed to the rejection effects of the Sharingan, thus it is prudent to retract it for now. Upon finishing his statement, Uchiha Kazama's words barely registered with Kakashi before he felt a sharp pain in his left eye. The Sharingan was swiftly removed. In the next instant, a gentle energy enveloped the space where his eye had been, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. This is... Jiraiya stared in astonishment at the soft glow emanating from Uchiha Kazama's hand. Minutes later, Uchiha Kazama lowered his hand. This power of sunlight is indeed quite effective. If only the system could provide me with a bit more, he muttered in jest. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi's eye had completely healed. Upon recovery, he sensed that the chakra within him was beginning to replenish. Previously, he had been in a semi-depleted state, with over 60% of his chakra consumed by the Sharingan. Now, without it, his chakra was naturally revitalizing. Thank you, Fifth Hokage. Kakashi bowed deeply to Uchiha Kazama. Although the eye had once belonged to Obito, perhaps it was time to return it to the Uchiha clan. He too deserved to forge his own path in life. Contemplating this, Kakashi's mindset shifted. Sensei? At that moment, the voices of two children chimed in. Sasuke, Naruto? A smile graced Kazama's lips as he turned to the two little ones entering the room. He called out to them warmly, and they rushed to stand before Uchiha Kazama. Allow me to introduce them. This is Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki, as well as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in our village, as you already know. The other is Uchiha Sasuke, the son of the former clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Currently, they are my disciples. Kakashi, could I trouble you to assist in mentoring these two youngsters for the time being? Uchiha Kazama smiled as he gazed at Kakashi. Upon learning their identities, not only Kakashi, but even the composed Jiraiya exhibited a profound emotional response. Namikaze Minato, Kakashi's mentor. and Jiraiya's disciple, as well as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the son of Uchiha Fugaku. The identities of these two young ones are indeed remarkable. Kakashi nodded. Go ahead. I will ensure to guide you well. Sasuke, your lightning release techniques can benefit from Kakashi's insights. You may also learn physical combat and swordsmanship under his tutelage. Naruto, you can inquire about your specific training in ninjutsu with Kakashi. After offering these brief words of encouragement, Kazama watched as the two youngsters were led away by Kakashi. Chapter 31. Obvious Issues, Simple Solutions. As Kakashi departed with the two youngsters, Jiraiya's puzzled gaze fell upon Uchiha Kazama. What was this fellow up to? The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was so casually mentioned, along with Naruto's identity. Was he not concerned about the potential rampage of the tailed beast or attacks from other villages? Was it truly wise to expose Naruto to the light of day? A myriad of questions left Jiraiya momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. Was Tsunade still reluctant to return to the village? At this moment, Uchiha Kazama redirected his attention to Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, alongside Tsunade. If they could return to the village, it would certainly be advantageous. Their formidable strength was precisely why their presence was essential. What exactly do you intend to do? Hokage? Jiraiya took a deep breath and finally spoke. Naturally, it is to provide Konoha with a better direction for development. By the way, Jiraiya, if possible, could you share information regarding Orochimaru's whereabouts? In truth, I hold a certain admiration for Orochimaru. As for Tsunade, I will also strive to persuade her to return to the village. Let us make a trade. While I am away from the village, please assist me in managing some internal affairs. Uchiha Kazama spoke with a smile. You intend to leave the village? Jiraiya felt momentarily overwhelmed. At such a critical juncture, Uchiha Kazama was not focused on consolidating his position but rather planning to depart. Currently, not only the ninjas within the village but even those from other villages were closely observing the actions of the fifth Hokage. Leaving the village now was undoubtedly a poor decision. If the daimyo refuses to provide funds, as Hokage, I must pay a visit, correct? If they continue to withhold support, perhaps it's time to consider a new daimyo for the Land of Fire. Uchiha Kazama stated calmly. Beep. Jiraiya believes the host has lost his mind. Reward. Sage body. Special path to the Sage Realm. With the system notification echoing, Uchiha Kazama helplessly rubbed his forehead. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya stared at the mountain of paperwork before him, along with various matters requiring his attention. He felt utterly dazed. Even seated in this place, he found himself in a state of unconsciousness. Uchiha Kazama had brought him here and then left with Yuhi Kurenai, making him feel as though he had been caught in a compromising position. Most importantly, Nara Shikaku was an absolute workaholic, providing him with no respite. Jiraiya began to grasp why Uchiha Kazama desired to leave the village. However, at this moment, Uchiha Kazama had not yet departed. Instead, he returned to the Uchiha clan's estate. The current Uchiha estate lay within the village's core area, not far from the Hokage building. The largest courtyard within the Uchiha clan is the residence of its leader, Uchiha Kazama. This marks his first return since the relocation of the clan. Upon entering the courtyard, Uchiha Ryuen and others were already awaiting his arrival. Leader, there have been some issues with the feudal lord, Ryuen stated, glancing at the figure of Hinata Yuhi standing behind Uchiha Kazama. Certain matters, after all, must remain confidential. Speak freely. There is no need for concern, Uchiha Kazama reassured him, understanding Ryuen's apprehensions. Currently, there has been interaction between the village's ninjas and the feudal lord. Additionally, some ninjas who were previously engaged in pursuit missions have now joined the fray. It appears that the feudal lord may be difficult to deal with, and securing funding will prove challenging, Ryuen continued, inhaling deeply before expressing his resignation. For years, the Uchiha clan has lingered on the periphery of power. In the eyes of the feudal lord, the Uchiha have long since faded into obscurity, and now there seems to be a desire to further suppress them, possibly aiming to tighten control over Konoha through this situation. While these feudal lords may appear simple-minded, their cunning is not to be underestimated. If there are those within the village intending to stir trouble, then let us prepare a grand surprise for them. Very well. Instruct the clan members to make the necessary preparations. Do not overly concern yourselves with the village. Jiraiya is currently handling village affairs. He will manage these issues. Your task is to identify the spies from other villages lurking within our midst. Now, disperse. Uchiha Kazama commanded without further deliberation. Such matters are often more straightforward than they seem. The problems are glaringly evident, and as for the means of resolution, a simple and direct approach will suffice. Is this the execution plan? At that moment, Hinata Yuhi, who had been standing to the side, intended to take notes but found the discussion concluded before she could gather her thoughts. Well, it's over. Let us take a break. I shall depart from the village tomorrow, so you may take the day off, Uchiha Kazama declared before turning and entering his chamber. Upon sinking into the warm bath, Kazama allowed himself a moment of relaxation. With the higher echelons of Konoha in disarray and the system in turmoil, the unexpected ease washed over him, instilling a profound sense of comfort. A subtle weariness began to envelop him. Would you like me to scrub your back? At that moment, a soft voice broke the silence. Hinata? Uchiha Kazama turned to find her, wrapped in a semi-transparent white towel, holding a cloth. After a brief contemplation, he emerged from the bath and seated himself on a stool. Hinata, her face slightly flushed, approached him slowly, taking out the cloth and bathing liquid to commence the task of scrubbing Uchiha Kazama's back. Swiftly, a pair of hands descended upon Uchiha Kazama's back. The gentle caress swiftly stirred the primal urges within him. Uzumaki Kurenai, do you realize what you're doing? Uchiha Kazama murmured slowly. Before Kurenai could respond, her words were stifled. A wave of intoxicating passion began to unfurl amidst the steam of the bathhouse. 3 hours later, when Kurenai had no strength left even to plead, Uchiha Kazama finally carried her back to the room. After laying her down, he glanced at the system notifications with mild exasperation. Ding. Uzumaki Kurenai deems the host excessively wild. Reward. Weighs strength 100. Ding. Uzumaki Kurenai considers the host far too unrestrained. Reward. Ding. Uzumaki Kurenai. Seriously? A mere 3 hours, far inferior to the esteemed readers, and it's considered wild? At this thought, Uchiha Kazama reclined with a resigned sigh. Chapter 32. The Massacre Before the Daimyo's Gate. At the break of dawn, Uchiha Kazama departed from the village, accompanied by 12 Uchiha ninjas, making their way towards the daimyo's estate. Shortly after their departure from Konoha, dozens of figures stealthily followed suit. Advancing at full speed, the 13 arrived at the daimyo's residence by evening. The Konoha ninjas? The guards at the entrance regarded Uchiha Kazama and his entourage with disdain, noting their forehead protectors. Given the current instability within Konoha and the recent imprisonment of the last envoy sent here, the guards felt not merely contempt, but outright scorn for the Konoha ninjas. 5th Hokage, Uchiha Kazama, seeks an audience with the daimyo. Uchiha Kazama stepped forward, his expression calm. A chill emanated from him, instantly enveloping the guards in an unsettling aura. This mere presence silenced the guard who had been poised to issue a reprimand. The daimyo has stated that he is not to be disturbed until the internal issues of Konoha are resolved. Therefore, I must insist. Before the guard could finish his sentence, Uchiha Ryunin appeared before him, drawing his short blade and plunging it into the guard's heart. The guard, even in his final moments, struggled to comprehend why these individuals dared to act so brazenly at the daimyo's doorstep. Yet, such thoughts were now beyond his concern. As a young guard, he had only the luxury of succumbing to slumber. Uchiha Ryunin flicked the blood from his blade and turned his gaze towards another guard. It would be prudent for you to refrain from drawing your weapon and instead inform the daimyo. Otherwise, your final purpose will be rendered futile. Furthermore, should you draw your weapon before the Uchiha, I shall consider you an enemy, and the Uchiha deal with enemies swiftly and mercilessly. With these words, Uchiha Ryunin stepped back into position behind Uchiha Kazama. The previous bloodlust now diminished, though perhaps it was more accurate to say that it was overshadowed by the formidable presence of Uchiha Kazama. Hokage-sama, please wait a moment. I shall inform the daimyo at once, the guard conceded, opening the gates of the daimyo's residence and rushing inside. In due course, the daimyo did not appear. Instead, a cadre of dozens of ninjas emerged, all bearing the insignia of the guard. It appeared that the daimyo had recently recruited these ninjas. Given their passage through the daimyo's rigorous evaluation, they were likely of J-nin or special J-nin rank. Is this the answer provided by the daimyo? A smile crept upon Uchiha Kazama's lips. Observing his demeanor, the 12 Uchiha ninjas behind him unsheathed their short blades in unison, simultaneously activating their Sharingan with its 3 tomo. Only the elite jonin from prominent clans are able to accompany Uchiha Kazama on missions. The mere guardians of the feudal lord. It is laughable, as they belong to entirely different realms of existence. 5th Hokage, it would be prudent for you to return to the village. The feudal lord has stated that once the internal issues of Konoha are resolved, the necessary funding will not be withheld. Presently, the internal strife within Konoha is severe, rendering it incapable of fulfilling its duty as a guardian village. Thus, the requisite funds cannot be allocated at this time. The foremost guardian ninja spoke with disdain. As ninjas who remain by the feudal lord's side, they are well aware of his intentions. Even if Uchiha Kazama, the 5th Hokage, were to come in person, the feudal lord would not readily grant him the village's funding. What does the Hokage matter? As long as the feudal lord is unwilling, even the Hokage would be met with closed doors. Hai, a former wandering ninja, has a history of multiple robberies within the Land of Fire and is currently classified as a B-rank wanted ninja in Konoha. Shinobu, Uchiha Kazama stated calmly. In an instant, a blue figure lunged forward. Lightning release, blue flash. Before the guardian ninja, Hai, could react, Uchiha Shinobu had already appeared before him. Seize him. In the blink of an eye, crackling blue lightning manifested between Uchiha Shinobu's hands. Lightning release, blue blade. The flowing blue lightning swiftly transformed into a blade, plunging directly into Hai's heart. With a sizzling sound, as the lightning erupted, Hai's body convulsed. By the time Uchiha Shinobu returned to the ranks, Hai's form lay crumpled on the ground. In an instant, the surrounding guardian ninjas drew their weapons and unleashed their chakra. 5th Hokage, you would do well to understand the gravity of your actions. Should you persist in your aggression here, Konoha will face repercussions beyond your capacity to endure. This is not your Konoha. If you wish to unleash chaos, do so back home. Another guardian ninja stepped forward, his face a mask of panic and fear as he regarded Uchiha Kazama. This Hokage is known for having eliminated Konoha's upper echelons. In a fit of madness, he caused Konoha to lose its leadership, and now he himself occupies a position of power. Though he stands there without overt action, his mere presence instills dread. The ninjas accompanying Uchiha Kazama are equally ruthless in their methods. Faced with such a group of madmen, he finds himself bereft of confidence to issue threats, resorting instead to invoking the feudal lord in Konoha to pressure Uchiha Kazama, hoping this lunatic still possesses a modicum of reason. Dukai, a wandering ninja, was once a shinobi of Kumogakure. After the Third Shinobi World War, he remained in the Land of Fire and did not return to his village. Now recorded as a rogue ninja by Kumogakure, such a renowned name indeed possesses a formidable appetite. The rogue ninjas from other villages are also being welcomed. After Uchiha Kazama spoke, Linmu's form transformed into a fleeting shadow as the short blade in his hand was swiftly unleashed. By the time Linmu's figure rematerialized behind Uchiha Kazama, the body of Duka lay shattered, akin to a broken mirror, scattered across the ground. In that moment, the guardian ninjas instinctively took a step back. Yet, this slight distance afforded them no solace. Are the Uchiha truly mad? Do they not comprehend the dire consequences of striking within the Lord's estate? Ding. Zay believes you are all mad. Reward, 1,000 chakra. Ding. Luo believes you are all mad. The notifications resounded rapidly at that moment. This world has been ailing for far too long. Perhaps they have forgotten that this is a realm where strength reigns supreme, rather than one where power dictates the order. Chapter 33. Steel Release? A joke. Let's go meet the daimyo. Uchiha Kazama spoke slowly, lifting his foot and striding directly into the daimyo's residence. The guardian ninjas, though still poised in combat stances, dared not step forward to obstruct Uchiha Kazama. The shinobi trailing behind him were forces beyond their reckoning. The oppressive dread evoked by those crimson Uchiha I stirred once more from the depths of their bloodline. Inside the daimyo's palace, the ruler lounged upon an opulent seat, surrounded by lavish delicacies and fine wines. His face bore the flush of intoxication. Daimyo-sama, the fifth Hokage has arrived. Would it not be unwise to refuse them an audience? The Fire Country's minister, Toshihide, voiced his concern with evident unease. Having previously liaised with Konoha, Toshihide understood the might of its leadership all too well. And Uchiha Kazama, who had annihilated Konoha's entire upper echelon in a single night and subdued the tailed beasts with flawless control, was undeniably a terrifying figure. Above all, this man was an unhinged madman who disregarded all conventions. Provoking such an uncontrollable lunatic under these circumstances could hardly be deemed a prudent decision. Rest easy, Toshihide, the daimyo replied, lifting his cup to sip once more. The village depends on our funding. If they fail to recognize their place, then they deserve no resources. Yet the daimyo's reassurance did little to quell Toshihide's growing apprehension. Reasoning with a madman was an exercise in futility, yet he was powerless to intervene. Though he served as Konoha's liaison, all financial allocations required the daimyo's approval. The sheer helplessness of it all weighed heavily upon him. Ha ha, Toshihide, you overestimate those fools. Another minister chimed in, swirling his wineglass. Without the Fire Country's support, a mere village is nothing. Soon enough, they'll crawl back to us like dogs. Such gatherings, where they reveled in humbling powerful shinobi, were his delight. What did strength matter? Before absolute wealth and influence, even the mightiest had no choice but to bow. In his eyes, only obedient hounds were welcome, never formidable wolves. Thud. The next instant, as he raised his cup to his lips, a kunai pierced through the back of his neck, its tip emerging from his mouth. Blood dripped into the wine, staining it crimson. The decadent atmosphere shattered into stunned silence. The grand doors of the daimyo's audience hall swung open. Uchiha Kazama stepped inside. Fifth Hokage? As Uchiha Kazama emerged into view, the daimyo raised the fan resting on the table to obscure half of his face. A sinister voice pierced the air. Within his elongated eyes, fury and malice were evident. Daimyo, where are my men? Uchiha Kazama inquired calmly. The Uchiha Nagasawa, who had been dispatched to request funding, had not returned. Reports indicated that he had been detained by the daimyo. Upon arriving, Uchiha Kazama's foremost concern was not the funding, but the whereabouts of Uchiha Nagasawa. Was it the Leaf Ninja who visited last? He showed disrespect to the daimyo and has since been imprisoned, spoke one of the daimyo's burly guards, stepping forward to stand beside him. Suddenly, Uchiha Roy struck. His short blade swiftly found its way to the guard's throat, only to be met with the sound of clashing metal. The blade shattered in that moment. What is this? Before Uchiha Roy could comprehend, a massive fist collided with his head. In the next instant, he transformed into a cloud of white mist, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a wooden substitute. Substitution technique? Quite impressive reflexes. Do you truly believe that my vigilant presence here can be compared to those worthless beings outside? I am a formidable ninja who commands steel release. Back then, before the burly guard could finish, a line of crimson appeared on his neck. Blood gushed forth, abruptly halting his words. He clutched his throat in horror, casting a terrified glance at Uchiha Kazama. It was Kazama who had struck. But why? He had activated his steel release. How could he still be slain? All he could perceive was that Uchiha Kazama had acted, yet he had not seen how the attack was executed. Steel release. You dare to boast about such a trifling bloodline limit? Uchiha Kazama scoffed. Under his time slash, all defenses became mere illusions. Unless one possessed the ability to perceive the spatial realm of the strike, they were utterly defenseless. The time slash could locate him before activating steel release and obliterate him with a single stroke. Such a defensive measure was rendered futile before Uchiha Kazama. Witnessing their companion's demise, the remaining two swiftly positioned themselves in front of the daimyo. Minister Shushio, I recall that you were the one communicating with the higher-ups of the Leaf, were you not? Uchiha Kazama diverted his gaze from the daimyo to the terrified Shushio. He recognized this man. He had previously protected him during a guard assignment. Fifth Hokage, this incident is entirely a misunderstanding. We had no intention of causing trouble for the Leaf. Primarily, Fifth Hokage, are you contemplating a betrayal of the Land of Fire? At that moment, a familiar voice reached Kazama's ears. Coupled with that recognizable chakra, these individuals have certainly arrived promptly. Upon hearing this voice, Shin's words also came to an abrupt halt. These individuals are indeed vital members of Konoha, since others from Konoha have now arrived. Let us observe how Uchiha Kazama intends to handle this situation. After all, their previous justification was that internal issues within Konoha remained unresolved. The daimyo's lips once again curled into a smile. The two prominent clans of Konoha. Now that they have all gathered here, let us see whether they are truly worthy of trust. This is an internal matter of Konoha. As an outsider and observer, this unfolding drama is certainly worth witnessing. Chapter 34. Hinata does not believe. Let us annihilate them all. Upon hearing this voice, Uchiha Rinen's expression shifted dramatically. How dare these individuals? Just as the Uchiha ninjas behind him were poised to strike, Uchiha Kazama raised a hand to restrain them. Hinata Ichikatsu, though aware of the Hinata clan's ulterior motives, could not have anticipated such a foolish course of action. A smirk returned to the corner of Uchiha Kazama's lips. As he spoke these words, his demeanor remained utterly unchanged. Yet it landed like a heavy hammer upon the chests of the dozens of Hinata clan ninjas before him. Uchiha Kazama, I acknowledge your strength. However, I have come here bearing the might of the formidable ninjas from the Hinata clan, specifically to confront the cowardly Hinata Hayashi. We boast a total of 17 elite J-nin, 45 J-nin, and 68 special J-nin. Even should the Uchiha clan intervene, it would be impossible for you to eradicate us all in this place. Moreover, this is within the confines of the daimyo's estate. Should you act against fellow villagers, it would be deemed a failure to manage the village effectively. The very objectives you seek will forever elude your grasp. Hinata Ichikatsu retorted with a mocking tone. He had meticulously planned for this moment. Even the detainment of Uchiha Nagasawa was orchestrated by him in consultation with the daimyo. If he could find a way to restrain Uchiha Kazama, then he need not concern himself with what would follow. Uchiha Kazama was simply too young, and his relentless pursuit of missions had left him ignorant of such administrative matters. He was ill-equipped to wield influence in the realm of political maneuvering. In fact, the Hinata clan found some solace in the notion that Uchiha Kazama had ruthlessly purged the higher echelons of Konoha. Thus, it was only fitting that the management of the village fell to their esteemed Hinata clan, a title they had maintained through years of diligent effort. Now, with Uchiha Kazama's ascension, not only did he fail to rely on them, but he began to suppress them, even to the extent of slaughtering their kin. Such actions were intolerable to the entrenched elders of the Hinata clan. Since the Uchiha had taken to such measures, it was time for them to truly understand the intricacies of power politics. Did you just assert that I am incapable of annihilating you all? Do you believe that I would hesitate to slay even the daimyo's guards? Would I have to fear all things under heaven? Upon concluding his words, the environment around them transformed instantaneously. A blood moon materialized in the sky, emblazoned with the pattern of Uchiha Kazama's Sharingan. The ocular techniques of the Hinata clan proved invaluable, allowing them to perceive Uchiha Kazama's eyes with clarity. Consequently, this ocular prowess was also capable of fully receiving his intent. Over 100 members of the Hinata clan found themselves pinned to withered trees. Uchiha Kazama, do you truly comprehend the implications of your actions? The deeds you are currently undertaking are unequivocally driving the Uchiha clan towards an abyss. You would do well to hasten. The words of Hinata Ikemen faltered, for he had already vanished into this illusion. The members of the Hyuga clan surrounding him felt a surge of exhilaration. Even Uchiha Kazama could not simultaneously ensnare them all within his illusionary grasp. If they could shatter the Uchiha's Jinjutsu, their own Byakugan, a bloodline limit of ocular prowess, would enable them to contend on equal footing with the Uchiha. With this thought in mind, they swiftly endeavored to break free from Kazama's illusion, Shinra Bansho. Before long, one by one, members of the Hyuga clan began to disappear. Within mere minutes, they had all vanished from the realm of illusion. The smile at the corner of Uchiha Kazama's mouth faded, and he promptly closed his eyes. The Shinra Bansho was dispelled. In the grand hall of the daimyo, the ground lay strewn with corpses, those of the Hyuga clan shinobi who had just moments ago been shouting and dreaming of the future. Each met their demise in the same manner, a simple yet brutal cut to the throat. Indeed, their recent disappearance from Kazama's illusion did not stem from any means of breaking free from his ocular technique. It is essential to recognize that Kazama's ocular power had surpassed that of any wielder of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Even Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi could be directly rebuffed by his ocular prowess. How could these members of the Hyuga clan hope to surpass such power? They had exited the illusionary realm not through skill, but because they had succumbed to death. The daimyo, witnessing this scene, felt his fingers tremble involuntarily. What had just transpired had profoundly altered his perception of Konoha. This group had always been concerned about the relationships among the clans within the village, striving for unity among the shinobi. Why then did the fifth Hokage so readily execute the entire Hyuga clan of their own village? The Uchiha's actions had been executed with a chilling efficiency, as if they were merely accustomed to such brutality. Now that the instigators were no longer present, might the daimyo release our clansmen? Uchiha Kazama inhaled deeply before turning to the daimyo nearby. His words were gentle, yet the underlying chill pierced to the very core. Uchiha Kazama, do not presume that such tactics will compel our submission. The Uchiha ninja who approached earlier displayed an alarming arrogance, completely oblivious to his own standing. After being captured, he still dared to threaten us. Such malevolent offenders deserve to languish eternally within the darkness of a dungeon, doomed to perish. A corpulent minister stood, his face a canvas of fury. In moments of profound terror, individuals often resort to other emotions as a means of concealing their fear. Anger, indeed, stands as one of the most common emotions employed in such scenarios. Is this perspective shared by you, Daming? I must confess, I possess little patience. It would be prudent for you to contemplate your response carefully. This marks the final query I shall pose. As Uchiha Kazama spoke, he slowly drew forth a short blade still stained with blood. Those behind him tightened their grips around their own knives. A palpable aura of impending doom erupted within the confined space. Some of the more timid ministers began to tremble visibly. This overwhelming intent to kill, so tangible, was an experience they had never encountered so directly. The minister who had just spoken appeared akin to a duck caught by the throat, mouth agape yet unable to utter a single word. Chapter 35, Fury, Uchiha Nagasawa awakens. Ding. The minister believes the host has gone mad. Reward, Constitution 100 ding. The daimyo believes the host has gone mad. Reward, ding. At this moment, the notifications before Uchiha Kazama flickered incessantly. Indeed, these fools had forgotten. No matter how great one's authority, it is ultimately built upon strength. When one wields immense power, yet lacks the force to suppress opposition, that very authority becomes chains binding the soul. Bring him in. The daimyo, gazing into the crimson eyes of the Uchiha, drew a deep breath before speaking slowly. Though humiliation burned within him, he had no choice but to placate the Uchiha for now. Outside, the guardian shinobi were already mobilizing samurai and other ninja. Soon, once reinforcements arrived, even these 13 Uchiha shinobi, including the Hokage himself, Uchiha Kazama, would be subdued. Moments later, Uchiha Nagasawa was brought forth. Yet, upon seeing him, even Kazama's expression darkened, his once serene countenance now stormy with fury. Uchiha Rinbaku and the others trembled, their eyes bloodshot, barely restraining themselves from lunging forward. Where is Sharingan? Kazama's voice was low, dangerous. How should we know? He blinded himself in battle. What are you trying to thud? You talk too much. With a dull impact. Kazama stood beside the rotund minister, his palm crushing the man's skull before he spoke again, voice icy. They took my eyes. Clan leader, I failed you. Nagasawa's voice was thick with pain. Daimyo. Kazama's gaze locked onto the ruler. You have 3 minutes to return Nagasawa's eyes. If not, I will retrieve them myself. With that, he seated himself upon the table, while the other Uchiha barely contained their rage, counting down the agonizing minutes. Why did the Hige fear there be a Kugan being stolen, while the Uchiha did not? Because those who coveted the Sharingan were slaughtered without mercy. Once such an act occurred, the Uchiha would hunt the perpetrators to the ends of the earth. No quarter given, no forgiveness offered. Faced with such relentless vengeance, who would dare seize the Sharingan? Even if one obtained the eyes, the body's rejection would drain chakra relentlessly. Just as the prodigy Kakashi had fallen from genius to mediocrity, his reserves dwindling to mere scraps. The daimyo, ignorant of these truths, still felt the crushing weight of the Uchiha's presence. Slowly, he rose. Very well. Search Minister Haji's residence. The eyes should be there. His voice was steady, but his hands betrayed him, shaking ever so slightly. Haji is the minister who was just struck down by Uchiha Kazama. The daimyo now harbors regret, pondering why he heeded the words of those individuals and chose to oppose the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure. However, Kazama's blatant disregard for his authority has incited immense fury within the daimyo. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly wish for Kazama's demise. Since Kazama's arrival at the daimyo's residence, scarcely half an hour has elapsed. Yet, the sanguine aura of the Uchiha has already enveloped the entire estate. Soon, ninjas arrived, bearing two peculiar glass vials, within which lay the eyes of Uchiha Nagasawa. Excellent, daimyo, you truly are remarkable. The terrifying chakra within Kazama erupted violently. Although he had been occupied with executing the system's missions, he harbored a profound bond with his longtime comrade, Uchiha Nagasawa. The fact that Nagasawa had merely come to submit a funding application, only to have his eyes cruelly extracted, filled Kazama with unparalleled rage, amplifying his chakra's outburst. Cracks appeared along the wooden pillars surrounding him, as the sheer force of his chakra inflicted tangible damage upon the vicinity. At that moment, the guarding ninjas rushed in, forming a protective barrier around the daimyo. Yet, Kazama refrained from launching a direct assault on the daimyo. Instead, he approached Nagasawa. Nagasawa, your eyes are returned to you. However, remember, there are some things that you must reclaim for yourself. Kazama extended his hand, placing the Sharingan back into Nagasawa's eye socket. With the activation of the power of the sun, Nagasawa's vision was swiftly restored. Patriarch, I understand, he exclaimed, as the power in his left eye surged dramatically, subsequently invigorating his right eye. 3 Tomo twisted instantly, transforming into a state of lightning, as the central pupil began to rotate. Indeed, at that moment, Uchiha Nagasawa activated his Meijiki Sharingan. Take action. Eliminate all those who have dared to strike against you. Slay anyone who obstructs you as you move. Kazama instructed, advancing deliberately towards Minister Hideo. Simultaneously, Nagasawa rose to his feet. Dark Thunder, soul of the underworld. As Nagasawa's Meijiki Sharingan whirled, a black lightning long blade materialized in his grasp, inscribed with the characters for soul of the underworld. The Sharingan, a reflection of the soul, now served Nagasawa's intent to send all adversaries to the realm of the dead. In an instant, Nagasawa vanished. Eye technique, true 10 shadows. The next moment, 10 ethereal figures emerged, then solidified into corporeal forms. Each figure wielded a blade of the underworld. He directly confronted the guardian ninjas who had besieged him. Uchiha Kazama was unperturbed by the unfolding battle. After all, Uchiha Nagasawa possessed the Meijiki Sharingan, a power sufficient to clear the area. At that moment, Uchiha Kazama had approached the minister, Chinshu. Minister Chinshu, to what extent were you involved in this affair? Uchiha Kazama inquired, lifting the sake jug before Chinshu and taking a modest sip. I oppose this matter, however. I am merely tasked with being accountable to you, the people of Konohagakure. Is that so? Then, do you aspire to occupy the position of the daimyo? Uchiha Kazama spoke with a smile. Initially, one might have assumed that Uchiha Kazama intended to eliminate him, especially considering his earlier decisive action. As a minister engaged in negotiations with Konohagakure, he would undoubtedly be implicated. Yet, to his surprise, Uchiha Kazama posed such a question. Chapter 36. The daimyo met an untimely demise. Observing the stunned Minister Shinju, Uchiha Kazama felt a sense of helplessness. These individuals, despite having such thoughts in their minds, always feigned disbelief. Minister Shinju, if you are unwilling, I shall find another candidate. The position of daimyo is interchangeable for me. Even a dog could occupy that seat without issue. Uchiha Kazama was not inclined to squander his time entangled in the power struggles of the daimyo. Well-versed in the unfolding narrative, his ambitions did not reside within the confines of the ninja world. However, should I assume that position, the ministers aligned with the daimyo faction would not lend me their support, Shinju expressed, a flicker of hope igniting within him, albeit still tinged with resignation. Managing the entirety of the Land of Fire was far more intricate than overseeing a mere village. The numerous administrative roles were one matter. But the ministers at the center of power were another. Most of them belonged to the daimyo faction. Should the daimyo encounter misfortune, it would inevitably be these ministers who would swiftly react and take control of the Land of Fire, leaving Shinju with no opportunity to assert himself. Compile a list of those who obstruct you. I will take care of it. However, I expect that upon assuming this position, you will resolve our financial issues in Konoha. I assure you that any matters concerning Konoha will be addressed promptly. As for the rest, let affairs proceed as usual. Uchiha Kazama articulated his straightforward conditions. At that moment, Minister Shinju appeared as though he had been struck by a deluge of fortune. The sense of powerlessness and hesitation in his gaze gradually transformed into astonishment, culminating in sheer ecstasy. After a tremor coursed through his eyes, his entire body began to quiver. He wished to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Chief, the daimyo was inadvertently slain during the recent battle. Before Shinju could voice his thoughts, Uchiha Nagasawa emerged behind Uchiha Kazama, relaying the details of the ongoing conflict. Shinju turned his gaze towards the scene. The very guardians who were meant to protect the daimyo now stood frozen in place, with at least half of them remaining idle. Meanwhile, the daimyo had been executed, his body and head lying in separate locations. This was no mere accident. It was a targeted assassination of the daimyo. Even a fool could discern the truth. The fifth Hokage of Konoha had come here for reasons far beyond financial negotiations. The daimyo's oppressive hold on funding had driven these frenzied individuals to the brink. Thus, when the daimyo once again refused, it was likely that thoughts of eliminating him had already taken root among them. As for the pretext of an accident, it was a clear warning to Shinju. Cooperation was imperative, lest he find himself bearing the brunt of this accident. Well then, the daimyo has now tragically met his end. Now, provide me with a list of individuals you believe would obstruct your ascension to the position of daimyo. The guardian ninjas have already been persuaded by me and will ensure your protection henceforth. Uchiha Kazan's voice was soft, yet its chilling resonance permeated the entire audience hall, reaching every living soul present. Lord Toshihida, no daimyo. We are on the same side. I wholeheartedly support your rise. Indeed, daimyo, we have long recognized your exceptional talent. The Land of Fire requires a leader of such bold vision to grow ever stronger. Daimyo, my family and I pledge unwavering loyalty to you. Please accept our goodwill. A group of ministers, none of whom had previously been aligned with Toshihida, some even his adversaries, now turned their gazes upon him with sycophantic fervor, each vying to demonstrate their newfound allegiance. Thank you for your assistance, Fifth Hokage. I trust everyone here is wise and devoted to the Land of Fire. For now, there is no one I deem necessary to eliminate. However, should anyone dare to stir trouble in the future, I may need to trouble you again. Toshihida bowed deeply to Uchiha Kazan, his benevolent smile belying the ruthless calculation beneath. His words served as both a warning and a means to retain these officials. A complete overhaul of the nation's administrative structure in such a short time would be unwise. For now, they would remain. Those who proved useful would be gradually replaced, while those who resisted would face consequences when the time came. As for security, with the guardian ninjas under his command, he harbored no concerns. These decadent nobles wielded negligible power. Moreover, behind Toshihida stood the fifth Hokage of Konoha. This is your decision. I shall not interfere. Coordinate with our village's Narashikaku regarding financial matters. We shall take our leave now. With that, Uchiha Kazan departed with his entourage of Uchiha shinobi. From their arrival at the daimyo's estate, the slaying of the High-Ga clansmen, the demise of the former daimyo, to the confirmation of the new ruler, the entire ordeal had concluded in under 4 hours, less time than their journey from Konoha. Once Uchiha Kazan had gone, Toshihida's earlier humility vanished. He strode to the seat of the former daimyo, callously kicking the severed head aside before settling into the throne. Let the banquet continue. The remaining affairs can wait until tomorrow. As for the coronation ceremony, dispense with it. Everyone, return to your duties and ensure order is maintained. As Chinsho spoke, he lifted the wine from the table and brought it to his lips. The assembled ministers exchanged glances, and one by one, they raised their cups, joining in the revelry. Despite the lingering scent of blood that permeated the air, they forced themselves to suppress their visceral discomfort and continued to toast and celebrate. Meanwhile, in Yunin village, a startling revelation unfolded. What? The fifth Hokage of Konoha is truly the one who instigated the coup, Uchiha Kazama. The ninja clans of Konoha actually looked on as he violently seized the position of Hokage. The fourth Raikage, upon receiving the returned intelligence, wore an expression of disbelief. When he first received the news, he was convinced it must be a mistake. Yet, upon further verification, the information remained unchanged. Astonishingly, the ninja clans of Konoha had come to accept this Uchiha as their Hokage. Chapter 37. The reaction of the hidden villages. One meanwhile, within the office of the Raikage in the village of Cloud, a sense of dread hung in the air. What? They were killed. Where are the specifics? The fourth Raikage's brow furrowed deeply. Throughout his tenure as Raikage, the village's ninjas had never faced such significant losses. Of the 72 ninjas originally dispatched within the borders of the Land of Fire, 18 sent to confront Konoha's cleansing mission had perished, all of them. Furthermore, their bodies had mostly been disposed of. The 18 who had ventured forth later met their demise within the borders of the Land of Grass. Other villages faced similar fates. Ross, feeling an unusual tension, spoke up. In all his years serving as an information officer under the fourth Raikage, this was the first time he had reported such devastating losses. He was well aware of the Raikage's temperament. In light of such events, the Raikage would undoubtedly bang. In an instant, one of the most perilous professions in the ninja world was underscored as the fourth Raikage's fist smashed through the desk. How dare Konoha? It seems these years of peace have fostered an unwarranted sense of strength. He declared, "Prepare yourselves. We shall declare war on Konoha. I want to see how they possess such audacity. I only hope they do not falter like that old man of the third, surrendering without a fight." The fourth Raikage's expression was as dark as thunderclouds. In his fervor, the lightning chakra within him surged forth, causing his hair to stand on end. The ninjas around him trembled. His wrath could lead to violence. "Raikage-sama, do we truly intend to declare war?" Puri approached cautiously, her voice laced with concern. Although she felt unafraid of Konoha, having witnessed their weakness over the years, which led many to forget the village that once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, she understood one crucial fact. The ninjas of Konoha were not to be underestimated. Reports indicated that it was not only the ninjas of the village of Cloud who had been targeted. Several other major villages had suffered similar fates. The number of ninjas Konoha had eliminated in recent months was alarmingly high. Such actions were bizarre and uncharacteristic of Konoha. It could be surmised that Konoha must possess some hidden cards to act in such a manner. Alternatively, the newly appointed fifth Hokage might be resorting to such radical measures to bolster their own reputation. Regardless of the motivation or the hidden agendas at play, one thing was clear. Any aggression towards the ninjas of the village of Cloud warranted preparation for war. Puri, immediately summon all Chunin level and above ninjas. Prepare to mobilize. I will lead the charge myself. The fourth Raikage commanded decisively. In the village of Cloud, the Raikage had a particular habit. Once war breaks out, the Raikage will personally intervene. The third Raikage met his demise during an assault on a Wagakure. No. At that moment, Killer Bee burst in. He had been waiting outside for some time and was well aware of the unfolding events. What? The fourth Raikage gazed at Killer Bee in astonishment. For Killer Bee was not involved in the village's decision-making. He was merely his protected younger brother. His sudden appearance, particularly in opposition to his decisions, displeased the fourth Raikage. "Raikage, we must investigate this matter further. The current state of Konoha is not what it once was. Even if we are to take action, we need to ascertain Konoha's present circumstances before making a decision. A rash attack would lead to considerable peril." Killer Bee's expression was grave. For someone of his exuberant nature to speak with such seriousness underscored his earnestness. Those cunning individuals from Konoha believe we will hesitate, which is why they have resorted to such reckless actions. If we allow them the time they seek, we will inevitably find ourselves in a precarious situation. B. You need not concern yourself with village matters. Remain within the village and safeguard it. Leave the rest to me. The fourth Raikage resolutely dismissed Killer Bee's thoughts and strode out of the Raikage's office. Lord Bee, perhaps it would be prudent to follow Lord Raikage's lead in this matter. Moreover, the number of injured shinobi exceeds that of the previous year, all at the hands of Konoha. Thus, war is inevitable. Puri approached Killer Bee, speaking with a hint of resignation. As the village's strongest Jinchuriki, B's words carried weight. However, the current situation. I understand. Killer B departed from the scene. Soon, he sought out the two-tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni. Lord B. Upon seeing Killer B, Yujito immediately greeted him with respect. You are aware of the recent events. Stay in the village and protect it. I intend to venture out with A. Should any issues arise, I will assist A. Killer B articulated his intentions. But, listen to me. Killer B interrupted Yujito and then exited. Meanwhile, within Iwagakure, Lord Tsuchikage had received intelligence. Our shinobi, along with those from Kumogakure and Sunagakure, have been slain by Konoha's forces. The assailants are the subordinates of the rogue ninja Orochimaru, who has just returned to the village. The ninja within the Land of Fire have also been purged. Should we not take action now? Tetsuyama expressed his anger. This time, the dispatched ninjas included several elite jonin and chunin. These individuals represent invaluable assets for the Iwagakure village. In the past, due to the issues surrounding the Third Reikage, many ninjas lost their lives. Consequently, Noki began to regard the village's ninjas as the most precious resources. Now, with so many sacrificed at once, it stirred not only Naka's sentiments but also incited considerable anger among the other high-ranking officials of Iwagakure. Do not rush. Just wait. Contrary to expectations, Noki expressed no overt anger but rather spoke calmly, uttering two simple phrases. However, Lord Tsuchikage, the Cloud Village will take action, and they will inevitably seek us out. Just wait. After asserting his conviction, Noki turned to the side and addressed the earthy figure beside him. Go retrieve those two individuals. Thus, another mission was promptly arranged. Chapter 38. Reactions from the Villages, Part 2, The Mastermind. Within the Sand Village, inside the Kazekage's office. Lord Kazekage. This is a golden opportunity. The Leaf Village has just undergone a coup. If we strike now, we stand to gain immense benefits. Indeed, Lord Kazekage, our village's growth has stagnated. Securing resources from the Land of Fire would significantly accelerate our progress. Lord Kazekage. The Sand Shinobi were practically trembling with excitement. No, not just excitement, but something far more frenzied. For years, they had been suppressed, humiliated, as the defeated in the Third Great Shinobi War, as the defeated in the Second Great Shinobi War, as, well, to continue would be impolite. Yet, whenever such opportunities arose, they burned with anticipation, as though they had nothing left to lose, as though no greater misfortune could befall them. These men were always eager for battle. I know, came the Kazekage's measured voice. Let the other villages make the first move. In the meantime, prepare yourselves. Maki, take Gaara with you when the time comes. Silence. Gaara? That name, Raza's own son, the Sand's Jinchuriki. But Gaara was still too young. If he were deployed, there was a high risk of the one-tail Shikaku rampaging beyond their control. Of course, if they could successfully infiltrate Gaara into the Leaf and trigger his rampage there, it would provide an overwhelming advantage. But this was Kazekage Raza's son. Was he truly so willing to sacrifice him? Why the silence? Raza's voice was icy. Do you believe that because Gaara is my son, I would hesitate to send him into battle for the sake of the village? The moment I decided to make him a Jinchuriki, such sentiments became irrelevant. Understood. I shall make preparations immediately. Move swiftly. This time, we will tear a piece of flesh from the Leaf. Our village will rise among the 5 great shinobi villages. Some of the shinobi wore expressions of exhilaration. To them, the Leaf was courting its own destruction. The Third Great Shinobi War had already drained them, fighting on multiple fronts. And now, after so little time had passed, their strongest had fallen, and the new generation could not possibly fill the void so quickly. Under these circumstances, the Leaf might very well cease to exist. Kazekage, this time, I will strike directly at the Leaf Village. They infiltrated our lands and slaughtered my son and daughter-in-law. This time, I shall journey to their village, bringing them the finest recompense. At that moment, an aged voice resonated. Rosa turned to see the esteemed advisor of Sunagakure, Chiyo. You may pursue your intentions as you see fit, Lord Chiyo. I shall not impede you, Rosa stated with an expressionless visage, devoid of anger at Chiyo's desire to act independently. Rather, she directly provided Chiyo with the most agile means of action. Thank you, Kazekage, Chiyo replied, somewhat perplexed, as her gaze fell upon the hooded figure standing beside Kazekage. This ninja was not well known to her, rumored to be a personal guard selected by Rosa herself. His identity remained a mystery. With her questions answered, Chiyo promptly turned and departed. Once all had vacated, the man behind Rosa lifted his hood, revealing a pallid face. "Well done. With your assistance in striking against Konohagakure, I suspect I shall acquire all the materials I desire. Uchiha Itachi is deceased, his body vanished. Now, Uchiha Kaze, your physique may prove even more suitable than Uchiha Itachi's." Orochimaru spoke softly. Indeed, this so-called personal guard was none other than Orochimaru himself. The fourth Kazekage had previously been defeated during an outing, falling victim to the power Orochimaru wielded and subsequently controlled by the Sharingan. Indeed, at this juncture, Orochimaru had already obtained a pair of Sharingan. The origin of these eyes was well known. It was none other than the gift bestowed upon him by Shimura Danzo. After all, Danzo had long maintained dealings with Orochimaru. Even after Orochimaru's departure from Konoha, their transactions had not ceased. This exposure to authentic Sharingan only intensified Orochimaru's covetousness for the Uchiha clan. Understood, Rosa nodded, taking her seat to attend to her documents. Orochimaru glanced at Rosa before raising a finger. A great serpent materialized behind him, swallowing Orochimaru whole, then dissipating into a cloud of white mist. In Kirigakure, the office of the fourth Mizukage, Terame, was also abuzz with numerous ninjas, including the formidable Ao and Terumi Mayor South. A colossal upheaval had transpired in Konohagakure. The Uchiha clan, which had previously vanquished us, now dominated Konoha. If left unchecked, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance against our village once they grew stronger. Thus, with this turn of events, other ninja villages would certainly mobilize. We, too, must render our support. Inform all ninjas of Kirigakure to assemble immediately and head towards the Land of Fire. Keijutsu Shikura exhibited no hesitation and made a decisive choice. The present Kirigakure is a haven for a group of lunatics nurtured in a sea of blood. They harbor an intense yearning for warfare. The moment Keijutsu Shikura uttered these words, the majority of the mist ninjas eagerly began their preparations. Although Kei-Mei felt a twinge of concern, she found herself unable to contest Keijutsu Shikura's directives. Once everyone had departed, two figures materialized in the space. At the forefront was none other than Uchiha Obito, cloaked in the guise of Uchiha Madara. The other was Kisame, known for his association with the tailless beasts. Are they truly planning to strike Konoha? Is there an advanced strategy in place? A wicked smile crept across Kisame's face as he bared his sharp teeth. Obito nodded slightly, proclaiming, "Return. This time, I shall plunge Konoha, and indeed the entire world, into the darkness I have meticulously prepared." Having spoken, Obito vanished into the ground. Kisame, filled with excitement, turned and departed from the scene. Chapter 39. The Ultra S-Rank Ninjutsu. In the span of 4 days, Uchiha Kazama had returned to Konohagakure. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku, visibly fatigued with dark circles under his eyes, presented a report. "Hokage-sama, the budgetary issues have been resolved. However, there has been a significant influx of rogue ninjas from other villages within the Land of Fire. Moreover, there have already been violent confrontations involving our village as shinobi." "Shikaku, you should take a break," Uchiha Kazama replied, accepting the documents with a measured tone. "Such a valuable aide as yourself should not be overworked to the point of collapse. Rest assured, Jiraiya will manage other village affairs." Kazama interjected, cutting off Shikaku's protest. Shikaku glanced at Jiraiya, who bore a similar weariness, before taking a deep breath and departing. He truly needed to recuperate, especially now that the budgetary matters had been settled, allowing him some respite from his duties. Once Shikaku had left, Jiraiya approached. "Hokage, how do you intend to handle these rogue ninjas? Those from other villages are particularly difficult to deal with. A single misstep could instigate inter-village conflicts, potentially leading to large-scale confrontations. The current situation within the village is not conducive to such clashes. More challenging to manage, you say? Jiraiya, I implore you to recognize that our village's ninjas are our primary concern. As for the outsiders, if they choose to provoke us, they must be prepared for the consequences of their actions," Kazama stated, his eyes glinting with an ominous resolve. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya grasped the gravity of Kazama's intent. Indeed, the fifth Hokage could not be analyzed through the lens of conventional reasoning. Hokage-sama. At that moment, Uchiha Ryunin entered the Hokage's office. Are we ready? Kazama inquired with a smile. Yes, everything is prepared. All those who are recorded, as well as those who have stepped forward, have assembled, Ryunin confirmed. Excellent. Jiraiya, the village affairs are in your capable hands. I shall go retrieve Tsunade, Kazama declared before vanishing from the office. Jiraiya stood momentarily in the now empty Hokage office, taken aback. He then picked up a document from the table. Upon reading its contents, his expression grew serious. He slowly made his way to the window, observing the streets of Konoha. Uchiha Kazama was leading a group towards the village entrance. Perhaps. Jiraiya's gaze sparkled with a peculiar light before he returned to his position, resuming the management of the village's myriad affairs. At the village entrance, Uchiha Kazazi commanded, Longzawa, lead the team. What I require is total annihilation. No interrogation, no need to extract anything from them, nor capture them alive. Death is the fate they deserve. Understood, Hokage-sama, replied Uchiha Longzawa, who then vanished with 30 ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kazazi, in turn, departed with a group in another direction. Meanwhile, in the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke raised his hand, instantly gathering a sphere of lightning chakra. As he moved swiftly, the lightning chakra began to take on a distinct form. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke could precisely control the lightning in his hand. With a crash, the lightning descended upon a massive boulder, transforming into a series of fierce beast heads that charged forward, shattering the stone. Well done, Sasuke. Your training task for today is complete. Your talent in lightning release is indeed formidable. Continue to work diligently, transform the shape alteration into a nature transformation, complemented by precise control. Your lightning release has the potential to surpass my own. Kakashi Hitaki remarked, putting away his book and gazing at Uchiha Sasuke with delight. By the standards of the Third Shinobi World War, Sasuke was already qualified to enter the battlefield. However, in such peaceful times, children had more opportunities for training. Naruto, you. Kakashi began, only to be interrupted as Naruto excitedly exclaimed, Sensei, I've discovered a unique jutsu. Take a look. Before Kakashi could inquire further, Naruto dashed in front of him, his face alight with enthusiasm. A unique jutsu? Kakashi paused, intrigued. As the son of the prodigious Hokage Minato Namikaze, Naruto's abilities were of great interest to Kakashi. Minato had also possessed remarkable talent in ninjutsu, including physical prowess and sage techniques. Thus, when Naruto announced that he had mastered a unique jutsu, Kakashi was filled with anticipation. Shadow clone technique, Naruto declared, instantly summoning over 30 shadow clones. Kakashi was taken aback. Naruto, weren't you able to create nearly 100 shadow clones yesterday? Are you not well rested? Kakashi questioned, puzzled. No, it's actually the multi-shadow clone technique. With his exceptional physique and chakra reserves, Naruto effortlessly mastered this forbidden technique, even employing it for specialized training through concealment methods. Now, the sheer number of clones Naruto has summoned. Could it be that he's taken into account the mass required for each shadow clone? As I've mentioned, this is an entirely new jutsu. Sensei Kakashi, behold. This technique undoubtedly possesses the might of a supreme ninjutsu. Boom. No sooner had Naruto spoken than not only Kakashi, but even Sasuke on the sidelines activated a Sharingan, his gaze locked intently on Naruto's movements. In the next instant, every single clone transformed into alluring, voluptuous women of various appearances. And most strikingly, they were completely unclothed. This, splat, Kakashi, unable to utter a single word, instantly erupted in a nosebleed. Beside him, Sasuke seemed struck by an overwhelming shock, his mouth agape as he stood frozen in place. Heh, how about that? Naruto, having dispelled his harem jutsu, smirked triumphantly at the two of them. Chapter 40. The Actions of the Akatsuki Organization. Outside the village. After the departure of Uchiha Kazama and his companions, a shadowy figure slowly emerged from the ground. Alongside this figure was Uchiha Obito. Once again, Uchiha Kazama had left the village. Was he planning to take direct action against it? If he were to strike now, Korezetsu cast a glance at Uchiha Obito. This was the target he had chosen. Presently, Konoha was in a most opportune moment for destruction. Moreover, the entire ninja world had begun to stir as a result of Konoha's movements. In such tumultuous times, their opportunity was ripe. Go seek out Uchiha Kazama. The village no longer has the support of Danzo and the others. Thus, await the actions of the other villages, Obito declared, showing no sign of hesitation as he sank back into the earth, disappearing from view. Upon hearing Obito's words, Kurizetsu's face broke into a smile. Indeed, collaborating with this individual was a wise choice. He remained grounded and composed despite the extraordinary circumstances, which greatly pleased Kurizetsu. With this thought in mind, Kurizetsu too vanished into the ground. In the land of rain, within a secret chamber. Has he arrived? Nagato sensed the spatial fluctuations nearby and spoke calmly. In the special apparatus, Nagato appeared remarkably weakened, his energy seemingly drained, presenting a rather unsettling sight. Nagato, you may now take action. Given Konoha's movements, we may very well trigger the fourth great ninja war. This is the optimal time to capture the tailed beasts. Uchiha Obito materialized in the chamber and directly outlined the forthcoming course of action. The fourth great ninja war, is it? Indeed. These individuals will never comprehend the calamities their reckless actions inflict upon others. A look of fury crossed Nagato's gaunt face. The establishment of the Akatsuki was a response to the misdeeds of these very individuals. It was astonishing that not long after the conclusion of the third great ninja war, they were already contemplating another conflict. Such matters reopened old wounds within Nagato's heart. Very well. Uchiha Obito offered no further comment. Certain matters did not require his guidance. Merely providing information sufficed. After Obito's departure, a graceful figure appeared in the chamber. That individual just came here? Konan furrowed her brow, expressing her unease. The one named Uchiha Madara did not strike her as a benevolent person. Furthermore, he seemed not to be a part of the Akatsuki. Yet he frequently meddled in the organization's affairs, and each time he intervened, complications arose. Indeed, the internal strife within Konoha has already incited unrest among the other ninja villages. This time, it is likely that a tailed beast will join the fray. Prepare yourselves. As soon as war erupts, I shall promptly head to the battlefield to capture all the tailed beasts. Nagato proclaimed his decision. Konoha, Nagato, we must not rush into this. First, inform the members. I will venture to Konoha for reconnaissance. Await my news, Konan spoke in a grave tone. Her distrust towards Uchiha Obito stemmed from the depths of her heart, though she could not quite discern the origin of such feelings. There was an unsettling notion that he was excessively sinister. Very well. However, regarding the current state of Konoha, rest assured, my perception is quite acute. Nagato expressed his concerns, yet Konan offered him a reassuring glance before transforming into a flurry of paper, vanishing from sight. As Konan departed, Nagato once again closed his eyes. For now, he needed to conserve his strength. At the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, a gathering of Awagakure ninjas convened. During the Third Shinobi World War, the enmity between Kumogakure and Konoha ran deep. The Tsuchikage has declared that our primary objective this time is to assassinate Konoha's ninjas. I have procured intelligence, and our next step is to locate Konoha's task force and launch an assault. Be vigilant. Leave no trace, an Awagakure ninja exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The prospect of such an assassination, particularly against the despised Konoha, thrilled him immensely. Suddenly, a wound appeared on his face, blood cascading down. Just moments ago, something seemed to have sliced past him. In an instant, 9 ninjas sprang to their feet, encircling their injured comrade with vigilance. Alas! A scream erupted from the Awagakure ninja who had been shielded. The others turned to see a gaping hole in his chest, blood pouring forth. His mouth agape. He had already succumbed to death. Who did this? The 9 Awagakure ninjas were thrown into disarray. They had not sensed an attack, nor had they witnessed their comrade's demise, leaving them shaken by the sheer audacity of the assailant. This sensation is truly delightful. From the depths of the nearby thicket came a haunting laughter. Subsequently, a man adorned with black and white cursed markings emerged before them. Haydn. The 9 were momentarily stunned upon seeing Haydn, for a black spike protruded from his chest. What on earth was happening? In their astonishment, a pair of fists pierced through their chests. Cries of agony erupted as two of them were swiftly taken away. Another figure emerged slowly from behind. Hey, was he had agreed that these individuals were mine? Fadewan expressed his displeasure, brandishing the bloodstained scythe of March in the direction of the man in the distance. All right, let us commence the task. The heads of these individuals still hold some value. Kakuzu had no inclination to concern himself with Fadewan's peculiar predilections. In his eyes, these individuals were merely a source of wealth. His singular objective was to transform them into currency. Immediately, a swarm of black creatures materialized behind Kakuzu. Fire release, head hardening. 1,000 books, wild rain. A colossal inferno instantaneously engulfed the 7 ninjas before them. Concurrently, a creature unleashed a barrage of thousands of sharp projectiles from its maw. As the flames dissipated, the 7 individuals were left in a state of trepidation. They had barely managed to thwart the initial fire technique by jointly employing earth release. However, the subsequent barrage of projectiles left them with numerous wounds. Damn it, these bastards. Before they could ponder further, a multitude of wounds appeared upon their bodies, and they subsequently collapsed to the ground. Chapter 41. The Actions of the Akatsuki Organization 2. Comfortable. At this moment, lying on the ground, his body riddled with deadly spikes, Haydn revealed a peculiar expression. With a grin, he exclaimed, "How delightful!" Bang! Kakuzu, without even glancing at Haydn, walked directly to the others, gathering their bodies together. After binding them with ropes, 5 black creatures emerged from within his body, lifting the corpses of 10 individuals. Subsequently, he approached Haydn and kicked him. "Get up yourself. I'm off to exchange for money." With that, Kakuzu vanished from the scene. Haydn lay there for a moment before rising, shouldering his blood-stained scythe, and departing. In the land of whirlpools. At this time, a group of ninjas from the hidden mist village were hastily advancing. Russell. The group came to a swift halt as 2 figures appeared before them. "Ah, I truly do not understand why I must execute such a task with you. I say, Taizang, have you ever met the leader? I would very much like to meet him," Orochimaru remarked, licking his snake-like head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let us focus on the mission. As for the leader, you can mention it during the meeting," replied Taizang, already drawing his beheading sword. "Taizang, you are actually here? How splendid. Since we encountered each other, I must bring your beheading sword back with me. And your life as well. Hidden Mist Technique." The ninja from the Hidden Mist Village declared, immediately unleashing the Hidden Mist Technique. Instantly, the group vanished into the fog. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village truly remain unchanging. This combat style was already unraveled during the Third Great Ninja War. To think they still engage in battle this way. Orochimaru sighed helplessly, raising his hand. Serpent Esare. As he uttered the words, he prostrated himself on the ground. In an instant, a multitude of snakes burst forth from Orochimaru's mouth, spreading in all directions. As the serpents were unleashed, Orochimaru stood up. "Is my body beginning to show signs of wear? It seems I must hasten my pace." He mused to himself with a wry smile, then lifted his right hand, conjuring a gust of wind chakra. In an instant, Orochimaru vanished from his spot. Indeed, fighting alongside this fellow is quite unbearable, Taizang coldly remarked before charging forward with his beheading sword. Within the Hidden Mist Technique, a sufficient level of perception is required. As one of the wielders of the ninja blades hailing from the Hidden Mist Village, Taizang possessed formidable sensory abilities. After swiftly plunging into the mist, the battle commenced. Though he had emerged from the Hidden Mist Village. However, Shirzong Piwa felt little sense of belonging to the Hidden Mist Village. Thus, when it came to confrontation, he showed no mercy. "Got you." 3 ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru, their kunai aimed directly at him. With a swift motion, Orochimaru raised his hand and unleashed wind release, cutting. The bodies of the 3 ninjas disintegrated into a crimson mist, scattering upon the ground. Although Orochimaru could no longer perceive the positions of everyone under the Hidden Mist Technique, the serpents he released served as his eyes. Therefore, any ambush under this technique was utterly futile. Half an hour later, as the mist dissipated, 3 figures lay convulsing on the ground. "Orochimaru, must you engage in such acts before my very eyes? I fear I might be compelled to take action against you," Shirzong Piwa remarked with discontent as he observed Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru was conducting experimental dissection on the 3 surviving ninjas from the Hidden Mist. although accustomed to battle and bloodshed. Such grotesque activities were beyond Shizong Piwa's tolerance. Heh, then I shall take my leave with them. Serpent swallowing technique. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding serpents began to devour one another, ultimately merging into a colossal serpent that swallowed the three ninjas along with Orochimaru himself, vanishing into a cloud of white mist. Indeed, it is quite challenging to adapt to fighting alongside this individual. Shizong Piwa mused, surveying the corpses scattered around before commencing to dig a grave. Meanwhile, in the land of fire, Uchiha Nagasawa, accompanied by his ninjas, halted at a small village. Upon receiving information from an intelligence ninja, Uchiha Nagasawa appeared perplexed. Ninjas from outside the land of fire infiltrated and were annihilated by a mysterious force. To this day, Uchiha Nagasawa had yet to encounter any ninjas from other villages. The reports he received detailed the slaughter of various teams or groups from outside villages. Captain Nagasawa, should we contact the clan leader? Such bizarre occurrences might indicate someone is scheming behind the scenes, Uchiha Reunion suggested gravely as he approached Uchiha Nagasawa. No need. This aligns with our mission. Since someone has taken action, let them act. However, it is best if they do not cross paths with us. A fierce intensity shone in Uchiha Nagasawa's eyes, underscored by a robust fighting spirit. Simultaneously, within the land of rivers, Lady Tsunade, you have lost again. Shall we continue? The dealer observed the chips before him with excitement. Having served as a dealer for nearly a decade, he had finally encountered Tsunade, a veritable goldmine. By the end of this gambling session, he anticipated earning over 100,000 Ryo in commission. Moreover, the game was far from over, and the stakes could even rise higher. I placed my bet on small. Tsunade appeared somewhat disinterested as she pushed her remaining chips towards the small position. I followed suit and placed my bet on small as well. At that moment, a warm voice resonated through the air, accompanied by a stack of chips being placed on the small position. Generally, while Tsunade's table permitted others to join it was mandatory for them to bet alongside her. Her reputation was such that no one would dare to wager the same as she did, except for that previous silver-haired man. Now, the handsome figure before me was clearly different, as he bore dark hair. Is it you? Has Jiraiya sent you here as a negotiator? Tsunade glanced at the newcomer, her expression indifferent, though her peripheral gaze lingered on him. Indeed, the person who had arrived was none other than Uchiha Kazama, who had departed from the village several days prior. Chapter 42. Please return to the village, Tsunade. The dice cup was shaken. Uchiha Kazama did not respond to Tsunade's words. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the dealer. Ah, very well. The dealer swiftly shook the cup. Open. 1, 1, 2, a modest 4. The dealer, upon seeing the dice results, was completely stunned. How could this be? Wasn't Tsunade reputed to be the goddess of gambling, destined never to win? Shall we go for a meal? Uchiha Kazama observed Tsunade with keen interest. This woman evidently harbored a fascination for him, yet she suppressed her inner thoughts. Shizen, Tsunade called out, and then stood up, making her way toward the exit of the casino. Miss Shizen, please exchange my chips as well, Uchiha Kazama said with a slight smile, turning to follow Tsunade's footsteps. Shizen, cradling a small piglet, was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Uchiha Kazama had exchanged a mere sentence with her, yet she felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. So handsome. Shizen couldn't help but voice her inner thoughts. Such allure was not confined to mere appearance. It exuded from him, a unique charisma that seemed to radiate from within. In the private room, Tsunade remarked, if you have come to persuade me to return to the village, I must decline. However, you may share with me the affairs of the village and indulge in a few drinks. It was surprising that the young lad from the Third Shinobi World War had now ascended to the position of Hokage in Konoha. Tsunade spoke with a hint of amusement, albeit tinged with indifference, regarding the Uchiha clan. Tsunade, influenced by Tobirama, harbored some aversion. Nevertheless, she felt no substantial resistance. As for the village matters, Jiraiya has returned and become an advisor to Konoha. When the Hokage is absent, he manages various village affairs. The head of the Nara clan, Shikaku, serves as his aide, also assisting with village matters. Uchiha Kazama swiftly outlined the current structure and situation of the village. To her astonishment, he revealed that the Uchiha had effectively become a pursuing ninja. This implied that apart from Uchiha Kazama, the Hokage, the Uchiha possessed no actual power. The authority of the village had been delegated to the various ninja clans. Such a scenario was unexpected for Tsunade. Isn't it true that as Hokage, you have been rendered powerless? Tsunade jested, pulling out a flask and taking a solitary sip. Rendered powerless? As long as I possess strength. Authority will forever remain in my grasp. Sarutobi Hiruzen held power, did he not? Without strength, it is utterly futile. Let us dine first. We shall converse further afterward. Uchiha Kazama concluded, not allowing Tsunade the time to continue her inquiries, for the meal had already been served. As Tsunade observed Uchiha Kazama enjoying his meal, an unusual sensation stirred within her heart. After the meal, Uchiha Kazama rose and opened the door to the private room. Welcome back to the village, esteemed leader. Welcome back to the village. In that moment, a harmonious chorus halted the flask of wine poised at Tsunade's lips. These voices. Tsunade gradually turned her head, gazing upon the assembly before her, her eyes quivering with disbelief. If she were to acquire the Uchiha genes now, she could likely awaken her eyes instantly. You all. Observing the Senju clan insignia adorning the figures before her, each sporting the Leaf Village forehead protector, Tsunade recognized most of them. Yet, why were they here? Her gaze settled on Uchiha Kazama. Tsunade Senju, clan leader and head of the medical department. Please return to the village with me, Uchiha Kazama declared. His thoughts laid bare as he met her gaze. Tsunade Senju, head of the medical department. Tsunade felt her thoughts struggle to keep pace with the unfolding events. The Senju clan had been disbanded for how many years? Even she, Tsunade, and her brother Nawaki bore no name of the Senju. As for the other clan members, they were even less likely to possess such a title. This was a decision made by her grandfather, to lead by example and fully integrate the clan with the village. Yet the outcome had not met Hashirama's expectations. Each clan remained focused on their own interests, especially the Uchiha and Hyuga, those great ninja clans. You wish to coerce me back in such a manner. But what would it matter if I returned? I am unable to serve as head of the medical department or partake in battle. Since you sought me out, you must be aware of this, correct? The astonishment that once graced Tsunade's features faded, replaced by a languid indifference. Indeed, with her hemophobia, the things she could do now were exceedingly limited. I understand, Tsunade murmured. Suddenly, Uchiha Kazama raised a finger, and a sealed short blade materialized in his hand. He swiftly slashed his palm. And those Senju clansmen standing outside the room mirrored his actions. The scent of blood surged forth. Tsunade's body trembled as a wave of nausea and dizziness swept over her, even causing her hand that clutched the flask to quiver slightly. Before Tsunade could react, Uchiha Kazama seized her hand, pulling her to her feet. Minister Tsunade, this warm blood flows for your sake. The village needs you. With you here, this blood will flow only before you, not spill across the wilderness due to a lack of capable medical ninjas. I implore you, Minister Tsunade, return to the village. Uchiha Kazama's voice rose once more. We beseech the clan leader to return. The assembled Senju clansmen echoed loudly outside. The scent of blood seemed to grow faint. The reason these members of the Senju clan were willing to follow Uchiha was not due to Kazama's charismatic presence. Rather, they understood that only after the Senju clan was reconstituted could they acquire greater resources. As one of the founding clans, while the Uchiha clan thrived, the Senju had diminished over time. These individuals, though obedient to the teachings of their ancestors, found themselves unwilling to settle for mediocrity when opportunity arose. Moreover, with Uchiha Kazama personally extending invitations to them and promising the positions of advisors and the head of the medical department to Tsunade, they chose to accompany him. Tsunade, can you feel the rhythm of my heartbeat and the flow of my blood? If so, then you must sense the need of Konoha for you, as well as my own desire for you. Uchiha Kazama stepped closer to Tsunade, his voice soft and soothing. In that moment, the charm bestowed by the system manifested its effect. Tsunade, who had always recoiled from physical contact and suffered from hemophobia, found herself momentarily entranced by Uchiha Kazama's steadfast gaze. Her body ceased to tremble, and her breathing gradually steadied. Chapter 43. Capturing Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade had already been influenced by the unwavering determination reflected in Uchiha F-Kan's eyes. You all, tend to your own injuries first. You, accompany me for a drink. Tsunade freed herself from Uchiha F-Kan's grasp and turned back into the private room. Uchiha F-Kan smiled. You all should settle yourselves for now. Tomorrow morning, we return to the village. After his words, Uchiha F-Kan followed into the room and closed the door. Beneath the moonlight, Uchiha F-Kan gazed at Tsunade, whose complexion was slightly flushed. Tsunade-sama, do not call me that. I have yet to agree. Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, her words were physically interrupted by Uchiha F-Kan. Feeling the warmth of their lips, Tsunade's pupils contracted, and she abruptly pushed Uchiha F-Kan away, extending her hand to gently wipe her reddened lips. A trace of crimson and a faint metallic scent lingered. Looking back at Uchiha F-Kan, she noticed a split at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, her fear of blood did not manifest. As if the red mark on his lips was not merely blood. What are you doing? Uchiha F-Kan seized Tsunade's hand, confining it within his embrace. The cascading moonlight enveloped the two like a delicate veil. Soft murmurs filled the air. Yet, Uchiha F-Kan's gentle gestures did not cease. The anger that had initially surged within Tsunade subsided, and she halted her resistance. Gazing into the handsome visage before her, something deep within Tsunade seemed to awaken. An intoxicating aura began to emanate. Eventually, Tsunade could no longer withstand this warmth and began to respond with equal fervor. In the late hours of the night, after their playful antics, Tsunade lay languidly upon the soft couch. Uchiha F-Kan gently draped his Hokage cloak over her blushing figure. Rest well. Tomorrow, we return to the village, he said, taking a seat beside her and firmly clasping her hand. In this private room, amidst the tumultuous world of ninjas, a serene calm prevailed. Tsunade, who had initially furrowed her brows, now relaxed, her breathing steady as she drifted into slumber. Nothing from the outside world seemed capable of disturbing this tranquility. As dawn broke, a gentle light crept into the room. Tsunade opened her eyes, meeting the clear gaze of Uchiha F-Kan. You didn't sleep last night? A peculiar sensation stirred within her, as if she could see the wildness of the previous night reflected in his eyes. Yes, I feared you would flee, Uchiha F-Kan replied with a smile. Is this your way of ensuring my return to the village? Tsunade's expression turned icy, her tone somewhat harsh. No, it was an unexpected joy, Uchiha F-Kan countered. Now, let us get dressed and return to the village. He gently assisted Tsunade in rising. Though Tsunade appeared radiant and formidable, her heart remained tender. Wrapped in Uchiha Kazama's trust and passion, her defenses crumbled instantly. Moreover, his commanding presence utterly captivated her. His ambition wasn't mere power, it was something that endeared him to Tsunade completely, coupled with his overwhelming charisma and flawlessly handsome features. Yes, Tsunade too had a weakness for beauty. As the two stepped out hand in hand, they were met by a gathering of the Senju clan. At the forefront stood Senjutami, holding a cloak emblazoned with the Senju crest. Honored clan leader, we await your return to the village, Senjutami declared resolutely. Honored clan leader, we await your return to the village. The others echoed in unison. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade hesitated. Her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, had disbanded the clan himself, yet now, she was to rebuild it. But then, her gaze flickered toward Uchiha Kazama, and her resolve solidified. To the village. Tsunade took the cloak from Senjutami, draping it over her shoulders with a firm command. Shizen, having gathered their belongings, quietly positioned herself behind Uchiha Kazama. Together, the group departed the village in the land of rivers. By noon, they had crossed into the land of fire. Suddenly, Uchiha Kazama halted. Tsunade. He grasped her hand, and the others paused as well. Before she could question him, a hat was placed upon her head. The Hokage's hat? Uchiha Kazama had retrieved it from his spatial storage, settling it atop her head. The unexpected gesture left her bewildered. I have matters to attend to. Let them back first. Shizune, take care of Tsunade. She's hopeless with daily life, he said, glancing at Shizune. Understood, Lord Hokage. Shizune straightened, responding earnestly. I am not hopeless. Tsunade huffed, her cheeks puffing in indignation. The legendary Sannin, once revered as Konoha's medical saint, now revealed a girlish demeanor before Uchiha Kazama. Go on. Once back. Work with advisor Jiraiya to manage the village. As for affairs beyond, await my word. With that, he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. You, in front of everyone, she chided, flustered. Return swiftly. Uchiha Kazama squeezed her hand, then vanished with a smile. Watching him disappear, Tsunade hesitated briefly before adjusting the Hokage hat low over her eyes. Turning, she set off toward Konoha. Elsewhere, atop a cliff, Uchiha Kazama reappeared. A sleek obsidian serpent fixed its gaze upon Uchiha Kazama, flicking its forked tongue with a sinister hiss. Orochimaru. Uchiha Kazama spoke with unshaken composure. The diminutive black serpent before him gradually distended its maw, from which an arm emerged, slick with viscous fluid. Soon, the entirety of Orochimaru slithered forth from the serpent's gullet, his form glistening with residual mucus. Your perception is indeed remarkable. Fifth Hokage, Orochimaru remarked, his lips curling into a chilling grin. His serpentine eyes locked onto Uchiha Kazama with predatory intensity. The aura you emit, Tsunade, sensed it as well, though she may not yet know how to face you. Orochimaru, have you come seeking conflict? Kazama inquired, settling himself upon the cliff's edge, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. Fifth Hokage, your confidence is admirable, Orochimaru mused, his voice dripping with amusement. But what if my answer were a sudden rustling? Before he could finish, Orochimaru's arm morphed into a writhing mass of serpents, coiling around Uchiha Kazama in an instant. Chapter 44, Persuading Orochimaru, Vanquishing Karatsuchi's Avatar. As Uchiha Kazama found himself ensnared, he remained utterly still. The fifth Hokage, if only you. Just then, as Orochimaru reveled internally, seeking to capitalize on Uchiha Kazama's apparent underestimation, his body was suddenly pierced by countless sharp spikes. Simultaneously, the surrounding environment shattered, giving way to an unfamiliar realm. An illusion? When did this happen? Orochimaru was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Underestimate. How could someone single-handedly capable of altering the entire dynamics of Konoha possibly take things lightly? Orochimaru, are you still part of the Akatsuki? Uchiha Kazama rose to his feet. The serpents that had once coiled around him dissipated into nothingness. He spoke slowly. Do you know of the Akatsuki? Then, shall we return to the village? I will provide you with what you need. However, you must cease using innocent lives as subjects for your experiments. I will arrange for individuals to assist you in that regard. All you need to do is to fully unleash your powers. How about it? As Uchiha Kazama spoke, he extracted a long needle from Orochimaru's body. The intense pain contorted Orochimaru's features. Such torment, piercing the very core of his being, was unbearable. What do you intend to do? Have you forgotten? I am an S-rank rogue ninja of the village. Orochimaru gazed at Uchiha Kazama with a hint of bewilderment. What could this fifth Hokage possibly want? His identity should preclude him from standing in the light. I can assist you in shedding your status as an S-rank rogue ninja. Now, I require your response. The manner in which I accomplish this is my concern. Uchiha Kazama stated, once again pulling out another long needle. The excruciating pain left Orochimaru's nerves taut. Very well. As long as you speak the truth, I shall return. A glint of wariness flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he provided a definitive answer. He harbored no doubts, should he respond negatively. Uchiha Kazama would undoubtedly end his life without hesitation. From the information he had gathered, Orochimaru was indeed quite astute. Good. Uchiha Kazama turned and took a seat. The spikes that had bound Orochimaru vanished entirely, and the environment reverted to its original state. Observing Uchiha Kazama still perched on the cliff's edge, Orochimaru's astonishment deepened. This individual's illusionary prowess surpassed anything he had previously encountered. Orochimaru, as one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the research department is entrusted to you. You are to procure your required talents through formal application. List the materials you need and submit them to Narashikaku, who will handle them accordingly. Now, return. Uchiha Kazama remained unmoved. He sensed an eerie presence in the surroundings. Originally here to find Orochimaru, he hadn't expected these figures to appear as well. Of course, Orochimaru was certainly unaware of this entity's existence. Let me go? Orochimaru was bewildered. What did this mean? Such trust toward a rogue ninja like him. If you don't wish to leave, that's fine too. You can return with me later. Uchiha Kazama rose to his feet, and a terrifying surge of chakra erupted instantly. The ground around him cracked violently. Seeing this, Orochimaru summoned a massive serpent, swallowed himself within its jaws, and vanished from the scene. Come out. After Orochimaru's departure, Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly. You've already detected me? At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged behind Uchiha Kazama, as if his own silhouette had risen from the ground. Observing this, Uchiha Kazama allowed a faint smirk to grace his lips before swiftly suppressing it, replacing it with a look of feigned confusion. I am the manifestation of your consciousness, a unique existence born from the deepest recesses of your will. I possess all your wisdom and snap. Before Black Zetsu could finish, Uchiha Kazama had heard enough. Seriously? Was Black Zetsu attempting to deceive him with the same ploy used on Uchiha Madara? Did Uchiha Kazama appear to be some kind of fool? Even without prior knowledge of the plot, such a tactic was laughably transparent. Only someone like Uchiha Madara, desperate to validate his convictions, would fall for such a ruse. Truly, love blinds reason. Uchiha Madara's devotion to Hashirama Senju. My lord, why would you, Black Zetsu? Uchiha Kazama cut him off. Enough. I know who you are. So, you wish to recruit me into your scheme? With that, he clasped his hands together. Instantly, chains of sealing inscriptions materialized. Earth-shackling soul seal. The sealing technique spread rapidly, ensnaring Black Zetsu completely. This was no ordinary seal. It could imprison not only the body and chakra, but even consciousness itself. Not even the spiritual transformation technique mastered by Dan Cat could escape its grasp. How could you possibly? Black Zetsu's face twisted in horror. After all, within the entire shinobi world, no one knew his true identity, not Uchiha Madara, nor Uchiha Bido. None were aware of his grand design. No, this knowledge should belong to me alone. This isn't your true form, is it? Uchiha Kazama mused. Still, your real self will undoubtedly sense what's happening here. Deliver a message for me. I have no time to seek him out now, so he'd better behave. Otherwise, Uchiha Kazama uttered, as a swirling mass of black flames enveloped Kurizetsu. A chilling scream echoed, and this particular clone of Kurizetsu was utterly incinerated. After dispatching Kurizetsu, Uchiha Kazama cast his gaze towards the heavens. It seemed that if the opportunity arose, he would indeed seek out Kagaya Otsutsuki above. Furthermore, Otsutsuki Kinshiki remained aloft. He too was a formidable force. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Kazama transformed into an afterimage and vanished from sight. Before Tsunade arrived at the village, Uchiha Kazama had already caught up with her. However, complications arose, for Orochimaru had also made his appearance. Truly, Orochimaru was formidable. He had swiftly resolved his intentions and arrived here in no time. Boom, boom. The ground trembled with each resonating impact. Notably, there was one aspect of Orochimaru that commanded respect. Astonishingly, he remained silent even under the force of Tsunade's blows. Chapter 45, The Triad of Venom. It is indeed Orochimaru, impervious to harm. Had it been Jiraiya, he would likely be half dead by now. Kazama? Orochimaru exclaimed. You promised him a return to the village? Tsunade lifted Orochimaru and turned to face Uchiha Kazama. Despite their apparent closeness, Tsunade was capable of any action in this moment. Indeed, I made the promise, she affirmed. Orochimaru now held the esteemed position of head of the Konoha Research Department. His capabilities would undoubtedly bestow further convenience and advancement upon the village. Tsunade. Orochimaru's departure from the village was not solely due to his scientific pursuits. Instead of allowing such talent to languish outside, why not provide him with the village's resources? Oh. By the way, Orochimaru, do you find this of any use? Uchiha Kazama said, retrieving a multitude of white humanoid creatures from a scroll. This is. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this white Zetsu? Though it seems to be merely half of it. The other half is black. This is white Zetsu. Take it back for your experiments. The root organization has been disbanded, and that location can serve as your research facility. You are likely familiar with it. After speaking, Uchiha Kazama firmly grasped Tsunade's hand, preventing her from striking Orochimaru again. Well, I shall. Return to the village. No, you all should return first. I will follow shortly. After some contemplation, Orochimaru resolved to wait for Uchiha Kazama and the others to depart before he returned. To avoid further misunderstandings, he was not in a position to retaliate. In the next moment, Orochimaru vanished from sight. As Orochimaru disappeared, Tsunade's gaze shifted to Uchiha Kazama. What you just said, was that sincere? Tsunade regarded him with a peculiar expression, devoid of reproach, yet brimming with curiosity and inquiry. I need not extol Orochimaru's talents. You are already aware, if provided with a legitimate platform. The value Orochimaru can unleash is not something an elite shinobi can rival. Well, you will come to understand these matters in due course. Let us return, Uchiha Kazama concluded, taking Tsunade's hand as they made their way towards Konoha. Upon their departure, a small paper figure appeared on a nearby tree. In the distance, Konan stood, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Orochimaru was a member of the Akatsuki. When he joined the organization, they conducted an investigation into him. Given Orochimaru's past actions, how could Konoha possibly accept him? Now, Uchiha Kazama, as Hokage, had personally sanctioned Orochimaru's return to the village. Has he lost his mind? Such a decision would certainly destabilize his already precarious position further, so why would he act in such a manner? This behavior was utterly incomprehensible to Konan. The fifth Hokage was simply too peculiar. Unacceptable, she must investigate within Konoha village. After a moment of silence, Konan dissolved into scattered papers and vanished from the spot. Evening. Konoha Ninja Village. Hokage's office. Tsunade, you've truly returned. Jiraiya's face lit up with unbridled joy as he watched Tsunade enter alongside Uchiha Kazama of the legendary Sannin. Two had now returned to the village, a moment of profound significance for Jiraiya. If only. Orochimaru? Before Jiraiya could even complete the thought, Orochimaru stepped in from behind. Instinctively, Jiraiya tensed, readying himself for combat. Thud. Before he could act, Tsunade punched him squarely. I was the one who brought Orochimaru back, she declared. Advisor Jiraiya. Summon the heads of all departments to the conference room, Uchiha Kazama instructed calmly before turning and striding toward the meeting hall. Long time no see, Jiraiya. Orochimaru greeted with a faint smirk before following. For a moment, Jiraiya stood frozen in bewilderment. Half an hour later, the leaders of every department had assembled in the conference room. Their reactions upon seeing Orochimaru mirrored Jiraiya's earlier shock. What is? Clearly, Jiraiya could offer no explanation. He himself remained utterly confounded. Kurenai, take notes, Uchiha Kazama began smoothly. 2 announcements. First, the Senju clan is to be reinstated, with Senju Tsunade appointed as its leader. Concurrently, she will assume the role of head of the medical division. The room's attention shifted to Tsunade. Her reputation preceded her. Everyone present knew of her long absence from the village. That Uchiha Kazama had not only revived the Senju clan but also secured her return was nothing short of astonishing. Second announcement, the establishment of a research division to be led by Orochimaru. Furthermore, all bounties and criminal charges against him are hereby revoked. A pause. Then, with deliberate weight, however, should Orochimaru ever act against the village, I will immediately resign as Hokage and Uchiha clan leader, and vow never to return. A faint smile played on Uchiha Kazama's lips as he surveyed the room. Any objections or inquiries may now be voiced. The initial unease surrounding Orochimaru's presence dissipated. There was an unspoken trust in Uchiha Kazama's word, as though his guarantee alone carried absolute credibility. Hokage-sama, declared Intelligence Division head Yamanaka Inoichi, bowing slightly. Your decree is acknowledged. Lord Hokage, as the head of the Konoha Security Department, Hyuga Hayashi respectfully complies. Everyone has voiced their opinions. Very well. Now that all are informed of these matters, Nara Shikaku, as my assistant, please escort Minister Orochimaru to coordinate personnel assignments with the Research Division. The rest of you, return to your respective posts. Minister Hyuga Hayashi remained for a moment. Uchiha Kazan spoke once more. The others rose and departed the conference chamber, leaving only Hyuga Hayashi behind. At this moment, Hayashi's countenance bore a trace of solemn gravity. He had already received reports concerning the incidents at the daimyo's estate. Could it be that the fifth Hokage still intended to hold the Hyuga clan accountable? Yet, these consequences were brought upon themselves by their own reckless actions. Now, all he could do was await Uchiha Kazan's next words. Chapter 46. Tension at Hyuga. Konan's infiltration. Why High Kurenai presented the recent records to Uchiha Kazama, which required his signature. Simultaneously, Kurenai leaned closer to Kazama's ear. Lady Tsunade and you. As a woman, Kurenai was particularly sensitive to such matters. During the meeting, Tsunade's gaze towards Uchiha Kazama was anything but innocent. Having had an intimate relationship with Kazama, Kurenai felt compelled to inquire further. Kurenai, come here. Just as Kazama was about to speak, Tsunade's voice echoed from the doorway. Upon hearing it, Kurenai froze momentarily, her expression dazed as she turned to face Tsunade. Go on. Tsunade won't harm you. Kazama gently patted Kurenai's back, speaking reassuringly. Although she was somewhat apprehensive, Kurenai nodded and left the room. After the two women departed, Kazama was left with a hint of confusion. Had Tsunade already discerned his relationship with Kurenai? How would she address it? However, knowing Tsunade's character, if she intended to resolve the matter with aggression, she likely wouldn't have summoned Kurenai, but rather confronted Kazama directly, since she called Kurenai away. At that moment, the most distressed individual was neither Uchiha Kazama nor Waihai Kurenai, but rather Hyuga Hizashi, who remained in the conference room, awaiting Kazama's words. Previously, Kazama had displayed no such expression while dealing with the higher-ups of Konoha. Now, his pensive demeanor suggested he was contemplating how to handle the Hyuga clan. The thought quickened Hizashi's heartbeat. Lord Hokage, Hizashi could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and boldly broke the silence. Right, Hyuga Hizashi, you're still here. Kazama replied. One of your clan's elders, what was his name, attacked me at the daimyo's residence, and I have dealt with him accordingly. I hope that the ninjas from the Hyuga clan will refrain from such actions in the future. Kazama spoke calmly. I understand, Lord Hokage. I will ensure that my clan members behave appropriately and that such incidents do not recur, Hizashi responded, still somewhat anxious. After all, the issues Kazama raised would be deemed normal if addressed by any other Kage, let alone the Uchiha, who had a notorious reputation for annihilating clans. Then return to your duties. The security department has much work to attend to. With that, Kazama turned and exited the room. Soon after, he returned to the Hokage's office. For as the Hokage, he had village matters to attend to. Although most affairs were currently being handled by Jiraiya and Kakashi, he still had responsibilities to fulfill. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he was met with the sight of Tsunade and Kurenai. Take a moment to rest. We shall manage the village's affairs for now. I've asked Shizen to plan the matters concerning the medical department, and I will attend to it tomorrow. Tsunade spoke calmly upon the arrival of Uchiha Kazama. As if nothing had transpired, Kazama glanced at Shizen, who appeared composed, devoid of the earlier tension that had enveloped the atmosphere. Kazama nodded thoughtfully and proceeded to the lounge of the Hokage's office to recline. This situation felt rather peculiar. At Ichiraku Ramen, a young girl seated at a table called out, "One bowl of your signature ramen, please." "Certainly." Just a moment, came the cheerful reply from the owner, Tuchi, who soon placed a steaming bowl before her. "Is this your first time dining here? Are you a newly appointed ninja from the village?" Tuchi inquired with curiosity, observing the girl before him. "Yes," Conan replied, taken aback, yet she nodded in affirmation. It was remarkable that this seemingly ordinary person, devoid of any trace of chakra fluctuations, could discern her status. Could it be that the owner memorizes every newcomer? Splendid. As a ninja, do take care to protect the village. We ordinary folks rely on the guardianship of esteemed ninjas like yourself to live peacefully in Konoha. This bowl of ramen is on me. When you earn your rewards from missions, do come back to visit my humble shop, Tuchi said with a warm smile. Thank you, Conan stammered, instinctively expressing her gratitude before savoring her meal. Delicious, she exclaimed after her first bite. I'm delighted you enjoy it. You are always welcome to return, Tuchi replied, turning back to attend to his ingredients, for such compliments from patrons were his greatest joy. After finishing her meal, Conan left the payment on the table and departed Ichiraku Ramen. As she wandered through the village, she noted that it was already deep into the night. How could a village that had just undergone a political upheaval exhibit such harmony? The ordinary citizens truly reflected the essence of the community. Yet, whether passers-by or shopkeepers, it seemed none had been affected by this transformation. In fact, nearly every face bore a smile. What manner of approach had Uchiha Kazama employed to achieve such a state? Was he not a madman? A madman managing a village? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Conan ventured into a dimly lit alley. Paper jutsu, manipulation, she declared, as a small paper figure materialized at her fingertips. Situated close to the Hokage building, she concealed her chakra entirely after releasing the paper figure. This is a unique secret technique. Once this ninjutsu is released, it requires no chakra to maintain, allowing a connection with this small paper figure. This enables her to remain undetected by other sensory-type ninjas. Furthermore, it is a specialized reconnaissance ninjutsu of Conan. Before long, the small paper figure had settled outside the window of the Hokage's office. No one. The paper figure's gaze revealed not a single shadow. Could it be that at this hour, the Hokage has already retired for rest? Just as Conan pondered this, a series of faint gasps reached the perception of the paper figure. What is this? Conan directed the paper figure to cautiously approach the source of the sound. Upon arrival, a startling scene unfolded within Conan's awareness. This is the Hokage's office, and there are 3 individuals. The shock of this visual revelation nearly caused Conan to betray her chakra. Chapter 47. The blushing Conan a few hours prior. Uchiha Kazama lay restlessly in the lounge, unable to find solace in sleep. It was not the peculiar dynamic between Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai that troubled him, but rather the uncertainties of the future. Presently, the major ninja villages were stirring restlessly. Given Uchiha Kazama's current prowess, confronting these adversaries posed little challenge. Even against the formidable 4 great shinobi villages, he felt a sense of confidence. However, his concerns lay with Uchiha Obito and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Obito, in his folly, was a significant threat due to the power he wielded. Kagaya, the devoted son seeking to rescue his mother, would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary for what was to come. As for the Akatsuki organization, those susceptible to verbal manipulation were not a source of worry. Furthermore, lurking in the shadows was Otsutsuki Ishiki. Regardless of the immediate challenges or the looming crises, Uchiha Kazama had no intention of leaving these matters solely to Naruto and Sasuke. With the system at his disposal, he could not afford to be negligent. Preparations must be made before disaster struck. As he pondered these matters, time gradually slipped away. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky. A faint creaking sound signaled the opening of the door. Kurenai? Kazama sensed Yuhi Kurenai's presence and curiously turned his gaze toward the entrance. Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama asked me to take a bath first. Kurenai's voice betrayed a hint of nervousness, mingled with anticipation and excitement. Go ahead. There's hot water prepared, Kazama replied, albeit puzzled, his mind occupied with other matters. As the sound of water filled the air, he found himself unable to think further. This girl was indeed playing with fire. With that thought, Kazama rose and entered the bathroom. Kurenai was startled by Kazama's sudden entrance. Instinctively covering her mouth, Kazama, unfazed, skillfully shed his clothing and settled beneath the shower. After a moment's hesitation, Kurenai grabbed a towel, knelt behind him, and began to scrub his back. When the two emerged from the bathroom, Tsunade was already present. Hokage-sama. Kazama narrowed his eyes slightly and began to remove his garments. Soon, the sounds from within the room drew the attention of small paper figures outside. It was at this moment that Conan caught sight of an image that would linger in her mind. This. The more she watched, the more her face flushed and her heart raced. How could he be so impressive all alone? Moreover, that person really could. As time passed, Conan's blush deepened. 3 hours later, she wondered, was this person truly a madman? Why had it taken so long, and yet it still showed no signs of concluding? At that moment, even her breaths grew more rapid. Ding! Xiaonan perceived that the host was indeed mad. Physique enhancement card 2. Physique recovery card 2. Ding! Xiaonan believed the host must be insane to act as he did within the Hokage office. Before the system's notifications could continue, Uchiha Kazama directly silenced them. At this moment, it was imperative to focus. Otherwise, how could he possibly do justice to the 2 enchanting ladies before him? An hour later, the battle concluded. Observing the 2 women now peacefully slumbering, the pent-up frustration within Uchiha Kazama dissipated. He no longer had to contemplate anything. All that mattered was the enhancement of his own strength. Only power that he could command would not deceive him. Upon returning to the Hokage office, Uchiha Kazama's gaze drifted to the window. Xiaonan, who had previously felt her heart racing, suddenly held her breath. The direction in which Uchiha Kazama was looking was precisely where she was situated. Had she been discovered? No, it was not a matter of being found out. She had seamlessly melded into her surroundings. Even if the paper doll emitted chakra fluctuations, Uchiha Kazama would only perceive the doll, not her. With this thought, Xiaonan felt a sense of relief. It was late. She ought to rest rather than eavesdrop. Were these matters of great interest to her? Just as Xiaonan began to relax, a familiar voice reached her ears. You. Instinctively, Xiaonan formed hand seals, summoning a multitude of paper shurikens and paper kunai, adopting an offensive stance. Are you that sensitive? Put those weapons away. If the security team discovers you, there will be no escape. Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly, entirely unfazed by Xiaonan's prickly demeanor. You. Xiaonan struggled to comprehend how a person who had just been engaged in such activities could now stand before her, so composed, mere hours later. Although slightly inferior to the esteemed readers, how could he now appear so nonchalant while uttering such words? Was this man truly sane? You currently have two options. First, leave the village. Second, if there is something you wish to understand, come with me. While resting in the Hokage office's lounge, Uchiha Kazama had been contemplating the Akatsuki organization. He had intended to approach Orochimaru to explore potential connections. Unexpectedly, Xiaonan had come to him. Nagato's Rinnegan was indeed quite useful. Kazama harbored no sympathy or acknowledgement. What he required was the acquisition of power. Seizing the Rinnegan was undoubtedly the swiftest means. Moreover, if he could simultaneously integrate the Akatsuki into his strength, that would be advantageous. Humph. Xiaonan scoffed, remaining silent as she transformed into a flurry of paper fragments, vanishing from sight. Indeed, she is the epitome of a perfect paper figure wife. Ahem. Uchiha Kazama scratched his head and instantly vanished from the scene. The village's significant affairs were entrusted to the likes of Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. At present, there were no pressing matters requiring his attention. Thus, Uchiha Kazama temporarily returned to the Uchiha clan's territory, which was not too distant from the Hokage building. Upon his arrival at his residence, several individuals manifested before him. No need for formalities. Please, come in, Uchiha Kazama stated calmly as he regarded the newcomers. Though they appeared somewhat puzzled, they complied with his invitation and followed him into the courtyard. Clan leader, the four stood before Uchiha Kazama, their faces filled with admiration. Despite being a few years his senior, within the Uchiha clan, strength held a far greater weight than mere age. Chapter 48, The Secret of the Kaleidoscope. Little Nan in the Infinite Cosmos. Accompanying Uchiha Kazama were several previous squad leaders, Uchiha Union, Uchiha Linmu, Uchiha Lui, and Uchiha Shomo. The four now served as Uchiha Kazama's exclusive bodyguard ninjas, akin to the former positions of the Umbu captains. Liunian, Linmu, Loi, Xiaomo. I wish to inquire about your thoughts on a particular matter. Do you aspire to become stronger? Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the four were momentarily taken aback. Stronger? Such a question should not arise within the Uchiha clan. After all, the opportunity to grow stronger is an unequivocal desire for them. Could it be that the clan leader intends to impart some unique forbidden technique to them? Perhaps something akin to Izanagi or Izanami? Yes. The four quickly recovered from their surprise and affirmed their willingness. What is it? The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Within the Uchiha clan, it is regarded as an absolute belief. The four had reached a plateau in terms of chakra volume, physique, and ninjutsu. To further advance, they needed to seek enhancement from other avenues, such as Sage Mode, summoning beasts, secret techniques, forbidden arts. However, for the Uchiha, the most effective method is to awaken their own Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Due to the peculiar nature of its awakening, the specifics have historically been held exclusively by the clan leader. After all, the process requires the sacrifice of a dearly beloved individual, a fact that cannot be made public. Otherwise, it could incite internecine strife within the clan. Such consequences have compelled their ancestors to conceal this method. Thus, the kaleidoscope remains an enigmatic existence for the majority of clan members. There is truly no room for hesitation regarding this matter. If they miss this opportunity, they may never encounter such a chance again. Very well. Clan leader. Before Uchiha Kazama could speak, Uchiha Fugaku appeared. Ding! Uchiha Fugaku believes you are insane. The secret of the kaleidoscope must never be revealed. Reward, 500 eye power. Reward, beyond the realm of eye techniques. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Uchiha Kazama was taken aback. Shouldn't Fugaku be resting properly now? He currently held no specific position. The village's defenses were managed by the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans. Moreover, shouldn't he be more concerned about Sasuke's growth at this moment? Patriarch, must you truly? Uchiha Fugaku did not continue. Casting a glance at the four individuals beside him, it was evident that his actions would displease them. However, for the betterment of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku felt compelled to take a stand. Presently, Uchiha Kazama seemed to be succumbing to the grasp of power. He believed it was essential to assume his own responsibilities. Former Patriarch Fugaku, the issues you perceive are merely a reflection of your own wavering resolve. Moreover, have you recently engaged with anyone of significance? Uchiha Kazama observed the aura surrounding Uchiha Fugaku, a hint of perplexity evident on his face. This aura felt vaguely familiar, yet he could not place it at that moment. Uchiha Fugaku hesitated, a flicker of panic crossing his features. Yet, he swiftly concealed the disturbance in his eyes. No. I believe the matter of the Manjiki Sharingan should not be disseminated within the clan. The potential dangers are, I trust, self-evident. Uchiha Fugaku articulated his stance with clarity and conviction. Understood. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave, Uchiha Kazama replied calmly. Upon hearing his words, the fervor in the eyes of the four individuals reignited. As core members of the clan, they were aware of the stipulations surrounding the Manjiki, and under the current circumstances, they felt the situation was becoming increasingly untenable. Yet, Uchiha Kazama's demeanor. Must you hold on so dearly? Patriarch, since you address me as such, please depart. Uchiha Kazama interjected, cutting off Uchiha Fugaku's words. At that moment, he recalled the aura he had sensed earlier. However, it was best not to dwell on it for now. He had his own plans and needed to address the matters at hand first. Very well. Uchiha Fugaku desired to voice more, yet he shifted his demeanor and vanished from the scene. Now let us commence, Uchiha Kazama declared, activating his Manjiki Sharingan. The surrounding space transformed instantaneously. In the sky, 5 moons appeared, each bearing the design of Uchiha Kazama's Manjiki. 5. Observing the 4 individuals ensnared in the illusion, Uchiha Kazama felt a twinge of confusion. How could there be an additional person? As his consciousness stirred, he beheld the 5th figure within the all things in nature, illusion, Konan. Is she a fool? He had not intended to draw her into the illusion. She had inadvertently walked into it herself. Look here. Uchiha Kazama approached Konan, placing his hand upon her forehead. Soon, the surrounding environment began to shift. This is the Hokage's office? Uchiha Kazama stood astonished, taken aback by the appearance of the Hokage's office within Konan's illusion. At that moment, as Uchiha Kazama found himself engulfed in confusion, a melodious voice reached his ears. Following the sound, Kazama was taken aback. What was this slightly inappropriate scene unfolding before him? Moreover, why were Tsunade and Hong present as well? Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Kazama gradually closed his eyes. Subsequently, the 5th moon vanished without a trace. Kazama turned to glance at the small paper figure behind him. My goodness, Konan's reconnaissance methods are quite remarkable. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Kazama vanished from his spot. In the next instant, a somewhat dazed Konan was transported back to the courtyard. Speak up, what is it that you wish to know? We can exchange information, if you so desire. Uchiha Kazama regarded the small figure of Konan before him, reflecting on the slightly deranged version of her he had encountered in the illusion. The flow of time within the myriad phenomena is not the same as that in the outside world. When Uchiha Kazama dispelled the illusion, half a day had already elapsed for Konan. Therefore, Chapter 49, The Attitude of Uchiha Kazama. It was evident that Konan had yet to regain her composure. Gazing upon the striking features of Uchiha Kazama, along with the visions that had recently invaded her mind, the illusions within the myriad of existence felt almost indistinguishable from reality. Thus, upon encountering that face, Konan instinctively lowered her gaze. What had she been doing moments before? No, this was not her genuine sentiment. She had fallen under the spell of this villain's Sharingan. But, must we truly exchange intelligence? Uchiha Kazama regarded the dazed Konan with a hint of hesitation. This scenario was something he had not anticipated. It appeared that the allure bestowed by the system's rewards had proven to be rather potent. How shall we exchange? Konan temporarily suppressed the turmoil within her heart, raising her head to meet Uchiha Kazama's gaze. The mesmerizing kaleidoscope of his eyes, coupled with his striking visage, was indeed daunting. If possible, I wish to meet the leader of the Akatsuki, not pain. Let this be considered a transaction. The endeavors you wish to undertake need not solely rely on violent means. Or perhaps I can assist you in acquiring even greater power. Uchiha Kazama spoke with a smile. I know Nagato. I am aware of your intentions. As long as I am present, you shall not seize the tailed beasts. I possess sufficient knowledge of the information, so what you now require to articulate is what you wish to learn. Kazama calmly interrupted Konan. These words shifted Konan's perception of Uchiha Kazama. This was certainly not the demeanor of a madman. At the very least, he was not a mindless lunatic. From the governance of Konoha to his formidable intelligence capabilities. Currently, other villages are preparing to strike at your Konoha. Are you not concerned? In this weakened state, what do you have to offer us of the Akatsuki? Konan retorted. Given his awareness of such matters, it was unlikely that this fifth Hokage was oblivious to the impending actions of the other villages. So, how would he respond? I am aware. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, has already fallen under our control. Although there are a few warmongers within Sunagakure, they can be dealt with when the time comes. As for Kirigakure, our Uchiha clan managed to repel them before. Do you think I harbor any fears now? Regarding Kumogakure, they are formidable opponents. However, the fourth Raikage is merely a muscle-bound fool. With a little strategy, he can be subdued. Iwagakure's Inoki, at his current age, lacks the vigor of his youth. A mere threat will suffice to keep him from acting recklessly. Thus, as long as they dare to come, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them all. Uchiha Kazama recounted with tranquil assurance. It is as casual as deciding whether to indulge in hot pot or barbecue tonight. Indeed, this individual is nothing short of a madman. Does the Akatsuki truly intend to confront someone like him? The prowess exhibited by Uchiha Kazama leaves Konan with no doubt that he is capable of obliterating the Akatsuki. I shall inform Nagato of this matter. However, enough of that. I have other affairs to attend to. Konan, you may return first, or wait for me, so we may visit Nagato together. The person you are suspicious of is also known to me, and he is indeed my target. Upon finishing his statement, Uchiha Kazama diverted his attention away from Konan. At this moment, the priority was not a woman, but rather the four clansmen before him. Maintaining the Meijiki Sharingan is quite taxing on both ocular power and chakra. Thus careful chakra manipulation is essential. Konan fell silent. Did Uchiha Kazama just mention Uchiha Madara? Indeed, they are all Uchiha. Yet, with her mind already swirling with thoughts, Konan's confusion deepened, leading her to vacate to a corner and sit down. Within the realm of illusions. This is. Uchiha Liunian awoke from his slumber, surveying his surroundings. The scent of blood. Has something happened in the village? Without delay, Uchiha Liunian sprang to his feet, grasping a nearby short blade, and dashed outside. Upon exiting his chamber, the scene around him rendered him momentarily speechless. There lay the bodies of his clansmen, fallen amidst pools of blood. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a sticky substance on his hands. Instinctively, he glanced down. The short blade was smeared with blood, and he too bore traces of it. Yonian, you must flee. A voice pierced through the chaos. Turning to the sound, he beheld Uchiha Linmu and Uchiha Shikome, both impaled by a long blade. A closer inspection revealed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku. Why? Where's the clan leader? Next. It shall be your turn. What a pity. If you had chosen to continue your slumber, perhaps you could have departed this world without suffering. To ensure the continuation of our lineage, you radical factions must perish. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with an expression of cold indifference. The sight of familiar corpses sent Uchiha Liunian's Sharingan into a frenzy, his ocular power surging alongside his emotions. Uchiha Kazama sensed the fluctuation of this ocular power, a smile playing upon his lips. Indeed, the massacre orchestrated by Uchiha Itachi is the most effective means to incite the rage and sorrow within the hearts of the clansmen, particularly when witnessing the tragic demise of close companions. This impact, given sufficient potential, would naturally awaken the Meijiki Sharingan. Uchiha Kazama's design was to awaken the Meijiki, thereby allowing him to escape the illusions. The ocular power of the three was on the rise, much to Kazama's satisfaction. At the border of the Land of Fire, Lord Raikage, the ninjas we previously dispatched to the Land of Fire have all perished. At this moment, it remains uncertain who was responsible for their demise. However, the suspicion falls heavily upon Konoha. With a sense of helplessness, I stood before the fourth Raikage. Our initial intent was to gather intelligence, yet now all the dispatched ninjas have vanished without a trace, leaving us devoid of any valuable information. Given this predicament, it would be prudent to act directly against Konoha without further delay. This time, other villages have also sent ninjas into the Land of Fire. If we initiate our assault first, Konoha will once again find itself confronted by the combined might of the four great shinobi countries. Upon concluding his statement, the fourth Raikage vanished from sight. In that moment, the others surged forth towards Konoha. The fourth Raikage had already taken action. Jin, disseminate the intelligence from this side. He commanded. Uchiha Kakashi, what a laughable fifth Hokage. This world has long since rotted. It is time to commence our operations. With that, Uchiha Obito descended into the depths below, burdened by a singular imperative to activate the moon I plan ahead of schedule. Chapter 50, Confirmed Speculation, Target Selected. Konohagakure. Uchiha Clan Compound. Dawn. Konan had somewhat recovered, rising to find her gaze settling upon Uchiha Kazama. His eyes streamed with blood, his pallor ghastly and sickly. Had he maintained the Manjiki Sharingan's ocular jutsu from last night until now? This man was truly mad. If he continued like this, he might, just as Konan's astonishment peaked. Kazama's ocular power surged once more. Simultaneously, he turned to face her. Ding, Konan deems your actions insane. Ocular power 1000, Constitution 200. Indeed. Konan's fleeting thought had replenished Kazama's reserves. 1,000 units of ocular power, enough to grant him momentary respite. Awake? Eat something. I leave the village this afternoon. With that, Kazama refocused entirely upon the quartet, Uchiha Renin and his companions. Their breakthrough into the Manjiki was imminent. He had no time to spare for Konan. Observing his unwavering concentration, Konan found herself reconsidering this madman's nature. Then, the memory of that scandalous vision resurfaced. Flushing crimson, she hastily retreated from the courtyard. Half an hour later, Uchiha Renin's eyes slowly opened. A vast wave of ocular power unfurled, his tomo twisting into scythe-like forms. Merely meeting his gaze now carried lethal intent. Success? What are your ocular abilities? Kazama inquired. Clan head. You. This. Renin's murderous aura dissipated abruptly. Dazed, he stared at Kazama. Within his Jinjutsu, Kazama had perished shielding him. How? An illusion? Realization struck. The prior arrangement, Kazama summoning him to awaken the Manjiki, returned to him. Clan head. My left eye wields Kyokuruka, a spatial ability. It severs enemies trapped in my Jinjutsu, bypassing all defenses. My right eye possesses my Jin no Chikara enhancement. It amplifies any ninjutsu or taijutsu. Scaling with expended ocular power. Renin spoke with gravity. The Manjiki's awakening had elevated his prowess exponentially. Now, most J-nin would face instant annihilation before him. Those incapable of resisting his Jinjutsu assault stood no chance. Coupled with my Jin no Chikara's ability to convert ocular power into physical and ninjutsu augmentation, his potential ceiling soared ever higher. Good. Deactivate the Manjiki and rest. Keeping one's eyes open for too long can be quite unbearable. Uchiha Kazama nodded in satisfaction. Now, one among the four had activated the Manjiki Sharingan. This was deemed a success in Uchiha Kazama's endeavors. In the future, through such means, all the prodigies of the Uchiha clan could be transformed into possessors of the Manjiki. With diligent training, they could swiftly march into battle, rendering the ninja world devoid of any substantial threats. Once the Manjiki Sharingan is activated, even the Tsutsuki can be slightly challenged. This is undoubtedly a formidable power. Uchiha Yonyan closed his Manjiki and departed from the scene. When Konan returned after her meal, only Uchiha Kazama remained. Thank you, he said, extending his hand to accept the ramen that Konan had brought back. After such intense exertion, a replenishment of energy was indeed necessary. After finishing the ramen, he remarked, Ichiraku ramen is delicious, isn't it? What do you think? Have you considered settling in our Konoha? The land of rain is truly not suitable for living. Upon rising, Uchiha Kazama glanced at the dazed Konan. At that moment, she appeared somewhat perplexed. In Konoha, she could freely investigate everything about the Uchiha clan. Even details regarding Uchiha Kazama himself were readily available. It was as if they were unconcerned about the potential leakage of such information. However, what Konan learned about Uchiha Kazama was that many regarded him as a madman. Yet, after Kazama ascended to the position of Hokage, his actions garnered substantial credibility. Even the ninja clans could not find fault with his arrangements. The current curriculum of the ninja school has been revised, encompassing the true visage of the ninja world along with various special battles, devoid of any embellishments glorifying the Hokage or blindly lauding the village. The village that Uchiha Kazama seeks to establish is one populated by bloodthirsty wolves, rather than a mere celebration of individual heroism. This is something that no other village has accomplished. In every village, the leader is absolute, and the operations of the village revolve around the leader's authority. Uchiha Kazama's directives, however, liberate that power. I must return first to relay this to Nagato. Also, regarding the matter of Uchiha Madara that you mentioned, Uchiha Kazama interrupted Konan before she could finish. Why? Konan lifted her gaze to meet Uchiha Kazama's now normal eyes. Because he may have already gone to the Cloud Village or the Rock Village. The ninjas who were ambushed within the Land of Fire were orchestrated by your Akatsuki, correct? Therefore, you should be aware that other villages are currently preparing to strike against Konoha. Therefore, the tailed beast capture plan you previously devised will likely be executed during this period, Uchiha Kazama remarked with a faint smile. As for why I suspect these two villages, Sunagakure is simply too weak, while Kirigakure has already been thoroughly destabilized by Tobi. How much more do you know? Konan was visibly startled. How could Uchiha Kazama be privy to a plan they hadn't even enacted yet? Could it be Orochimaru? No. Even the members weren't aware of this mission. These details are inconsequential. Let us proceed. With those words, Uchiha Kazama stepped forward, leaving behind a shadow clone to inform Tsunade of his intentions before departing the village with Konan in tow. Their destination, Kumogakure. Meanwhile, shinobi from Kumogakure were already advancing swiftly toward Konoha. Chapter 51. The Cloud Village's Assault. Prepare for battle. Their paths converged. At noon, Uchiha Kazama sensed the immense chakra fluctuations in the distance. Sooner than I anticipated, he mused, standing at the edge of a cliff, gazing into the horizon. The massive chakra signatures were swiftly advancing straight toward Konoha. The Cloud Village's forces had arrived. With their target being Konoha, as the Hokage, shouldn't you remain in the village? Konan turned to Uchiha Kazama. Under such circumstances, no matter what ulterior motives he harbored, logic dictated he would prioritize repelling the invaders before pursuing any personal agenda. I have faith in the village, Uchiha Kazama replied. However, since we've encountered them here, why not leave them a parting gift? With that, he swiftly formed hand seals. A summoning jutsu? Konan observed, recognizing the signs. Yet, why was he applying it to himself? And where was the summoned creature? She sensed the surge of chakra and witnessed the seals, but no beast materialized. In the next instant, a thick layer of tailed beast chakra enveloped Uchiha Kazama's body, morphing into the colossal visage of a fox. The nine tails. Konan's eyes widened. No, that's impossible. The current Jinchuriki is just a child. How? Before she could process the anomaly, the massive fox had opened its maw, a tailed beast ball coalescing within. Boom. The devastating orb shot forth, striking a distant canyon. Kaboom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending plumes of dust and debris skyward. Let's go, Uchiha Kazama said calmly. We should proceed. The Cloud Village's movements won't escape his notice. By now, he's likely nearing their stronghold. Delaying further would be inconvenient. Without hesitation, he seized Konan's arm. A crackling layer of lightning released chakra encased them both before they vanished in a blur. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the explosion, over 100 Cloud shinobi lay grievously wounded. Those too slow to evade had been obliterated entirely, reduced to nothingness. That was a tailed beast ball. Killer Bee urgently addressed the fourth Raikage. The Nine Tails power, Konoha has detected us. Continuing our rapid advance is futile now, and we're nearly within their sensory range. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is just a child. The Raikage growled, dust coating his face. How could they possibly control its power to this extent? Perceiving the surrounding situation, his expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. It was the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure. He possessed the ability to control tailed beasts, undoubtedly having brought the Jinchuriki with him. AI lamented that this war was truly ill-suited. The Uchiha currently held dominion over the Leaf Village, and their ocular techniques wielded formidable lethality against tailed beasts. If the Nine Tails could be instantaneously subdued, then what of the 8 tails within me? Kurabi felt a sense of helplessness. Such matters were not lost on the 4th Raikage. However, he was currently unable to heed them. They pressed onward. Since the Leaf had discovered their presence, they would split their forces to launch an assault on Konohagakure. He could hardly believe that a single 5th Hokage could thwart all of them. The 4th Raikage issued his command decisively. The ninja forces divided into 10 formations, encircling the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, within Konohagakure, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, we have just detected chakra fluctuations from a tailed beast bomb outside the village. It appears the Hokage has taken action, reported Yamamoto. The target is approximately 3 hours away from the Leaf. It must be a ninja from another village. We should prepare our defenses, he continued. Yamamoto hurriedly delivered the intelligence to the Hokage's office. This must be the ninja from Kumogakure attacking, Tsunade remarked with a smile as she examined the information left on the desk. It seems so. Shall we proceed according to his strategy? Jiraiya nodded slowly. After all, he is the Hokage. Such matters require adherence to his directives. Let us go. We shall see just how much power the so-called strongest ninja village, Kumogakure, truly possesses. Tsunade declared, rising to don the hat left by Uchiha Kazama, her face brimming with confidence. Oh, madness, utter madness. Then let us proceed. Jiraiya rose in tandem, following Tsunade's lead. The two ascended to the high platform of the Hokage building. Below, the plaza had gathered a multitude of ninjas. Even Kakashi and Might Guy were present. They had just received news that the ninjas from Kumogakure were advancing toward Konohagakure. The 5th Hokage's directive was clear, to crush them, to make them regret ever challenging the Leaf. War. Tsunade raised the hat left by Uchiha Kazama and proclaimed passionately, War, war, war. The ground reverberated with the thunderous shouts of the assembled ninjas. Shikaku, the arrangements for battle are entrusted to you. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and I shall head to the village entrance. Tsunade announced before leaping down from the high platform. Jiraiya followed closely behind her, while Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, and the three made their way toward the village entrance. This is, Yamamoto, quickly relay the specific situation to me. At the same time, instruct the intelligence division to mobilize all ninjas currently within the village. I shall issue missions through you. Though Nara Shikaku found this course of action somewhat reckless, since the responsibility had already been entrusted to him, he resolved to execute it flawlessly. Swiftly, the village's forces were set into motion. First came the combat units organized by the major ninja clans, the Uchiha clan, 1st unit, the Hijie clan, 2nd unit, the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, 3rd unit. Beyond the clan-based formations, the remaining shinobi were grouped into specialized squads. Might Guy, Taijutsu unit. Hatake Kakashi, Ninjutsu unit. Konoha now resembled a vast and intricate machine, operating with swift and precise efficiency. Through the sensory feedback relayed by the intelligence division, an expansive defensive network was rapidly established around the village. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the Hokage's office. Chapter 52, The Uchiha Frontline, Awe-inspiring. Minister Fugaku? Nara Shikaku gazed at the emerging Uchiha wind, somewhat perplexed. After all, at this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku should have received the news and taken the Uchiha clan's ninjas to bolster the eastern defenses. The Uchiha harbored reservations regarding this war mission. We must guard Konoha at the forefront, Uchiha Fugaku asserted decisively. The front is already manned by Lady Tsunade and her team. Is this the consensus of the entire Uchiha clan? Nara Shikaku initially intended to decline. After all, the front line was already occupied by the legendary Sannin. However, the current Hokage was, after all, the clan leader of the Uchiha. If they sought to engage at the front line, it would indeed be difficult to refuse. Thus, the issue shifted. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku nodded earnestly. Very well, you may proceed to the front line. I will assign other ninjas to defend the eastern flank. Narashikaku responded affirmatively. After receiving the confirmation, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly departed. Outside the Hokage building, Elder, are we truly able to join the front line? Uchiha Renmu looked at Uchiha Fugaku with anticipation. Yes, let us go. After fighting for the village so many times, we must demonstrate to everyone that the strength of the Uchiha can also serve as a protective force. After finishing his words, Uchiha Fugaku led a contingent of Uchiha towards the village's entrance. At the village's entrance, upon seeing the Uchiha ninjas approach, Tsunade's face revealed a hint of confusion. After all, the front line was already manned by their forces. The Uchiha should have prioritized intercepting and annihilating the ninjas from the hidden cloud village in another area before coming here. Nevertheless, since they had arrived, Tsunade had no intention of saying anything. Soon, the group reached a position 3,000 meters from the village. This was a plain. Any ninja from the hidden cloud village wishing to assault Konoha would inevitably pass through here. Before long, the fourth Raikage appeared, accompanied by ninjas from the hidden cloud village. Kurabi was also among this main force. Is the Hokage absent? Or is the timid fifth Hokage too afraid to emerge and face us? The fourth Raikage boasted, glaring at Tsunade and her three companions. The fourth Raikage, once too intimidated by our village's fourth Hokage to step onto the battlefield, now dares to utter such words in Konoha? It seems you have forgotten. In the third Great Ninja War, you did not emerge victorious, did you? Tsunade was not one to coddle the fourth Raikage. Despite facing multiple fronts during the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had still emerged triumphant. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen had insisted that resolving conflicts peacefully was paramount. Consequently, not only did they refrain from pursuing reparations from these villages, but Konoha also ended up incurring substantial costs. Perhaps it is precisely such incidents that have led other hidden villages to perceive Konoha as weak and vulnerable. However, now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has perished, such disgraceful affairs shall no longer occur. The fourth Hokage's tenure in your village was a tragic waste of such prodigious talent. He deserved a far more glorious conclusion to his legacy. But now that Konoha has lost that formidable figure, let us witness what insignificant ripples this weakened village can still produce. As the fourth Raikage finished speaking, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from his entire being. The lightning armor technique manifested instantaneously. Meanwhile, Killer Bee's gaze locked onto the assembled Uchiha shinobi. From the moment of his arrival, an unsettling sensation had gripped him. Every Uchiha's eyes seemed fixated upon him. This ominous perception was shared by the Eight Tails, Jiwai Ki, dwelling within him. Evidently, the Uchiha clan had already marked him as their primary target. Caution would be imperative henceforth. One favorable circumstance remained. Uchiha Kazama, the fifth Hokage, was absent. His dreaded Mangeki Sharingan's terrifying dominion over tailed beasts would have compounded Killer Bee's trepidation exponentially. Attack! With the Raikage's terse command, he lunged towards Tsunade with blistering speed. Leave this to us. Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku's declaration heralded the instantaneous materialization of his towering Susanoo. In seamless succession, Uchiha Renin, Uchiha Hayashi, Uchiha Roy, and Uchiha Natsum likewise unleashed their own colossal manifestations. The abrupt emergence of 5 towering Susanoo constructs froze the charging Raikage mid-assault. He was intimately familiar with this legendary technique. A single Susanoo might have been surmountable, but 5? Since when had the Uchiha amassed such staggering military might? Had they always possessed this overwhelming strength? That senile fool Hiruzen must have been bereft of all reason to ever antagonize them. No clan wielding such devastating power would have endured the Leaf's political oppression. Unless, boom, boom, boom. The Raikage's frantic conjectures were obliterated as the Susanoo's onslaught commenced. All strategic ambitions of conquering Konoha evaporated. His sole priority became survival. Killer Bee simultaneously initiated full-tailed beast transformation. Yet even as the Eight Tails' monstrous form emerged, 2 semi-perfect Susanoo avatars descended upon him with divine wrath. Within moments, The 5 Uchiha had decisively suppressed both the Raikage and the Jinchuriki. Strike now. Annihilate every enemy combatant within reach. Tsunade's command sliced through the chaos. Summoning technique. With practiced precision, Tsunade summoned the colossal slug Katsuyu. Katsuyu, I rely upon you. The benevolent slug immediately underwent mitosis, its countless segments dispersing to aid wounded shinobi across the battlefield. With the presence of slugs, it was as if every ninja had their own medical neem by their side. This ensured the utmost safety for the shinobi forces. Orochimaru and Jiraiya simultaneously summoned their respective summoning creatures. Both being combat-oriented ninjas, they charged into battle immediately after their summons appeared. Jiraiya even activated his imperfect sage mode, aiming to conclude the fight with swift efficiency. Orochimaru cast an envious glance at Jiraiya before following suit, lunging toward the Kumogakure shinobi. The outcome of this battle had been predetermined from the very beginning. The moment those 5 Susanoo manifested, many of the Cloud Village ninja were paralyzed with terror, some even losing the will to fight. Had it not been for Killer Bee's last-minute eruption of tailed beast chakra, allowing him to escape alongside the 4th Raikage, they might have all been annihilated that day. Chapter 53. The Retreat of Awagakure, the Pivot of Sunagakure. The battle began with an overwhelming sense of oppression, yet ended with startling abruptness. Neither the shinobi of Kumogakure nor even those of Konoha had time to react. The gazes of Tsunade and her companions shifted toward the 5 Uchiha, Fugaku, and his kin. In an instant, the 5 towering Susanoo had decided the fate of the battlefield. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, Fugaku spoke calmly. We of the Uchiha shall proceed to the other battlefields. This is our domain. Without another word, he vanished in a flicker of movement. The other 4 Uchiha, Ryunin and the rest, followed without hesitation. War was the Uchiha's expertise. Once, they had stood alone against an entire village and emerged victorious. Now, they were no longer the same as before. The ensuing battles held even less suspense than the main front. The Kumonin, already at a disadvantage, had clung to the hope that their Raikage would triumph and reinforce them. Instead, what arrived was Konoha's reinforcements, the Uchiha. In the end, more Kumonin lay dead than had managed to flee. In the distance, a massive figure came to an abrupt halt. Stop advancing. Retreat immediately. Han stood frozen, his towering frame trembling faintly. What? Beside him, Tsuchikage's right-hand man, Kuratsuchi, frowned in disbelief. Han, if we don't move swiftly, we risk altering the outcome of the battle. Has Konoha grown so weak that they cannot withstand even this brief assault from Kumo? No. Han's voice was low, strained. It's Kumo. They've already withdrawn. The words struck Kuratsuchi like a physical blow. Kumo retreated? Such a thing was unthinkable. The 4th Raikage had harbored a deep-seated grudge against Konoha ever since the 3rd Shinobi World War, when the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had repelled him. That humiliation had festered, driving the Raikage's relentless desire for vengeance. Even after Minato's death, the Raikage had never reconciled with that defeat. Now, with Konoha in turmoil, he would have seized this chance with everything he had. Yet, less than half an hour had passed, and they had retreated? Kuratsuchi knew Han was not one to lie. Why? Did Konoha offer some concession? He pressed, unwilling to accept it. Han exhaled slowly. No, it was the Uchiha. His voice carried a weight that silenced further questions. 5 of them wielded a power akin to that of the gods. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moreover, the legendary Sannin of Konoha has returned. Within less than half an hour, the front lines succumbed to chaos. The Uchiha clan pressed their advantage, nearly annihilating the surrounding ninja from the hidden Cloud Village. We must leave quickly, or we may find ourselves unable to depart safely, Han remarked as he rose and headed away from Konoha. Hearing this, Odo swiftly followed suit. The Hidden Stone Village had originally come to unite with the Hidden Cloud Village for battle, yet they were dismissed without having any opportunity to engage. Meanwhile, in the southwestern direction, the Sand Village ninja forces, who had been advancing rapidly towards Konoha, came to an abrupt halt. The Hidden Cloud Village is retreating. How can this be? Didn't the 4th Raikage always seek to strike Konoha? This war was instigated by them. Why would they withdraw now? Chiyo's face was etched with displeasure. After all, the Sand Village had invested substantial resources in this conflict, unlike the Hidden Stone Village, which had merely dispatched a fraction of its ninja. If they were to return now, it would result in significant losses, burdens too heavy for the already resource-depleted Sand Village to bear. Moreover, Chiyo harbored personal grievances against Konoha, seeking vengeance not only for her village but for herself. We underestimated the Uchiha clan. Their concealed strength is astonishingly formidable. Furthermore, the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Kazama, has yet to make his move. Rasha interjected. So what shall we do now, Wind Shadow? Chiyo directed her gaze towards Rasha, recognizing him as the decision-maker in this predicament. Our objective remains to confront the Hidden Mist Village. Rasha's sudden shift in focus startled them all. The Hidden Mist Village? Chiyo, along with Maki and other Sand Village Jainin, were expressions of disbelief. Their mission was to gain certain advantages from the Land of Fire, which had nothing to do with the Hidden Mist Village. Furthermore, had the Hidden Mist Village already encroached upon the Land of Fire? Chiyo quickly pieced it together. Rasha's mention of shifting their focus to the Hidden Mist Village indicated that this ninja conflict had indeed entangled the Hidden Mist in its web. However, the distance from the Sand Village to the Hidden Mist was considerable. Even if they succeeded in a confrontation with the Hidden Mist, the benefits would be minimal. The village hidden in the mist has arrived here. However, their current position should be within the borders of the Land of Whirlpool. Prepare yourselves, for our objective has shifted to the village hidden in the mist. If we can repel them with all our might, we will then be able to negotiate terms with Konohagakure. This is the most prudent course of action at present. Raza spoke with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Chiyo's expression reflected deep contemplation. Indeed, this seems to be a reasonable choice at this moment. Yet, should such a shift occur, her grievances would remain unresolved for eternity. Furthermore, it would necessitate collaboration with Konohagakure, a scenario Chiyo is reluctant to accept, at least for now. We must depart from here without delay. If the reconnaissance ninjas from Konohagakure detect our presence, we may find it impossible to alter our course later. Let us set forth. Raza, without a hint of hesitation, led the group towards the Land of Whirlpool. Chapter 54, A Subtle Intrusion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazama had arrived in the Land of Lightning, with Konan trailing closely behind him. At that moment, she felt as though she had fallen under a genjutsu. Although her mission was to gather intelligence in Konoha, she now found herself accompanying Uchiha Kazama to the Land of Lightning. It was evident that Uchiha Kazama intended to cause a stir in Kumogakure. The two of them were about to confront an entire village. Even though the Raikage, accompanied by the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and a contingent of Kumogakure shinobi, had launched an assault on Konoha, the forces remaining in the village would undoubtedly not be weak. If Uchiha Kazama had brought others along, Konan could have understood. However, he had come alone, and Konan had no intention of serving as his strength against Kumogakure. Were they truly going to storm Kumogakure now? Unable to contain herself, she turned to the silent Uchiha Kazama and inquired. Yes, I have just received the latest updates from Konoha. Let us proceed. The front lines have achieved victory, and now it is time to deliver a gift to Kumogakure. Uchiha Kazama replied before vanishing from sight. Konan followed suit. Half an hour later, they arrived outside Kumogakure. The village's barrier perception was formidable. As they approached, two wooden sentinels, left to guard the village, stood ready with hundreds of Kumogakure shinobi at the entrance. The fifth Hokage? The wooden sentinels gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the figure before them. Konan was unfamiliar with them, but Uchiha Kazama, the recently ascendant fifth Hokage, was well known to her. Why was Konoha's leader here, away from his village? Was this truly the strength Kumogakure had left to defend itself? Pathetically weak. You two wooden sentinels, seal yourselves and accompany me back to Konoha as hostages. In return, I might consider sparing Kumogakure from my wrath. Uchiha Kazama spoke with a warm smile, his demeanor calm. He did not even contemplate the outcome of such a confrontation. Several hundred ordinary shinobi could hardly pose a challenge to him. As for the two wooden sentinels, even the Jinchuriki capable of controlling their own body seemed a mere child in front of Uchiha Kazama. The Nine Tails was but a pet in his presence, let alone the Two Tails. Fifth Hokage, you were even more audacious and disrespectful than the rumors suggest, since you dare to come alone. Allow me to witness the true power of the Hokage. The two wooden sentinels were not of a timid disposition. As Jinchuriki, they had cultivated an indomitable spirit, especially while bearing the weight of protecting their village. At the very moment they opened their mouths, the two wooden figures instantaneously unleashed their tailed beast chakra, entering a semi-tailed beast transformation. Dark red chakra surged around them, hurtling towards Uchiha Kazama. Bolstered by the tailed beast chakra, their speed escalated to an unprecedented level. Their claws, sharp as if to rend the very fabric of space, lunged at Uchiha Kazama. Lightning release. Body of the Thunder God. Uchiha Kazama refrained from immediately employing the Manjiki Sharingan's power, instead opting to channel lightning release. Terrifying bolts of lightning coiled around his body, a manifestation not of ordinary lightning. Under the body of the Thunder God, every lightning technique he unleashed could directly transform into variations of lightning chakra, both in nature and form. The chaotic dance of lightning resembled ferocious thunder dragons, while the gathered lightning formed an impenetrable armor of thunder. With a resounding crash, a punch struck against the claws of the two wooden figures, nearly tearing through their tailed beast chakra cloak with that singular blow. Simultaneously, the swirling lightning dragons surged towards the two wooden figures. Not far away, Uchiha Obito was taken aback. Damn, how did this guy end up here? Has he lost his mind? Doesn't he care about the safety of his own village? Rushing to Kumogakure for what purpose? As he sensed the unfolding situation, his composure faltered. Beside him, Kisame stood nonchalantly, unfazed by the chaos. Indeed, Obito had brought Kisame along to ensure the swift capture of the two-tailed beast. Yet, before they could make a move, Uchiha Kazama had already arrived and launched an assault on Kumogakure. It matters not what he intends to do. Once their battle concludes, we shall emerge and eliminate those fools. Wait, is that the Akatsuki's attire? Kisame remarked, his perceptive abilities heightened, aided by the chakra of the shark skin, allowing him to glean insights into the conflict in Kumogakure. The appearance of Konan piqued his curiosity. Let us not dwell on it. We shall wait. Regardless of which side emerges victorious, there will undoubtedly be considerable exhaustion. Kisame resolved that the moment their battle concluded, he would act. Uchiha Obito, too, had made his decision. At this juncture, he was certain that victory would belong to Uchiha Kazama. Thus, his objective was to bide his time until Kazama had been sufficiently worn down by the ninjas of Kumogakure. If he could then strike down Uchiha Kazama, it would significantly benefit his subsequent plans. With this thought, Obito sharpened his senses to their utmost. He intended to act swiftly and eliminate Uchiha Kazama. A smile crept across Kisame's lips. This was indeed the kind of battle he relished most. Returning to this battlefield, the clash between the two combatants, the wooden figure and Uchiha Kazama, grew increasingly nerve-wracking. The wooden figure realized that she had expended all her strength in this confrontation. Yet, the current Uchiha Kazama, not only had he refrained from utilizing his Manjiki Sharingan, but he hadn't even employed a single illusion technique. He merely relied on a single ninjutsu and his own physical prowess to engage her. She was, after all, a Jinchuriki, a vessel of tailed beasts. At this moment, she had already unleashed a partial transformation into her beast form. A striking thought suddenly emerged in the mind of the wooden figure. Even if she were to fully transform into her complete tailed beast state and entrust her body to the two tails, she would still be no match for Uchiha Kazama before her. Moreover, the intensity of their battle rendered it nearly impossible for other ninjas to intervene. The mere remnants of their clash could obliterate an ordinary siege nin in an instant. Thus, the individuals behind her were unable to provide any assistance. A profound sense of helplessness surged within her. Chapter 55. The instant defeat of the Two Tails, the overwhelming power of Uchiha Kazama. As the thought arose, the battle of the two wooden beings became increasingly futile. Leave this to me. At that moment, the voice of the Two Tails, Waitaka, resonated from within. Having formed a profound bond with the two wooden beings, Waitaka naturally sensed the shift in their emotions. Her current state was utterly unfit for continued combat. Hence, she voluntarily offered to engage. Regarding the Uchiha, a lingering resentment remained. It was an Uchiha, after all, who once subdued her with Susanoo, pressing her down with overwhelming force. Now, encountering a member of the Uchiha clan, Her rage flared anew. Very well. Upon concluding, the two wooden beings raised their fingers, releasing the seal within their bodies. This was not due to a lack of trust in Waitaka, but rather because her abilities were exceptionally unique. Her capacity to influence the essence of the soul, if allowed to leak even slightly, could inflict irreversible harm upon the ordinary villagers. Hence, a seal had been placed upon her. This was also the reason why, despite being hailed as the perfect Jinchuriki and Kumobikure, the two wooden beings were seldom mentioned. With the seal lifted, the red-tailed beast chakra emanating from the two wooden beings transformed into a striking blue hue adorned with black patterns, morphing into a colossal, fully-tailed beast form. Gazing upon this formidable creature, a smirk crept upon Uchiha Kazama's lips. So, you have chosen to battle as the Two Tails? Some memories may have faded, but today, I shall remind you. You once belonged to the Hidden Leaf, after all. Upon uttering these words, his Sharingan activated in an instant. Susanoo surged forth, and a massive hand swiftly reached out, seizing Waitaka by the neck and pinning her to the ground. Hey, why are you lying down? Do you wish to sleep? Uchiha Kazama questioned, perplexed by Waitaka's sudden submission. The once spirited beast found herself completely subdued. This opponent was even mightier than the last one she faced. Before Waitaka could muster any resistance, Kazama's eyes transformed into the form of the Manjiki Sharingan. Under the influence of his all-encompassing ocular technique, the tailed beast exhibited no capacity for resistance. One must concede that the very design of the Manjiki Sharingan was inherently crafted for the capture of tailed beasts. Much like Uchiha Obito, who wielded a single eye yet was able to control the three tails and the fourth Mizukage, let alone Kazama, whose ocular prowess far surpassed Obito's by immeasurable degrees. For a Jinchuriki, the relationship with their tailed beast was not one of confinement or restriction. Rather, it was a protective bond. Once they emerged from the host's body, or rather, once the host was completely transformed into a tailed beast, they found themselves utterly powerless before the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. If Killer Bee had not been able to swiftly retract the eight tails, Gyuki, back into his own body during the battle, it is likely that Gyuki would have been left behind in Konoha in the face of 5 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Sealing, Uchiha Kazama drew forth a scroll, and upon infusing it with chakra, he instantaneously sealed the two tails before him. He then returned to the body of the wooden puppet. The ninjas from the Cloud Village were utterly stunned. Their Jinchuriki had been defeated with such ease. Hadn't the previous battle appeared evenly matched? How could it be that, after complete tailed beast transformation, the confrontation ended in less than a minute? Take action. Retrieve the wooden puppet from him. We cannot allow the Hokage of Konoha to take our Jinchuriki away. With over 800 of us, even if each one employs a technique, we can wear him down. A group of Cloud Village ninjas shouted various things as they charged forward. In the distance, Uchiha Obito looked upon the actions of the Cloud Ninjas with immense satisfaction. Uchiha Kazama, expend your chakra. When you have exhausted it, that shall be your demise. Obito's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, Kisame sat on the ground with his eyes closed, adjusting his state. The moment Obito made his move, he would follow suit without hesitation. As for you all, I harbor no particular desire to engage in battle. However, we are now adversaries. Therefore, if you must assign blame, it should be directed at your Cloud Village for initiating hostilities against Konoha. Of course, if you were to seal yourselves, I would not feel compelled to eliminate you all. Uchiha Kazama spoke with a veneer of reason. In essence, he was attempting to counsel the Cloud Ninjas. Yet, should they disregard his counsel? Kazama was not without knowledge of physical combat. Evidently, the Cloud Ninjas had no intention of heeding Kazama's proposal. They charged forward. Their actions seemed to convey disbelief that the fifth Hokage could truly eliminate them all. In the next moment, they were left in a state of shock. The short blade in Uchiha Kazama's hand resembled the scythe of death itself. His form moved like a specter. Some Cloud Ninjas did not even catch a glimpse of Kazama before finding their heads severed. At that moment, the sealed two tails, the wooden puppet, had also awakened. Stop! Stop! Do not slay any more of our village's ninjas. We surrender. Please, cease fighting. We will all perish. The two tails, having just battled Uchiha Kazama, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Thus, it is evident that they would scarcely stand a chance against the fifth Hokage. Even in her recent confrontation with Uchiha Kenjin, she was utterly overwhelmed. The ninjas from the Cloud Village are now merely walking to their demise without purpose. Yuki understood why Kurabi had cautioned her in such a manner before his departure. The fifth Hokage of Konoha is not a foe that ordinary ninjas can contend with. Moreover, as the battleground shifts to their Cloud Village, if Uchiha Kenjin disregards the rules and strikes at the heart of the village, these individuals will undoubtedly not survive until the fourth Raikage returns. When the Raikage arrives only to find their home in ruins, what will she do then? No, as a Jinchuriki, she would surely be lost as well. Contemplating this, Yuki's voice became increasingly frail. Chapter 56. At last, I awaited you. Upon hearing the words of the two wooden figures, Uchiha Kazama halted his assault and returned to their side. So, does your speech hold any weight now? Have them seal their chakra and transfer it all to me as symbols. I may consider sparing their lives. Uchiha Kazama regarded the two wooden figures with a mocking expression. The options available to her in this dire situation were dwindling. Lord Wooden, even if we perish in battle, we shall never yield. The ninjas of the Cloud Village proclaimed fervently, Lord Wooden, do not beg that scoundrel. We are ninjas of the Cloud Village and shall never bow to Konoha. The surviving ninjas of the Cloud Village, having narrowly escaped Uchiha Kazama's indiscriminate attack, felt a surge of indignation at his taunts. One by one, they contemplated rushing forward to their demise. You see, your words are futile. Allow me to share some good news. Shadow Clone, Uchiha Kazama declared, summoning his shadow clones. My clones will eliminate these ninjas, and I shall proceed to slaughter all the civilians of your Cloud Village. I am eager to witness the expression on your fourth Raikage's face when he returns to an empty Cloud Village after declaring war on us. With that, a wider grin spread across Uchiha Kazama's face. Stop. Are you really going to watch the Cloud Village be slaughtered? Who among you can stop this madman? The wooden figure was on the verge of tears. She had completely lost her fighting spirit, while the remaining ninjas clung desperately to their so-called dignity and nobility. In the face of absolute power, such notions were rendered meaningless. Hearing the wooden figure's desperate cries, the restless ninjas of the Cloud Village fell silent. The Jinchuriki of the Two Tails had been sealed. Uchiha Kazama stood there like an insurmountable chasm. Not to mention, there was still Conan, who had not yet made a move. Seal. At that moment, a ninja from the Cloud Village produced a scroll and sealed himself within it. With this initiation, the remaining ninjas followed suit. Meanwhile, from a distance, Uchiha Obito, sensing the battlefield, found himself in disbelief. Is this truly the Cloud Village? Have they not always been proud and arrogant? Are they conceding now? Uchiha Kazama has hardly expended any of his chakra. Realizing this, Uchiha Obito felt a sense of urgency. If he were to intervene now, he would undoubtedly be no match for Uchiha Kazama. Yet, if he did not act, the Cloud Village would surrender outright, eliminating any chance for him to intervene. With this thought, Uchiha Obito's gaze hardened. Act, he commanded, vanishing from his position. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Uchiha Kazama, extending his hand toward him. Have you emerged? At last, I have awaited your arrival. Uchiha Kazama swiftly turned and extended his hand towards Uchiha Obito. Originally, Obito intended to draw Kazama into his dimension. However, upon seeing Kazama's hand reaching out, he instinctively phased his body, allowing them to pass through one another. Is he truly so lacking in confidence? The legendary Uchiha Madara. Kazama regarded Obito with an expression of amusement, yet he referred to him as Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Conan was taken aback by Obito's sudden appearance. What Kazama had said was indeed true. This fellow was here after all. Suddenly, a figure attacked, striking Kazama on the shoulder and leaving a wound. Simultaneously, a portion of his chakra was siphoned away. Kisame, I never expected to find you here as well. Kazama turned and seized Samahata. Kisame instinctively attempted to retrieve his weapon, but it was futile. Samahata. Kisame felt a twinge of panic. The malevolence radiating from Kazama instilled a sense of dread within him. Activating Samahata's ability, the originally oval blade transformed, akin to a porcupine, its spikes piercing into Kazama's body. This Samahata truly excelled at absorbing chakra to breach defenses and it was well suited to Kisame's physique. With a splatter of blood, Kisame swiftly distanced himself from Kazama. Yet, that sense of dread did not dissipate with the growing space between them. What on earth is happening with this individual? Kisame's body trembled uncontrollably. The very person he had wounded, Kazama, was now fully restored. Such regenerative power, coupled with an overwhelming chakra reminiscent of an abyss, was astonishing. Just moments ago, Samahata had absorbed but a fraction, and it had already expanded several times in size. Kisame realized that if he could not swiftly deplete this chakra, it would become increasingly challenging to use Samahata to absorb more, as it was a living entity. Moreover, should it absorb an excess of chakra, it would spiral out of control, and even Kisame would find it impossible to manage. Now that you all have made your moves, it is my turn. Bang! Upon finishing his statement, Kazama instantly appeared beside Kisame, lifting his foot to send him flying. In one fluid motion, he seized Samahata. You would do well to remain silent, or I shall take your life. The Samahata in Kazama's grasp writhed violently, having transformed into a weapon yet remaining restless. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped Samiha. Moreover, Zuki understood that Uchiha Kazama possessed the capability to end his life if he so desired. A swift silence enveloped the surroundings. In the distance, Kisame struggled to rise, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. A mere flying kick had almost cost him his life. Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Obito felt a sudden pang of alarm within his heart. This was the signature jutsu of his mentor. Why is it that now the Uchiha are? As this thought crossed his mind, Obito instinctively scanned his body, wondering if he too had been marked. There is no need to search. Within this range, escape is futile. Before Obito could locate the mark on himself, the voice of Uchiha Kazama echoed through the air. This individual. Bang! Just as Obito prepared to unleash Kamui to evade Kazama's assault, an overwhelming ocular power abruptly disrupted his jutsu. In the next moment, he felt Kisame's agony. A single strike left him with damaged organs and several fractured bones. Chapter 57. Driving away Obito, accepting Kisame. With a swift kick, both Obito and Kisame were rendered uncertain. Their strengths were commendable, after all. Obito Uchiha once dared to challenge Konoha alone. Yet now, he found himself engulfed by a sense of despair in the presence of Uchiha Kazama. What level of ocular power does this individual possess? He can even disrupt my Kamui. This was the first time Obito had encountered such a predicament. Indeed, activating your ocular techniques requires a significant expenditure of ocular power. If one's ocular strength is compromised, does that mean one cannot enter that dimension normally? Uchiha Kazama regarded Obito with a hint of mockery. Water style, water breakthrough. Just as Uchiha Kazama prepared to press his attack on Obito, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted instantaneously. Surrounding them, a colossal water sphere enveloped the area. The ninja from the hidden cloud village, who had sealed their own chakra, were swiftly drained within this sphere. One by one, they collapsed to the ground. Even Conan, at the first opportunity, hastily led the wooden man out of the water sphere's reach. After all, this was a technique that indiscriminately absorbed chakra. Her presence would not exempt her from its effects. Moreover, as Kisame and Obito were both members of the Akatsuki, Conan was eager to witness Uchiha Kazama's prowess firsthand. Should he manage to defeat these two, she would undoubtedly persuade Nagato to collaborate with Kazama upon her return to the Rain Country. A formidable opponent only brings despair. This technique? Uchiha Kazama turned to face Kisame. This fellow could prove to be troublesome, especially with a technique capable of continuously restoring chakra and possessing unique water-style ninjutsu. Sigh. With a deep breath, Uchiha Kazama activated his Manjiki Sharingan, just as he resolved to summon Susanoo. The Samahata in his hand broke free from its restraints and lunged into Kisame's grasp. In the next moment, Kisame began to merge with Samahata, transforming into his Sharkman form. Obito Uchiha, did you not inform Kisame of how I was able to kick him away so effortlessly just now? And now, bringing Kisame back. How foolish. As Uchiha Kazama concluded his thoughts, he vanished once more. No. Kisame, quickly. Just as Obito prepared to warn Kisame, Uchiha Kazama appeared behind him. With a swift motion, his short blade beheaded Kisame. The immense water sphere shattered at that moment, and Kisame's lifeless form fell to the ground. Samahata, now separated from Kisame, coiled around the fallen body, appearing reluctant to part. How about it? Have you considered joining me? Uchiha Kazama approached Samahata, smiling as he spoke. Uchiha Kazama, if I were in your position, I would have already fled by now. Surely, you do not believe that I am incapable of killing you? Uchiha Kazama turned to face Uchiha Obito, his gaze now imbued with an intensified murderous intent. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Kazama, Obito swallowed the words he had intended to speak and activated Kamui, vanishing into the depths below. Why allow him to escape? At this moment, Konan, accompanied by a wooden figure, appeared beside Uchiha Kazama, her face etched with confusion. Given Kazama's temperament, he would typically choose to eliminate such an adversary without hesitation. An entity as formidable as Uchiha Madara, if not eradicated now, would undoubtedly spell disaster in the future. For now, I have no intention of killing him. This matter is not for you to worry about. Kisame, are you truly prepared to die, or do you wish to converse? Uchiha Kazama refrained from further discourse with Konan, focusing instead on Kisame. Should he be persuaded to join, his unique abilities could prove advantageous. However, if he seeks death, then so be it. Why do you know I am not dead? Kisame slowly emerged from the depths of his own skin. Konan, witnessing the monstrous visage of Kisame, was taken aback. He feigned death? Her perception was formidable. How had she sensed nothing amiss? The question you need to answer is whether you are willing to follow me, not to pose inquiries. Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly. Ding. Konan thinks you are insane for attempting to recruit an enemy. Reward: 2 random Manjiki Sharingan ability experience cards. At this moment, the system's notification chimed. Kazama cast a curious glance at Konan. When it comes to recruiting individuals with potential, does it truly matter if they are enemies? Hey, I may not be your match, but you shall not insult me so easily. I would rather die than allow you to water prison jutsu. Kisame swiftly formed hand seals, instantly conjuring a water prison to envelop himself. Observing this, Uchiha Kazama felt a twinge of exasperation. Kisame's unwavering trust and loyalty towards Uchiha Obito were indeed challenging to alter, especially considering his ambitions were of a similar nature. Just as Uchiha Kazama lamented the likelihood of Kisame's departure, a sudden clarity illuminated his mind. At this moment, the ability he had just acquired truly was Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Kazama declared, immediately employing this power. Indeed, one of the 2 randomly awarded Manjiki Sharingan ability experience cards was the most potent illusion, Kodo Amatsukami. In but an instant, Kisame's movements came to a halt. Uchiha Kazama forcibly modified Kisame's will, and the water prison jutsu was subsequently dispelled. Kisame lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes upon Uchiha Kazama. A peculiar smile crept across his face as he mused. Ah, the freedom to indulge in reckless training is rather delightful. Upon hearing Kisame's words, Konan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is he saying? Wasn't he just about to resist? Why the sudden shift? Instinctively, her gaze shifted back to Uchiha Kazama. From now on, stay by my side. I shall make you stronger. Uchiha Kazama declared, then turned his attention once more to the ninjas of the hidden cloud village before him. Yumaru, you have 10 minutes to organize your village's people. Then, you shall accompany me. With that, Uchiha Kazama seated himself upon a nearby massive rock. Hearing his words, Yumaru felt no further hesitation. The scattered bodies of the hidden cloud ninjas were a testament to Uchiha Kazama's restraint. Otherwise, they would all have perished. Chapter 58. Obito and Zetsu's Preparations. 10 minutes later, the group departed from the location. Meanwhile, within the hidden cloud village, the shinobi were utterly dejected. Not only had their chakra been nearly drained from their bodies, but they were also overwhelmed by the sheer helplessness they felt when facing Uchiha Kazama. The Leaf had sent only 1 man. Even if that man was the Hokage, they numbered in the hundreds. Among them was even one of their own Jinchuriki. It was impossible not to feel crushed. At the border of the Land of Iron, Uchiha Obito emerged laboriously from the ground. Though his expression remained hidden, the trembling of his Sharingan betrayed his emotions, humiliation, powerlessness, and fury. The strength of Uchiha Kazama had far exceeded Obito's expectations. If Konan was now allied with Kazama, then what of Nagato? A chilling realization struck Obito. If Conan stood beside Uchiha Kazama, it was likely that Nagato had already formed an alliance with either Kazama or Konoha itself. Now, he dared not even return to confront Nagato for confirmation. The sheer ocular prowess of Uchiha Kazama left him with no certainty that he could escape if they crossed paths again. Had he failed? At that moment, a black and white figure materialized before him, none other than Zetsu of the Akatsuki. Indeed, we have failed, Obito admitted grimly. Uchiha Kazama's power surpasses anything I anticipated. Our plans must change. The Hidden Cloud Village had been defeated, and their failure had forced the Hidden Stone to retreat. Meanwhile, the Hidden Sand had yet to appear on the outskirts of Konoha. No one even knew where they had gone. The Hidden Mist, too distant, had only reached the borders of the land of whirlpools at most. There is still room to maneuver, Obito murmured. Proceed as we discussed earlier. And those forces you've embedded within the land of fire, activate them now. Taking a deep breath, Obito exhaled slowly. For some reason, he felt that if he failed to initiate the Eye of the Moon plan now, then with each passing day, Uchiha Kazama would only grow stronger. Eventually, there would be no chance left at all. Everything within Konoha has been arranged, just as you instructed, Zetsu replied with a faint smile. Those who gain immense power in a short time are easily consumed by it. So, this is at least one piece of good news. Is that so? Obito mused. Then it is something. Move quickly. I will investigate the current locations of the remaining tailed beasts. Contact me once you are ready. With that, Obito sank back into the earth. Zetsu nodded and vanished as well. Within the land of fire, Lord Fourth Raikage. There is a peculiar individual outside claiming to have vital information regarding Uchiha Kazama. He insists you will find it most intriguing. A Raikage guard swiftly entered the conference tent and relayed the message. Concerning the fifth Hokage? Bring him in. At this moment, the fourth Raikage was seething with suppressed fury. He had exhausted every conceivable method to eliminate those 5 Uchiha warriors wielding the Manjiki Sharingan. With them standing guard, breaching Konoha's defenses was virtually impossible. A surprise attack? Preposterous. Konoha boasted the Inazuka, Aburame, and High-Ga clans, masters of sensory perception, along with an expansive detection barrier. Even Killer Bee's full transformation into the Eight Tails would be swiftly countered. For the first time, the fourth Raikage felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, a profound and gnawing futility. The more he dwelled on it, the more his resentment festered, fueling his desire to strike Konoha once more. Now, with an informant at his doorstep, perhaps. Soon, a peculiar figure appeared before him. Gazing upon this creature, who resembled nothing so much as a potted plant, the fourth Raikage's expression darkened. Who or what are you? If your information fails to satisfy me, I will end you where you stand. The Raikage's mood was already foul, and the sight of this grotesque being only worsened it. After all, this potted plant was far from aesthetically pleasing. Uchiha Kazama, the fifth Hokage, is not in Konoha. He has infiltrated Kumogakure. Your village's Two-Tails Jinchuriki has already been taken by him, and numerous shinobi have fallen in his wake. If you do not seize this opportunity to conquer Konoha swiftly, by the time the fifth Hokage returns, your chances will dwindle to nothing. Zetsu spoke calmly, utterly indifferent to whether the Raikage might lash out in rage. This was merely a clone, expendable. What did you say? The fourth Raikage shot to his feet. Even Killer Bee was stunned. Uchiha Kazama's absence from the battlefield had not been due to arrogance or underestimation of Kumogakure's strength. No, he had already struck at their village's heart. So, you reveal this to us now, expecting us to launch another assault on Konoha before the fifth Hokage returns? Killer Bee interjected sharply. Those 5 Susanoo are an insurmountable obstacle. It would take the combined might of at least 3 villages to stand a chance against Konoha in its current state. Anything less would be suicide. His tone dripped with suspicion. For this mysterious informant, Killer Bee harbored nothing but deep mistrust, particularly in such circumstances. It is challenging not to harbor doubts regarding the ulterior motives of this newcomer. This is not a matter of seeking demise. I have come to propose a collaboration with you. Under my command, I possess the strength of thousands of elite shinobi. Should you be willing to devote yourselves wholeheartedly to the conflict against Konoha, I am prepared to offer this formidable force in its entirety. Furthermore, I have already established contact with the Hidden Stone Village and possess confidence in my ability to persuade them to join our cause. Thus, The ultimate decision rests solely with you. Jay-Z naturally discerned the intentions of Killer B. However, at this moment, he felt no concern. After all, the urgency of the situation should not primarily rest upon him. Upon hearing Jay-Z's words, even Killer B fell into silence. Jay-Z was exceedingly sincere. The conditions laid before them were remarkably favorable. Chapter 59. Ju's formidable reinforcement. The fourth Raikage, who had initially harbored hesitation, now stood with resolute determination in his eyes. If you can provide a substantial number of shinobi and ensure the participation of a Wagakure in this battle, he declared, his voice firm, then I give you my word, Kumogakure will commit its full strength. However, I must know, what is your purpose? His expression was grave. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Nor was he willing to return to his village empty-handed. Even if Kumogakure was under threat, retreating now would serve no purpose. Only by crushing Konoha completely could he redeem this war. Failure would brand him the most inept and foolish Raikage in history, a title he refused to bear. My purpose? Ju's voice remained calm. My purpose is vengeance against Konoha. The full story is lengthy. All you need to know is this. I can supply you with an army of shinobi, and my hatred for Konoha is absolute. If that explanation does not satisfy you, I can leave at once. The fourth Raikage was already swayed. Ju had achieved his goal. Now, even if he attempted to depart, the Raikage would likely stop him. There was no need for further elaboration. Time was of the essence. Uchiha F. Jin moved swiftly. If they failed to strike Konoha within 2 days, all would be lost. Very well, the Raikage finally conceded, resolve hardening his features. We will prepare for battle. The moment we detect a Wagakure's forces on the battlefield, we attack without delay. Then I shall await our joint assault, Ju replied before turning toward the tent's exit. At the threshold, he paused and glanced back. The shinobi I promised, they're already here. Consider them a gesture of my sincerity. With that, he melted into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Raikage-sama. C burst into the tent, urgency lacing his voice. Outside, there are countless shinobi. Before he could finish, the fourth Raikage was already moving, his body dissolving into a streak of lightning. Emerging outside, he froze. This was no mere 1,000. Nearly 2,000 shinobi stood before him, and from the chakra they exuded, each was at least of Ch9 caliber. Any lingering doubts about Ju's credibility evaporated. Now, anticipation stirred within him. If the Hidden Rock Village also brings so many ninjas, combined with their original forces, then, at this thought, the fourth Raikage's breathing grew rapid. Prepare 3-man squads with captains and vice-captains. Each squad will lead 100 of these reinforcements. Divide them into 26 squads. The remaining ninjas will follow me as the main battlefield force. Having issued his orders, the fourth Raikage swiftly organized the troops. The Hidden Cloud Village is still advancing? Could it be they have another hidden card? And where did all these extra ninjas come from? Han stared at the crystal ball before him. His expression clouded with doubt. He had already considered retreating to the Hidden Rock Village. After all, the power displayed by the Hidden Leaf was simply overwhelming. When defeat seemed inevitable at a glance, there was no point in lingering. But then, Zetsu found him. He informed Han that the Hidden Cloud Village was prepared to strike the Hidden Leaf once more, this time with everything at stake. They had already infiltrated the Land of Fire, and given the current habits of the Hidden Leaf's Hokage, even if they didn't act first, the Leaf would inevitably retaliate. Those ninjas were provided by me. If you join the battle, I can supply you with just as many. Moreover, the Hidden Mist Village is nearly here. They will bring comparable forces, and the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, will also arrive. With you. And the 8 Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village. 3 Jinchuriki, along with over 10,000 ninjas. If even under these circumstances, the Hidden Rock Village still refuses to act, then I won't persuade you further. Zetsu unfurled a map, marking the positions and strengths of the 3 villages. Though the Hidden Rock Village hadn't brought many ninjas this time, they still had 1,000, combined with the nearly 3,000 Zetsu had prepared. An army of over 10,000 ninjas moving against a single Hidden Leaf village. This was already a force of undeniable intimidation. Even the usually composed Han hesitated now. The terms Zetsu offered were simply too tempting. Lord Han, since we've already come this far, fleeing without a fight would not only invite ridicule from the shinobi world, but also make the Hidden Leaf perceive us as weak and exploitable. Who knows what excessive demands they might impose? Indeed, Lord Han. Let's test them. No matter how strong the hidden leaf is, can they truly annihilate an army of 10,000, the combined might of 3 villages? The surrounding ninjas grew fervent with excitement. Had it been just their initial forces, retreat might have been the wisest choice. But now, they commanded nearly 4,000 ninjas in battle strength. This, aside from the absence of the Tsuchikage, the fighting capacity here is nearly equivalent to that of the entire village. If, under such circumstances, one dares not take action, then facing Konoha or any other village in the future will prove to be challenging. Sarutobi Hiruzen has continuously embellished his image in Konoha, primarily because he bears the notorious title of being a coward within the shinobi world. This has rendered him particularly attentive to his reputation. But what of Sunagakure? Suddenly, Han discerned a peculiar anomaly. Typically, in such situations, Sunagakure would be the first to emerge, clamoring for action. How could their audacious, reckless nature become so composed all of a sudden? Or perhaps, has something transpired in Sunagakure? They are not in their designated position, and I have been unable to locate them. However, fear not. If the shinobi of Sunagakure do not arrive, I shall mobilize over 2,000 of their ninjas from that region to join the fray. He spoke with unyielding composure. Chapter 60. The source of Kazan's confidence. Could it be Obito? Faced with such a question, even Zetsu found himself perplexed. Logically, the hidden sand village should have been the least of their concerns. After all, the enmity between them and the hidden leaf had reached an irreparable state. The current situation was entirely unexpected. Zetsu had stationed operatives at predetermined locations, intending to incite the hidden sand into action. Yet now, they were nowhere to be found. Thousands of shinobi had scoured the surroundings for hours, but not a single trace remained. I don't understand the situation with the hidden sand either, Zetsu admitted. I haven't located them yet. For now, we can set them aside. If you feel this isn't viable, you may withdraw. I'll leave them in and this crystal ball here. The decision to act is yours. The Uchiha now control the hidden leaf. Their nature I doubt I need to elaborate. They are becoming unstoppable. If we miss this opportunity. Without another word, Zetsu sank into the ground, his patience exhausted. His priority now was to uncover the hidden sand's whereabouts. If they remained elusive, he would lead these 2,000 shinobi straight to the hidden leaf. This time, they had to seize it. Otherwise, that man was far too terrifying. Han stood motionless. His initial instinct had been to retreat. But now, holding the intelligence report and faced with the mysterious benefactor's reinforcements, he wavered. He knew that turning back now would mean no one could ever challenge the hidden leaf again. Yet advancing with these forces carried immense risk, escalating tensions with the leaf to the point of no return. Lord Han, we follow your lead. Whatever you decide, we will not oppose you. Lord Han, for the sake of our village, we cannot retreat now. If we do, the hidden stone will never hold its head high again. Most of the stone shinobi before him were eager to fight. They were warriors, bound by their own ninja way and pride. Even if the leaf was formidable, with this much power at their disposal, hesitation would render them unworthy of the title shinobi. Very well, we move out. Han took a deep breath and made his decision. He ordered Sensory Ninja to relay the situation to the village. There was no time to await a response. The moment demanded urgency. Thousands of shinobi surged toward the hidden leaf. Unlike the hidden cloud, their path required no rendezvous. They would strike from their own direction, full force, with the addition of Kirigakure from the east joining the war. No matter how powerful Konoha is, they will be stretched too thin to handle everything. Most importantly, Konoha currently has a large number of ninjas out on missions. So, this opportunity comes only once. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of the Moon, aren't you in a hurry to return? In a situation like this, aren't you afraid those villages might resort to desperate measures? Conan asked curiously, watching Uchiha Ma pause. I can't return just yet. If I go back now, the battle will end too soon. I want to see their trump cards first. Once they reveal them, I'll return. It should take about a day or so. Don't worry, Konoha is strong now. Uchiha Ma smiled faintly. Not to mention the 5 Uchiha clansmen who have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. There are also the legendary Sannin, the clan heads of the major ninja families, and their elite warriors. These are the finest among the finest. Earlier, when assigning missions, Uchiha Ma had made a peculiar decision. No jonin or higher-ranked ninjas, nor any of the clan's strongest, were allowed to accept them. Essentially, these were simple missions tailored for chunin, tasks meant to boost performance metrics. In truth, Konoha still retained over 80 of its strength. Compared to the era under Hiruzen Sarutobi's rule, their current power level was at 200. Yet, the entire shinobi world's perception of Konoha remained stuck in the past. During Hiruzen's reign, thinking of this, Uchiha Fma's smile deepened. Becoming your enemy was the fourth Raikage's greatest mistake. If possible, I'd urge him to stop now. Yujito, standing nearby, spoke weakly. Now, she was merely a captive. Uchiha Fma hadn't killed her immediately to extract her tailed beast, nor had he slaughtered most of the village's ninjas and civilians. This had reshaped Yujito's understanding of him. In fact, she found his unique charisma somewhat compelling. A pity they stood on opposing sides. Persuade him? The fourth Raikage's temper. He'd rather die by my hand than admit his mistake, Uchiha Fma scoffed. Arrogant. Overbearing fools like him can't be reasoned with. The only language they understand is pain or death. And if something goes wrong in all this, will you regret it? Conan suddenly turned to him. Go wrong. No, I have complete faith in my clan. Besides, I have help. Uchiha Fma's smile remained unshaken. Help? Who? Shounen looked at Uchiha Kazama with a hint of astonishment. What kind of existence could inspire such confidence in him? Uchiha Madara. Kazama smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this name, Shounen was rendered speechless. Uchiha Madara. This individual is indeed a madman. Uchiha Madara would not hesitate to eliminate Uchiha Kazama. How could he possibly offer assistance? This entire situation was even instigated by that very person. Well then, I cannot divulge the specifics at this moment. Kisame, you are to proceed to the land of whirlpools, and upon encountering the individuals from the Hidden Mist Village, lend your support to the Sand Village in their battle against them. I will ensure that matters here are resolved promptly. Without further elaboration, Uchiha Kazama issued his command to Kisame. Understood, Kisame replied, before vanishing with the Hashigaki. Chapter 61. The Resurgence of War, the Terrifying Legacy of Konoha. As Kisame departed, Conan remained perplexed. However, she chose not to inquire further. By staying close to Uchiha Fugaku, she was certain the answers would eventually reveal themselves. Meanwhile, within the Land of Rain, Nagato found himself in a state of confusion in the hidden chamber. Conan had been gone for some time, and the conflict between the hidden villages had already erupted. She ought to have returned by now. Most notably, Uchiha Madara had not come seeking him, which struck Nagato as peculiar. How could that man possibly endure such a situation? Unbeknownst to Nagato, Uchiha Obito was currently too apprehensive to approach him. Amidst Nagato's bewilderment and Obito's trepidation, Uchiha Fugaku strolled leisurely. The Cloud Village had already launched an assault on Konoha, with the Stone Village following closely behind. Naturally, Konoha responded promptly. With two villages attacking simultaneously and a surge of mysterious ninjas emerging, Konoha swiftly organized a counterforce. This time, Uchiha Ryunin joined Tsunade's side, fighting alongside the legendary Sannin, while the remainder of the forces, led by Uchiha Fugaku, confronted the ninjas from the Stone Village. The battlefield quickly divided into two zones. At the forefront of the vast ninja assembly stood the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. Konoha, you would do well to contact your Hokage and release the Jinchuriki from our village. Prepare for reparations, and perhaps we may refrain from attacking Konoha. With the presence of so many ninjas, the fourth Raikage's confidence surged, perhaps forgetting how he had been forced to retreat in disarray just 2 days prior. Prepare for battle. This time, no holds barred. We shall fight with the goal of total annihilation. With that declaration, Tsunade unleashed her mitotic regeneration technique, launching herself forward like a cannonball. The force of her strike shattered the ground beneath her. Many of the ninjas positioned at the front, particularly those closest, were obliterated by the shockwave of her fist. At that moment, Jiraiya surged forward, accompanied by Gamabunta. The giant toad unsheathed its colossal blade, striking out at the surrounding foes. Suddenly, the ninjas on the ground merged into a cohesive unit, effortlessly intercepting Gamabunta's massive sword. Simultaneously, the surrounding ninjas charged forward with fervor, undeterred by the presence of the legendary Sannin. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Mando appeared, opening its gaping maw and lunging at the ninjas from the Cloud Village. Upon its arrival, Orochimaru merely issued one command: devour. Anything it could consume was to be ingested. Wind release, cutting dance. Orochimaru moved with the grace of an artist, dancing amidst the throng of combatants. Wherever Orochimaru treads, the mysterious ninjas transform into mere fragments. The further he advances, the more perplexed he becomes. These ninjas seem to possess an uncanny resilience to death. Although he has cleaved them into pieces, they rise again. It is crucial to note that he has not merely incapacitated them, he has literally dismembered them. Moreover, their peculiar ability to merge. As this thought crosses his mind, a peculiar glimmer ignites in Orochimaru's gaze. Tsunade, Jiraiya. Pay heed, these entities cannot be vanquished through ordinary combat. There must be something extraordinary at play. Let the sensory ninjas investigate, and then take action against those entities. Orochimaru calls out. Upon hearing his voice, Jiraiya and Tsunade nod in agreement. Subsequently, the sensory ninjas commence their endeavors. Lady Tsunade, these ninjas are safeguarding someone. Among them, approximately 7 individuals, one of whom remains inactive. His chakra is interconnected with that of the other ninjas. This must be it. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi also arrives at the front line. I have found it. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, Guy. Upon Tsunade's naming, she immediately launches an assault on one of the ninjas. After dispatching that ninja, 7 others nearby collapse as well. Their chakra dissipates. Just as I suspected. Tsunade exclaims, her fighting spirit rekindled. Upon uncovering the issue at hand, Hizashi promptly directs the Hyuga clan's ninjas to another battlefield. Uchiha Ryunin, however, remains fixated on Killer Bee. Should this Jinchuriki choose to engage, he will strike as well. As for the 4th Raikage, with the legendary Sannin present, he has no cause for concern. From the outset, this battle has escalated into a fervent conflict. The ninjas of Kumogakure aim to dismantle Konoha in the shortest possible time, while Konoha retaliates fiercely to protect their homeland. Previously, there have been some dissent among Konoha's upper echelons regarding the return of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. However, witnessing the trio's prowess in battle elucidates why the 5th Hokage places such immense trust in them. Typically, their handling of village affairs poses no issues. The moment the 3 stand upon the battlefield, they become the embodiment of faith for the ninjas engaged in combat. One must jest. For the legendary Sannin have weathered the Ninja World War. Previously, they battled far from the village, radiating brilliance amidst the conflict. Furthermore, Konoha has consistently held the highest volume of missions within the ninja world. The elite ninjas from various clans rapidly propel the battle into a climactic fervor. Tsunade is the first to eradicate the white Zetsu ninjas before her, subsequently confronting the 4th Raikage. Is this pathetic scum your renewed source of confidence? Tsunade regards the 4th Raikage with palpable disdain. It cannot be deemed as worthless. I remain genuinely intrigued. I express my gratitude for the gifts you have bestowed upon us. Orochimaru has resolved all matters concerning those white Zetsu, and he even seized an opportunity to seal all their remains. There is no need for further discussion. Once one stands before us as an adversary, one must be prepared to descend into the abyss. As Jiraiya advanced, he commenced his transition into Sage mode. By the time he positioned himself to the left of Tsunade, he had already entered a pseudo-Sage mode, confronted by the 3 individuals before him. The 4th Raikage's expression remained unchanged, yet a heaviness lingered in his heart. Why had the shinobi of Iwagakure not yet resolved the situation over there? It was clear that he had drawn the majority of Konoha's firepower to this location. At this moment, Han shared a similar sentiment. Over there. For Susanoo were relentlessly assaulting their forces. Furthermore, when members of the Hyuga clan approached to discuss the weaknesses of the white Zetsu, they were already in the midst of a relentless offensive. Not only was it unlikely for assistance to reach the 4th Raikage, but it also seemed exceedingly difficult to ensure their survival without being swiftly overwhelmed. Chapter 62, Kisame Hashigaki challenges Yagura. While battles erupted in one location, fierce combat also broke out elsewhere. Under the leadership of Raza, the shinobi of Sunagakure had arrived in the land of whirlpools. The moment they set foot there, they detected traces of Kirigakure's forces. After a brief confrontation that lasted through the night, the battle erupted in full force. Kazekage, Kirigakure is also heading to attack Konoha. I believe we should cease hostilities immediately and form an alliance with them to march on Konoha together. That way, Konoha will be utterly destroyed. and we can secure greater benefits. Chiyo, manipulating her puppets amidst the skirmish with Kirigakure's shinobi, turned her gaze toward Raza and spoke decisively. Even now, Chiyo struggled to comprehend Raza's sudden shift in strategy. They had initially resolved to strike Konoha, only for him to abruptly alter their course. If they halted the battle now and joined forces with Kirigakure, they could still reach Konoha in time. After all, the journey would take merely a day. Execute the mission as ordered, Advisor Chiyo. My decision is final. Raza stood firm, golden sand swirling around him as he directed it toward the distant Kirigakure shinobi. Beside him, Gaara remained silent, clutching the hem of his garment tightly. In his eyes, he was nothing more than a weapon of war, when no orders were given. His sole duty was to stand still. Even with his father nearby, Gaara's expression remained cold and detached. Kazekage, right now we should— Advisor Chiyo, are you defying my command? Raza turned his head slightly, his piercing gaze locking onto her. Though Chiyo held considerable influence within the village, on the battlefield, only one voice could reign supreme. Raza's word was absolute, even Chiyo had no choice but to comply. Suedun, Daisha. At that moment, a figure emerged on the battlefield, with a single jutsu. The surrounding area was instantly engulfed in a torrential flood. Raza swiftly manipulated his sand to pull Tsunegakure's forces to safety, but Chiyo reacted a fraction too late. Within the watery onslaught, her chakra threads dissolved, and her puppets were lost to the deluge. Kisame? Mei Taram's eyes narrowed in suspicion as she recognized the figure within the water. Kisame Hashigaki. A rogue shinobi of Kirigakure who had absconded with Samehada, one of the village's legendary swords. Why was he here? More importantly, whose side was he on now? Kisame. Yugura's chakra surged outward, his sharp gaze fixed on Kisame. Samehada, once wielded alongside the Three Tails, Isabu, trembled with excitement upon sensing the beast chakra, absorbing traces of it eagerly. The body of Gyuki began to swell, launching itself directly at Kajitsu Yugura. As a loyal follower of Uchiha Bido, he was acutely aware that Yugura was currently under Abido's control. Thus, his foremost task was to subdue Yugura before addressing any further matters. Yugura, momentarily bewildered, transformed into his tailed beast form to engage Gyuki in a fierce struggle. With 3 formidable tails, he proved to be a fierce opponent. Had it not been for the immense water sphere that allowed Gyuki to continuously absorb chakra, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to contend with Yugura, especially in his fully transformed state. Within the water sphere, Terumi Mei had already led the ninjas of the Mist Village away from the tumultuous waters. A tailed beast in its full form posed a significant threat, even more so than the adversaries themselves. What was Gyuki truly aiming to accomplish? Terumi Mei's expression grew grave. Lord Terumi, should we continue to engage the ninjas of the Sand Village? A puzzled Ao approached her, seeking guidance. Patience is key. Powerful ninjas are on their way. Gyuki did not arrive alone, Terumi Mei replied slowly. The moment Gyuki appeared, she sensed a peculiar and formidable chakra emanating from a considerable distance, as if intentionally dispersing its energy without drawing near. Let us wait. If the Sand Village ninjas do not act, we shall observe the situation concerning Gyuki. Terumi Mei held reservations about Yugura, for in the Mist Village, strength dictated respect. The powerful ascended to the position of Mizukichi. Had it not been for the current turmoil, she would have already prepared to challenge Yugura and restructure the hierarchy of the Mist Village. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, Yugura unleashed the chakra of the Three Tails once more, transforming into a colossal creature. Water release, water howl. The Three Tails opened its maw, releasing an overwhelming force that shattered the massive water sphere, breaking free from its confines. Buzz. The tailed beast bomb quickly gathered energy, locking its sights on Gyuki. Boom. The terrifying tailed beast bomb shot forth with tremendous speed, evaporating the remnants of the immense water sphere, enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist. Just then, a dark shadow darted past, swiftly siphoning chakra from the Three Tails. Water release, shark dance. Gyuki unleashed a torrent of chakra, charging toward the Three Tails. The shark's skin, having freed itself from Gyuki's grasp, sought to consume the chakra independently. It was undeniable that Gyuki and the shark skin formed a flawless partnership. Subsequently, the shark skin began to weave hand seals. Water release, breakthrough. Once again encircling the Three Tails. Gyuki did not cease his own incantation. Buzz. After being enveloped, The three-tails Isabu unmistakably grew enraged. Once again, it gathered its tailed beast bomb and unleashed it towards Kisame. Water style, great shark bomb technique. As the tailed beast bomb was released, Kisame simultaneously executed his signature ninjutsu. A colossal shark devoured the tailed beast bomb in one gulp, subsequently enlarging itself. It lunged directly at the three-tails Isabu, engulfing it completely. The immense fluctuation of chakra left the surrounding ninjas in sheer astonishment. This individual was audaciously confronting a Jinchuriki. Moreover, it appeared that he was overpowering the Jinchuriki. Observing the unfolding situation, Rasha furrowed his brow. The ensuing battle might not proceed as anticipated. However, the objective had nearly been achieved. It is time to retreat. There is no need to continue the fight here for now. Terumi-mei, you should have now garnered the support of the general, correct? Does your hidden mist village wish to advance further? At that moment, a cheerful voice resonated in everyone's ears. Chapter 63, The Deal with Mei Taram. Upon hearing the voice, Kisame dispelled his jutsu. Samahata dragged the unconscious Yagura from the rubble and brought him before the speaker. Indeed, the one who had arrived was none other than Uchiha Kazama. Originally, Kazama had intended to return to Konoha at a leisurely pace and participate in the war. However, upon realizing that Obito was handling matters behind the scenes, he concluded that his direct intervention was unnecessary. Obito had already devised an alternative path to victory, and Kazama trusted his capabilities implicitly. Thus, he decided to first assess the situation in Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Arriving slightly late, he was surprised to find that Kisame had already subdued Yagura. Under Obito's control, Yagura's combat style had become rigid and predictable. Facing Kisame, a shinobi whose abilities he knew well, Yagura still employed tactics that played directly into Kisame's strengths. As the mist dissipated, the assembled shinobi finally glimpsed the newcomer, Konoha's fifth Hokage, Uchiha Kazama. The fifth Hokage? Mei Taram froze in disbelief. Has this man lost his mind? At least 2 major villages had already launched attacks against Konoha. Even if the minor villages refrained from direct action, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade the Land of Fire once Konoha weakened. Under such circumstances, why would Uchiha Kazama abandon Konoha's defense and come here? Was he targeting Kirigakure specifically? And now, with Sunagakure launching an assault on Kirigakure, was this part of a secret alliance between Konoha and Suna? The more Mei pondered, the more her dread grew. Would none of the Kirigakure shinobi present today make it back alive? If Kirigakure's entire upper echelon perished here, the village would collapse. The Land of Water would then become easy prey for other nations, its people plunged into peril. Ding. Mei Taram believes your presence here is madness. Reward, Chakra Fusion Attribute. 2000 Chakra. Kazama, who had been about to speak, paused at the system's notification. His gaze flickered toward Mei. This woman. How is my mere presence here an act of insanity? Ah, the more beautiful the woman, the more inscrutable her thoughts. So, Kazama began with a faint smile. Will you lead Kirigakure's forces against me, Kisame, and all of Sunagakure? Or will you accept my proposal and withdraw? Kirigakure, the village once driven from this land, posed no real threat in Kazama's eyes. Moreover, he had plans for them. After all, his time was precious. And there was still much to be done. It is preferable to have someone else do the task at hand. Jiraiya, well. It seems I am but a heartless work machine, a great fool. Conditions? Terumi-mei contemplated briefly before speaking directly. Uchiha Kazama, now possessing absolute advantage, with their shadow still in Kisame's grasp, found that escaping unscathed was already a significant blessing. How could they dare to hope for further aggression towards Konoha? I demand that Yutaka be taken as a hostage to Konoha, with a guarantee of safety, to be returned in 10 years. By the way, your Mizukage is dead. It was neither I nor Kisame who ended his life. He had already perished before departing from your village of mist. Uchiha Kazama spoke slowly. Indeed, Uchiha Kazama's target was another Jinchuriki, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka. As for Kajitsun Yagura, Uchiha Kazama had just checked. His body remained alive. Yet his spirit had succumbed. In simpler terms, he had become a peculiar puppet. It was unclear what kind of illusion Uchiha Obito had employed to reduce Kajitsun Yagura to such a state. Initially, Noera Rin had sacrificed herself, allowing Kakashi to kill her to prevent the Three-Tails Isabu from rampaging through Konoha. Yet now, Uchiha Obito contemplated sending Kajitsun Yagura in such a condition to Konoha. Perhaps upon reaching Konoha, the three-tails Isabu within Kajutsu Yagura would go on a rampage. The thought struck Uchiha Kazama as somewhat absurd. Naturally, he chose to keep such musings to himself. Dead. You, Lord Terumime, we cannot. I promise you. Can we leave now? Terumime did not allow the surrounding ninjas to continue their discourse and promptly provided Uchiha Kazama with a definitive answer. Upon hearing this response, Uchiha Kazama could not help but regard Terumime with newfound respect. This enchanting woman was indeed resolute. Furthermore, she had a clear understanding of the current predicament. She recognized that even if she declined, victory was unattainable. Thus, this course of action was the most prudent choice. Very well, you may depart now. Your Mizukage cannot be returned to you at this moment. Once you bring Yutaka, you may take back the Mizukage remains, Uchiha Kazama concluded, turning his attention to the group of Raza and others. The issue concerning the Mist Village had been resolved. Next, they would focus on the Sand Village. The Hokage of Konoha? Lord Kazekage, should we succeed in eliminating the Hokage here, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to Konoha. At that moment, Chiyo felt an exhilarating anticipation. With Kisame's assistance, they were merely facing two individuals. The highest combat strength of their entire village was present. If they exerted their full effort, they could certainly subdue the Hokage before them. Uchiha Kazama did not pay any heed to Chiyo, but instead directed his ocular power towards Rasha. Under the encompassing influence of the Senjutsu, the Jinjutsu previously cast by Orochimaru was effortlessly nullified. You are Uchiha Kazama. In the illusory realm, although Rasha appeared somewhat listless, he immediately recognized Uchiha Kazama at first glance. Despite having been under control for some time, he had long been aware of Uchiha Kazama's existence. Well, let me briefly recount the recent events. Following this, Uchiha Kazama poured all that had transpired recently into Rasha's mind. In the blink of an eye of the illusion, several hours elapsed in the outside world. Once the Genjutsu was dispelled, Rasha's gaze regained its clarity, yet he found himself ensnared in an even deeper vortex. Chapter 64. Swiftly Defeating Chiyo, the Scorpion. At this moment, Rasha, although he had regained his will, he felt somewhat uncertain about the decision he was about to make. Gazing at the man before him, a flicker of doubt crept into Rasha's heart. So, you have become the Hokage of Konoha? Rasha spoke slowly. Indeed. Furthermore, whatever I decree, no one in Konoha shall oppose it, Uchiha Kazama affirmed. Upon hearing this, Rasha's expression shifted once more. Konoha, being composed of multiple ninja clans, posed a significantly greater challenge in governance than other ninja villages. The mere fact that Uchiha Kazama could articulate such authority was enough to astonish Rasha. What is it that you require of me? Rasha pondered for a moment before speaking. Temporarily, I shall take charge of the Jinchuriki. Tsunagakure need not continue participating in this ninja world conflict. Return directly and conserve your strength. Should resources be lacking, seek me out, and I shall arrange assistance for you. Of course, you must also eliminate any hostile elements towards Konoha within your village, Kazama stated calmly. Jinchuriki. The unstable factor Chiyo. Although the conditions presented by Uchiha Kazama appeared generous, they were laced with an undeniable dominance. Most critically, Rasha was acutely aware of the current predicament. He had no other options. To refuse? That would mean instant demise. Moreover, the Sand Village ninjas behind him would likely find few avenues of escape. Their entire village had emerged for this confrontation. If they all perished here, Tsunagakure would be rendered virtually extinct. The motives behind Uchiha Kazama's offer remained unclear to him. However, at this juncture, there was no more suitable decision to be made. I accept, Rasha replied with a resigned bow of his head. You shall not regret this decision, Kazama proclaimed, and in an instant, the illusory space around them shattered. Now is the perfect opportunity, Kazekage. I'm sorry, Kazekage, but I must take action. Without waiting for Rasha's consent, Chiyo raised her hand, causing all surrounding puppets to spring into motion, launching an assault on Uchiha Kazama. Some wielded kunai for ranged attacks, while others charged towards him with long blades. With a swift sound, as these weapons descended, a layer of black flame enveloped Uchiha Kazama's body. Puppets? Poison? Mere trifles. Kazama scoffed, immediately commencing his hand seals. Wind release. Spiral blade. A powerful gust erupted, unleashing countless wind blades in all directions. The chakra threads controlling the puppets were severed. Before Chiyo could re-establish the connection, Uchiha Kazama had already materialized beside her, his short blade slowly rising. Bang! In the next moment, a sound reminiscent of clashing metal resonated through the air. A puppet materialized before Chiyo. Although she was perplexed, she seized the opportunity to swiftly distance herself from Uchiha Kazama. I did not anticipate you would resort to such measures, Uchiha Kazama remarked, as the blade in his hand was instantly engulfed in black flames. With a decisive strike, he severed the arm of the puppet before him. The flames swiftly spread across the puppet's form. Any hope of continued utility from this creation was utterly extinguished. Due to the unique materials used in its construction, the puppet possessed remarkable resilience. However, before the blade imbued with the flames of Amaterasu, it was akin to mere tofu. At that moment, a figure emerged from the nearby trees. It was Sasori. Even if I must perish, it must be at my own hands. You are not worthy to take her life, Sasori declared, removing his flowing crimson robe and unfastening a scroll from his back. You just claimed that puppets are worthless, did you not? Allow me to demonstrate what true puppetry entails. With that, Sasori unfurled the scroll, and in an instant, hundreds of silhouettes appeared behind him. His chest opened, and chakra threads burst forth. Unlike Chiyo's method of manipulation, these chakra threads, if even one remained intact, could swiftly reconnect any severed strands. The sheer number was indeed overwhelming. However, Uchiha Kazama raised his head and regarded Sasori. Do you truly believe that sheer numbers can vanquish me? What has given you such a delusion? After finishing his words, Uchiha Kazama lifted his hand. Shadow clone technique. In the next instant, a multitude of Uchiha Kazama clones surrounded him. Ninetales. Instantly, the chakra of the Ninetales surged forth, propelling him into the form of a tailed beast. This revelation left Sasori, who had intended to launch an attack, momentarily stunned. The Ninetales Jinchuriki? Isn't he just a child? And that person? Before Sasori could further contemplate, all his puppet connections were severed. Consequently, his 100-puppet jutsu became a mere farce. As all the puppets fell to ruin the instant they lost control. With a swift motion, Uchiha Kazama appeared before Sasori, reaching out to extract his core. Sasori. Chiyo's eyes instantly turned crimson. While she had felt shock and anger upon witnessing Sasori's transformation into a puppet, the sight of him being slain by Uchiha Kazama pierced her heart with anguish. Following a heart-wrenching wail, Chiyo retrieved another scroll, unleashing 10 puppets that charged toward Uchiha Kazama. Lightning release. Thousand Thunder Seal. Uchiha Kazama swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of lightning. Meanwhile, the lightning transformed into countless Senbon needles midair, precisely striking the joints of every puppet. With a terrifying explosion of thunder release, these puppets were instantly rendered useless. I told you, these worthless things are meaningless before me, Uchiha Kazama remarked nonchalantly. Kazekage, you saw it yourself, she struck first. In the next instant, his figure vanished once more. Thud. A muffled sound followed as a short blade pierced Chiyo's heart. Simultaneously, a swift hand strike landed on her neck. Without even a chance to utter a word, she was slain. The so-called 2 elite puppeteers of Sunagakure had not lasted even 10 minutes against Uchiha Kazama. Witnessing this scene, Raza felt a pang of sorrow. Yet there was nothing he could do. Take these puppets back with you. I assume you still have use for them, Kazama said dismissively before shifting his gaze to Gaara. Gaara, come with me. Chapter 65, The Adorable Tailed Beast. At that moment, the surrounding shinobi of Sunagakure all turned their gazes toward Raza. The Hokage of Konoha was actually demanding to take away their village's Jinchuriki. How could such a thing be allowed? Gaara, you will accompany the Hokage of Konoha to their village. Raza's voice rang out slowly. Lord Kazekage, we cannot enough. Return to the village. Without even sparing Gaara another glance, Raza turned and strode back towards Sunagakure. Seeing their leader's decision, the Suna shinobi hesitated no further and followed without protest. Soon, only Uchiha Kazan and his companions remained. Let me introduce myself. I am Uchiha Kazan, the Hokage of Konoha. Our village's Jinchuriki is around your age. I believe you two could become friends. Let's go. With that, Uchiha Kazan turned and began walking toward Konoha. Gaara lifted his head slightly, surveying his surroundings, but remained silent as he followed behind. Night fell. The 4 of them stopped by a small stream. Gaara sat alone beneath a towering tree, his expression cold and unapproachable. Yet, beyond that icy demeanor, there was no trace of wariness. After being so easily discarded by his own father, what was left to guard against? Kazan, you. Conan approached Uchiha Kazan, her voice laced with confusion. Based on his past actions, he had never been one to invite unnecessary trouble. Why then? Had he suddenly decided to bring Gaara back to Konoha? The tailed beasts. Could it be that Uchiha Kazan's goal also involves them? My student Naruto is also a Jinchuriki, the vessel of the Nine Tails, and the son of the fourth Hokage. After the Nine Tails rampage years ago, the fourth perished in the chaos. The devastation left behind made the villagers despise Naruto. From childhood, he bore sins that were never his to carry. Uchiha Kazan recounted Naruto's story simply. Though the words were plain, the reality was far from it. How had a child endured such relentless hostility from an entire village? Merely imagining it revealed the hardship. At this, Gaara, seated not far away, showed a flicker of emotion. Though he remained silent, his earlier hostility had softened. He wanted to know more about this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. For some inexplicable reason, Gaara felt an odd premonition that this boy named Uzumaki Naruto might share some strange bond with him. As darkness deepened, Kisame ventured out to keep watch, aware that many would seek to strike at them. Conan remained by Uchiha Kazan's side, while Gaara sat beneath the tree, eyes wide open. Not sleeping? As Kazama observed Gaara's despondent demeanor, he slowly began to speak. I do not require sleep. Nor do I need your concern. Gaara replied coolly, as if he had isolated himself from the world. In truth, you can sleep. It's merely Shikaku, the lovable one-tail. Even if it were to manifest, it would pose no threat to us. Besides, we are not from the same village. Why would you worry about harm coming to us? Uchiha Kazama teased. Upon hearing Kazama's words, Gaara paused momentarily, then lifted his slightly perplexed gaze. Lovable. Gaara was taken aback. That is a tailed beast. It is regarded as a symbol of malevolence. Lovable. This fellow must be insane. Indeed, tailed beasts are quite endearing in their own right. Now let us rest. Children who do not sleep will not grow tall, Kazama gently urged once more. Before Gaara could continue, a hand seized his head and forcefully slammed it against the sturdy trunk of a nearby tree. Instantaneous unconsciousness ensued. Conan wore a bewildered expression. Kazama is rather ruthless, even with children. Kazama, a genjutsu would suffice. Such a violent approach. Just as Conan was about to express more, a peculiar chakra began to emanate from Gaara. These crimson energies gradually enveloped his form, swiftly leading him into his semi-tailed beast transformation. Ha ha ha. At last, I have emerged. Today, I shall annihilate you all. A harsh voice echoed. The immense chakra rapidly coalesced, and soon Shikaku, the one-tail, materialized before the two. Even Kisame rushed over upon sensing the tailed beast, promptly retreating. In the presence of Lord Kazama, this creature truly resembled a mere pet. Is this the one-tail? Conan regarded the beast with a strange expression. Since Gaara had succumbed to slumber, Shikaku had taken full control of the body. Well, isn't it adorable? Kazama gestured towards Shikaku, smiling. Be but adorable. Conan covered her face. Indeed, Kazama's taste was not something the average person could comprehend. What? You dare claim I am adorable? I shall slay you. Shikaku seemed to take this as a profound insult. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind. With a swift motion, Uchiha Kazama drew his blade, slicing through the wind attack. In the next instant, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan activated. The terrifying ocular power radiated outward, and Susanoo materialized instantaneously, a skeletal hand reaching out to grasp Shikaku's neck. Boom. Suddenly, he pinned Shoha to the ground. What are you shouting about? I said you are adorable, is that wrong? The scarlet kaleidoscope exuded an aura of terror. At that moment, Shoha realized that the person before him was not someone he could provoke. The terrifying gaze reminded him of someone. Uchiha. Shoha froze. He recalled the clan that possessed such a dreadful bloodline limit. They naturally exerted a suppressive force over tailed beasts. At that moment, Shoha began to feel a twinge of regret. Having been comfortably residing within Gaara's body, why had he chosen to emerge? This arrogant individual could not be underestimated. As soon as one attempts to act tough, they end up getting beaten. In your presence, it seems the tailed beast can indeed be referred to as adorable, Conan remarked. covering her face with a hint of exasperation. After a brief discussion with Shoha, who had been thoroughly beaten 100 times, he happily accepted Uchiha Kazama's proposal. That is, to cooperate with Gaara's training and refrain from going berserk in the future. Chapter 66. Gaara in confusion, Iwagakure's defeat, and Reikich's fury. A sudden, blinding light enveloped me, prompting an involuntary sound of discomfort to escape my lips. Reflexively raising my hand, I shielded my eyes. What a calamity! It seemed as though a realization struck me, and I shot upright, scanning my surroundings. To my relief, there were no signs of widespread destruction, and my position remained unchanged. Aside from a dull ache in my head, everything appeared as it had before I succumbed to slumber. The reason for my heightened sensitivity lay in the tailed beast residing within me, which frequently wreaked havoc upon my awakening. It was precisely this circumstance that had rendered me an outcast in the eyes of my village. After all, to ordinary folk, tailed beasts are mere monstrosities, and those who harbor them, Jinchuriki, are deemed the most monstrous of all. Whether born from fear or my own identity, they dared not confront me directly, opting instead for whispers of disdain and contempt in the shadows. Yet, I have awakened. I must eat something. Today requires a swifter pace, lest I miss the grand finale. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through my thoughts. Yes, it was the one who claimed to be the Hokage of Konohagakure, who had taken me away yesterday. Why had Shikaku not gone berserk? He had fallen asleep. Did anything unusual happen last night? I inquired, raising my gaze to meet the concerned eyes of Uchiha Kazama, who offered me a grilled fish. An inexplicable urge to meet the Jinchuriki of Konoha, the Nine-Tails host. Uzumaki Naruto intensified within me. Despite our shared burden, how could he become a disciple of the Hokage, surrounded by companions, and revel in laughter? These were luxuries I had never possessed, nay, not even dared to dream of. Thus, my concern was profound. Profound? Perhaps that was an understatement. The charming little creature within you made a few noises before retreating, Kazama remarked as he placed the grilled fish in my hands. Charming little creature. Noises? I held the fish, a myriad of questions reflected on my face. Within me resided Shikaku, a ferociously volatile entity. How could it? Well, the seal within you was quite bothersome. Hence, I took the liberty of releasing it. In the future, should you wish to harness the power of the One Tail, simply do so, Kazama concluded, passing another grilled fish to Konan, while Kasame continued to tend to his own catch. After a moment of bewilderment, I instinctively glanced down at my abdomen. I extended my senses. Indeed, the seal was gone. A mere faint perception led me into my own body, where I beheld a sprawled upon the ground. However, this appeared to have softened considerably. Upon sensing my consciousness, it refrained from the previous aggressive demeanor, not even casting a glance in my direction. Why do you not burst forth from my body now and seize control? I, Era, inquired with a hint of navet. Although I had previously maintained a cool, distant fade, after all, I was merely a child. This occurrence, far beyond my comprehension, filled me with immense curiosity. I would be beaten, the replied, a tone of grievance evident in its voice. It recalled that it had willingly agreed to Uchiha Kazama's demands the night before, only to be met with accusations of insincerity and relentless punishment, culminating in the deprivation of a portion of its essence. Presently, it found no desire to emerge. It felt quite content within my being. Despite my apparent weakness, there was safety to be found, was there not? Upon hearing these words, I was momentarily stunned. Beaten. With that thought, I withdrew my consciousness and turned my gaze toward Uchiha Kazama, who was engaged in jovial conversation with another older sister. Was he truly as fearsome as he appeared? Last night, my father had exchanged a few words with him before departing. They had exhibited even clearer signs of unease. Hurry and eat. We must depart in 10 minutes, even if you haven't finished. Just as I pondered this, Uchiha Kazama's voice resonated once more. Although not particularly loud, the undeniable authority in his tone was palpable. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, the rock-hidden village had once again retreated due to the capture of Han. Thousands of their ninja had been utterly obliterated by the formidable might of the Hidden Leaf. The contingent from the rock-hidden village had numbered over 1,000. Now, fewer than 500 remained. This was only possible with the assistance of White Zetsu. Had they relied solely on their own village's strength, even a handful of escapees would have been considered fortunate. for Susanoo forms wielding the kaleidoscopic Sharingan-S powers. On the battlefield, they scarcely had time to defend themselves, let alone unleash their jutsu. Merely facing the illusions cast by the Uchiha clan caused them considerable distress. They were not like the Mist Village, capable of utilizing mist techniques to disrupt the effective use of the Sharingan. As Han entered his tailed beast transformation, preparing for a final assault, first Susanoo forms manifested, their colossal hands descending to pin the transformed Mu King to the ground. The situation on the other side of the battlefield was no better. Legendary Sannin, clan leaders, elite ninjas, and Uchiha Ryunin were all present. The Eight Tails once again experienced the chilling sensation of being ensnared by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Were it not for the vast army of ninjas, alongside the formidable prowess of Killer Bee and the Fourth Raikage, the situation would have been dire indeed. It is estimated that they too must be fleeing now. They have launched 3 charges, each resulting in the loss of numerous ninjas and their ranks. At this moment, within the temporary encampment of a Wagakure, the Fourth Raikage seethes with frustration. Damn it, didn't that guy say that Kiri and Suna would come to our aid? A day and night have passed, and are they perishing on the way? He threw his teacup aside, his wrath palpable. Numerous wounds adorned his body. Even he found it difficult to emerge unscathed from such a level of combat. AI, you needn't counsel me further. Returning now would only encourage Konoha to press their advantage. The Fourth Raikage lamented, grappling with the dire circumstances. Continuing to fight under the current conditions seemed utterly impossible. Facing an unscathed Konoha after being repelled from a Wagakure was a daunting prospect. The memory of the 5 Susanoo still sent chills down his spine. Rest assured, I am prepared. The Uchiha will remain dormant for now, so, do you possess confidence? At that moment, a shadowy voice echoed through the air. Chapter 67, Will Uchiha not strike? The Fourth Raikage, still seething with anger, sprang into action upon hearing a voice. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Boom. The next moment, a fist imbued with lightning descended upon the ground, shattering the earth outside the tent. However, the Fourth Raikage rose with a hint of confusion. He had clearly locked on to his opponent, and his fist had indeed struck its mark. Yet, was such aggression truly necessary? I merely came to convey information. The individual before him was none other than Uchiha Obito. At this moment, Obito stood to the side, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, unfazed by the wrath of the Fourth Raikage or the hostility of the situation. Who are you? The Fourth Raikage initially assumed it was the same individual from before, as their chakra signatures bore resemblance. However, upon closer inspection, the masked man before him was distinctly different from the previous intruder. You need only to understand that in the next battle, Uchiha will not intervene. The rest depends on your own decisions. By the way, I should inform you that Sunagakure and Kirigakure will not be joining. After delivering his words, Obito sank into the ground and vanished without a trace. You scoundrel! The Fourth Raikage's gaze sharpened, and his words faltered. Considering the events of recent times, he had come to a realization. The words of this individual were likely to be true. The previous intruder and the current masked man surely had their own motives, but their statements carried an air of credibility. In light of this, he commanded, Gather. Everyone, launch one final assault on Konoha. Killer Bee cast a deep glance at the Fourth Raikage, feeling a sense of helplessness. All he could do was strive to ensure that the Raikage would not perish in this war. Killer Bee was acutely aware that this battle was unlike any before. What sort of conflict begins with an all-out brawl? What kind of battle escalates to such intensity from the very outset? What sort of confrontation is this pure, head-on clash? In previous skirmishes, ninjas from various villages would typically form small teams and engage in contact battles at different locations. Even in loss, the casualties were seldom significant. Yet, this time, the losses had already reached a staggering 40. Moreover, now he had to continue fighting. It was possible that this could lead to casualties exceeding 50 in the first major conflict. After this, regardless of whether they emerged victorious or defeated, Kumogakure would suffer a grievous blow. In such circumstances, the Raikage could not afford to falter. Should he encounter any misfortune, the losses for Kumogakure would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, in Konoha, behold, I knew all along that the third Hokage had been misleading. The Uchiha clan, though often perceived as fearsome, displayed no ambiguity when it came to protecting the village. Indeed, I have heard that they captured the tailed beasts of the Rock Village with remarkable ease. Not only that, but even the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village were thoroughly subdued by the Uchiha. Suddenly, I find myself thinking that the members of the Uchiha clan are quite striking. Amidst the praises echoing within the confines of Konoha, several clan leaders, representatives of ordinary ninjas, and key members of the Uchiha gathered in the Hokage's office. Having successfully repelled the Rock Village, it was clear they would not return anytime soon. As for the Cloud Village, their fourth Reikage would likely continue to take action. Thus, it was imperative to deliberate on how to minimize the losses to Konoha, for the ultimate victory was already virtually assured. Tsunade spoke, her face adorned with a confident smile. Konoha had truly transformed. Uchiha Kazama, though somewhat ruthless in his methods, had indeed achieved commendable results. The villagers had almost forgotten the formidable third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In such a short span of time, the assault from the other ninja villages had unwittingly provided Uchiha Kazama with the perfect opportunity to establish his reputation. I propose that the Uchiha take the lead in the next battle, or better yet, that the entirety of the operation be entrusted to us, declared Uchiha Renmu. After several skirmishes, the battle instincts inherent in the Uchiha bloodline had been awakened. The Uchiha were, by nature, warriors, especially after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. He could distinctly feel the exhilaration and thrill that combat brought. Moreover, after these encounters, a realization had dawned upon him: to live a tranquil life, one must first possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, calamity would seek you out, even if you chose to avoid it. The Uchiha had indeed made a remarkable showing in this battle, laying the groundwork for their victory. Therefore, if you are willing to embrace the fight, I have no objections, Tsunade nodded. After all, Uchiha Kazama was currently absent, and these 5 members of the Uchiha clan held significant influence. Coupled with their performance and their connection to Uchiha Kazama, Tsunade placed her trust in them. Lady Tsunade, I have an alternative proposal, Uchiha Fugaku interjected, drawing the attention of all present. Should the Cloud Village choose to attack once more, it would suggest they still harbor intentions of combat. I believe we could disseminate rumors that the Uchiha, having overexerted their Sharingan during this battle, are temporarily incapacitated. In their moment of complacency, we could strike with full force. This strategy would inflict maximum damage upon them. If we must engage, let us do so with such ferocity that they would never again consider launching an assault on Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this proposal, the assembled individuals nodded in unison. Indeed, these repeated provocations had become rather vexing. I support Minister Fugaku's suggestion. I share the same sentiment. Currently, the combat strength of Kumogakure is insufficient to inflict significant harm upon Konoha. Indeed, had the Uchiha intervened immediately, they might not have launched such a full-scale assault. Each person expressed their perspective. Very well. Then the command shall remain with me, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. After 3 hours of deliberation, the meeting concluded. The designated clans and shinobi promptly began their preparations, while the Uchiha returned to their ancestral grounds. Within the residence of Uchiha Fugaku, 5 figures gathered in the courtyard. Chapter 68. The Secret of the Stone Tablet. The 4 individuals gazed at Uchiha Fugaku with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was the previous clan leader, and his experience with the Manjiki Sharingan surpassed theirs. Thus, in the absence of Kazama, Fugaku's words held weight. However, they were perplexed by his sudden proposition. Are you truly bewildered? Perhaps the path we have traversed thus far has been misguided. Let us proceed, with the clan leader's guidance. You shall awaken your Manjiki Sharingan. There are matters that you are entitled to witness, Uchiha Fugaku spoke calmly. Though the 4 remained puzzled, they followed Fugaku as they departed from their current location. Soon, the 5 arrived at the Southi Shrine, a sacred place dedicated to the Uchiha ancestors. With a click, Uchiha Fugaku activated a switch, revealing a hidden passage before them. This was not their first visit to the shrine, yet they were astonished to discover a secret chamber within. The 4 followed Fugaku into the depths, their expressions filled with intrigue. Upon lighting candles, a stone tablet appeared before them. Observe. Use your Manjiki Sharingan to see, Uchiha Fugaku urged. The 4 exchanged glances and activated their Manjiki Sharingan in unison. As they beheld the contents of the tablet, shock enveloped their hearts. Infinite Tsukuyami. True peace. They realized that the ancestral Uchiha Madara, upon uncovering the secret of the tablet, had departed from Konoha in search of this so-called peace. In addition to the original text on the tablet, they discerned messages left by Uchiha Madara himself. The concepts of the nine-tailed beasts, the brilliance of the divine tree, and the infinite Tsukuyomi were beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Yet, the visions depicted were undeniably alluring. Thus, our endeavor must not culminate in mere final strikes. We must also capture the eight tails. The clan leader has already secured the two tails from Iwagakure. There remains the four tails in Iwagakure, the three tails and six tails from Kirigakure, the seven tails from Takigakure, and the one tail from Sunagakure. Furthermore, with the nine tails already residing in Konoha, we can amass all the tailed beasts. Therefore, the frontline battle shall be entrusted to Lady Tsunade and her comrades. Once our adversaries are rendered incapable of combat, we shall intervene. This strategy allows us to conserve our strength, and under the clan leader's leadership, we can capture all the tailed beasts. Uchiha Fugaku articulated his thoughts. Indeed, the Manjiki Sharingan was immensely powerful. However, its excessive use imposed substantial burdens on both body and spirit. Thus, it was prudent to allow Tsunade and her team to confront the front line first. Does the clan leader know of this plan? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed. Uchiha? Upon seeing the newcomer, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Indeed, Uchiha Nagasawa had also awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, but due to his severe injuries sustained at the daimyo's residence, he had been recuperating and was momentarily forgotten amidst the chaos of battle. When the clan leader returns, I shall naturally bring him along. What are your thoughts, Nagasawa? Uchiha Fugaku spoke calmly, devoid of any hint of panic. After all, there was no need for alarm in such matters. I have no objections. I will adhere to the clan leader's wishes, Uchiha Nagasawa replied before turning to leave. Witnessing Nagasawa's departure, a flicker of discontent crossed Fugaku's eyes. Fortunately, Uchiha Renin and his three companions remained present. We shall take our leave as well. We need to contemplate this situation. For the duty bestowed upon us by the clan leader is to protect Konoha. Uchiha Renin declared before turning away, followed closely by the three others as they exited. Uchiha Fugaku stood in a daze. Why would they refuse such a matter? This was no need for haste. The seeds had already been sown. Moreover, their spiritual reflections had awakened, and their subconscious was on the verge of manifesting. In due time, they would come to understand their innermost thoughts. At that moment, a shadow emerged behind Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, it was Kagaya's manifestation. Just as he had ensnared Uchiha Madara, Fugaku too was captivated. I understand. Very well. Let us return and prepare, Uchiha Fugaku said before departing. The passageway gradually closed behind him. Upon returning home, he observed Uchiha Sasuke still training in the training grounds. A satisfied smile appeared on Fugaku's face. Sasuke's progress during this period had been commendable. His mastery of fire release, lightning release, and the use of the Sharingan had all been steadily improving. The reason Uchiha Fugaku placed such trust in Kagaya's words was that she had provided him with the purest essence of Yin power, gradually alleviating the after-effects of using the Manjiki Sharingan. This restoration was tangible and genuine, leading Fugaku to fully believe that Kagaya was indeed the embodiment of his own consciousness. Furthermore, the contents of the prophecy stone at Nanha Shrine convinced Uchiha Fugaku that he was finally on the right path. Fugaku-san, are you troubled? At that moment, a familiar voice reached Uchiha Fugaku's ears. Turning around, he beheld Uchiha Kazama, Konan, Kisame, Yamado, and Gaara standing there. Clan leader, when did you return? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. I just arrived. I have heard about the war. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is making its mark. I merely came to inquire if there were any matters within the clan that required my attention. Kazama spoke slowly. Upon hearing Kazama's question, Uchiha Fugaku instinctively fell silent. The issues regarding the manifestation of consciousness and the prophecy inscribed on the stone tablet at the Nanha Shrine were matters that should have been communicated to Uchiha Kazama immediately. However, at that moment, Fugaku wished to evade the topic. There are no issues within the clan. The battle arrangements have been determined by Lady Tsunade. As for this arrangement, after sharing these matters with Uchiha Kazama, Fugaku observed as Kazama nodded and departed with several others. Seeing Uchiha Kazama leave, Fugaku instinctively exhaled in relief. Yet, Within his heart, a surge of intense unease suddenly arose. This disquiet did not dissipate with the passage of time. Rather, it intensified with each moment. Chapter 69. Tsunade's Hard Work. FK's intervention in the Hokage's office. Tsunade felt the warmth of an embrace from behind as Uchiha FK appeared, whispering a familiar greeting that instantly softened her previously tense demeanor. "You're back?" Tsunade inquired gently. "Indeed. This time, I have brought back Gaara, the Jinchuriki of One Tail from Sunagakure, as well as the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, from Kumogakure, and the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Isabu," FK replied slowly. Tsunade is not the type of girl who needs trivial gifts. She is a woman of great ambition. "The 3 Jinchuriki I brought back are more than sufficient," he added. "You went to deter the mist and sand villages." Tsunade stood, placing her hand on FK's chest, her concern evident. "Are you all right?" "Everything is fine." Both Sunagakure and Kirigakure retreated on their own accord. "This can be considered an alliance with us, Konoha. So there is no need to worry about them disrupting this war." FK reassured her with a smile. "By the way, this is not the time for such discussions." "You miss me, didn't you?" FK said, leaning in to deliver a passionate kiss, silencing Tsunade's words. "Wait, Karina is still resting in the lounge. I should. Then we shall join her." FK interjected, sweeping her away into the lounge. Karina was roused from her slumber by rhythmic vibrations and the sensation of a large hand exploring her body. "Tsunade-sama." "Hokage," Karina murmured, unable to continue as the moment unfolded. Meanwhile, Conan and her companions awaited in the conference room, where Conan's face flushed as she realized the implication of the situation. After a brief period of waiting without FK's arrival, Conan instinctively released her paper clones, which brought the familiar scene into her awareness. Hours later, the battle concluded with yet another victory for Uchiha FK. The two women lay exhausted upon the bed. After tucking them in, FK returned to the Hokage's office to review the remaining documents and prepare for the upcoming conflict. At that moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru entered, intending to seek Tsunade's guidance for their participation in the battle, only to discover Uchiha FK had already returned. Jiraiya-sensei, Orochimaru, FK greeted them with a smile. "Are you ready for battle?" "Yes. The ninjas from Kumogakure have entered the sensory barrier S range. They are moving swiftly and should arrive outside the village in 2 hours. Thus, we must prepare immediately," Jiraiya replied. "Let us proceed. This battle, I shall join. Lady Tsunade is exhausted. Let her rest properly." Uchiha Kazama rose and vanished from the spot. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances before following suit. Soon, both arrived atop the Hokage building's terrace. Uchiha Kazama stood at the forefront, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru positioned behind him. "Everyone, this battle was commendable. Now that I have returned, it's time to ensure they never make it back. Let us march forth and engage. Let those feeble souls from Kumogakure witness firsthand that Konoha stands as an insurmountable peak before them." Uchiha Kazama's voice, though not loud, resonated in every ear through the sheer force of his immense chakra. Whether young shinobi or seasoned clan warriors, all felt their blood surge with fervor. They had endured humiliation for far too long. They yearned for a Hokage of such unyielding resolve. Fight, fight, fight. Amidst this electrifying atmosphere, every gaze burned with battle lust. Uchiha Kazama vanished, and the others followed, dispersing with the body flicker technique. Within the Uchiha compound, the clan head has returned, and he has joined the battle. "Will you truly not go?" Uchiha Nagasawa stood clad in combat attire, his expression icy. "Brother Nagasawa, we cannot accompany them this time. The clan head is surely aware of those matters. Moreover, the current strategy was devised by Lady Tsunade," Uchiha Tashitsugu replied calmly. The other 3 remained silent, seated apart, avoiding Nagasawa's gaze. "Fine. Understood." With that, Nagasawa turned and strode away. "Tashitsugu, should we? You've awakened too, haven't you? Perhaps this is the reason for the clan head's overwhelming strength. So now, we must attend to those affairs." A mad grin curled Tashitsugu's lips as he spoke. The trio exchanged glances and nodded. A kilometer beyond Konoha's borders, a formidable shinobi force, led by Uchiha Kazama, stood poised like a colossal beast awaiting its prey. "They're here." Kazama's closed eyes snapped open, his Manjuki Sharingan flaring to life. "Follow my lead. Hold nothing back." Unleash the full extent of your power. Let them tremble before our might. With those words, he summoned the Susanoo. Wings unfurled as it manifested in its complete form. Twin blades in hand. One, the ethereal void-severing sword, a spiritual weapon awakened through his Susanoo. The other, the legendary sword of Tatsuka, obtained after merging Itachi's Manjiki. Fight! As Uchiha Kazama charged forward, all the ninjas behind him followed suit. Like the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Aburame clans, these practitioners of secret techniques unleashed their abilities without hesitation. Meanwhile, Might Guy transformed into a formidable azure beast, leading the charge at the forefront. At this moment, within the confines of Kumogakure, the Fourth Raikage had initially harbored hopes of vanquishing Konohagakure with a single strike. However, he was now confronted by the immense form of Susanoo advancing towards them. The foremost Susanoo belonged to the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure, Uchiha Kazama. This individual had returned. Alongside him was another slightly smaller figure, Uchiha Nagasawa. Yet, none of this seemed to matter anymore. Hadn't that individual claimed that the Uchiha clan would remain uninvolved? No. Boom, boom, boom. Of course. There was no time for contemplation. Uchiha Kazama's long blade was already descending. Chapter 70. With a single strike, the Fourth Raikage concedes. As the dust settles, at least half of the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village have lost their combat prowess. With just one blow, all the arrogance harbored within the heart of the Fourth Raikage has been utterly shattered. The fifth Hokage, formidable. The mere thought of the strength of Uchiha Kazama has reached a level beyond what he can withstand. Upon arriving at this place, the colossal Susanoo has vanished. Uchiha Kazama and Uchiha Nagasawa now stand before the crowd, gazing at the striking young man before him. This is indeed the eccentric Hokage of Konoha. Such an audacious display is perfectly in line with his character. Oh, Fourth Raikage, why does your countenance appear so grim? Why the lack of a smile? Is it distaste, or merely your nature? Uchiha Kazama's mellifluous voice resonates, inciting fury among the remaining conscious ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. The opponent is brazenly slapping their Raikage in the face, which is tantamount to striking the Hidden Cloud Village itself. If not for the fear of death, they would have charged forth in indignation. Wait. Hey. Before the Fourth Raikage could respond, Killer Bee intervened, grasping his arm. The power exhibited by Uchiha Kazama has completely surpassed their capacity to contend. Not only do they possess the strength of a single village, but even if combined with the prior ninjas in the Hidden Stone Village, how many would suffice to challenge this individual? Should they provoke him further, they would indeed lose any prospect of negotiation. Hokage, you wish to cease hostilities to negotiate, correct? Please, share your terms, Killer Bee implored, staring intently at Uchiha Kazama. Negotiate? No. In truth, I wish to eliminate all of you, Uchiha Kazama asserted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Frankly speaking, your strength has diminished to a point where you no longer pose a threat to me. Yet, you still come here to stir trouble. My intention is to annihilate every last one of you, and then journey to the Land of Lightning to completely erase the Hidden Cloud Village from the map of the ninja world, Uchiha Kazama declared, lifting his fingers, preparing to weave hand signs for another assault. No, no, no. Do not strike. We wish to discuss. Grant us an opportunity, Killer Bee exclaimed, his heart racing. A mere test of strength nearly resulted in their collective demise. Here's what you will do. You will remain, and every member of the Hidden Cloud Village shall return. All resources previously seized from Konoha, including the mines and forests, shall be returned. Additionally, you will compensate us with 10 billion ryo. I can offer you this chance. Uchiha Kazama calmly articulated his conditions. The hostages, the reclaimed resources, and the compensation. Truthfully, these demands are not excessive. However, for the Hidden Cloud Village, they may prove to be insurmountable. After all, the Hidden Cloud Village has historically been the one to dictate terms. Killer Bee turned his gaze toward the Fourth Raikage beside him, seeking his counsel. I can stay, no problem. But I still need to ask the Fourth Raikage. After all, he is the Raikage. Impossible. I will never agree to such terms. The Fourth Raikage roared. Uchiha Kazama, if you have the skill, then kill us all. As long as I stand, you don't actually believe I can't kill you, do you? Uchiha Kazama interrupted coldly, raising his short blade. SSSSHHK. In the next instant, a deep gash split open across the Raikage's chest, blood splattering across the ground. Hey! Killer B's voice trembled with panic. Neither he nor the eight tails within him had even perceived Kazama's movement. If this continued, Uchiha Kazama would slaughter them all without hesitation. The fourth Raikage fell silent. He understood, no matter who intervened now, there was no reversing this defeat. Seems there is to sin among you, Kazama mused, his tone chillingly calm. Very well. I'll grant you a choice. If your Raikage does not step forward within 3 minutes to acknowledge defeat and agree to reparations, I will act. With that, he seated himself indifferently on the ground. The Raikage opened his mouth to retort, but Killer B swiftly summoned the Eight Tails tendrils, ensnaring him and dragging him aside. Hey! Listen to me, Killer B urged, his voice uncharacteristically grave. The hidden stone has already withdrawn. The hidden sand and hidden mist are nowhere to be seen. And those two mysterious figures, where are they now? Do you truly wish to see the hidden cloud perish by our own hands? Despite his usual carefree demeanor. In moments like these, Killer B proved his unwavering reliability, especially when the Raikage's fury clouded his judgment. Killer B, the Raikage growled, you know Yujito has already been captured. Don't you? And now they demand you as a hostage. Do you think Konoha's intentions are so simple? And what of it? Killer B cut him off sharply, his gaze burning with intensity. Yes, what of it? Even if Konoha harbored ulterior motives, what did it matter? If they all fell here today, if the hidden cloud were erased from the shinobi world, what concern would Konoha's schemes hold for the dead? Hey, I understand your pride. Killer B murmured, his voice heavy. But right now, we lack the strength to resist. If we had it, we wouldn't be cornered like this. So, concede. For the village, and for the ninjas who follow you. After Karabi spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on the fourth Raikage before him. The inquiries from those around him rendered the fourth Raikage speechless. Karabi, being the one who understood him best, had articulated the matter with utmost precision. I understand. Eventually. Under Karabi's piercing gaze, the fourth Raikage bowed his head. Turning, he faced Uchiha Kazuma. We have lost. However, I have a request. Let us engage in battle once. The fourth Raikage conceded defeat. Yet, he was unwilling to accept it without a fight. He needed to witness Uchiha Kazuma's prowess, only in a one-on-one confrontation, if vanquished. Would he be convinced? A one-on-one battle. You are, after all, the leader of a village. When did you adopt such a foolish warrior's spirit? Had I been a tad more forceful just now, you would already be a lifeless corpse. I cannot fathom how you became the Raikage. You hail from the Cloud Village. If I were unaware, I might mistake you for a reckless fool from a lesser village. Uchiha Kazuma scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 71. The Discovery of Black Zetsu. In the previous moment, the fourth Raikage, whose face was still marked by the fervor of battle, darkened upon hearing the taunts of Uchiha Kanjin. His brows furrowed. Eyes wide with fury. I hope you can fulfill your words. Otherwise, even if I. Rest assured, your demise holds no significance for me. Depart. Should you dare to strike at Konoha again, it will not be so simple. Uchiha Kanjin showed no regard for the fourth Raikage's dignity. After all, such circumstances were of his own making. With a countenance ashen, the fourth Raikage ultimately accepted reality, turning to lead the shinobi of the Cloud Village away from this place. As for Killer B, he naturally remained behind. The battle, lasting less than half an hour, reached a decisive conclusion. At this moment, on a distant cliff overlooking Konoha, the so-called conflict had come to an end. It concluded more swiftly than I anticipated, Uchiha Ibito murmured. Indeed, it is over. However, I find myself uncertain whether those individuals were genuinely deceived by me. Black Zetsu expressed concern. The Uchiha, each possessing unique flaws in their character, were driven by various bonds, friendship, familial ties, and love. Their actions were beyond Black Zetsu's comprehension. Moreover, attempting to manipulate 5 Uchiha at once was a formidable challenge. Previously, when he sought out Uchiha Kanjin, he was swiftly dispatched by a clone. It is crucial to note that Black Zetsu's clones are intrinsically linked to his essence. A loss in that regard represents a permanent detriment. Given the limited nature of his original form, further losses might jeopardize his consciousness. Do not worry. Such a lunatic will not delve deeply into these matters. Furthermore, with your clone present, the dynamics within the Uchiha clan will become delicate. Human emotions are often the most elusive to master. Is that not your forte? Uchiha Ibito maintained his smile. these matters did not trouble him. His singular focus remained on one task. As the clone relayed the news, Uchiha Kenjin returned, accompanied by two of the Cloud Village Jinchuriki, Gaara from the Sand Village, and Chojuro from the Mist Village, along with the Five Tails, Mu King Han, captured by Konoha on the battlefield, and the Nine Tails they originally possessed. Now, the convergence of the nine-tailed beasts is imminent. Black Zetsu suddenly interjected, his eyes brimming with excitement. I understand. Await my arrival. Having spoken, Obito sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. After watching Uchiha Obito depart, Black Zetsu followed suit. In the Hokage's office of the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Kenjin resolved the remaining issues before entrusting the mundane tasks entirely to Nara Shikaku. Now, with Nara Shikaku and Jiraiya assisting in managing the village affairs, Uchiha Kazama felt significantly relieved. After Nara Shikaku exited, several individuals concealed in the shadows emerged. What is the matter? Uchiha Kazama inquired, directing his gaze towards the foremost figure. Uchiha Nagasawa. 5-element sealing. Uchiha Nagasawa formed hand seals, followed closely by the remaining 4, who also executed the seals. They conjured a barrier that enveloped the entire Hokage office. Patriarch, do you recognize this? Uchiha Nagasawa refrained from addressing Uchiha Kazama as Hokage, opting instead for Patriarch, indicating that the matter at hand pertained not to the village but rather to their clan. Furthermore, the item he grasped. Kurizetsu. Kazama gasped. Observing the Kurizetsu already ensnared by Jinjutsu, and not merely one. In addition to Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Rinmu, Uchiha Roy, Uchiha Shikome, and Uchiha Ryunin were present. 5 manifestations of Kurizetsu had been captured by them. Is this entity named Kurizetsu? He pondered. It suddenly appeared, claiming to be a manifestation of our consciousness. Moreover, the minister possesses one as well. Previously, he took us to the Nango Shrine. Uchiha Nagasawa recounted the events that transpired. Following this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the group. Within this barrier, dialogues and actions would remain undetected, and with Kurizetsu already under the control of the Manjiki, no information could be transmitted externally. I understand. Let us proceed according to the directives provided by these entities. Furthermore, they will be beneficial to your eyes. Make good use of them. As for Minister Fugaku, I shall handle that matter. Uchiha Kazama concluded his contemplation, offering his resolution. Understood, Patriarch, Uchiha Nagasawa responded, discarding Kurizetsu into the shadows behind him. Subsequently, they lifted the sealing barrier. Patriarch, we shall take our leave now, Uchiha Nagasawa stated before departing with the 4 companions. Has something transpired? To utilize such a barrier, Tsunade emerged from the lounge, observing Uchiha Kazama's downcast demeanor, and spoke softly. There are indeed troublesome individuals involved. I will remain for a few days. Then I must journey to the land of rain. I will require your assistance with the village, Uchiha Kazama remarked, taking Tsunade's hand gently. I must say, Tsunade's physique is formidable, while Yugao will likely remain unconscious until noon. The clan had grown accustomed to its way of life. Moreover, many had already mastered the secret techniques and ninjutsu you provided. Should you make those techniques public, what if spies from other villages? Tsunade expressed her concerns. In his pursuit to elevate the village's strength, Uchiha Kazama had disclosed the majority of secret techniques and ninjutsu, albeit certain forbidden arts remained sealed away. These matters are prone to spiraling out of control, and the consequences of such loss of control can be dire. When one attains sufficient strength, such trivialities cease to hold significance. Tsunade, what of Orochimaru? Uchiha Kazama deftly shifted the topic. After the battle concluded, he vanished without even attending the debriefing. Those pale monstrosities that appeared on the battlefield, Orochimaru took them all, Tsunade replied with a hint of resignation. He seemed exhilarated. As for the rest, she trailed off, her expression weary. When it came to her old friend Orochimaru, Tsunade understood precious little, even less so regarding his research. Though he had borrowed several medical means from her, his true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Very well, just as Uchiha Kazama was reaching the pinnacle of his ascent, the door to the Hokage's office swung open. Konan entered. Tsunade shot Kazama a sharp glare before firmly pushing him away. While she cared little for propriety, Indulging in intimacy before an audience was beyond her tolerance. Chapter 72. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki Kakashi, the tailed beast within Kazama. Uchiha Kazama emerged from the Hokage's office, making his way towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Conan followed closely behind him. Upon reaching his courtyard and stepping inside, several figures came into view. Teacher! Teacher! Naruto and Sasuke rushed forward, greeting Uchiha Kazama with enthusiasm. Both Naruto and Sasuke appeared to be in good spirits, particularly Naruto, whose earlier gloom had dissipated entirely, replaced by a radiant joy that uplifted those around him. Not far off, Gaara observed Naruto's smile, his brow furrowing slightly. He had encountered Naruto the previous day, and upon learning that Gaara too was a Jinchuriki, Naruto had warmly engaged him in conversation. Throughout the night, Naruto had shared his experiences in the village, recounting the disdain and hatred he had faced from the adults, the rejection from the village children who refused to play with him, and the loneliness of sitting on the swings outside the school, watching other children being picked up by their parents. Yet, these painful memories had become the driving force propelling Naruto forward. He consistently displayed a warm and cheerful demeanor in front of others. Now, witnessing Naruto's bright smile again, Gaara's emotions grew even more intricate. Gaara, come here. You are already acquainted, correct? Moving forward, Gaara will remain in the village to train, under the special guidance of Kakashi and Jiraiya. Naruto, be sure to look after your new classmate, Kazama called to Gaara, speaking slowly. School? Gaara looked up, bewildered at Uchiha Kazama's words. His current strength allowed him to easily overpower most lower-ranking ninjas. Going to school? What could I possibly learn there? As this thought crossed his mind, Gaara glanced at Naruto beside him. He too was a Jinchuriki, attending school, and it suddenly clicked. Kakashi, come over here. Uchiha Kazama turned his gaze to Kakashi, who was reading nearby. This fellow truly had a thirst for knowledge. Hokage. Kakashi set aside his book and approached Kazama. The Three-Tails. I entrust it to you. Uchiha Kazama gestured towards the sealed creature, slowly speaking. All right. What? Kakashi instinctively replied with an affirmation, but as realization struck, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Your current rate of chakra extraction is too slow. With the chakra from the Three-Tails, you should experience significant growth. Coupled with your lightning release and the Three-Tails water release, you will be able to create powerful combination techniques. Moreover, there is a certain connection between you and the Three-Tails. Uchiha Kazama briefly explained the reasoning to Kakashi. Kakashi fell into silence. Uchiha Kazama was well aware of his circumstances, yet still presented the Three-Tails before him. This situation left him at a loss for how to respond to Uchiha Kazama. Moreover, as he gazed at the figure of Kirigane Shikura, Kakashi seemed to peer beyond his corporeal form and discern the presence of the Three-Tails within. This evoked one of his most painful memories. The fault did not lie with the Three-Tails, but with this already shattered shinobi world. Thus, one ought to embrace the power of the Three-Tails and exert oneself to bring an end to this realm. Uchiha Kazama spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Kakashi was transported back to that fateful moment when a certain girl had smiled and implored, Kakashi, please, end my life. Rin. Perhaps this was precisely what Rin had aimed to achieve. She had used her strength to shield Konoha from the ravages of the tailed beasts. Kakashi raised his hand, stained with remnants of blood that had long resisted cleansing. Suddenly, a hand appeared, gently wiping away the blood from his wounds. Kakashi lifted his gaze to meet that of the girl before him. Her smile had awakened him countless nights. Indeed, that smile. I understand now. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kakashi nodded before approaching Kirigane Shikura. I shall assist you. Uchiha Kazama, having spoken, raised his hand and extracted the Three-Tails from Kirigane Shikura's body, sealing it within Kakashi. The entrance of the tailed beast into his being inflicted considerable pain, yet Kakashi wore a smile. The Three-Tails, in its initial fury, soon found itself locked in a gaze with a pair of crimson eyes. Before it could unleash further wrath, Uchiha Kazama took decisive action, realizing it could not prevail. Especially with Kakashi's imminent involvement, the Three-Tails quickly capitulated. After all, even a tailed beast has its limits when subjected to relentless assault. Once the Three-Tails had submitted, Uchiha Kazama encouraged Kakashi to foster a bond with it. Returning to the present, Uchiha Kazama turned his attention to Killer Bee and Waimuri. Gradually approaching them and extending his fist, Killer Bee was momentarily taken aback, while Waimuri reciprocated, their fists colliding. Observing this exchange, Killer Bee also extended his fist. The instant their fists made contact, they were transported to a unique realm of consciousness, where the 8 tails GY Ki and the 2 tails Nikomata manifested. Grant me a portion of your essence. From now on, I shall not trouble you, Uchiha Kazama stated calmly. Upon hearing his words, the 2-tailed beast exhibited signs of resistance, for their essence is immutable and finite. Once a portion is lost, it is lost forever, nearly impossible to replenish. Yet, they were well aware of Uchiha Kazama's formidable power. Denying him would likely result in a beating followed by the forcible seizure of their essence. With this in mind, the 2-tailed beast reluctantly parted with fragments of their own essence, offering them to Uchiha Kazama. Upon surrendering their essence, the great beast froze in astonishment. Moments ago, they had questioned why Uchiha Kazama sought their essence. But now, as their essence merged into his body, they sensed the presence of Shikaku the 1 tail, Isabu the 3 tails, Koku the 5 tails, and Kurama the 9 tails within him. How could a single vessel contain so many tailed beasts? Even Uchiha Obito, in his time, had dared only to store them within the mobile prison of the Gedo statue. After all, the conflicting essences of different tailed beasts were far beyond what an ordinary being could endure. Chapter 73, Training the 3 Young Ones. However, upon their essence entering the body of Uchiha Kazama, there was no discernible change. Kurabi, you are a wise individual. You may return now and earnestly persuade your 4th Raikage. I truly wish to avoid dealing with those troublesome matters any further. Uchiha Kazama withdrew his hand, and the 3 returned to reality once more. You are letting me go back? Kurabi glanced at the nearby Yumu. After all, Yumu was also a Jinchuriki from the village hidden in the clouds. If you are reluctant to leave Konoha, you may stay. Uchiha Kazama inquired with curiosity. No, I am leaving. After casting a final glance at Yumu, Kurabi quickly vanished from the scene. Upon successfully departing from Konoha, Kurabi was still enveloped by a sense of unreality. It felt as though he had been seized by Uchiha Kazama, only to be released without incident. Is this fellow bored? After contemplating, Kurabi promptly disappeared from the location. Within the Uchiha training grounds, observing Naruto and Sasuke engaged in combat training, a satisfied expression grew ever more pronounced on Uchiha Kazama's face. Unlike the original narrative, the two were not idly wasting time at the Ninja Academy. With the guidance of Kakashi Hatake and Jiraiya, their strength was rapidly improving. They now possessed abilities surpassing those of the average genin. Rendezvous technique. At that moment, Naruto unexpectedly employed a transformation jutsu. A multitude of beautiful women materialized, leaving Uchiha Kazama momentarily astonished. Fortunately, he had just sought out Tsunade and Hinata to temper his excitement. Otherwise, he might have struggled to maintain composure in the face of such a spectacle. The scene before him was entirely different from what he remembered. There were all manner of poses on display. Furthermore, with Naruto's newfound ability to harness the Nine Tails chakra, using the rendezvous technique was effortless. At that instant, Gaara stood frozen, bewildered. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yumu and Konan exchanged glances, their cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Is this a technique taught by Kazama? After all, this young lad was indeed Kazama's disciple. As for Jiraiya, who had appeared out of nowhere, he was fervently sketching in his notebook. Kakashi, meanwhile, was engaged in a heartfelt conversation with the Three Tails Isabu. Jiraiya, what have you been doing with Naruto? Uchiha Kazama approached Jiraiya with a smile. When I have free time, I take him to the bathhouse for a soak. Additionally, I teach him some chakra control techniques. I haven't done anything else, Jiraiya replied, all the while rapidly sketching. It must be noted that Jiraiya possessed remarkable talent in sketching, and he worked with impressive speed. Perhaps this was one of the reasons Tsunade held a disfavor towards him. Has this issue of Paradise of Affection been released? I would like 2 copies, Kazama said with a smile. To my astonishment, you, Naruto, are also my admirer. I shall place it in the drawer of your desk later. Allow me to gather my materials first. I must admit, Jiraiya is indeed a genius. His focus is remarkably intense. He is so engrossed that he fails to notice Konan, who has approached him. Observing Jiraiya, Conan's expression is somewhat complicated. At this moment, it is exceedingly difficult for her to utter the word teacher. Next time, refrain from employing such futile ninjutsu. It is of no use to me. Sasuke glowered at Naruto. This guy not only took him to see the paradise of affection but also insisted on using these peculiar techniques during their battles. Sasuke. I saw your eyes light up just now. Next time, I shall surely defeat you. This is my secret technique. Naruto disregarded Sasuke's current thoughts and spoke directly. Sasuke ignored Naruto and haughtily turned away, approaching Uchiha Kazekage. Teacher, I believe Naruto requires further instruction. He is currently incapable of engaging in a proper battle with me. Sasuke directly lodged a complaint. This bizarre fighting style was not to his liking. What he desired was a genuine battle, not this playful skirmish. Very well. By the way, Sasuke, can you continue to fight? After speaking, Kazekage turned his gaze towards Gaara. I can. Sasuke nodded and then fixed his gaze upon Gaara. At this moment, it was evident that Gaara had yet to recover from Naruto's unique combat style. Gaara, let us engage in battle. You may utilize the power of the tailed beast, and Sasuke, you can employ the Sharingan. If there are no objections, let us commence. Kazekage spoke with a smile. Upon hearing Kazekage's words, the two exchanged glances and took their positions on the battlefield. 10 minutes later, Sasuke returned to Uchiha Kazekage, visibly disheartened. How did it go? Have you identified your shortcomings? Kazekage inquired gently. Indeed, my speed, strength, and control over chakra are all lacking. I did not realize this while battling Naruto. However, Sasuke did not continue, instead casting his gaze towards the silent Gaara. That fellow's automatic sand defense and his ability to manipulate sand in combat left Sasuke at a disadvantage. Gaara, why did you not employ the power of the tailed beast just now? To be an exceptional ninja, one must understand the nature of the powers they possess and know how to wield them effectively. Kazekage did not answer Sasuke's question but turned his attention to Gaara. Nevertheless, Naruto, you shall team up with Sasuke. Engage in battle with Gaara. Without allowing Gaara to finish, Uchiha Kazekage made further arrangements. The trio exchanged no words, immediately launching into their third skirmish. 3 days later, within the training grounds, Gaara's sand surged outward in relentless waves, while Sasuke and Naruto, shielded by shadow clones, darted swiftly around him, closing the distance. Through these days of relentless practice, their coordination had sharpened. No longer were they instantly overwhelmed by Gaara's might. Gaara, too, had begun to harness Shikaku's power. With ample chakra at his disposal, his control over the swirling sands grew ever more precise. Enough. I can't go on. Naruto gasped, collapsing onto the ground with a weary wave of his hand. Sasuke, leaning against a nearby pillar, mirrored his exhaustion, his expression drawn with fatigue. Though bolstered by Shikaku's chakra, even Gaara could no longer sustain the relentless output after 3 days of grueling combat. After all, a 7-year-old body had its limits. Once our daily training concludes, we'll maintain this regimen, Kazan declared, summoning Kakashi to his side. These 3 are in your hands now. Chapter 74. Treating Orochimaru. Can Conan endure until dawn? With Kakashi and Jiraiya present, there was little cause for concern regarding training. Hence, after determining the overarching direction, the 3 youngsters were entrusted to the 2 of them. Upon returning to the Hokage's office and discussing some matters pertaining to the village with Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Kazama made his way to Orochimaru's laboratory. Upon learning of Kazama's arrival, Orochimaru emerged promptly, his face alight with excitement. Is White Zetsu truly effective? Kazama observed Orochimaru's gleeful expression, indicating that this research must have made significant progress. Otherwise, someone with Orochimaru's temperament would not display such a radiant smile. Indeed, it proves to be quite useful. These substances are highly compatible with the first Hokage's cells. Moreover, within those bodies, the cells exhibit some extraordinary transformations, seemingly capable of activating previously dormant cells. They might even begin to proliferate autonomously. Orochimaru began to produce his data records, which contained intricate details that left Uchiha Kazama feeling overwhelmed. Certain concepts appeared to be utterly incomprehensible. Even when laid out clearly or explained, they remained elusive. Kazama instinctively glanced at Conan, whose bewildered expression mirrored his own, Each word was intelligible when isolated, yet incomprehensible when strung together. "All right, Orochimaru, I have come to inquire about something." Kazama interjected, gently interrupting Orochimaru's fervent discourse. "Please, ask away." Orochimaru quickly quelled his excitement and focused on Kazama. "I recall that you have ventured to the sage's land, correct?" "The Dragon Cave," Kazama began slowly. Upon hearing Kazama mention the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted to one of resignation. "Indeed. I have been there and have passed all the trials. Even the legendary summoning beast, Manda, chose me. However, due to my physical issues, I am unable to practice the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave. As you can see, Manda now holds a certain disdain for me, even when summoned for battle. I must provide him offerings, or he threatens to devour me." Orochimaru chuckled bitterly, revealing an undeniable sense of regret regarding this matter. His physical issues stemmed from his research, as the subjects he delved into were not without peril. Although they did not inflict immediate severe damage, they had irrevocably harmed the essence of his being. Thus, he found himself deprived of the sage techniques. Coupled with Manda's occasional taunts, Orochimaru's predicament became even more burdensome. "Having participated once, is it possible to return?" Kazama inquired again. "By the rules, it is permissible," Orochimaru replied. "However, there is no need for me to go now. My body is even more broken than before." Orochimaru let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Yet, if given the choice again, he would still plunge into the research of forbidden techniques without hesitation. Thus, he remained unburdened, able to calmly recount these matters to Uchiha Kazama. "I can restore your body and enhance it further," Uchiha Kazama spoke with a faint smile. "What? You intend to seek Tsunade's help? Even she cannot repair my body. Otherwise, no, it will be me." Kazama interrupted Orochimaru, his tone steady. "Truly? Yes. What must I do?" "Take a few of our Uchiha clansmen to the sacred land and ensure they pass the trial." Agreed. Their exchange was brief, yet it settled a matter of great significance. Meanwhile, Konan stood bewildered. Orochimaru, who had always been an elusive figure within the Akatsuki, speaking in sinister whispers, now conversing so swiftly with Uchiha Kazama. And what were they discussing? The sacred land? Resolving physical ailments? These matters were spoken of as casually as eating and drinking. "Orochimaru, are you prepared? Then, let us begin." As Kazama raised his hand, a card materialized within his grasp. "Activate Body Restoration Card." With a thought, an arcane energy enveloped Orochimaru's form. As one who had dedicated his life to the study of the human body, Orochimaru immediately sensed the transformation within himself. His eyes widened in disbelief. Truthfully, he had not placed much faith in Kazama's claims. 10 minutes later, "It is truly restored. Lord Hokage, what manner of technique is this? To so swiftly mend the damage to my body's very essence. Moreover, I feel as though I have returned to my prime." The fervor in Orochimaru's gaze burned openly. Such a phenomenon defied all reason. It is no mere technique, but a secret art inscribed upon a unique scroll. It cannot be replicated, and even if one attempted, the caster would have to offer their own body as sacrifice. Kazama's words were measured. Hearing this, Orochimaru's gratitude deepened. A power like this, useful to any living being. For none could guarantee their body would remain unbroken forever. Such a disregard for conditions, possessing the ability to restore the essence of the body, can indeed be deemed a divine artifact. "I am grateful, Lord Hokage. When shall we commence the tasks you previously mentioned?" Orochimaru did not forget the matter of bringing the Uchiha clan members to the Earth Dragon Cave, and he directly inquired. "You may go at any time. Here's the list." After Uchiha Kazama handed the list to Orochimaru, he turned and departed. Konan gazed at Orochimaru, her eyes reflecting a myriad of thoughts. She swiftly followed suit. Before long, the two left the village, setting their course towards the land of rain. That night, they arrived at a precipice. The myriad stars in the sky compelled one to gaze longer. "Shall we continue onward tonight, or?" Observing Uchiha Kazama pausing, Konan spoke softly. "Let us sit here until dawn and then depart," Kazama replied, settling down. Rarely experiencing such a mood, Uchiha Kazama wished to save her life. The vast expanse of stars brought him great delight. Meanwhile, Conan's expression shifted. "Here, to remain until dawn? Aye, truly one do perish." "Will I?" she murmured, suddenly recalling the madness of Uchiha Kazama alongside Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai. It seemed that enduring until dawn was indeed something this rogue could accomplish. Chapter 75, The Beautiful Misunderstanding, An Unexpected Assassination. Confronted with the brazen suggestion from Uchiha Kazama, Konan found herself momentarily frozen. Her heart raced with an unusual mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Although the physical prowess of a ninja surpassed that of an ordinary person, the prospect of engaging in such an endeavor until dawn filled her with a sense of unease. Could we perhaps do this for a shorter duration? I'm afraid I might not be able to endure. Konan's shyness was palpable. Yet, deep within her heart, she harbored peculiar feelings towards Uchiha Kazama. The idea of a slow-burning romance seemed utterly improbable with someone as erratic as him. His proposition was unmistakably an expression of affection. The notion of a lifelong commitment was daunting. She dared not entertain it. After all, she had witnessed the fierce battles involving Uchiha Kazama, Tsunade, and Kurenai. Even Tsunade, alongside another woman, struggled to withstand Kazama's affections. What chance did she have alone? Thus, Konan had come to terms with her feelings. Furthermore, Kazama had granted her choices and had refrained from direct aggression towards the Land of Rain, revealing the ulterior motives of Uchiha Madara. Through their recent interactions, Konan had genuinely developed feelings for Uchiha Kazama. Was she truly so eager? If I say we can stay here for the night, then let us do so. It won't impede your return to the Land of Rain, Kazama remarked, observing her curiously. What's wrong with her? I merely suggested we linger a bit longer. And she's blushing. Even her eyes are reddened, he mused. There was no need to be anxious over such a brief span of time. But, staying for a whole night. I'm afraid. Konan instinctively placed a hand over her heart. Afraid? Uchiha Kazama was taken aback. What was she talking about? As a member of the Akatsuki, Konan had caused the demise of many. Why then should she fear spending a night outdoors? All right then, Konan murmured softly. If we're to stay for a night, then so be it. It wasn't that she couldn't resist Kazama's allure. Rather, she wished to avoid inciting his anger. She needed him, and the Land of Rain required him as well. At this juncture, Konan shyly approached Uchiha Kazama, gently peeling off her garments. Kazama began to protest, but was silenced as Konan covered his mouth. The fabric of her clothing fluttered away like scattered leaves, enveloping the two in a delicate embrace. A soft and enchanting sound gently emanated. After more than 2 hours, Xiaonan could no longer endure. Uchiha Kazama, might I take a moment to rest? Staying awake until dawn. It is too much for me. Please. All right. As Xiaonan struggled to finish her words, Uchiha Kazama began to understand why she had so suddenly offered herself. It appeared not to be due to the Land of Rain, nor because of Nagato, but rather a beautiful misunderstanding. Of course, Uchiha Kazama also did not remain awake until dawn. Observing the somewhat exhausted Xiaonan, Kazama tenderly draped his clothing over her. He then retrieved several sleeping bags from his system space, laying them upon the ground to provide her with comfort. The night sky was breathtaking. Such a view was rare in the Land of Rain. As Xiaonan gazed up at the vast heavens, she suddenly spoke. In the future, I shall guard your starry sky. You need not worry. Such a pure celestial expanse will surely welcome the dawn. Kazama gently caressed Xiaonan's neck and spoke softly. The dawn, you say? Indeed. A smile graced Xiaonan's lips as she leaned against Uchiha Kazama and succumbed to sleep. It had been a long time since she had felt such peace while resting. The pristine aura surrounding Kazama brought her immense comfort. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, Kazama dispelled the barrier. After all, Xiaonan was quite weary from the previous night, and lying outside like this could leave her vulnerable to the chill. Morning had arrived. Kazama's voice gently broke the silence. Xiaonan stirred, straightening her attire. Shall we set off now? Or shall we linger here a while longer? She inquired, looking at Kazama. The wildness of the previous night was not merely an illusion. Given their shared experiences within the illusion, Xiaonan felt familiar with the situation. Thus, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Perhaps it was best not to indulge too much on the first occasion. There would be other opportunities in the future. Let us be on our way. Kazama lifted Xiaonan effortlessly into his arms, vanishing from the spot. Meanwhile, Xiaonan nestled against Kazama's chest. That soothing sensation made her wish to drift back into slumber. It was not until noon that the two arrived at a quaint village. Let us rest a moment and have something to eat before we continue. Kazama led Xiaonan to a modest restaurant. Though simple, the aromas were quite delightful. After sitting down, they ordered several signature dishes. Within a few minutes, the food was served. As Kazama gazed at the relatively exquisite meal before him, he promptly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Xiaonan, however, stared at the dishes with a look of surprise and uncertainty. But Kazama, eat, she began, but he interrupted her before she could finish her thought. Xiaonan nodded and began to eat as well. After tasting the food, her expression of astonishment deepened. She had clearly discovered that the meal was poisoned. Yet, why was it that now, upon consuming it, she felt no ill effects? After dining, the two set forth once more. "See, I told you," one remarked. With such a substantial dosage, this arrogant fellow would never suspect he could actually eat it. Thus, it was achieved effortlessly. At that moment, two men and a woman emerged. The foremost, a smirking and lecherous man, wore a disdainful expression. Before them lay two figures sprawled on the ground, Uchiha Kazama and Konan. The reward for this endeavor was notably high. Moreover, successfully assassinating the Hokage of Konoha would elevate our standing significantly, perhaps even to an A rank. Another man chimed in, his freckled face alight with excitement. "Very well. Let us take his head back. Subsequently, we may need to. In the realm of assassination, how so? Add a few more names to the victim list?" Before the woman could finish her sentence, an unfamiliar voice reached Chapter 76. The Black Market's Recklessness. Let Nagato decide. Uchiha Kazama harbored no inclination to dine at a restaurant along the way. His entry into the small village was prompted by an unusual chakra that he sensed. This subtle chakra evoked thoughts of a peculiar organization in Kazama's mind, namely, the rogue ninjas and wandering samurai who roamed the ninja world as so-called assassins. It was evident that these assassins had manifested here, their faint aura of scrutiny confirming to Kazama that he was being watched. After dispatching the three assailants, Uchiha Kazama retrieved a bounty notice from the clothing of a diminutive man. Uchiha Kazama, 5th Hokage of Konohagakure, bounty, 2 billion. The information on the bounty was straightforward. Yet it left Kazama perplexed. Someone had placed a bounty on him in the black market? Moreover, the amount was indeed substantial. Kazama, no need to dwell on that. Let us proceed to the land of rain. We shall address the remaining matters later. Kazama interrupted Konan. Aware that the so-called black market represented the most formidable underground organization within the entire ninja world, the leaders of various ninja villages dared to post bounties. And regardless of the amount, sufficient rewards were guaranteed upon task completion. This financial power was arguably the strongest throughout the ninja realm. It could be said that the principal figure behind Kakuzu was the black market itself. However, information regarding the black market was exceedingly scarce. Thus, recklessly engaging with it was hardly a wise decision. As night fell, the two were nearing the land of rain. People, a serious expression crossed Conan's face. Indeed, the reason for their late arrival was their encounters with several batches of assassins along the way. While these assassins were not particularly formidable, their assassination techniques were quite impressive, and a few possessed secret arts. Now, yet another group had arrived, the 8th batch. Such incessant nuisances were beginning to irk Kazama. With a swift motion, Uchiha Kazama vanished from sight. When he reappeared, his hands bore the stains of fresh blood. "Konan, you are more knowledgeable about the underworld, are you not? Please investigate the black market for me. Since they have provoked me, I must return the favor. Otherwise, it would be quite impolite." Kazama spoke with a smile. "Understood." Konan nodded, having grasped his intent. Kazama's smile at times resembled that of the Grim Reaper. This time, the target of Uchiha Kazama's focus had shifted to the black market. Indeed, he was a man possessed by madness. Fortunately, in the land of rain, the Akatsuki organization has not committed any actions to provoke Uchiha Kazama's ire. Otherwise, ding, Konan perceives that the host is rather unhinged. Reward, divine purification technique, blade of the nether moon. As the system's notification resonated, Uchiha Kazama had grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, this particular reward piqued his curiosity. Divine purification technique, capable of purging all negative states. Blade of the nether moon, a spiritual weapon exclusive to Susanoo, possessing the ability to slice through defenses. After both sensed their surroundings, Uchiha Kazama and his companions set forth once more, following the resolution of 3 additional waves of assassins. The pair arrived in the Land of Rain by the dawn of the next day. Upon their entry into the Land of Rain, Nagato immediately sensed Uchiha Kazama's presence. And Kazama, in turn, was well aware of Nagato's awareness. "Let us proceed. Nagato has already discovered us." "Take me directly to him," Uchiha Kazama said, glancing at Konan before speaking slowly. "Understood," Konan nodded, leading Kazama towards Nagato's location. After a brief passage of time, they reached Nagato's vicinity. Having observed the anime previously, Kazama had found Nagato's appearance somewhat terrifying. Now, witnessing him in person intensified that visual impact. It was undeniable that the extremities of Nagato's emotions stemmed not only from Yahiko's demise but also from the burdens of the Rinnegan. 5th Hokage? Nagato regarded Uchiha Kazama before noting Konan's unusual position. Typically, she would stand by his side, yet now she lingered behind Kazama. Furthermore, the expression with which Konan regarded Kazama was far from ordinary. Of course, Nagato felt a sense of relief seeing Konan step forward. However, he would not compromise on this matter simply due to her sentiments. "I can assist in restoring your body. However, you must relinquish your Rinnegan. Otherwise, your body will continue to deteriorate. Subsequently, I will arrange for Jiraiya to come to the Land of Rain to assist you with its affairs. Naturally, if you're unwilling, I will not force the issue. For further arrangements, you need only have Konan relay them to me." Before Nagato could inquire further, Uchiha Kazama expounded on the situation at hand. After all, he was a person who valued efficiency. There was no need for empty pleasantries or courteous exchanges. Your aim is my Rinnegan?" Nagato suddenly furrowed his brow. "Ah, so you have not absorbed a single word beyond that. Konan, I understand your desire for me to assist Nagato with his physical condition. You have seen the situation with Orochimaru. If he is unwilling, even if I restore his body, it will remain compromised under the Rinnegan's affliction." Having spoken, Uchiha Kazama proceeded to sit down, distancing himself from the discussion. Konan understood that the only thing capable of restoring Nagato's health might be the object in Uchiha Kazama's possession. Now, this was the sole opportunity. With this thought, Konan swiftly approached Nagato's side and relayed all the intelligence she had gathered, including the fact that Uchiha Kazama indeed possessed the ability to heal him. However, she refrained from influencing Nagato's decision, knowing full well the profound significance these Rinnegan eyes held for him. "Konan, I wish to hear your counsel," Nagato spoke with quiet composure. "If it were my choice, I would want you to have a healthy body. Moreover, it has been confirmed that man is partly responsible for the current turmoil in the shinobi world. Uchiha Madara, and I believe if Yahiko were still alive, he would wish for you not to remain shackled by hatred." Having spoken her mind, Konan left the final decision in Nagato's hands. Chapter 77, Crushing Nagato. A casual pluck of an eye. Upon hearing Konan's words, Nagato fell silent. The dreams they once pursued together seemed to have gradually veered off course without their realization. And that so-called infinite Tsukuyomi, was it truly the right path? Reflecting on the words of Uchiha Madara, along with the notion that the world must experience suffering to comprehend it, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of obsession. When did it all begin? Was it after Yahiko's demise? After he gained mastery over the Rinnegan? Or was it? Too many questions now lay beyond his reach. Yahiko's death was an issue involving Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo, both of whom were now deceased. As for the endeavors you wish to pursue, truth be told, they are akin to folly. To seek peace through the creation of war and suffering. Uchiha Kazama, noticing Nagato's silence, stoked the flames further. With a rustle, the 6 paths of pain materialized at that moment. Nagato's expression was one of wrath. "You of the great village. Your Rinnegan was bestowed upon you by those of us from the great village. The lives and training of you 3 were granted by us. The fact that the Land of Rain can still develop in peace, and that you stand before me speaking, is also due to my generosity. How is it that we, the great village, are in the wrong?" Uchiha Kazama taunted. Nagato found himself momentarily speechless. The words of Kazama rang true. Under the Rinnegan, Nagato could not discern Kazama's true power. It was formidable. Kazama had evidently become aware of the Akatsuki's existence and its intentions but refrained from taking immediate action against them. The ongoing ninja world war, this time, was orchestrated under his guidance, sparing other villages and nations from its wrath. Nagato found it difficult to counter. Yet, in the face of the assertive Uchiha Kazama, he still harbored discontent. The Rinnegan does not belong to you, nor can you wield it. Therefore, let us engage in battle. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Kazama vanished from sight. In an instant, the hell path was shattered by Kazama's might. Shinra Tensei. The Deva path raised his hand and unleashed Shinra Tensei towards Kazama. The terrifying repulsion force propelled Kazama away. Konan gasped in shock, swiftly appearing beside Nagato. Nagato, you, Konan, do not impede me. If I lose, I shall acquiesce to your demands. Nagato interrupted, and then he commanded the remaining 5 paths to launch an assault on Uchiha Kazama. The beast path summoned 3 mighty creatures, a 3-headed dog, a raven, and a rhinoceros, charging towards Kazama. These summoned beasts are quite impressive, but, in your hands, they're squandered, Kazama remarked, drawing a short blade from his waist. With a single, tremendous slash, he obliterated the 3 formidable summoned beasts. Simultaneously, he unleashed his shadow clones. Charging towards the remaining 6 puppets, Uchiha Kazama skillfully evaded all attacks within the confined space, except for the Deva path, which could utilize the almighty push to repel him. The others were utterly defenseless against Kazama's onslaught. Taijutsu, Kinjutsu, Ninjutsu, Dojutsu. The might of Uchiha Kazama was so formidable that it could effortlessly crush the entities before him. Moreover, he obliterated the hell path at the earliest opportunity, ensuring that the 6 paths would not be resurrected again, at least not in the near future. Wind release, flowing rhythm. Uchiha Kazama unleashed a C-rank wind technique, dispersing the surrounding dust and mist. Now, only the Deva path of Nagato remained. The body of the Deva path belonged to Yahiko, and thus, he refrained from destroying it. Of course, if you wish to continue this battle, I shall not hold back any longer, Kazama declared as he dispelled the surrounding shadow clones. Do you believe you have won? He taunted. Uchiha Kazama, you seem to have completely misunderstood the power of the Rinnegan. Before Nagato could finish his retort, a resounding impact echoed from his side. In the next instant, he felt an immense force that sent him hurtling through the air. One by one, Kazama's shadow clones swiftly converged upon him. Nagato barely had a moment to react as a flurry of fists rained down upon him. As for techniques like the almighty push or universal pull, they required a modicum of time to execute. Under the relentless assault, Nagato's mind buzzed, rendering him incapable of utilizing any techniques. 3 minutes later, all of Uchiha Kazama's shadow clones dissipated. In that brief interval, had I wished to kill you, you would have already been a corpse, Kazama proclaimed. I shall accept the Rinnegan. With that, he raised his hand, revealing a pair of Rinnegan eyes. Kazama, no, Konan exclaimed in distress. If Nagato's Rinnegan were to be taken, Kazama would certainly kill him without hesitation. I do not wish to take his life. Furthermore, I shall not go back on my word, Kazama assured. Thus, he lifted his hand and extracted the remaining 2 cards. As he channeled chakra, the cards vanished, and Nagato's body began to restore itself, even regaining his lost eyes, though they were merely his original ones. After the second card disappeared, Nagato, who had just regained his footing, wore an expression of disbelief. His enhanced body felt as unreal as a Mirafeade. How is this possible? Konan, I shall refrain from interfering in your internal matters for now. I will take my leave. However, if you, Nagato, still wish to confront me, I shall await you in the land of rain. With that, Uchiha Kazama vanished from sight, as staying any longer had become unnecessary. As for the Akatsuki organization, whether it can continue to exist, or if there's still any meaning in its existence, these are not concerns for Uchiha Kazama. The current troublesome individuals are the hidden Sutsuki Ishiki and the vanished Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. Once they are found and eliminated, the remaining time can be devoted to peacefully enhancing strength. Then, either await the so-called arrival of the Tsutsuki clan or journey to the moon to seek out Tsutsuki Kagaya and inquire about the path to Takamagara. After Uchiha Kazama departed, Konan gazed at Nagato, whose health had been fully restored. Welcome home. Konan approached Nagato, gently taking his hand. Then, they moved to stand before the lifeless body of Yahiko. The Deva path, now freed from the control of the Rinnegan. It's time to let Yahiko rest in peace. Nagato, a new era is dawning in the shinobi world. We should step forward together. If we remain shrouded in darkness, how can the so-called dawn ever arrive? With these words, Conan offered Nagato a tender smile. Chapter 78. Dawn of the Day, the Cult of Evil Gods Strikes. At this moment, Nagato's heart was filled with profound emotions. After so many years, he could finally see the world with his own eyes once more. The weakness and helplessness that had plagued his body had vanished. No longer did he need to rely on those borrowed eyes to perceive reality. Conan's gentle smile beside him. Yahiko's lifeless body lying on the ground. The damp air of the rain country. All of it felt overwhelmingly real sensations he had long been unable to experience. For so long, the Rinnegan had distorted Nagato's emotions and perceptions, making it difficult for him to truly feel the world around him. Conan, let's find a resting place for Yahiko, Nagato said softly, turning to face her, his companion since childhood, his comrade in battle. Conan nodded. Nagato lifted Yahiko's body and carried him out of the hidden chamber. Half an hour later, they arrived at a small, weathered wooden hut. Though the structure itself showed signs of decay, the flowers blooming around it remained as vibrant as ever. Conan moved forward slowly, gathering blossoms in her hands. Nagato laid Yahiko upon the grass and began to dig. Goodbye, Yahiko. Farewell, Yahiko. Their voices were calm, devoid of overwhelming grief, yet brimming with unspoken sincerity. Conan placed the flowers upon Yahiko's chest, then scooped a handful of earth and let it fall over him. Nagato followed, his own hands adding to the soil. One handful after another, they bid Yahiko his final farewell. Conan, will you stay here now? Nagato asked gently, as though sensing something unspoken. I know. He is strong and kind. I will respect your choice. Before Conan's eyes could even flicker with hesitation, Nagato had already understood her decision. He spoke first, unwilling to let the weight of their shared past, or the burdens of the rain country, chain her down. After all, people like them rarely found the lives they truly desired. Now, all he could do was encourage her. Thank you, Nagato. I won't leave just yet. There are still reforms to be made in the rain country. I should be part of them. Conan smiled as she spoke. Above them, the ever-present clouds began to part. 3 beams of sunlight broke through, illuminating Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko's resting place. Perhaps, this was the dawn they had fought for. Nagato, the future of the rain country will no longer be shrouded in darkness. Conan turned her face toward the light, her smile radiant. Meanwhile, at the border of the rain country, by a quiet pond, Kazan sat upon a massive boulder, summoning his system panel. After this period of training, in terms of physique, ninjutsu, and ocular power, Uchiha Kazama has made significant advancements. With the integration of the Mangeki Sharingan, his ocular prowess has reached an extraordinary level. According to the power ranking within the ninja world, he is now capable of challenging the Tsutsuki without difficulty. Coupled with space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, and the space-time artifact, Time-Slicing Sword, he possesses the confidence to confront various peculiar abilities. The current situation of Sunagekure and Kirigekure no longer poses a threat, nor will it become one. Humogekure's 4th Reikage is likely to harbor some resentment. On the other hand, Noki from Awagekure is unlikely to relent easily. Seizing an opportunity to deal with these 2 villages would allow him to focus entirely on seeking Tsutsuki Ishiki. Just then, while Uchiha Kazama was deep in thought, a long scythe swung down. Bang! In the next moment, the figure of Kazama, seated upon a massive boulder, transformed into a severed log. He had sensed their presence long ago. However, he did not expect them to take so long to strike. A slight smirk creased his lips. Those familiar with him understood that Kazama was genuinely enraged at this moment. The incessant assassinations from the black market were indeed rather vexing. Shadow Clone Jutsu. To his surprise, even the Hokage of Konohagakure resorted to such trivial ninjutsu. Yet today, this 5th Hokage would meet his demise here. It would be a noteworthy event, the Hokage with the shortest tenure in history. A man clad in a black hooded cloak spoke, raising his scythe once more to attack Uchiha Kazama. However, in the next instant, his body was cleaved in 2. Without pausing, Kazama turned his attention to the other 2 assailants. In a flash, the 3 were dispatched in succession. Strangely, after being severed, they showed no signs of blood. Instead, they slowly reassembled their bodies. Impressive skill, but you have chosen the wrong opponent. We are beings of immortality, the trio declared, removing their hooded cloaks. Gazing upon their youthful faces and the black and white cursed marks adorning their bodies, Kazama was taken aback. The cult of the evil god. The peculiar aura he sensed earlier now made sense. To his astonishment, they were members of the same faction as Haiden. It seemed the fifth Hokage possessed considerable knowledge after all. Since he was aware, then he might as well prepare to meet his end. It is an honor for you to offer your soul to the great evil god. Otherwise, we might not be able to seize you. But we can capture those around you, those from Konoha. If you escape, they will die one by one because of you. Such a sorrowful fate, one that you... Before the man could finish, Uchiha Kazama seized his head. In the next moment, the sharp spike in the man's hand slashed across Uchiha Kazama's chest. Upon obtaining the blood, he immediately used the spilled crimson to trace a ritual array upon the ground with his foot. Thud. Ignoring the fact that Uchiha Kazama had seized his head, the man plunged the spike into his own heart. Even if you're strong, I possess the Dark Lord's. Bang. Before he could finish his boast, an overwhelming force struck his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward once more. Just now, I was still curious about why you came to assassinate me. Now, I no longer care to know. I will simply slaughter every last one of you. As Kazama spoke, his Mangeki Sharingan flared to life. The surrounding space fractured like glass, then reassembled. The bright sky darkened into an abyssal night. The forest vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of surreal, nightmarish illusions. Chapter 79, Divine Technique, The Awakening of the Thunder Shadow. The three individuals felt an unsettling shift in their surroundings. Their hearts racing in astonishment. "Why? Are you still alive?" The man, with a long needle still embedded in his chest, wore a look of disbelief. The curse had undeniably taken effect, and he had thrust the needle into his own heart. Yet, Uchiha Kazama not only remained unscathed, but also ensnared them within an illusionary realm. It is merely a path shrouded in darkness and deceit. Indeed, I did not bring you here to extract anything from you, but rather to SSSHHH. From the ground, slender crystals erupted, piercing through the bodies of the three. Alongside them, an ethereal essence floated above their forms. As they were impaled, three spectral figures, resembling white phantoms, materialized in the air. Is this the essence of the curse technique? Kazama mused, gazing at the three figures before him with intrigue. This is the power bestowed upon us by the Dark God. You, a mere wretch, have no right to challenge it. Kazama had no time for their incessant chatter, as the crystals unleashed an overwhelming force, causing the three to burst apart. The remaining crystals sealed away the three essences completely. How can this be? Why have their essences vanished? One of the figures among the trio rasped, its voice reminiscent of a corroded gong echoing from eons past. It seems this entity truly harbors no affection for us. A mere avatar of the Dark God, or something of the sort. If you could relay this information back, it would be prudent. This time, I shall not engage with you further. Remember, there shall be no next time. Upon finishing his words, Kazama unleashed a violent explosion of white crystals. A unique energy surged forth. Aya! The three figures, like springtime snow, shrieked in agony as they disintegrated under the onslaught of the energy. As the three essences dissipated, a peculiar energy surged into Uchiha Kazama's body. This energy was not chakra, yet it bore a semblance to it. Sage chakra? No. This energy does not seem to be of that nature. He recalled sensing sage energy from the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and concluded it was not the same. Then what could this be? Upon this realization, Uchiha Kazama accessed his system panel. After reviewing his personal information, he discovered the following: Sage Mode, Inactive, Sage Chakra, Mastered, Natural Energy Deity Mode, Inactive, Divine Chakra, Mastered, Natural Energy. He quickly located this special essence. Divine Chakra? The reason the curses from the members of the Dark God cult had no effect on Uchiha Kazama was due to the reward he had previously received. Purification Technique. This curse is, after all, a form of a unique negative status. Then, it was purified directly. The purification technique seemed to regard the state of these three individuals as a negative condition and cleanse them along with it. Consequently, the lingering will attached to them was also purified. However, the energy obtained after purification turned out to be divine chakra. Though the concept of celestial mode remains unclear, and the method of cultivating divine chakra is still unknown, its mere existence suggests formidable potential. A time will come to thoroughly test this power. Closing the panel, Uchiha Kazama dispelled the infinite creation. It must be said, the Sharingan appears to have a restraining effect on most flamboyant abilities. Within the hidden cloud village, the fourth Raikage had compiled all the losses incurred from the recent war, alongside the shinobi who participated in the battle. Those who remained to defend the village were also accounted for. The final list of casualties had only just been confirmed today, now laid before the fourth Raikage. Moreover, both Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and Yujido had been taken by Konoha. A look of despondency clouded the fourth Raikage's face. Have I truly made a mistake? He murmured weakly, staring at the reports before him. For the first time, doubt crept into his convictions, an unthinkable notion for the proud leader he once was. The shinobi world had always been one of survival of the fittest. Yet, was this single defeat enough to break his resolve? Uchiha Obito reappeared. You? The fourth Raikage's voice was laced with disdain. How? Every scheme of yours has failed. You sought to manipulate my village into attacking Konoha, didn't you? Your repeated provocations have cost us countless lives. Do you truly believe I would be deceived again? Though prideful and unwilling to accept defeat, the Raikage was no fool. He saw through Obito's intentions with brutal clarity. Indeed, Obito admitted without hesitation, I've never concealed my hatred for Konoha. If the fourth Raikage has given up, then I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, or at least, pretended to. What, hesitating now? If you're leaving, then go. The Raikage's fury flared. He yearned to strike the man down where he stood. When Uchiha Kazama had infiltrated the village, he had considered retreating to defend his home, yet Obito's offered power had lured him into another reckless assault. After the second failure, he had again contemplated withdrawal, only to be swayed by Obito's empty assurances that the Uchiha wouldn't intervene. And now this? Did the fourth Raikage truly seem so gullible? You, Obito faltered. Caught off guard. The attitude of the fourth Raikage was entirely unexpected. A petty individual lacking in capability can only resort to underhanded tricks in the shadows. Setting aside the fact that we, the Cloud Village, currently have 2 Jinchuriki and Konoha, I can still perceive the disparity between us and Konoha, even without any constraints. Arrogance is predicated upon strength. Do you not comprehend this? Upon seeing Obito, the fog that clouded his mind dissipated. He harbored no regrets. For if given the chance to relive the moment, he would still choose to act, still opt to take a risk for an opportunity. Yet now, to engage in a gamble knowing full well he was outmatched, that would indeed be sheer folly. In an instant, the gloom within him vanished, utterly speechless. Obito Uchiha was left to sulk into the ground, disappearing from sight. Chapter 80, The Awakening of the Raikage and Kakuzu's explanation as Uchiha Obito departed. The fourth Raikage fell into a contemplative silence. The thoughts he had just expressed were a sudden eruption of emotions, certainly stemming from the setbacks experienced on the battlefield. Indeed, it was the weakness of Sarutobi Hiruzen that had led him to mistakenly perceive the Cloud Village as the preeminent force within the ninja world. If he were to continue entertaining such delusions, it would be nothing short of folly. At that moment, Killer Bee burst into the room in a flurry. Having just returned to the village, he was informed that the mysterious figure had resurfaced. Although his time in Konohagakure had been brief, he had come to recognize the formidable strength of the village. Even a mere child of 7 was capable of mastering the 9 tails with astonishing proficiency. What had he accomplished at that age? Furthermore, he had perused the mission board of Konohagakure, discovering that there was not a single task left unattended. The moment a mission was posted, it would be claimed without delay. Even after battles, the overall condition of Konohagakure swiftly returned to normalcy. Yet, upon his return, he found the Cloud Village still ensnared in chaos. The 5th Hokage was far from the deranged figure rumored in the outside world. The madness was but a facade. The plans and arrangements for the village were beyond the comprehension of ordinary minds. Thus, Killer Bee genuinely feared that the current AI was acting rashly. I know what you wish to convey. Rest assured, I have declined that individual's proposal. The fourth Raikage spoke with an air of calmness. Wait, how did you return? The fourth Raikage suddenly recollected that Killer Bee had been left in Konohagakure. How could this be? The 5th Hokage summoned me back. AI. The current Konohagakure is no longer under the rule of the 3rd Hokage. If we wish to progress, it would be prudent to establish cooperative relations with them. Gaara. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is now the Kazekage and resides in Konohagakure. It seems that the Mizukage also has ties with the 5th Hokage, thus. Killer Bee did not need to finish. The implications were abundantly clear. Very well, I shall leave this matter in your hands. The current state of affairs in the ninja world eludes my understanding, and I must retreat to the land of thunder to devote myself to training. My excessive pride has caused me to stray from my ninja way. With that, the 4th Raikage rose and vanished from sight. Now it was Killer Bee's turn to be taken aback. I. He glanced at those around him. A look of helplessness etched across his face. In the land of rain, have you arrived? Have you resolved your internal matters? Uchiha Win spoke as he observed Conan approaching from a distance. Yes. Nagato will handle the affairs of the land of rain. With the foundation laid by the Akatsuki, there is no need to worry about these issues. What about you? Are you returning to the village? Conan replied gently as she drew closer to Wind. In this lifetime, the knots in the heart have been untied. Xiaonan is now able to confront her emotions. For the time being, she chooses not to return. The affairs of the black market, if left unaddressed, will always present some complications. In your hands. Just as Uchiha Kazama was about to continue his thoughts, he sensed a familiar presence. He turned his gaze in that direction. Xiaonan, following his line of sight, beheld a man clad in a fiery cloud robe appearing before them. Kakuzu? Xiaonan was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Why is he here? Wasn't he on a mission outside? Indeed, Kakuzu should be aware of this. A smile of delight spread across Uchiha Kazama's face. Be cautious. This individual is formidable. It seems he once battled against the 1st Hokage of Konoha and even managed to retreat unscathed. Noticing Uchiha Kazama's intention to confront Kakuzu, Xiaonan promptly interjected with a warning. He fought against the 1st Hokage? Uchiha Kazama was taken aback. He had initially regarded this as mere banter among netizens. He never expected to hear such a thing from Xiaonan. Could Kakuzu, the one defeated by Kakashi and his comrades, truly possess such prowess? What brings you here? Kakuzu regarded Uchiha Kazama with a hint of wariness. He had indeed just accepted a mission to assassinate the 5th Hokage. However, information from the black market does not leak out. There is only one possibility. Uchiha Kazama happened to be present here. And now he appears to have a good rapport with Xiaonan. If he were to strike now, he might have the chance to eliminate Uchiha Kazama instantly. Indeed, this is an opportune moment. Assassinating a being of such caliber is no simple feat. Kakuzu lacked confidence in a direct confrontation. Now, Kakuzu, take me to meet the individuals from the black market. Uchiha Kazama appeared before Kakuzu in an instant, speaking with a smile. You. Before Kakuzu could respond, a multitude of metallic bindings ensnared his body. Kimbaku? When did you? Kakuzu was stunned, even upon realizing he was facing a member of the Uchiha clan. He had not dared to meet Uchiha Kazama's gaze. Yet, he still fell victim to the illusion. This fellow. The malice you directed at me moments ago. I shall disregard. Of course, this is contingent upon you leading me to the black market. By the way, I am quite curious about something. What was your encounter with the 1st Hokage like? I wish to experience the prowess of a ninja who could contend with the god of shinobi. After Uchiha Kazama spoke, a gentle smile graced his face. This smile sent shivers down Kakuzu's spine. It was a smile that conveyed a chilling indifference to life itself. Jiao clearly understood that if he were to refuse the individual before him, he would be reduced to a lifeless corpse in the next moment, an authentic demise. The entrance to the black market eludes my knowledge. After each mission, I am contacted with the location, which varies each time. However, there are certain fixed task centers where several supervisors are typically present. From their lips, one might glean some valuable information. Jiao addressed the first inquiry posed by Uchiha Kazama regarding his encounter with the 1st Hokage of Konoha during its nascent days. The overwhelming chakra emanating from him instinctively provoked an attack from Jiao, who, after hurling a shuriken, promptly fled the scene. In truth, it scarcely qualified as a confrontation. Regarding his experience in combat against Senja Hashirama, Jiao felt a hint of embarrassment, acknowledging the lack of honor in the encounter. After listening to Jiao's explanation, Uchiha Kazama smiled, seemingly in agreement with the general consensus shared among others. Chapter 81. Journey to the Black Market. Existence amidst chaos. After Kaku spoke, he cautiously observed Uchiha Kazama. Since being subdued by Uchiha Kazama, Kaku had come to the grim realization that he was no match for the individual before him. In truth, his very life now lay in the hands of Uchiha Kazama. This terrifying knowledge extinguished any flicker of rebellion within Kaku. He had no hope of resistance left. Kaku, guide me to the black market. I intend to dismantle it. The words of Uchiha Kazama were delivered with an unsettling calmness. Eradicate the black market? Kaku was taken aback. Was this formidable fifth Hokage of Konoha truly insane? Did he not comprehend that the black market represented the very essence of the underground forces? If the 5 great ninja villages were the most potent forces in the open world, then the black market was undoubtedly the strongest in the shadows. Ding. Kaku perceives you as a madman, earning you 5 substitute dolls in the mirror transfer technique. Substitute doll. Upon use, it allows the host to endure a life-threatening situation once, while being teleported to a location of the host's choosing. Mirror transfer technique. It enables the bidirectional replication of any entity within a mirror, possessing equal combat prowess for a duration of 3 minutes. Gazing at the system's notification, a pleased expression adorned Uchiha Kazama's face. Both rewards could be deemed extraordinary abilities. Kaku, after I take action against the black market, all the spoils will belong to you. I require your assistance in leading me there. Once Uchiha Kazama closed the panel, he inquired once more. Absolutely. Kaku did not hesitate to agree. The wealth within the black market was undoubtedly substantial, a temptation he could not refuse. When do we depart? Now. Kaku's eagerness to seize the opportunity was palpable. Now is fine. Conan, you shall return to the land of rain and assist Nagato with matters there. Upon my return, I will come to fetch you. Uchiha Kazama offered a reassuring response before turning to Conan with warmth. Understood. Conan nodded and transformed into a flurry of paper, vanishing from sight. Once Conan had departed, Kaku swiftly led Uchiha Kazama toward the location of the black market. At that moment, amidst a sea of chaos, a young boy with white hair ventured deeper into the abyss. Sir, all the ninjas who accepted the current mission have perished. Even some spec gene. Please make the arrangements, a hoarse voice emanated from the shadows. Understood, my lord. Grant me the authority to access the divine tree. I shall depart forthwith. A pallid smile graced the youthful visage of Jin. May I accompany you? A frail voice emerged as another green-haired boy stepped forward, adorned with fallen leaves that lent him a somewhat desolate appearance. A smile perpetually lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if seeking to curry favor. Mu, you should remain here. Should you encounter any misfortune, my lord, let me join us. With you, in the divine tree, there should be no significant issues. However, this time, do not be reckless. Attend to your responsibilities and return promptly, the frail voice echoed once more. But, very well, my lord. I shall proceed at once, Jean declared before vanishing into the misty chaos. In the land of grass, at the site of a dilapidated altar, the two stood. This location served as one of the strongholds of the black market. If it were anything like before, 7 overseers resided here. Among them, 3 were task handlers, while 4 were special enforcers. The 3 individuals exhibited no chakra fluctuations, appearing almost inhuman. The remaining 4 were likely those tasked with quelling disturbances within the black market. The extent of their power remained unknown to Kakuzu, who swiftly conveyed all he knew, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Yet, there was one detail Kakuzu withheld. He was aware of the location of the funds within this stronghold. Should Uchiha Kazama succeed in obliterating this outpost, he could swiftly seize all the money within. For adversaries? Leave the 3 responsible for tasks to you. I shall handle the remaining 4. Uchiha Kazama stated before stepping into the crumbling altar. Upon entering, a peculiar spatial fluctuation enveloped him, and after a moment of disorientations, he found himself in what resembled an administrative hall. 2 figures approached him. Are you here to accept or hand over a task? Inquired a man clad in white and masked. Neither. I have come primarily to eliminate you, Uchiha Kazama replied, stepping aside. Kakuzu materialized between the 2 men in an instant. The next moment, his hands shot out, seizing their throats and swiftly ending their lives. He then charged toward the counter as the 4 white-clad figures surged forward. These 4 individuals must be the so-called cleansers mentioned by Kakuzu. The universe is vast and intricate. Uchiha Kazama did not seek to probe further. His purpose in coming here was to acquire information regarding the black market. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ocular technique. With his immense ocular power, he had no reason to fear any resistance. However, the next moment, Uchiha Kazama was taken aback. The four individuals, who had clearly fallen victim to his jinjutsu, had swiftly liberated themselves from its grasp. In an instant, they closed in on Uchiha Kazama. Then came the time-slicing extermination sword. Suddenly, a skeletal arm emerged behind Uchiha Kazama, brandishing a long sword that struck forth. An ominous aura enveloped the bodies of the four. With a single stroke, they were severed down. In the next moment, the ground was littered with severed tree roots. Chapter 82. The Raid on the Exchange. As the roots emerged, Uchiha Kazama felt a familiar presence resonate within. Uchiha Kazama, that item is essential for us. At that moment, a voice echoed within Uchiha Kazama's body. This marked the first instance of this entity communicating with him directly. You need it? No. Rather, do you all need it? Uchiha Kazama pondered with curiosity. Indeed, the aura emanating from this object closely resembles our origin. If we could absorb it, it might directly enhance our essence. The voice belonged to the Nine Tails, who had developed an independent consciousness due to its prolonged existence within Uchiha Kazama. The other tailed beasts were still unable to converse with him normally. Tailed beast essence? Uchiha Kazama was taken aback, aware of the origins of the tailed beasts. Long ago, Otsutsuki Kagaya, often referred to as the Sage of Six Paths, utilized forbidden techniques to divide the Ten Tails essence into 9 parts. This was the genesis of the One Tail to the Nine Tails. Initially, they manifested as diminutive entities, but over the course of history in the ninja world, these tailed beasts gradually matured. However, their essence had not seen any enhancement. To put it plainly, a portion of the Nine Tails was extracted by Minato Namikaze, and the parts devoured by Kinkaku and Ginkaku were irretrievable by the Nine Tails. Now, the appearance of an object that could restore the tailed beast's essence was astonishing. Could this root be the legendary Ten Tails, also known as the Chakra God Tree? Let us test it. Uchiha Kazama resolved immediately, extending his hand to grasp the roots. Upon contact, the roots transformed into a surge of energy that flooded into Uchiha Kazama's being. The Nine Tails did not absorb this energy. Instead, it was bestowed upon Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Moku, and Gyuki. Following their absorption of this energy, they underwent a remarkable transformation. Originally, it would have taken them at least a month to gain the ability to communicate with Kazama, yet they began to manifest their distinct forms from a mere essence. Soon, they evolved into their Q-version forms. Kurama, Yu. The Eight Tails, Gyuki, gazed at the Nine Tails, Kurama, in astonishment. The energy essence that had just infused their bodies was evidently sent by Kurama. When did this fellow start doing such things? It is energy provided by Uchiha Kazama. Do you not find it familiar? Kurama spoke slowly. Indeed, it resembles the energy we received from the old man back then. Do you sense anything unusual? Before the tailed beasts could continue speaking, Uchiha Kazama interrupted them. No. Moreover, this essence is highly compatible and can be absorbed directly. The Eight Tails, GYK, swiftly interjected. Good. Continue your idle chatter. I have matters to attend to. With that, Uchiha Kazama withdrew from his consciousness and observed the four individuals once again ensnared within the illusionary realm of Shinker. The one who had dispelled his Jinjutsu moments ago was not these four before him, but rather the energy of the tree roots entwined around their bodies. Secret technique, soul tide. Uchiha Kazama raised his fingers and began probing their souls. Under the relentless surge of the soul tide, he soon ceased his movements. No souls. A frown of bewilderment and gravity settled upon his features. These four were no weaklings. Each possessed strength at least on par with elite Jainin. Yet, they lacked souls. In other words, they were akin to peculiar puppets, acting under the will of another. This black market was far from simple to dismantle. With that thought, a black flame ignited, swiftly reducing the four to ashes. Having completed his task, Uchiha Kazama surveyed the structure of the place. Beyond the reception-like hall, rows of cabinets stood in the distance. He approached and slid one open. Elite Jainin of Kumogakure, Dekuro? Special Jainin of Awagakure, Haina? Upon inspection, The cabinets contained the preserved corpses of powerful shinobi assassinated within the past 6 months. The cabinets themselves seemed specially treated, preventing decay. Indeed, the bounty station under the black market's banner sought the bodies of formidable shinobi, were it not for his knowledge that this establishment bore no ties to Orochimaru. Uchiha Kazama might have suspected the Snake Sanin's involvement. Finished? Kakuzu arrived, brimming with excitement, a hefty sack in hand. Clearly, he had looted the bounty station's wealth in its entirety. All cleared. There's another location, correct? Uchiha Kazama inquired. Indeed, across the shinobi world. I know of 7 bounty stations and 4 exchange houses. If you wish, I can guide you to all of them. Kakuzu's face radiated exhilaration. Assassinating Uchiha Kazama paled in comparison to the profits of raiding a single bounty station, let alone multiple. The mere thought of plundering them all painted visions of lounging at home, counting mountains of riches. Let's proceed to the next. With those words, Uchiha Kazama strode forward, leaving the scene behind. 2 months later, at the 4th bounty station, only emptiness remained. Everything's been cleared out. It appears that, as far as I am aware of the locations of the currency exchange, there is no one left. Kakuzu spoke with a tone of regret. Although he had already amassed considerable wealth, a person like Kakuzu would never be one to disdain the prospect of more riches. Kakuzu, do you have any acquaintances among assassins, perhaps those of greater strength? They might possess knowledge of certain locations, Uchiha Kazama remarked, observing Kakuzu's troubled expression. Indeed, I shall promptly reach out to them. Locating a few places should pose no difficulty, Kakuzu replied before vanishing from sight. Once Kakuzu had departed, Uchiha Kazama turned his attention once more to the tailed beast within his own body. At this point, these tailed beasts appeared to be quite formidable. Moreover, Uchiha Kazama had largely confirmed several of his hypotheses. Continuing through the afternoon, he was certain that he would uncover the answers he sought. Chapter 83. The Onslaught of Gold. The identity of the root, Uchiha Kazama, has been largely established. It is none other than the fabled chakra god tree, the very object sought after by the Otsutsuki clan upon their arrival in the shinobi world. However, this chakra god tree has already been fragmented into the 9-tailed beasts. Why then does a singular specimen still emerge? Discarding all impossibilities, what remains is the truth. In other words, there exists a second chakra god tree. Moreover, it is still alive. The individual capable of possessing and controlling the chakra god tree must undoubtedly belong to the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, the person behind the black market is that very individual. Only he possesses the time and strength to forge such an underground realm. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. Uchiha Kazama instinctively raised the short blade in his hand to defend against it. Immediately, a clashing sound of metal echoed as immense force shattered the weapon. Impressive reflexes. However, from the moment you laid eyes upon me, your demise was already sealed. Let me witness the prowess of the so-called Hokage of Konoha. A youthful voice rang out. Following the sound, a white-haired child appeared within 10 meters of Uchiha Kazama. Clearly, he was the one who had just attacked, and he now exuded an air of unwavering confidence, devoid of any trepidation. The newcomer was none other than Gold. Once again, that familiar sensation. Are those fellows from the exchange of gold involved? Uchiha Kazama casually discarded the broken blade, gazing at Gold with an impassive expression. Do you wish to uncover my identity? Ask Yama. He will enlighten you. Upon finishing his words, Gold lunged forward once more. His speed was not particularly remarkable. Under the scrutiny of Uchiha Kazama's Sharingan, the trajectory of his movements was crystal clear. Nevertheless, bang! In the next instant, a tremendous force struck again, accompanied by a peculiar corrosive energy. This was the very power felt when Gold had just severed Uchiha Kazama's blade with a kick. Uchiha Kazama raised his hand, observing the iron-like patterns that had manifested on his arm. This energy had transformed parts of his body into metal. In these metallic regions, even chakra could not circulate. It was akin to a simple seal, temporarily binding his arm. Bang, bang, bang. Gold did not utter another word, but relentlessly assaulted Uchiha Kazama. His speed gradually intensified. What were once avoidable and blockable strikes became increasingly difficult to withstand. No, it was not that this individual had accelerated. Rather, Uchiha Kazama's own speed had diminished. His arms, legs, and chest all began to exhibit signs of metallization. It was over. Remember, my name is Jin. Had you simply remained content as the Hokage, I would not have raised a hand against you. But alas, you dared to strike against the exchange and the replacement halls. For that, you cannot be allowed to linger any longer. Just as Jin prepared to deliver the final blow to Uchiha Kazama, the latter's hand shot out with startling speed, grabbing Jin by the throat. Jin? Apologies, but I've never heard of you. So, you may die now. With those words, Uchiha Kazama twisted Jin's neck with a sickening crack and tossed him aside like discarded refuse. Yet the moment Jin's body hit the ground, he lurched upright once more, his head lolling grotesquely to one side, a twisted grin stretching across his lips. Haha. To think you still possess the strength to resist. How amusing. At least this one be another tedious battle. Otherwise, I might have been disappointed. As he spoke, Jin righted his own head with an unsettling ease. A peculiar energy began to coalesce around him, not chakra, but something else entirely. This power again. The Tsutsuki clan's techniques truly are fascinating. While Uchiha Kazama pondered silently, the energy enveloping Jin underwent a transformation. A suit of armor, pale as bone and wreathed in ashen energy, encased his entire body, save for his eyes. In his grasp materialized an eerie dagger, its edge humming with latent malice. This time, I hope you last a little longer. It would be such a shame if you fell too soon. With that, Jin exploded into motion. As he surged forward, the metallic sheen covering Uchiha Kazama's body began to multiply rapidly. By the time Jin closed the distance, over half of Kazama's form had been overtaken by the creeping metal. Amaterasu's embrace. Black flames erupted across Uchiha Kazama's body the instant Jin drew near, repelling him violently. The inferno clung to Jin's armor, searing but failing to breach its defenses. Yet the blistering heat alone was enough to torment even the hardiest of warriors. Transference. Jin raised a single finger, invoking his forbidden technique. From within the armor engulfed by Amaterasu's flames, a second figure emerged, another Jin, untouched by the black fire. So this is the source of your confidence? How pitiful. I shall end you at the height of your arrogance. Jin, myriad crescent moons. With another incantation. The metallic layers covering Uchiha Kazama's body warped into countless crescent blades, some already embedded deep into his flesh. Now then, time for your final, Before Jin could finish, Uchiha Kazama materialized before him. A single devastating punch caved in half of Jin's skull, and with a mere flick of his wrist, the battle's conclusion was sealed. The metallic shards, along with some that had transformed into crescent shapes, all fell to the ground. The fabric of his clothing lay in tatters, revealing a flawless physique. Although it lacked the explosive musculature one might expect, the ominous aura emanating from each muscle was unmistakable. The Uchiha clan is not only formidable in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, but also possesses remarkable prowess in taijutsu. Impossible. How could you? At this moment, Jin still struggled to comprehend the situation. He had clearly fallen victim to his secret technique, the gold transformation technique. Yet, Uchiha Kazama appeared utterly unaffected, as if nothing had transpired. It was evident that the earlier technique had inflicted no harm upon him. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? Just as Jin pondered this, a deep voice resonated behind him. You. Hiss. A flash of light swept through, and Jin's head was severed from his body. Chapter 84. 1 against 2, still crushing. As the head fell to the ground, Uchiha Kazama clasped his hands together, preparing to seal the severed cranium. After all, when faced with an opponent who could not be easily dispatched, sealing was a commendable alternative, particularly given that this individual emitted a presence strikingly akin to that of the Tsutsuki clan. Should he obtain this being's memories, he might uncover the identities of those lurking behind the scenes of this gold trade. Gold. The master has decreed that I must exert my utmost effort. Yet, it seems this time, the blame does not solely rest upon you. This foe is formidable. A languid voice interrupted his thoughts. A figure with green hair materialized nearby, holding aloft the severed head of gold. Indeed, it was the very head that had just been before Uchiha Kazama. It was unclear what method this individual had employed to procure it. Perhaps it was a form of unique spatial ninjutsu. Another adversary has arrived? Very well. I shall eradicate you both. I wonder if the one pulling your strings will reveal himself due to your demise. If he does appear. Uchiha Kazama felt a flicker of anticipation. Encountering Tsutsuki Ishiki at this juncture could prove intriguing. Although he had not yet fully regained his strength, he was still in Tsutsuki. One could even experience firsthand what it felt like to vanquish in Tsutsuki or gain insight into the might of the Tsutsuki clan. Beep. Detecting host's excessively fervent thoughts, rewarding wind goddess body and divine blade of concealment. With the system's alert resonating in his ears, Uchiha Kazama returned to his senses, momentarily shaken from his fervent musings. Heh. This reward comes at an opportune moment. A grin spread across Uchiha Kazama's face as he chuckled. He raised his hand, and a short blade of ash gray materialized within his grasp. Just what he needed, a weapon that suited him perfectly. That blade. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the short sword in Uchiha Kazama's hand, the green-haired figure briefly halted, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. This object seems rather perilous. Would swiftly reclaim my body. I shall tear this wretch apart with my own hands. Gold's head roared, engulfed in fury. Being injured to such an extent by a mere Hokage of Konoha was an utter disgrace. His tone had shifted from playful mockery to pure wrath. Gold. This fellow is rather peculiar. We must retreat, Wood stated calmly. However, he wishes to withdraw. Uchiha Kazama would not allow such an escape. Moreover, Gold looked at Wood with incredulity, utterly baffled. How could he? Before Gold could utter another word, Uchiha Kazama vanished, reappearing at the spot where he had discarded the broken blade moments prior. The short sword was raised high, ready to descend. A piercing scream shattered the air, resonating with despair. The figure known as Mu, who had been clutching a golden head, trembled and relinquished it. A gaping wound marred his chest, from which a verdant liquid flowed incessantly, mysteriously vanishing before it could touch the ground. Jean, hurry, I'm dying. Mu's voice shifted from a grave tone to one of sheer terror. He never anticipated that he would be gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, before even having the chance to retaliate. At this moment, Jean was merging with his own essence, hastily forming seals that unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. A unique barrier manifested around them, enveloping both individuals. Are you attempting to shield yourselves from my assault? The smile of Uchiha Kazama brightened. In an instant, the form of Susanoo emerged, skeletal arms extending forth, wielding a pitch-black moon blade. With a swift motion, the moon blade struck down, severing the barrier surrounding them. Damn it. Jean, I'll hold him off. You must regain your strength swiftly. If I do not restore my full power before my demise, we may truly perish here. Mu commanded, disregarding his injuries as he launched another assault against Uchiha Kazama. The surroundings responded to Mu's will, as every object on the ground was manipulated to encircle Uchiha Kazama. These plants possessed a unique ability to absorb chakra, siphoning energy from Kazama while simultaneously attacking him. Within mere seconds, Mu's body had restored itself, yet this recovery only deepened the frown upon his face. How could he possess such an abundance of chakra? For an ordinary ninja, the chakra utilized to mend his injuries would have been their entire reserve. This realization ignited a fleeting thought of retreat in Mu, a desire to abandon Jean and flee. In truth, I would have relished engaging with you. However, I am averse to complications, especially those of your peculiar nature. Just as Mu contemplated his escape, Uchiha Kazama materialized behind him. A dagger pierced through his form once more, cleaving half of his body away. As Kazama prepared to strike again, a white figure swiftly intervened, whisking Mu away. You've recovered so quickly? Uchiha Kazama turned to assess the whereabouts of the two, finding Jean still in his initial stance. Yet, within his eyes, there lingered a tinge of doubt and trepidation. He was utterly perplexed as to how the situation had escalated to this point. Furthermore, even if given another chance, Jean was at a loss regarding how to vanquish the individual before him. Mu, you should return first. Leave this to me. Rest assured. Even if I am unable to accomplish the task, I shall return, Jean declared, casting Mu aside with a decisive gesture. He then turned his gaze towards Uchiha Kazama. It appeared that there were new tactics at play. Then let us commence, Uchiha Kazama proclaimed, charging directly at Jean. With the blade of the underworld moon and the purification technique at his disposal, he was undeterred by any barriers or peculiar curses that may exist. Uchiha Kazama refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Jean, as he sought to ascertain whether he could draw forth the individual lurking behind Jean under such circumstances. Chapter 85. Unexpected Harvest of Chakra Fruits. The abilities recently displayed by Jin are indeed formidable. The cultivation of such a powerful being must undoubtedly be attributed to that individual. However, it remains uncertain whether his body can withstand the intensity of his extraordinary combat prowess. Uchiha Kazama possesses unwavering confidence in his own strength. As for the one who fled, Uchiha Kazama is far less concerned. Under the relentless assault of Uchiha Kazama, Jin found it increasingly difficult to even consider unleashing his secret techniques. Curse be this situation. Why does this individual possess such terrifying strength? At this moment, Jin's thoughts were filled with frustration. The inhabitants of this world, even those who have trained since birth, could not possibly reach such heights. Absolute. In the instant Jin was sent flying by Uchiha Kazama, he clasped his hands together and unleashed another secret technique. Surrounding him, a multitude of tree roots surged forth, entwining toward Uchiha Kazama. The energy emanating from them was reminiscent of that which previously appeared in the exchange with Jin. Originally, Uchiha Kazama intended to force Jin into a corner, hoping to provoke the emergence of the Otsutsuki technique. However, upon witnessing these roots, Kazama's thoughts took a different turn. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Uchiha Kazama drew forth a kunai, directly infusing it with wind chakra. He struck at the encroaching tree roots. With the enhancement of the wind goddess body, the release of wind-style chakra proved minimal in consumption yet formidable in impact. In a single strike, the surrounding roots were completely severed. These roots, akin to the previous wood-based secret technique, possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Thus, upon severing them, Uchiha Kazama felt a hint of fatigue. After all, the sensation of having chakra continually siphoned away is quite unpleasant. Observing this, Jin recognized a vulnerability in Uchiha Kazama. Haha. As expected, they are merely ordinary beings. Once deprived of chakra, they become utterly worthless. Now, allow me to demonstrate what true divinity is. Upon utterance, Jin manipulated the surrounding roots to rapidly assault Uchiha Kazama. Though each attempt bound Uchiha Kazama, these roots still siphoned away a considerable amount of his chakra. If this continued, it was inevitable that his chakra would be depleted. Seizing this opportunity, Jin intensified his assault. If he could eliminate Uchiha Kazama here, he would be willing to pay any price. Should this individual continue to grow, he might evolve into a being of unimaginable power, far beyond Jin's comprehension. Such a scenario must not be allowed to unfold. Half an hour later, the ground was strewn with severed roots, and Uchiha Kazama appeared somewhat fatigued, his stance wavering. Now, it is time for you to perish. The Hokage of Konoha, your brilliance shall undoubtedly dim in my presence. Following another villainous MO thus, his energy has nearly been expended. Controlling the roots of the divine tree is no trivial endeavor. Moreover, he is not a member of the Otsutsuki clan, so the depletion he experiences is considerable. Divine tree. Descend. Jin thought to himself, promptly beginning to form hand seals. Almost instantly, a fissure appeared in the surrounding space. A root emerged from within, slowly beginning to wither. At the tip of the root, a crimson fruit gradually expanded. By the time the root had completely desiccated, the fruit had reached the size of a fist. Just as Jin extended his hand to pluck the fruit, a large hand appeared at that very moment, snatching the fruit away. Huh, you. Jin's expression turned tense as he gazed upon Uchiha Kazuma, who clutched the fruit in his grasp. Return it to me, Jin exclaimed, a mix of anger and concern evident in his voice. Ah, your strength is abysmal, and now your wits have failed you as well. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Kazuma offered the fruit forward, not to Jin, but to a gaping maw that emerged from the side, which promptly seized and consumed the fruit. The nine tails. You. Why is it within your body? Before Jin could finish his sentence, Uchiha Kazuma's attack arrived. Given that he was resorting to utilizing the chakra fruit for sustenance, it was apparent that he lacked the strength to continue fighting. Moreover, even in this dire situation, the individual they were concerned about had yet to appear. Therefore, kill him. Boom, boom, boom. Before Uchiha Kazuma's wind technique could descend, colossal cubes materialized, obstructing his assault. Subsequently, a hand reached out from the fissure in space, seizing Jin and vanishing from sight. At that moment, the surrounding barrier dissipated. It truly is the Otsutsuki style. Upon witnessing this extraordinary attack, a smile crept across Uchiha Kazuma's lips. He had only dared to rescue Jin. refraining from engaging in direct confrontation with Kazuma. One could surmise that the body of the Tsutsuki style was on the verge of collapse. Alas, it is somewhat regrettable. Uchiha Kazuma mused, turning to glance behind him. Can you not eat any faster? Just look at the 9 tails. 9 tails. Are you holding up? As Uchiha Kazuma remarked about the other tailed beasts, he realized that the 9 tails, having just consumed the chakra fruit, was now radiating intense energy fluctuations. It seemed that digesting this fruit would require some time. Indeed, Jin had just fallen victim to Uchiha Kazuma's Jinjutsu. Behind Kazuma, the tailed beasts had emerged, commencing the absorption of the roots severed by Uchiha Kazuma. However, their pace in consuming the roots was rather slow. Half an hour later, all the roots on the ground had been absorbed by the tailed beasts. Within their internal space, the tailed beasts had experienced a notable enhancement compared to before. Especially the 9 tails, after consuming a chakra fruit, now emanates an aura somewhat reminiscent of its undivided state from before. This time, the gains are immense. Moreover, a faint smirk curled upon Uchiha Kazuma's lips as he vanished from sight without a trace. In the distance, within a cavern perched upon a cliff, Mokutan lay motionless, the grievous wound upon his chest still gaping. Compounding his plight, the injury had severed the very seal that connected him to kin. Bereft of means to reach out, he could only await kin's arrival to find him. Upon his return, he had already resolved to restore his full strength at the earliest opportunity. Then, alongside kin and their comrades, they would annihilate Uchiha Kazama. No more time could be afforded for that one's growth. Tell me, were you waiting for me? At that very moment, a voice that sent tremors down Mokutan's spine whispered by his ear. Chapter 86. The Feudal Information, a Calculated Scheme. Upon hearing that voice, all of Mu's hopeful fantasies shattered into nothingness. His pupils trembled as his head slowly turned. Thud. The next moment, he was violently seized and slammed against the cavern wall with such force that his skull embedded into the stone. This body truly is formidable, came Uchiha Kazuma's mocking voice, dripping with amusement. An ordinary person would already be dead. Yet Mu could not utter a single sound, not even a scream or a groan. His voice had abandoned him. Uchiha Kazuma did not relent. Soon, Mu was discarded onto the ground like a tattered rag. Your regenerative abilities seem decent, no? With chakra, you should recover swiftly. Kazuma's smile was serene, but to Mu, it was the whisper of a demon. A surge of overwhelming chakra flooded Mu's body. In mere moments, his grievous wounds had mostly healed, and the chakra flow did not cease. 3 minutes later, Mu was fully restored to his original state. What is he planning? Terror, not relief, gripped Mu's heart. This man was no benevolent savior. He had a purpose. Thwip. Before Mu could ponder further, the familiar sensation of piercing pain returned. The cursed seal on his chest was impaled once more by that ashen white dagger. The seal shattered. Mu's desperate attempt to contact his master was severed. His wide, horrified eyes locked onto Uchiha Kazuma. Now, I shall ensure you experience my malice in full, Kazuma murmured. My true target is the one behind you. Tell me, how long will you endure before he finally appears? A hand clamped around Mu's throat. Suffocation clawed at his senses. His normally indifferent face flushing crimson. Just as consciousness teetered on the edge of oblivion, the grip loosened. A saban needle plunged into Mu's shoulder. Hiss, agony jolted his fading mind awake. The torment of his crushed throat, the searing sting of the needle, each sensation cycled through him in relentless waves. Mu's gaze, once resolute, dulled into emptiness. Has my master abandoned me? Perhaps it was inevitable. From the beginning, they had existed solely for their master's will. And now, this monstrous being before him posed a dire threat. So then, what was left for him? Mu. Just as despair hollowed his heart, a familiar voice reached his ears. Master? His breath hitched. Are you having a nightmare? A gentle hand rested upon his disheveled hair. Where's Kin? Mokutan suddenly stiffened, instinctively thinking of Kin. Kin? Have you forgotten? Kin went on a mission. You wanted to go too, but he left you behind. That little one never knows his own strength. Are you all right? Ishiki Tsutsuki spoke softly, his tone eerily devoid of emotion. Yet even such detached concern brought a faint glimmer to Mokutan's eyes. Meanwhile, waves of spiritual energy relentlessly crashed against Mokutan. Around them, the illusionary realm of Shinra Tensei unfolded, indeed, as Mokutan's consciousness began to shatter, Uchiha Kazama had drawn him into this boundless illusion. Half an hour later, Mokutan lay lifeless on the ground, his soul extinguished, his body reduced to a withered sapling. Kazama raised a hand and stored it within his system space. Admittedly, the intelligence gleaned from Mokutan was rather lackluster. Most of it aligned with Uchiha Kazama's own conjectures. The crucial details, however, remained elusive, such as how to reach Ishiki Tsutsuki's location or substantial information about his companions. Only this much was known. There were 5 in total: Kin, Mokutan, Suetun, Katan, Dotan. Kin had already been fought. Mokutan was now dead. The remaining 3 undoubtedly possessed their own unique abilities. If these beings were unleashed upon the shinobi world, they might well bring calamity. Of course, after this failure, Ishiki Tsutsuki would likely hesitate to send them out so recklessly again. "You're back?" Uchiha Kazama turned to face Kakuzu, who stood behind him, visibly dejected. "Yeah. After receiving the intel, I went to investigate. All those exchange houses and bounty stations. They vanished. Seems you scared them off." Kakuzu's expression twisted with frustration as he spoke. Had I known robbing exchange houses was this profitable, why the hell did I bother taking missions before? Should have just organized raids from the start. Now, they've all shut down. Can't find a single one. The sheer agony in his voice was palpable. Expected as much. All right, return to Akatsuki for now. There's plenty of work to be done. Consider the funds you seized from those exchange houses your mission reward. Do well, and next time I go after them, I'll bring you along. Kazama smiled faintly. There's a next time. Fine. Just have Haku contact me. With that, Kakuzu bolted. After all, the fortune he'd amassed this time was no small sum. Since Uchiha Kazama wasn't demanding a cut, best to make himself scarce. Once Kakuzu had left, Kazama decided it was time to return as well. He'd been away long enough. Night fell. Within an ancient edifice, Jean found himself kneeling upon the ground, his visage awash with trepidation. "My lord, this matter is not your fault. Rather, it is a misjudgment of that individual's prowess." Before Jean could utter further, the voice of Otsutsuki Ishiki interjected. He harbored a palpable apprehension towards Uchiha Kage. Despite being merely a ninja, Kage had remarkably mastered the power to slay gods. Even the haughty Otsutsuki Ishiki, upon encountering Kage's chakra, comprehended that, in his current physical form, he lacked the assurance to vanquish his opponent. After years of meticulous plotting, Otsutsuki Ishiki was unwilling to jeopardize everything for such an uncertain outcome. "Jean, there is a task I require you to undertake. This time, let the remaining individuals accompany you. What I need is an absolute guarantee to eliminate that person." Upon concluding his statement, Otsutsuki Ishiki handed a scroll to Jean. After perusing the contents of the scroll, Jin's expression shifted dramatically. "My lord, is it truly necessary to?" "Rest assured, that fellow is akin to me. His strength will not be as formidable as before," Otsutsuki Ishiki confidently asserted. Chapter 87. Returning to the village. Drafting strong men, acquiring 6 tails. 2 days later, Uchiha Kazama returned to Konoha. Upon his return, he discovered that during his absence, there had been no issues within the operations of Konoha. Indeed, this hands-off Hokage had been remarkably successful. As he entered the Hokage's office, several pairs of eyes fixated on him, evoking an overwhelming sense of crisis, the gravest since he had stepped into the Hokage's realm. "Hokage, there are over 300 documents awaiting your signature. Hokage, we require your decisions regarding Konoha's strategies and alliances with other villages." Hokage, Narashikaku, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. The management team had piled up all the issues confronting Konoha on the Hokage's desk, which swiftly resembled a small mountain. Gazing at the mountain of documents, Uchiha Kazama felt a headache looming. However, upon noticing the dark circles under Tsunade's eyes and the resentful glances exchanged among them, he knew that attempting to flee now would surely lead to his demise at their hands. "I understand. You all go and rest. I shall handle the rest." Uchiha Kazama inhaled deeply before speaking slowly. "Understood, Hokage. Farewell, Hokage." In the next moment, the Hokage's office became eerily vacant. Kazama felt a twitch in his cheek as he also exited the premises. Soon after, the office was bustling with activity once more. Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hisashi, Kakashi, and even Orochimaru, who was still clad in his lab coat, had been summoned. These documents will be your tasks for today. By this time tomorrow, I expect to see them all addressed. I have other matters to attend to, so I leave this in your capable hands, Uchiha Kazama stated before hastily departing. As if the Hokage's office were infested with ravenous beasts. Is this what they call an S-rank mission? Orochimaru remarked awkwardly. During this time, he had been engrossed in researching the correlation between white Zetsu and Hashirama cells, and was now compelled to prepare Uchiha individuals in advance. The progress of his experiments had already been sluggish, and now he was conscripted for labor. Let us get to work quickly. If we don't finish by tomorrow, we may never complete it. Kakashi understood the gravity of the situation. Once documents began to accumulate, there would become an endless stream requiring signatures. Thus, he wisely picked up a document and began organizing it. Fugaku and Hizashi were somewhat bewildered. Having never dealt with such tasks before, they found themselves at a loss. Fortunately, as former clan leaders, they quickly adapted to the situation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazama made his way to the conference room in Konoha. Yuhi Kurenai, who had originally intended to rest, decided to attend the meeting due to its significance. In the vast conference room, only 4 individuals were present: Uchiha Kazama, Yuhi Kurenai, Terumi Mei, and Yutaka. Indeed, after Terumi Mei returned to take charge of the Hidden Mist Village, she implemented sweeping reforms. Within a mere 2 months, she had transformed the entire village into a commendable state. Subsequently, she spent another fortnight locating Yutaka. Upon persuading him, they journeyed to Konoha. Hokage, I have fulfilled the promise I made to you. Are we now considered allies? Terumi Mei inquired directly. She consciously refrained from asking about the death of Kogitsu Yazakura and the recent capture of the Three Tails Isabu. After all, the shadow of the village had been manipulated, nearly leading to its destruction. It was understandably delicate to broach such topics. Most importantly, Kogitsu Yazakura was no longer among the living. Thus, Terumi Mei's focus naturally shifted to Yutaka. However, I intend to extract some essence from Yutaka, or rather, from the Six Tails, Saiken. Following this, Yutaka may remain and join the special team of Jinchuriki, continuing his training in Konoha. There is no need to worry about resources or personal freedom. I have not yet descended to a level of insecurity that would compel me to impose excessive restrictions. Upon finishing his statement, Uchiha Kazama stepped forward, extending his hand toward Yutaka. The latter glanced at Terumi Mei and, seeing no objection, rose to meet him with an outstretched hand. As their hands clasped, the surrounding space underwent a swift transformation. Saiken, is it? Yutaka, who had been momentarily dazed, suddenly heard a voice. Looking around, he beheld several tailed beasts materializing before him: Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Gyuki, and Kurama. Remarkably, alongside Saiken, 7 tailed beasts had gathered in this space. Hokage, do you desire all the tailed beasts? Your body. Yutaka expressed concern as he regarded Uchiha Kazama. The chakra and will of a tailed beast were immense. Typically, one could only bear the burden of a single-tailed beast as a Jinchuriki. Yet here was Uchiha Kazama, harboring 6 tailed beasts within himself, and now Saiken as well, implying his ambition to possess all 9. Truly, this man is audacious. Thank you for your concern. However, I require a portion of Saiken's chakra essence. Now, welcome to your life in Konoha, Kazama replied with a smile, extending his fist toward Saiken. After observing the condition of the 6-tailed beasts, Saiken unhesitatingly relinquished a part of his chakra essence to Kazama. Kurama promptly offered a portion of the energy from the chakra fruit, yet to be fully digested within him. A diminutive rhinoceros beetle made its appearance. It, too, sensed the surge of energy. In the past, even the elder was unable to augment their essence. Each tailed beast could only grow stronger through its own cultivation. But now, what had he witnessed? Thank you for your cooperation. Uchiha Kazama retracted his hand. The surrounding space faded away, and the two found themselves back in the conference room of Konoha. Water Shadow, if you have no pressing matters, I can have someone show you around the village. I still have some matters to attend to. Before Uchiha Kazama could finish, Terumi Mei interrupted him. What is it? Kazama inquired, somewhat taken aback. After all, a formidable woman like Terumi Mei should have returned promptly to set the Mist Village on the right path. Shouldn't she? That individual is the Two-Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village, correct? You've been in Konoha for quite some time now. Would you be able to accompany Yutaka to familiarize him with the area? Terumi Mei suddenly proposed. The door to the conference room swung open, revealing two individuals from the Wood Village standing there. Chapter 88. The Illusion and Reality of Terumi Mei. Yugao was aware that Terumi Mei had matters to discuss with Uchiha Kazama, thus he promptly rose and exited the conference room, escorted by a wooden figure. As for Yuhi Kurenai, she was already too fatigued to move. Moreover, Terumi Mei regarded her with a glance, clearly indicating that the forthcoming conversation was not meant for her ears. A peculiar glint appeared in Kurenai's eyes, and after bidding Kazama farewell, she too departed from the scene. Is there some significant matter to convey, Mizukichi? Uchiha Kazama inquired leisurely. Your Jinjutsu is quite formidable, is it not? I hope you can assist me, Terumi Mei stated, taking a deep breath before speaking slowly. Assist you? This? Uchiha Kazama was momentarily taken aback. Such a request left him utterly perplexed. I wish to delve into a Jinjutsu to examine my own heart. Just cast one that allows me to glimpse my inner self. Terumi Mei looked at Kazama with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Kazama was momentarily stunned. Very well. Nodding, he activated his Sharingan and drew Terumi Mei into the illusion. A solemn hall adorned with vibrant flowers welcomed them. A couple gradually made their entrance. The bride was none other than Terumi Mei herself, radiating beauty in her wedding attire. And the groom? Was he himself? Kazama found himself momentarily lost in the scene. How could Terumi Mei, gazing into the depths of the illusion, he felt a twinge of confusion. Given Terumi Mei's circumstances, it seemed improbable for her to have. No, in the original story, she indeed did not marry. Perhaps this was one of her unfulfilled wishes. Now, witnessing this scenario, was Terumi Mei indirectly confessing her feelings to him? As Kazama contemplated this, his thoughts were interrupted by the vivid imagery before him. Was Terumi Mei truly this passionate? The alluring red lips, the swaying waist. A plethora of seductive scenes unfolded. Was this what Terumi Mei yearned to experience? With that thought, Uchiha Kazama abruptly severed the Genjutsu. As the illusion dissipated, Terumi Mei, still enraptured, appeared oblivious to the fact that the Genjutsu had ended. Why have you put your clothes back on? Today is meant for us to be together, dear. Be obedient, Terumi Mei remarked, disregarding Kazama's reaction as she approached him directly. The heat of the moment ignited a fervent blaze. In the conference room, the two surrendered to their passions. Half an hour later. Is it possible to feel this exhausted even within the illusion? An hour later. Kazama. Could we take a moment to rest? I need to catch my breath. 2 hours later. No. Hurry up. By the time the tumultuous encounter concluded, Terumi Mei was utterly spent. Kazama still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Terumi Mei, having just experienced intimacy for the first time, was clearly unable to continue. After escorting her back to the inn to rest, Uchiha Kazama set off to find Tsunade. Unexpectedly, he arrived just as Yuhi Kurenai was speaking with her. Kurenai, you're here too? Uchiha Kazama smiled at the two women. Kazama, your work, before Tsunade could finish. She was swiftly swept away toward the bedroom. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes flickered slightly before she followed. Their private entanglement lasted until dusk. Satiated, Kazama lay between the two women. The fundamental direction of Konoha has already been decided, he mused. Matters with the other villages are nearly settled as well. So, it's time to begin those preparations. With that thought, he gently tucked the women in and rose to leave. Half an hour later, in the Uchiha clan's meeting hall, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Rinin, Uchiha Rinbaku, Uchiha Roy, Uchiha Natsum, and Uchiha Nagasawa sat in solemn silence. Kazama occupied the head seat. Minister Orochimaru has already informed you, correct? He began. What are your thoughts? The six exchanged glances. We all wish to pursue sage training and have already begun preparations. Uchiha Nagasawa replied, curiosity lacing his tone. But clan head, why bring this up so suddenly? Clan head, Uchiha Natsum interjected eagerly. Our recent physical conditioning has yielded promising results. When can we undertake the trial? In 3 days. Kazama answered with a pleased smile. Prepare yourselves. If any issues arise, inform me beforehand. I will personally escort you. Ensure all concerns are addressed in advance. Understood, clan head. They affirmed in unison. Yet Uchiha Fugaku hesitated. Clan head, I have a question. With both internal and external village affairs resolved, why must we rush to enhance our strength? At this, the other's expressions shifted subtly, their gazes settling on Kazama. Let me offer you a saying, Kazama replied, his voice measured. It was also the primary reason you were unfit to lead the Uchiha clan before. He who lacks foresight will inevitably face imminent peril. Should we only prepare when crisis strikes? By then, it will be too late. With a dismissive wave, he concluded the meeting. After exchanging glances, the six rose and departed. Once alone, a faint smile curled upon Uchiha Kazama's lips. Uchiha Fugaku returned home to find Sasuke, exhausted from the day's training, already asleep. Uchiha Makoto prepared dinner for Fugaku. Makoto, I shall retire to the study tonight. You should rest early as well, Fugaku stated, forgoing his meal as he proceeded directly to his study. Upon entering, Uchiha Fugaku immediately activated a barrier. It seemed imperative to undertake this matter. Should I succeed in mastering Senjutsu, it may prove immensely beneficial for the endeavors I shall pursue in the future, he remarked with a grave expression. Indeed. However, I may not be able to accompany you within, a shadowy figure replied, bearing a hint of resignation. The realm of the sages is inherently repulsive to us. I understand. I entrust the household to you. Please look after Sasuke, Fugaku said before retrieving a scroll. It contained all the preparations pertaining to the infinite Tsukuyomi. Many elements had already been meticulously documented, only the final arrangements remained. Moreover, Uchiha Kazama had nearly completed all preparations. Chapter 89, The Turbulence Incited by Obito. In the ensuing days, Uchiha Kazama brought Koyuki to the presence of Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai. Such matters were never concealed by Uchiha Kazama. For while one may indulge in flirtation, one must not descend into depravity. The events of those days were deemed unfit for scrutiny, so we shall temporarily bypass them. 3 days later, with Kazama's nurturing, Tsunade and Kurenai had shed their previous melancholia. As for Jiraiya and the others' grievances, they were of no concern to Uchiha Kazama. After delegating his responsibilities, Kazama, accompanied by Orochimaru and 6 members of the Uchiha clan, made their way to the village entrance. Orochimaru, the next steps are entrusted to you. Please lead the way. Uchiha Kazama expressed a sense of anticipation. Who would not yearn to personally experience the wonders of sage techniques? Moreover, having already mastered sage chakra, Kazama was eager to test the formidable powers of these techniques. Very well. Let us proceed, Orochimaru replied, swiftly advancing towards the north. The others closely followed. As individuals of considerable strength, they reached the northern border of the Land of Fire by that afternoon. Here, they encountered a cave, the entrance to the Earth Dragon Cave. We shall enter directly from here, Orochimaru stated, casting a wistful glance at the cave. He had ventured here once before, only to fail. Now, standing here again, he felt an inexplicable emotion. Let us go inside, Uchiha Kazama said, moving beside Orochimaru with a reassuring smile. The peculiar sentiment that had lingered in Orochimaru's heart was quelled by Kazama's words. With determined steps, they all entered the cave together. After their entrance, not far from Konoha, in a mountain ravine, they found themselves entirely within the Earth Dragon Cave. Shall we commence our actions now? Are the materials you copied truly effective? Kurizetsu inquired, quickly relaying the intelligence he had acquired. The formidable strength of the Uchiha clan had now fully entered the cave. The trials of this sacred land would not conclude swiftly, indicating that their absence would be prolonged. This period presented their optimal opportunity. Rest assured, given the current strength of Konoha and the enemies they have incurred, as long as we suppress those powerful ninjas, it shall undoubtedly become our domain. Furthermore, Uchiha Kazama can control the Nine Tails. I can as well. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Obito Uchiha's eyes. He held no remorse for the deaths of his teacher and mentor, as he believed the ninja world was irreparably corrupted. And only through the infinite Tsukuyomi could true happiness be attained. Even Minato and the others would eventually be reborn in that world. With this conviction, Obito found solace in his actions, forgiving himself for whatever he might do. Even so, it is believed that this is indeed the best course of action. Very well. Should this endeavor fail, White Zetsu may cease to exist. You would be wise to deliberate carefully. After Black Zetsu spoke, he sank directly into the ground. As for his numerous clones, they remained outside the Earth Dragon Cave, ready to respond at the first sign of trouble. Obito slowly removed his mask and opened his left eye, revealing a Rinnegan. This time, Konoha, I shall ensure that you become my prey. The era of infinite Tsukuyomi shall commence from my hands. Anticipate a peaceful age. Upon concluding his declaration, Uchiha Obito donned a white mask and retrieved a massive fan from a scroll. This was the weapon of Uchiha Madara. Simultaneously, two individuals appeared behind Obito, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Han, and the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Fu. Let us begin. After stating this, Uchiha Obito raised his hand to form hand seals. Subsequently, from beneath the ground, white Zetsu began to emerge, having previously been in a dormant state. Their combat prowess far exceeded that of the mass-produced versions. Soon, these white Zetsu transformed their appearances to resemble Konoha ninjas who had ventured out on missions, and they surged toward Konoha. As they set forth, Uchiha Obito, accompanied by the two Jinchuriki, advanced toward Konoha. Later that night, Uchiha Obito, along with the two individuals who had utilized transformation techniques, infiltrated Konoha. Thanks to his familiarity with the Uchiha clan, he quickly returned to the compound of his clan, where his former residence remained untouched, still reminiscent of his memories. Obito entered the courtyard and sat there, a place steeped in nostalgia, marking the beginning of Uchiha Obito's journey. Since he had chosen to embark on a new world, it was only fitting to commence from this very place. Within the Hokage's office, the shadow assistant reported several unusual incidents within the village, including clashes among ninjas. A number of ninjas had been apprehended, yet they mysteriously vanished from prison. A flustered Hyuga clan ninja approached Nara Shikaku, expressing his alarm. After all, since the Hyuga clan had taken on roles in the security division, the village had not experienced any conflicts or issues for quite some time. To have such an incident occur now, resulting in bloodshed, was unexpected. They vanished? Is everything recorded properly? Nara Shikaku inquired, puzzled. With the previous erratic behavior of Uchiha Wind, how audacious must these individuals be to instigate trouble in Konoha? They have already been documented. The conflicting parties have been recorded, along with the fallen ninjas. The Hyuga ninja stated, producing a document containing all the pertinent information regarding these ninjas. Observing these familiar names, many, including Nara Shikaku, recognized them. Their personalities hardly align with those capable of such deeds. Haichi, please contact the ninjas from the Guard Division to assist the Inuzuka and Aburame clans in searching the vicinity of Konoha. Your team should continue the search within the village. Once we locate the individuals, we will interrogate them accordingly. Nara Shikaku promptly made his decision. Yamashiro Haichi and the Guard Division swiftly took action as well. Shikaku also conveyed the situation to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Upon hearing the news, their reactions mirrored Shikaku's. What could these individuals be thinking, engaging in such activities within the village? The following day, 3 ninjas were brought to the Hokage's office. These 3 were the very ninjas who had slain a comrade from the village the previous day. However, confusion adorned their faces. They had only just returned to the village and had not yet had the chance to report their mission. How could they have committed murder? Chapter 90. The peculiar registration records. Upon hearing the accusations against them, the 3 individuals found themselves in a state of bewilderment. They had only just returned today. How could they possibly have committed the heinous act of slaughtering fellow villagers just days prior? Even Yamashita Kaido, after undergoing interrogation and genjutsu torture, was left in a daze. What they spoke of seemed disturbingly plausible. Minister Nikaritsu, has there been any progress in your investigation? Tsunade inquired gravely from her office within the Hokage's headquarters. The recent departure of Uchiha Kazama from the village, coinciding with such troubling events, made it nearly impossible to avoid associating the two. There was a significant likelihood that this was an act of sabotage aimed at Konoha from within. It was already the 4th day, and Tsunade felt a rising sense of agitation. We have found nothing. Every corner of the village has been thoroughly searched, including the lands of the clans. The Uchiha among them, Hayashi Hyuga remarked with a sense of resignation. It was as if there were no anomalies to be found at all. This incident marked the first time Hayashi experienced the futility of the security division. Despite the clarity of the information, they were unable to uncover any substantial leads. We have not discovered any traces of ninjas outside the village either. We have conducted several inspections of the entry logs into Konoha and stumbled upon something peculiar. In the past few days, several ninjas returned to the village, including the names of 3 individuals, Yuhi Shibi stated. presenting a registration form to Tsunade. Duplicate registrations? Tsunade mused, picking up the document and swiftly perusing it. It soon became evident that the number of ninjas returning to the village in such a short time was exceedingly unusual. What about their mission logs? She instinctively inquired. Upon hearing Tsunade's question, Naruto promptly exited the Hokage's office. A little over 10 minutes later, he returned with the mission records of these individuals. Lady Tsunade, it has been confirmed. Their missions were not conducted in proximity to one another, and the contents were entirely dissimilar. These ninjas are suspicious, Naruto stated gravely as he placed the documents before Tsunade. Minister Hyuga, Advisor Jiraiya, I need you to assemble a team immediately and bring in all the ninjas listed here to the conference room. We will await your arrival. Tsunade instructed before rising and making her way to the conference room. 3 hours later, 58 ninjas were gathered in the designated area, some of whom had been randomly selected to accompany them. The reason for their presence was to undertake a special mission, as no issues had arisen during their transport. They were informed of an A-rank collective mission that required their cooperation. Each individual would receive their own specific assignments, and thus, they would be called into adjacent smaller meeting rooms one by one to receive their tasks. This mission pertains to certain strategic matters concerning the Hokage, so everyone must ensure the confidentiality of their assigned tasks. Understood? As Tsunade finished speaking, she rose and moved to the adjacent conference room. Though the shinobi harbored doubts, the mention of a special A-rank mission stirred excitement among them. After more than 3 hours, each individual's specialized task had been meticulously assigned. They then reconvened in the main assembly hall. Meanwhile, in the smaller meeting chamber, Tsunade and a select few remained. It has been confirmed, over 80 of those on the registered list are not who they claim to be, Inoichi Yamanaka declared gravely. Out of the 58 who arrived, 6 were randomly selected shinobi. Among them, 49 proved impervious to the mind-body switch technique. Only 2 possibilities could render the technique ineffective. First, if the target possessed an exceptionally potent soul, akin to Dan Cat's secret arts or abilities to manipulate their own spirit. Second, if the target was already deceased, or devoid of a soul. Given the sheer number 49 individuals resisting his technique, it was unlikely to be a matter of secret arts. If it were, it would imply an entire clan or lineage was involved. Thus, the remaining possibility had to be the truth. These individuals had no souls. Director Inoichi, Tsunade commanded sternly. You and your clan will conduct a thorough investigation of every individual in Konoha within 2 days. As for the pretext, devise one yourselves. Shibi, you and Hana will oversee registration with your clan's assistance. Additionally, employ your secret techniques to mark all shinobi who have recently returned to the village. This matter cannot be taken lightly, she emphasized. Failure to address it properly could lead to dire consequences, prompting her swift and decisive orders. Understood, Lady Tsunade. They acknowledged before vanishing without delay. And I? Hayashi Hige inquired nervously, aware that the security division bore responsibility in this affair. Worse still, their Byakugan had proven ineffective, unable to penetrate the enemy's disguises. Director Hayashi, your primary duty remains maintaining the village's security. Proceed with routine operations, but ensure no information is leaked. These infiltrators are clearly organized, though discreet investigation is permissible. Though Tsunade's tone was calm, unease gnawed at Hayashi. With a nod, he departed swiftly. Upon returning to the Hyuga clan's ancestral grounds, Hinata Hayashi observed Hinata and Niji, who had just concluded their combat training. The smile on his face returned once more. His uncle and father, Niji, had significantly altered their attitude towards Hinata Hayashi. They no longer referred to him as the clan leader, but instead addressed him as uncle. How was your training today? Did you encounter any difficulties? Hinata Hayashi inquired, his heartwarming smile reflecting his genuine interest. Hinata's progress in her training was remarkably swift. Recently, her food intake required an increase once again. Moving forward, it would be necessary to provide additional resources to enhance Hinata's physical constitution. Niji articulated all of Hinata's concerns. As for himself, he had no requests. After all, the familial bonds he had gained were the most significant treasure Niji had acquired over the years. With the lifting of the Cagebird seal, Niji's talents had ascended to a new level. Moreover, since Hinata Hayashi treated him with the same regard as Hinata. Niji's strength was rapidly on the rise. Chapter 91. The surprise brought by Hinata and Niji. Hinata's thoughtful gestures truly pleased Hyuga Hayashi. Once the previous rifts dissipated, the clan began to cultivate a sense of warmth that belonged to them. This, indeed, was the ultimate goal Hyuga Hayashi had strived for. The swift realization of this objective was largely owed to that individual, Uchiha Kazama. Thus, Hyuga Hayashi felt thoroughly prepared for the duties of the security department, determined to make a significant contribution this time. Father, has anything unusual occurred in the village lately? Hinata, usually quiet, suddenly inquired. Hinata, have you noticed something amiss? Hyuga Hayashi instinctively responded, but he soon found himself amused. After all, such matters were beyond his perception, even as the head of the Hyuga clan. How could a mere student from the ninja academy, like Hinata, uncover anything? As this thought crossed his mind, Hyuga Hayashi shook his head, realizing he was perhaps too anxious. Today, when I returned, I noticed some ninjas exhibiting strange fluctuations in their chakra. Moreover, they had two faces. It was quite terrifying, young Hinata recounted, a timid expression gracing her features. Two faces. Unusual chakra. Hyuga Hayashi felt a surge of astonishment. Indeed, it was astonishment. The Hyuga clan had yet to fully unlock the potential of their Byakugan. It was akin to the Uchiha clan, where most were familiar only with the evolution of the three-tomo Sharingan. The Manjiki Sharingan, for them, was a mere figment of dreams. The Hyuga clan, even more so, had their understanding of the Byakugan confined to reconnaissance and perspective. Reconnaissance was enabled by their unique vision, while perspective allowed them to perceive the precise flow of chakra and the location of meridians, laying the groundwork for their gentle fist technique. As for whether the Byakugan possessed any other abilities, Hyuga Hayashi was uncertain. It seemed that long ago, there existed a complementary ocular technique, but it had not been passed down through generations. Now, Hinata's sudden revelation of a unique ability ignited a multitude of fantasies within Hyuga Hayashi. Well, I initially intended to inform you right away, but upon my return, I found you absent. Hinata nodded softly. Hinata. Uncle, I also witnessed it. Niji interjected just as Hyuga Hayashi was about to speak. Niji. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Niji with surprise. They must have employed some kind of special transformation technique. Much like the shadow clone technique, it is challenging to discern which is the true body with the Byakugan. However, it seems we have all experienced some changes lately. Uncle, perhaps you should try using the shadow clone technique, Niji suggested directly. Niji possesses a superior grasp of strength compared to Hinata, thus upon acquiring such information, he undertook a series of tests. The outcomes of these experiments left Niji pleasantly astonished. All right, shadow clone jutsu, Hinata Hyuga declared, promptly unleashing his shadow clones. 6 identical clones emerged, swiftly exchanging positions. Before the 6 identical Hinata Hyugas materialized. In the next instant, both pointed at the same individual. At this moment, a look of astonishment appeared in Hinata's Byakugan. Bang, bang, bang. In the following moment, all the shadow clones vanished, leaving behind the true Hinata. Haraha. This time, we shall achieve merit, Hinata proclaimed, directly informing the two about the recent occurrences within the village. He led them away from the clan's domain, bringing along all the elite jonin of the Hyuga clan. A group of them patrolled throughout Konoha. The diligence of the Hyuga clan is commendable. Even the children from the Ninja Academy joined the patrols. This is the security department. Their duty is to maintain order within the village, and their earnestness is indeed reassuring. Indeed, the village is flourishing more than ever. The villagers were hardly surprised by the actions of the Hyuga clan. After all, the previous security department was comprised of the Uchiha clan. Now, Uchiha Kazama has ascended to the position of Hokage. The concerns that once loomed have dissipated entirely. Additionally, the Uchiha's performance in battle has eradicated any misconceptions within the village regarding them. Naturally, they began to use the Uchiha as a benchmark. As night fell, both Niji and Hinata felt a sense of fatigue. They had been utilizing their Byakugan continuously since afternoon, which took a considerable toll on them. However, their efforts bore fruit. Initially, they could only discern minor differences, but eventually, they could perceive details with clarity. This patrol yielded significant findings as well. In the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama. Here's the list. The individuals we summoned have been confirmed by Hinata and Niji. They possess mastery over special transformation techniques. Hinata Hyuga spoke with utmost confidence. Hyuga Hinata. You have indeed accomplished a great feat, exclaimed Kaku, the shadow assistant, and Jiraiya, the advisor. Immediately assemble all the ninjas of the village to apprehend the individuals on this list. Should there be any resistance, eliminate them all. After issuing the command, Tsunade promptly rose and vanished from the Hokage's office. In the village, a tempest of conflict erupted within a short span. The operation progressed swiftly, thanks to the precise list. All the ninjas were swiftly captured or slain. Following these executions, Tsunade once again encountered those pale monstrosities. These creatures again. What is truly orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Tsunade furrowed her brow and spoke slowly. The instigator behind the recent attack on Konoha by the ninja village was likely the handiwork of this individual. This time, the assault originated from within Konoha itself, suggesting that this is merely the beginning. Jiraiya gradually chimed in, stating that such matters should be addressed by Uchiha Kazama. However, with Uchiha Kazama absent from the village, the responsibility now falls upon them to make the decisions. Minister Hayashi, the next steps are in your hands. We can no longer afford to search slowly. Those white monstrosities we have slain, if that person is within this village, it is certain that. Boom, boom, boom. Before Tsunade could continue, a tremendous explosion resonated from the direction of the Uchiha clan's territory. It was the tailed beast. Kakashi immediately sensed the distinct aura belonging to the tailed beast. After all, he too had become a Jinchuriki. He was well acquainted with this presence. Without hesitation, he unleashed the chakra of the three tails and vanished from the scene. Chapter 92. The Rampage of the Tailed Beasts. Obito steps in. As Kakashi sprang into action, the others soon followed suit. The eruption of the tailed beasts within the village was an indelible memory for Konoha, especially after the two previous rampages of the Nine Tails, which claimed the lives of both the fourth and third Hokage. Now, once again, the fear arose. Was the Nine Tails unleashed once more? Naruto was in peril. Furthermore, Shikaku, the one tail, Matatabi, the two tail, and Saiken, the six tail, were also present in the village. In that moment, they struggled to discern which tailed beast was responsible for the chaos. Before long, two colossal figures emerged, Son Goku, the four tails, and Chome, the seven tails. What? When did these hosts of the tailed beast arrive in Konoha? There was no time to ponder such matters. They had to commence their assault on the two formidable beasts. Concurrently, the village's shinobi initiated rapid evacuation procedures for the ordinary villagers. Kakashi-sensei, what is happening? Naruto appeared at Kakashi's side. The moment Kakashi laid eyes on Naruto, it felt as if a heavy weight had finally descended within his heart. The four tails, Son Goku, and the seven tails, Chome, were evidently being manipulated. Kakashi shared all the information he had gathered. The first thought that crossed Kakashi's mind regarding the ability to control the tailed beasts was the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Moreover, this was indeed the Uchiha clan's territory. Soon, others arrived at the scene. The remaining shinobi had already begun guiding the villagers to safety. Uchiha ninjas had also gathered, with Sasuke present amongst them, protected by several elite Uchiha, including Mikoto. The hosts of the Six Tails and Two Tails, Yugo and Yoru, respectively, also manifested at the site. Kakashi. What is going on? Given their frequent interactions, especially as fellow Jinchuriki, they were well acquainted with Kakashi. In this urgent situation, they sought his insight. The circumstances remained unclear, but it was highly likely that the tailed beast hosts were not willingly in Konoha. They were most probably under coercion. Let us take action and subdue these two. Kakashi commanded. The sealing team of Konoha remained formidable. As Kakashi spoke, a shimmering chakra began to envelop his body, manifesting the presence of the three tails, Isabu. In an instant, he entered the tailed beast transformation. The chakra coalesced into a gigantic entity that charged directly at the four tails and seven tails. Yugo and Yoru also followed suit, transforming into their tailed beast forms. Having previously endured the wrath of Uchiha Wind, these beasts felt a deeper connection to their hosts, facilitating a smoother transformation. As the three-tailed beast hosts launched their attack, Naruto and Gaara observed from the sidelines. although they possessed the ability to control tailed beasts. Engaging in battle at that moment would be beyond their physical capacity. Thus, they were restrained by Jiraiya and could not intervene. Tsunade, be cautious. This time, it was definitely not the doing of those two Jinchuriki. The most terrifying ones are those who lurk in the shadows. Jiraiya spoke with evident concern. Due to the rampage of the five-tailed beast chakra, detecting any other chakra presence within this chaos was exceedingly difficult. With the fifth Hokage absent, we must remain vigilant. Tsunade murmured, her brow furrowed in contemplation. What could that individual possibly be after? The sudden emergence of the white Zetsu had thrown the village into disarray, followed swiftly by the tailed beast's frenzy. Found them. At that moment, Hige Hayashi appeared, pointing toward a distant direction. Atop the highest structure in the Uchiha district stood a lone figure. In an instant, the group moved, surrounding the white-masked man. High-ranking officials of Konoha, I see. No matter how much changes, you never truly bring an end to conflict, the masked man remarked, his voice laced with disdain. So now, I've come to settle all lingering grudges, once and for all. And then, I shall guide you to a new world. As Uchiha Obito spoke, he revealed his eyes, one a Mangeki Sharingan, the other a Rinnegan. The sheer intensity of his ocular power sent a ripple of shock through those present. A Sharingan? You're an Uchiha? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. While they did not recognize the Rinnegan, none dared underestimate the other IS capabilities. Ah, so you acknowledge me as one of the Uchiha now. Tell me, Lady Tsunade, now that you bear the name of the Senju, do you still believe our clan is inherently wicked? Or have you finally embraced us as allies? Obito's tone dripped with mockery. Tsunade's expression darkened at his taunt. Enough of this farce. Cease your actions now, await the fifth Hokage's return, and submit to judgment. Perhaps there is still a chance for redemption, Jiraiya interjected firmly. This man was undoubtedly another fanatic. Much like the last time such madness had plunged the world into upheaval, when Uchiha Fma had ignited chaos. And now, history repeated itself with yet another Uchiha. Oh, it seems you still fail to grasp the reality before you, Obito mused, his voice chilling. Thunk. A kunai suddenly pierced through Obito's body. Hatake Kakashi? Obito turned slowly, his gaze settling on the silver-haired shinobi, his expression unreadable yet heavy. Seeing Kakashi, who no longer concealed his left eye, stirred memories of that fateful day. You are. Kakashi's pupils trembled, an unsettling familiarity washing over him. So, you do remember me. Though I wonder, have you truly forgotten? That three tails, Isabu, residing within you. Do you accept it so easily? With that, Obito removed his white mask, revealing a face that sent shockwaves through Kakashi's very soul. Obito. Kakashi was rendered speechless. In his memories, Uchiha Obito had long since perished, yet here he stood before him. Moreover, he was the same fool who had once incessantly declared his ambition to become Hokage. The very same imbecile who had helped an elderly lady cross the street, and the one who had bestowed upon him the Sharingan, sacrificing his own life in the process. How could this be? Do not wear such an expression. You are the very last person who deserves to stand before me. Upon finishing his words, Obito swiftly drew aside and charged towards Kakashi. Tsunade and the others were left in utter shock as they witnessed this scene. Kakashi, Obito, the one who had struck from behind, was none other than a ninja from Konoha, an Uchiha. Soon, Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage. Obito's Kamui, combined with his formidable physical prowess and ocular techniques, rendered Kakashi powerless, even with the support of the chakra from the three tails. Chapter 93, Shattered Faith. Observing the weariness etched on Kakashi's face, Uchiha Obito displayed a look of disdain. The figure he once could only glimpse from behind had now fallen from the same pedestal. Kakashi, if you harbor any lingering guilt for Rin, you should embrace that burden and meet your demise, rather than obstructing me here. With that, Obito's gaze shifted to Tsunade and the others. Their prowess was commendable, and dispatching them swiftly would prove a formidable challenge. Should Kakashi choose to assist him, the endeavor would certainly become less daunting. At the same time, Obito sought to furnish himself with a pretext to confront Kakashi. Rin? Obito, do you truly comprehend the manner of Rin's death? Kakashi pondered why Obito had transformed into this version of himself. It seemed evident that he possessed some knowledge of past events, though the extent of his awareness remained uncertain to Kakashi. Years ago, the village hidden in the mist had assaulted Konoha and abducted Rin. Ultimately, you, driven by some misguided mission, took her life. Must I remind you of these events? Was it not your father who, unable to fulfill his duties, chose to end his own life? Thus, you adopted this warped path of a shinobi. Obito regarded Kakashi with scorn. Indeed, the most painful truths often emerge from those closest to us. Is this the answer you have arrived at? I was the one who took Rin's life. She wished to perish as a guardian of the village, a hero sacrificing herself, rather than becoming a monstrous Jinchuriki, ravaging the village. She was my comrade. Obito, awakened to reality. You once told me that a person who forsakes their comrades is less than worthless. Yet now you accuse me of killing Rin for the sake of a mission? Are you so naive that you believe I was unaware of the consequences of a tailed beast rampage? In that moment, I lacked the power to suppress the beast within Rin. Surely you understand this? Kakashi's voice resonated deeply, calm and detached, as if recounting another's tale. Each word lay bare the wounds of his soul. Faced with Kakashi's inquiries and the stark truths he articulated, Obito's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Even his Sharingan and Rinnegan began to tremble. Impossible. Kakashi, these are merely your attempts to evade your guilt, self-soothing with fabricated justifications. I witnessed you slay Rin with my own eyes. Kakashi, do you think I remain the oblivious fool I once was? Obito's defenses crumbled. The mere thought that all he has steadfastly held on to over the years has been rooted in a misunderstanding. How could he possibly come to terms with such a revelation? He had been resolute in his belief to create a world where Rin could thrive, even if it meant opposing the entire world. Yet now, he is confronted with the truth that the original Naira Rin had willingly asked Hatake Kakashi to take her life in order to protect the village. This revelation effectively negates every action taken by Uchiha Obito prior to this moment. Such circumstances hardly necessitate deceit, do they, Obito? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Uchiha Kazama. Hokage-sama. Kazama. Upon hearing this voice, everyone's attention converged. Simultaneously, the tailed beasts, previously engulfed in chaos, fell into a profound silence, subdued by sheer force. Uchiha Kazama's methods of nuclear peace were far beyond the capabilities of two rampaging tailed beasts. You are merely a shadow clone. You must comprehend this, do you not? Now that the truth lies before you, what will you do? Your most prudent choice would be to embrace death. After all, you have wrought considerable havoc and destruction upon the village that Rin devoted her life to protect. Kazama interrupted Obito's words, speaking with a calm demeanor, though the mockery in his gaze was unmistakable. Are you not the pure-hearted warrior? Are you not willing to do anything for Rin? Then, go ahead and perish. Regarding the events at the sage's realm, Kazama had merely dispatched his shadow clone to assess the situation. Once he observed that the Black Zetsu had departed from the bodies of the Uchiha, he understood that the grand performance was about to commence. The emergence of White Zetsu, Obito's entrance into the village, the arrival of the tailed beasts. All these he witnessed clearly. However, he had not anticipated that upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito would fall silent and become weak-willed. Shifting the conversation, Kazama interjected. Do not presume that such tactics will suffice. Or perhaps, you should inquire directly with her? Before Obito could finish his retort, Kazama raised his finger. As chakra radiated from him, a coffin was summoned forth. As the coffin lid slowly creaked open, a familiar figure emerged into view. Rin? You scoundrel, Uchiha Kazama. How dare you toy with Rin's soul? Obito exclaimed, poised to attack Kazama. Obito? Is that really you? Rin's gentle voice resonated. Kakashi's pupils quivered, and he found it difficult to maintain his composure, even though he had come to terms with his own feelings. The sight of Rin brought forth memories of the tender girl she once was, the one who had opened her arms and smiled, pleading for him to end her life. Standing between him and Obito, she forever bore the semblance of a radiant angel. Yet now, Rin's existence has been eternally frozen at that tender age. Rin, you, truly. Obito has become so choked with emotion that words elude him. What is wrong with you? Seeing your appearance. It seems you did not perish back then. How wonderful. You have grown so strong. Have you, perhaps, ascended to the position of Hokage? Hee. After speaking, Noera Rin tilted her head, revealing a beaming smile. How delightful. At that time, this individual's dream has finally come to fruition. Obito, what do you intend to do? Now that Uchiha Kagami has returned, it is the most opportune moment. Quickly, let us act according to our plan. The Black Zetsu clinging to Uchiha Obito now finds itself in a state of panic. Should Uchiha Obito abandon his course at this juncture, all his intricate schemes will be rendered utterly futile. Chapter 94. The departure of Obito and Kurizetsu at this moment. Obito completely disregarded the voice of Kurizetsu. In fact, all sounds, save for that of Rin Noera, had been muted. Obito, you silence. Obito Uchiha thundered, startling even Rin, who had been watching him with a smile. Leave my body. Obito, in a state of heightened urgency, forcefully extracted Kurizetsu from within himself and cast him aside. He then retrieved several black rods and hurled them at Kurizetsu, pinning him to the ground. Rin, I did not become Hokage. I have become the enemy of the village. I have caused the death of my teacher and his wife. I have disappointed you. Obito trembled as he approached Rin, his countenance reflecting a profound sense of despair. Simultaneously, the wood release cells began to detach from his body, resulting in a gradual disintegration of half of his form. You, Obito, your body. I understand your pain. You simply do not realize that you have been deceived. Obito, if you could voice your feelings, your teacher would forgive you. Obito, right now. Just then, without a moment's hesitation, Obito plunged the black rod in his hand into his own heart. Rin, I was wrong. If I must apologize, I will seek out my teacher to do so. Therefore, please tell me what transpired that day. The shattered emotions on Obito's face elicited a pained look in Rin's eyes. Soon, at Obito's behest, Rin recounted the events of that fateful day. Upon hearing Rin's words, a look of relief washed over Obito's face. Rin, I understand now, he murmured, gently resting his head on Rin's shoulder. He breathed his last. Kakashi, you must live on. We will wait for you, but not too soon. This must be the Hokage, I presume? Thank you, Rin said, gazing at Uchiha Kazama. Taken aback by her words, Kazama was impressed. After all, she was the cherished light in Obito's life. This is what a Hokage ought to do. Go ahead. Uchiha Kazama nodded, raising his finger to release the Edo Tensei. Indeed, before Kazama's shadow clone departed from Konohagakure, he had already sought Orochimaru to bring Rin back through the Edo Tensei. He had comprehended the intricacies of the technique. As Rin gradually transformed into radiant light, Kazashi spoke softly, Rin, do not hold Obito accountable. He has always been a fool, as you well know. After a long silence, Kakashi finally raised his voice. Yes. Therefore, live well. Once Rin finished speaking, she dissipated into the air. Kakashi, feeling utterly drained, collapsed to the ground. Kakashi, I entrust Obito's remains to you. Please give him a proper burial. Uchiha Kazama turned and walked towards the Black Zetsu, which was pinned to the ground. Kakashi cast a grateful glance at Uchiha Kazama before departing with Obito. Kazama, what is this thing? Tsunade quickly approached Uchiha Kazama, her curiosity piqued. Black Zetsu, a deceiver of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. Additionally, it possesses a unique identity. After finishing his statement, Uchiha Kazama smiled as he gazed at the motionless Black Zetsu. The previously immobilized Black Zetsu, upon witnessing Kazama's peculiar smile, suddenly felt as though Kazama knew everything. Contemplating this dreadful realization, Black Zetsu's expression darkened. Black Zetsu, is it? Very well, I understand you have matters to attend to. Leave the village affairs to me. Once I have resolved this, you must come and keep me company. With that, Tsunade proceeded to handle the remaining village matters. Uchiha Kazama chuckled softly and turned his attention back to Black Zetsu. So, shall we converse now? Kazama inquired. What do you wish to discuss? Black Zetsu replied gravely. About your mother, Kazama stated, directly extracting the black rod from Black Zetsu without the slightest concern for his potential escape. How much do you truly know? Black Zetsu rose, his expression. Well, it was already dark. I have no time for trivial games. If you wish to speak, disclose your entire plan. Of course, if you prefer not to. I shall not compel you. After all, I have many matters to attend to. Uchiha Kazama spoke with calmness. Hearing Kazama's words, Black Zetsu fell into contemplation. In this current predicament, if he hoped to rescue his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, his only viable ally was Uchiha Kazama. Yet, why would Kazama choose to cooperate with him? Or rather, did Black Zetsu possess anything of value in Kazama's eyes? Pondering these questions, Black Zetsu raised his gaze to Kazama. Tell me, what price must I pay? He asked, a weight settling in his heart. First, I need to know how to destroy the Outer Path Golem. Second, I require knowledge of your connection to the black market. Third, I demand your entire essence. Uchiha Kazama raised 3 fingers, articulating his demands clearly. Impossible. If you have no choice, Kazama interrupted before Black Zetsu could finish. Once more, Black Zetsu fell silent. Yet, he realized that he had run out of options. Very well, I agree. The external demon statue can only be destroyed through the combined assault of the 9-tailed beasts or by someone who possesses mastery over the essence of their chakra. My association with the black market is merely due to my desire to investigate that individual. I have been unable to make contact recently. As for my essence, you may take it. After Black Zetsu finished speaking, he directly separated his own essence from himself. This essence was originally a unique chakra that had been extracted from the body of Kagaya Otsutsuki. This chakra has the capacity to significantly enhance ocular power. Upon receiving this essence, Uchiha Kazama gazed at the nearly lifeless Black Zetsu. Your trust will yield the most favorable outcome. My objective is the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, I find myself aligned with your mother's interests. Rest assured, I may even be able to protect her. Without further ado, Uchiha Kazama turned and proceeded towards the 2-tailed beast situated not far away.